You said this place is Hakinosu. A handsome, yet somewhat delicate-looking youth gripped a pirate-dressed fellow before him, letting out a startled cry of disbelief. You little brat. Did the pirate banquet scare you stupid, or something? The young pirate youth scoffed, his gaze fixed on the other, as though looking at a fool. The youth called Ewan furrowed his brow tightly, his bewildered expression growing ever more bewildered. My nickname was Jong and Edison. Who the hell is Ewan calling? Yet as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, the haphazardly built wooden shacks, and the massive skull-shaped boulder in the center that seemed oddly familiar, everyone around was dressed as a pirate, their gazes fierce and vicious, clearly cutthroat and dangerous. Unease gnawed at his heart. After playing dumb and pressing for answers, he finally pieced together the current situation. To put it simply, just one sentence. The great Jong and Edison had transmigrated into the pirate world of the Rocks era. He had become a brand new recruit who joined the Rocks pirates. Kasa Ewan. Ewan gazed at the retreating back of that pirate, recalling the look of pity and mockery in the man's eyes. His heart felt as good as dead. Hakinosu, known as the Pirate Paradise, was an island located in the New World. It was also called Beehive Island. The two most famous managers of Beehive Island were Rocks and Blackbeard respectively. And right now it happened to be the era of Rocks rule. At this time Beehive Island had risen to terrible fame for gathering a group of monstrous vicious pirates. Under Rock's leadership they struck terror into the hearts of the world. And this drew countless pirate followers. Ewan was one among those many who came seeking allegiance. The rule of the Rocks pirates, every newcomer had to pass a trial. The trial was a great free-for-all, a chaotic brawl where all pirates fought with abandon, displaying their strength. Those who performed exceptionally would be chosen by captains like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, or Wang Ji, thus passing the trial. Those who participated but were not chosen were deemed to have failed. Failure meant death. The pirate overlord Rocks would never tolerate the existence of the weak. This special trial of Beehive Island was affectionately dubbed the Pirate Banquet by many pirates. In the eyes of those great pirates, this was simply a banquet. But for the pirates participating in the trial, this was the gates of hell. Especially for Ewan. He was very weak. His previous self had been nothing more than a hot-blooded ignorant youth who had recklessly followed a group of pirates to seek allegiance, unaware that he would face true bloody and merciless slaughter. Damn it. The pirate banquet starts in 1 week. How the hell am I supposed to play this hand? Ewan cursed and grumbled, his heart filled with stifled frustration. From what that young pirate called Motos had told him, Ewan could see no hope. He did not know what he could change in just 1 week. This frail body was as weak as a quail. No physical skills, no mastery of Haki, no swordsmanship whatsoever. What was it if not a quail? Ewan pinched his own thigh hard, wincing in pain. This wasn't a dream. The transmigration was real. Damn it, this time I'm playing with my own damn life. He sighed heavily, the breath extraordinarily weighty. Although helpless, Ewan's reason remained intact. He had to find a way to survive now. Maybe escape. Ewan's eyes lit up, a thought flashing through his mind. Just as he was about to set his escape plan in motion, the surroundings suddenly grew noisy, followed by a burst of loud laughter. Jai haha. You little brats, all of you come here. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a few pointers. His voice thundered like a stampede, brimming with tremendous force. Ewan felt as though a lion were roaring right beside his ear. His ears rang with a buzzing sound. And then he heard the surrounding chatter. Hurry, hurry, it's Captain Shiki coming personally to instruct us. Lord Shiki. Quick, we absolutely can't miss this. Hey, don't block the way up ahead, move aside, move aside. At the mention of Shiki's personal arrival, all the pirates gathered around grew hot-blooded. Perhaps each harbored hopes of being chosen by Shiki, and they all converged in one direction. Ewan, who had been standing dumbly in place, was shoved twice by a burly pirate behind him. Shiki is the Golden Lion. Ewan's gaze sharpened, and driven by curiosity, he followed the crowd forward. As a transmigrator, he very much wanted to meet this legendary pirate. Soon the many pirates gathered in a shaded clearing beneath a giant boulder. At the very front, atop a flat boulder over 5 meters high, stood a towering man with golden sideburns resembling a lion's mane. 2 swords hung at his waist, and a great cape lent him an exceptionally commanding air. A cigar clenched between his teeth, a broad and wild grin on his face. Those lion-like, domineering eyes made no one dare meet his gaze. Ewan stood at the very back of the pirate crowd, gazing up at the golden-haired man surveying the pirates below, and couldn't help clicking his tongue in awe. Truly worthy of being the Golden Lion. Even from this far away, I can feel the intense pressure. The pirate world is a bit different from what I'd imagined. Ewan muttered softly, and suddenly a few sparks of interest in the pirate world were kindled within him. Of course, he'd be even happier if he could survive. Ewan stood at the very back, his gaze sweeping over the pirates gathered around. There were roughly 100 of them. His gaze involuntarily narrowed, surging with intense wariness. Every one of them is a pirate who'll participate in the pirate banquet. Every single one is an enemy. Just as Ewan realized everyone around him was a competitor, the Golden Lion, standing atop the high boulder with arms crossed, began to speak. Jai haha, you lot all look full of spirit. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach you a sword technique of mine. If any of you can learn it, you can directly join my crew once the pirate banquet ends. As he spoke, wisps of smoke rose from his cigar, yet somehow never fell. The pirates below erupted in an instant at his words. Captain Shiki's sword technique. Doesn't this mean that as long as I learn it, I'll have Lord Shiki as my backing? Swordsmanship. I specialize in sniping, I don't know how to play with swords at all. Same here. Besides, how could Lord Shiki's swordsmanship be that easy to learn? The one among us with the best chance of learning it is probably Wyden. He's a swordsmanship master, and he even possesses one of the Owazagiri blue flame. The surrounding chatter buzzed noisily. Ewan's brow furrowed slightly. He paid no heed, instead watching the Golden Lion with cautious focus. If I could earn the Golden Lion's approval, wouldn't that mean I could skip the pirate banquet? Too bad I don't know anything about swordsmanship. He inwardly longed to howl at the heavens. Strangely enough, although Ewan had just transmigrated, he naturally slipped into his pirate identity. The high boulder platform. Clang. Shiki drew the withered wood from his waist, his momentum vast and overwhelming. Blazing blade light, sword chi bursting forth. A crescent slash several zhang wide condensed from razor-sharp energy instantly took form, like a charging lion cleaving toward the sky. Clouds drifting in the sky were suddenly cleaved into a massive gap, torn through their midst. That slash, as bright as the stars, plunged unimpeded into the higher reaches of the sky, ultimately triggering a violent, thunderous roar, like countless cannons blasting into the heavens. The pirates below looked up, their faces all bearing a kind of stunned awe. Ewan was no exception. But the reason for his stunned state was not because of the Golden Lion's slash power. It was because of the voice echoing in his mind. You observed Shiki execute, slash wave, triggering heaven-defying comprehension. A sudden realization was born within your heart, and your understanding of swordsmanship gradually became clear. You have successfully comprehended the sword technique, slash wave. In an instant, countless images flashed through Ewan's mind. Those were images that thoroughly dissected Shiki's movements from moments ago. Slash wave at this moment was like a maiden gradually removing her garments, awaiting the master's pleasure. Heavenly comprehension. Could this be my golden finger? The unfamiliar voice and vivid images echoing in his mind reminded you, and that he was not truly worthless. Ewan's heart surged with excitement. The surrounding pirates gradually came to their senses, their gazes filled with fervent worship. What a terrifying slash. It looked like even the heavens were about to be split apart. Captain Shiki's single strike could wipe out all of us. Is this the power of a great pirate? Standing this far away, my heart is pounding. It feels like I could be torn apart at any moment. Captain Shiki's strength is definitely the strongest among the captain candidates. The flattering voices rose from below. Shiki seemed to hear the words strongest captain candidate, his smile growing ever wider. He declared arrogantly, Jaya, apart from Captain Rox, I fear no one. Though he was showing off, Shiki still took care to exclude Rox from his boasting. Rox's strength was self-evident and needed no words. This is my slash wave. That strike earlier didn't even unleash a tenth of its true power. Otherwise, none of you would still be standing here safe and sound. I'll teach you the technique. How much you learn depends on your own ability. If anyone can grasp the basics within 3 days, they may join my crew when the pirate banquet ends. Shiki smiled broadly, appearing carefree and magnanimous. Yet Ewan felt his smile carried a hint of cunning. Shiki had appeared early specifically to scout talented newcomers to join his crew. Next came free practice time for the pirates. Those interested could take a long blade to practice, while the uninterested were free to leave. Shiki did not force anyone. But clearly no one was uninterested. Who could resist the temptation of having a guaranteed spot just by learning one technique? It was like passing a written exam with the interview already guaranteed. There was no other way, only by having someone above you. In mere moments, the pirates in the clearing all began swinging their blades, mimicking Shiki's earlier demonstration. Ewan gripped an ordinary long sword in his hands, his eyes bright. Though it was his first time holding a blade, it felt strangely familiar. Because of heavenly comprehension. Heavenly comprehension triggered. In his mind, Ewan dissected Shiki's slash with extreme clarity, allowing him not only to learn slash wave, but also to reverse engineer basic swordsmanship, and even master sword chi. At this moment, Ewan transformed from a clueless novice into a swordsman with foundational sword skills. He took a deep breath, gripped the blade with both hands, and threads of razor-sharp intent began to flow. It was sword chi. Under Ewan's control, the sword chi gathered along the blade, causing the ordinary iron longsword to shine with new brilliance. Buzz. Slash waved. Ewan shouted lightly in his heart, his arms suddenly swinging. A palm-sized crescent slash formed, wreathed in threads of lion-like majesty. Following the blade's motion, it shot forth from the tip like a thrown dart. Bang! A thunderous but not deafening explosion rang out. Ewan's slash struck the massive rock face, leaving a clearly visible mark, proving he could truly unleash a slash attack. You have successfully executed slash wave. Your comprehension of slashing attacks deepens. You have comprehended the multi-slash technique. Success. The feeling of cheating. It was absolutely exhilarating. Ewan smiled. Moi. On the elevated stone platform, Shiki, the golden lion who had been preparing to leave, keenly noticed this scene. A wave of surprise rose in his heart, and his gaze fell upon Ewan. That looks somewhat like slash wave. No, it's impossible. How could anyone comprehend my slash wave so quickly? It must be a different slashing technique he learned before that merely resembles it. There were differences between one slashing technique and another. Each person's slash carried its own unique characteristics. There were also swordsmen among this group of pirates who had mastered slashing techniques, but none could produce a slash equal to slash wave. They would still need more practice and insight to achieve it. So Shiki did not believe anyone could comprehend the essence of slash wave so quickly. This was a technique he had painstakingly developed. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed that the young boy had turned to look at him raising his long sword. "Captain Shiki, I have learned it." The voice was not loud yet exceptionally clear. All the pirates stopped what they were doing at the same moment, turning their heads in astonishment to look at that delicate-featured young boy. He learned it. What a joke. Ha, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. He can't be trying to pass off some other slash technique as slash wave can he? Exactly. If he really learned it, I could swallow the sword I'm holding. Some were stunned, others mocked. None believed anyone could comprehend Shiki's slash wave so quickly. A sinister-looking youth with long hair stood not far from Ewan. Watching Ewan, he could not help but let out a scoffing laugh. Ha, as if someone like this trash could learn slash wave. He did not believe Ewan had learned slash wave, because he should be the first to learn it. His name was Vidorton, a somewhat famous pirate swordsman, the strongest blade user among this group of pirates. In his hand, he gripped a katana engraved with blue flame patterns. A great grade sword, one of the 21 blue flame. Swish! Ewan felt his vision blur as a gust of violent wind swept in. The next second, golden-maned Shiki appeared before his eyes, examining Ewan with an unreadable half-smile. His smile appeared cold as he said in a deep voice, "You have learned slash wave. You should know the consequences of deceiving me." Clearly he did not believe at all that Ewan could have comprehended slash wave so quickly. Facing the lion-like pressure, Ewan felt a hint of nervousness within, yet his expression remained perfectly calm. He spoke with conviction, "I know. That is precisely why I truly learned it. Not only have I learned slash wave, I've also learned the multi-slash technique." Ewan thought silently to himself. "Very well, then demonstrate it for me." Shiki took a puff of his cigar and exhaled a plume of smoke, giving his instructions casually. Yet in his heart he was puzzled. This kid looked so confident. Could he really have learned it? Yes. Ewan nodded. But instead of acting immediately, he walked to the side and picked up another and used katana. Under the bewildered stares of everyone, he once again stood before the rock face. Deep breaths, deep breaths. As long as he performs well, this is the chance to change his fate, Ewan told himself. His hands tightened slightly, arms spread apart, and threads of sword chi gathered rapidly, 10 times faster than before. The essence of the multi-slash technique lies in rapidly gathering sword chi to form slashes. If the sword chi cannot keep pace, no slash can be unleashed. He murmured inwardly, and suddenly his entire presence became razor-sharp. The next instant his body spun. Right hand slashed. The first slash burst forth. Left hand slashed. The second slash followed closely behind. Right hand slashed again. The third slash formed and was unleashed. The fourth. The fifth. Until the eighth slash was released, a sudden violent dizziness exploded in Ewan's mind, forcing him to stop. But the moment he stopped, he immediately sensed something was wrong. His arms went limp, a swelling pain shot through them, his hands could barely grip the hilts, and the katanas clattered to the ground with 2 ringing sounds. Ewan's legs went weak, and he plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. From then on there was no sound other than Ewan's heavy panting. The many pirates fell into dead silence, and even Golden Lion Shiki was no exception. Shiki's eyes widened, his expression one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. His heart was a turbulent sea, shaking violently. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. He personally watched Ewan's attack and could clearly sense that his slashing technique was exactly the same as Wave Slash. This meant that Ewan had truly learned Wave Slash. Not only Wave Slash, but he even unleashed the upgraded version, Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. How could Shiki not be shocked? Indeed, if the technique of multiple slashes is executed in the manner of Wave Slash, it becomes another powerful move of the Golden Lion, Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Is it really Wave Slash? No way, how can anyone be so monstrous? This kid doesn't even look grown up. Could he really be that terrifyingly talented? Could he be Golden Lion Sama's secret, illegitimate son? The surrounding pirates were all dumbfounded. Even such an outrageous guess had come out. Wei Duodun's eyes darkened. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. He could naturally perceive that Ewan's slashing technique was identical to Wave Slash, and besides being shocked, he was especially displeased, believing that Ewan had stolen the limelight that rightfully belonged to him. Gehahaha, you really gave me a big surprise. Shiki snapped back to reality, threw his head back, and laughed, clearly in a good mood. Cough cough. Captain Shiki, have I passed? Ewan gritted his teeth, enduring the soreness in his arms, and asked impatiently. Not bad. Although your slashes are as weak as an ant's, they indeed use my Wave Slash technique. You've passed the test. Once the pirate banquet is over, you'll directly join my crew. Shiki took a large puff of his cigar and said casually. Upon hearing this, Ewan first rejoiced, then hesitated. Captain Shiki, can't I skip the pirate banquet? Shiki's brow furrowed instinctively, and he waved his hand. The pirate banquet is a rule set by Captain Rocks. No one can defy it. The implication was that he must attend the pirate banquet. Life and death battles the weak die? With your talent, what are you afraid of? You've even learned my moves, the pirate banquet won't be much of a threat to you. Strange you only swung 7 or 8 slashes, why are you exhausted? Have you never trained in physical arts? Shiki had no idea about Ewan's concerns and was instead puzzled by his condition. Normally swordsmen all train in physical arts. The body is the foundation for unleashing powerful swordsmanship. Seeing Ewan looking as drained as if he had just overexerted himself, it was inevitable to feel puzzled. To be honest, Captain Shiki, this is my first time holding a blade. I've never learned physical arts or swordsmanship before. Ewan told the truth. Only by displaying astonishing talent could one gain attention. The sea never lacks monsters. What? You've never held a blade before? You haven't even learned physical arts or swordsmanship? Shiki was completely dumbfounded, his face blank with shock. His first time holding a blade, and he could learn wave slash and comprehend Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. What the hell kind of talent is this? Shiki approached with suspicion, grabbed Ewan, felt his bones and muscles, and glanced at his pale palms. His expression shifted repeatedly, and he looked at Ewan as if he were seeing a ghost. His muscles are slack with no trace of training. His palms have no calluses from gripping a blade. Are you really fucking telling me this is your first time? Cough. What do you mean by first time? You should make it clearer. I, the great Zhang Ningguanshi, how could I be a virgin? Ewan only dared to show his dissent in his heart. With a sincere expression he honestly said, really. His demeanor seemed to say, I really am a first-timer, I'm not lying to you. Damn, a monster. Shiki's mouth twitched as he cursed under his breath. It really made him want to swear in shock. What the hell kind of freakish talent is this? He comprehended Wave Slash and Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley on his first try, and even managed to use them. Even Captain Rock's wasn't this monstrous. What made Ewan most terrifying in Golden Lion's eyes was that he had never practiced swordsmanship or physical arts, yet could instantly comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. If he wasn't a swordsmanship genius, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Captain Shiki, can I now pass the test early and not attend the pirate banquet? Ewan made his request. Although he had learned the slashing technique, his strength was still far behind the others. Moreover, he had already noticed several malicious gazes fixed on him. Because he had stolen the spotlight, he had incurred jealousy and hatred. Ewan sighed softly. Shiki frowned deeply and hesitated. The pirate banquet is a rule set by Captain Rocks, no one can break it. But if it's you, maybe it's possible. Alright, when I see Captain Rocks, I'll ask him for permission. Ewan's eyes lit up. When will there be a result? Rocks. Although he was very powerful, he should also be very fearsome. But considering his heaven-defying talent, surely he wouldn't refuse, right? Ewan clung to a sliver of hope. Captain Rocks is not on the island lately. He should be back before the pirate banquet. Probably. Shiki's tone was full of uncertainty, as if it wasn't even certain whether Rocks would return in time for the pirate banquet. Ewan. So is all that just nonsense? Motherfucker. Had a case of an innocent young man being deceived just happen like this? Shiki saw the look in Ewan's eyes and immediately became displeased, scolding. You're already my man now. Even if you attend the pirate banquet, who would dare to actually touch you? This was undoubtedly a warning to the other pirates not to have any ill intentions toward Ewan. How am I already your man? I'm straight, damn it. Ewan seethed inwardly, but wore a particularly bright smile. Thank you for your care, Captain Shiki. Alright, you look worn out. Go find some food to replenish your energy. Come to me anytime if anything comes up. Shiki was quite chivalrous, truly treating Ewan as one of his own. Yes. Ewan agreed, and dragged his weary body toward the cafeteria. Behind him, Shiki's appraising gaze was full of delight. He had picked up a good seedling. Gahaha, you all keep training. Whoever can master Wave Slash within 3 days can still join my crew. After that, Ewan was unaware of what happened. He arrived at the cafeteria, ordered a large portion of food, and began to eat ravenously. Beehive Island was Rock's headquarters, so the chefs and cafeteria arrangements were naturally not bad. For those with monstrous physiques, their appetites were also terrifyingly huge. While eating, Ewan's mind stirred. Heaven-defying comprehension allows me to quickly master techniques, but I lack physical strength. I wonder if this heaven-defying comprehension can find a way to change my physique. Thinking thus, Ewan seemed to enter a meditative state. In his mind, the structure of his body was reflected, every muscle and bone extremely clear, and the movements of his internal organs vividly presented before his eyes. His heaven-defying comprehension was triggered, and a new insight suddenly opened up. You contemplate your own eating, perceive the method of cultivating physical arts, and successfully comprehend the body-strengthening technique, devouring origin technique. Devouring source technique. By eating, quickly absorb energy to strengthen the body. It's done. Ewan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of joy. Now I can get stronger just by eating. Without hesitation, he devoured the meat jerky on the plate in big mouthfuls. The devouring source technique activated on its own. His stomach was originally somewhat full, but after comprehending the devouring source technique, the feeling of satiety instantly vanished. Ewan even felt the peristalsis of his internal organs working in coordination to quickly eliminate the food entering his abdomen, rapidly breaking it down into energy that merged into his frail quail-like body. Streams of heat flowed from his abdomen through his blood to all his limbs and bones, nourishing every muscle. His chi and blood were replenished, his meridians and muscles were moistened by energy and rapidly transformed, and his physique quietly grew stronger. Ewan devoured a large table of meat in one go, his loose muscles slightly firming up, making him look somewhat stronger. Just as he went to ask for more food, he was refused by the cook. "Get lost, a brat like you eats so much food, do you think you're the captain?" Ewan, driven out of the canteen, grumbled and cursed. "Son of a bitch. They won't even give me a bit of food." Smacking his lips with lingering desire, Ewan felt his current body, and his expression shifted slightly. "Now I should be able to deliver a decent slash. At least I have some combat power now. But what about food?" He had just obtained a method to grow stronger by eating, but they wouldn't let him eat. How could he endure that? In the canteen after Ewan left, a short figure emerged, glanced deeply at Ewan's figure, then turned to look at the table piled with plates, and a voice of lament faintly came. "He's clearly an ordinary person. Why does his appetite resemble that of Lingling back then? Scared me half to death. I almost thought another monster had appeared." It was no wonder the canteen kicked Ewan out. The main reason was that he ate even more than the squad leaders. If everyone had his appetite, the Rocks pirates would have been eaten out of existence long ago. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The sun sank over the western mountains and moonlight gradually spilled down. On the beach by the coast, a bonfire rose, roasting fresh fish, releasing a faint fragrance that drifted toward the forest behind. The night at sea is exceptionally tranquil. Ewan sighed as he tore into the fish meat with big bites. His eyes fixed on the vast deep ocean, and in the distance a ship sailed around Fengchao Island. It was a patrol ship responsible for guarding the surrounding waters. It also cut off Ewan's thoughts of escape. Having found a way to strengthen his physique after leaving the canteen during the day, Ewan naturally wouldn't give up, so he went to find food himself. Since the surroundings were all sea, there was no shortage of fish. He began to study fishing. With his heaven-defying insight, he easily comprehended a unique fishing technique. He also traded his fish with the canteen for some seasonings. With his heaven-defying insight, his barbecue skills also reached the pinnacle. Thus, Ewan enjoyed delicious food while growing stronger. Strangely, although it's a sea fish, the taste is not fishy or salty, but exceptionally delicious. Another bite. Splash, splash. Whoa, this fish is quite big. Ewan pulled the fishing rod, landing a green sea fish on the shore. He skillfully cleaned it, sprinkled seasonings, and placed it over the fire to roast. After awakening his heaven-defying insight, Ewan was not in a hurry to escape. Staying might bring even more opportunities. He also wanted to snatch some treasures from Golden Lion. Ewan took down the freshly roasted fish and was about to take a bite when heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind. Such a delicious smell. "I can smell it, the fragrance is coming from ahead. Kaido, hurry up. I say, Lingling, you're a captain after all, yet you drag me out in the middle of the night just because of some fragrance drifting from who knows where, not letting me sleep." "Kaido, Big Mom." Hearing the conversation, Ewan spun around and saw two enormous shadows looming over him. The man was extremely tall and sturdy, with black hair flowing, exuding an intimidating aura. It was the young Kaido, who had not yet eaten the fish fruit, so his physical features were unchanged, merely extremely huge. Beside him was naturally Xia Luo Lingling. Terrifyingly, she was even more than a meter taller than Kaido, wearing a pirate hat, with exceptionally gorgeous features. If not for her colossal physique, her beauty would definitely rank among the top few in the pirate world. Ewan had to admit that the young Big Mom was indeed very beautiful. Did you roast this?" Lingling glanced down at Ewan and immediately reached out to grab the fish on the grill. "Wait!" Ewan quickly called out to stop her. Interrupted Xia Luo Lingling's aura suddenly changed, her gaze instantly turning cold as she looked down at the ant-like human, her voice muffled. Are you stopping me?" Killing intent was sharp. Kaido already carried a fierce aura, and now Xia Luo Lingling suddenly released her own pressure, sending a chill down Ewan's spine, a cold sensation shooting from his heels to the top of his head. He snapped back to reality. He finally realized that before him were the future 4 emperors. If he angered them, he would die, and Golden Lion might not say anything. No, I was going to say that one is just grilled, not fully cooked yet. If you want to eat, you can have this one first. I haven't touched it, it's clean." Ewan quickly offered his own fish, cold sweat pouring down his back. The law of the jungle. Even if Xia Luo Lingling robbed him of his food, he wouldn't dare to resist. "I see." Xia Luo Lingling grabbed the steaming fish with one hand and stuffed it into her mouth. "So delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food before. You're even better than long bread." At least she didn't forget the source and expressed her approval of Ewan's skill. "Hey, I say, Lingling, you ate it all yourself. What about me?" Kaido stood by, smelling the mouth-watering aroma, and couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. "There's still some left, you can eat later. If a piece of fish the size of a palm isn't even enough to fill your teeth, would you really give it to me?" Kaido snorted twice. As a temporary friend, he knew Xia Luo Lingling's character too well. When that fish was done, he might not even get a fishbone. Ewan watched the two fighting over his roasted fish, while excluding him, and anger surged within him. However, his strength, which had increased for less than a day, probably couldn't withstand a single slap from Kaido. Ewan's eyes lit up, and a mutually beneficial plan suddenly occurred to him. "Actually, you don't need to fight. I can roast more, but I need to fish one by one, which is troublesome, and the fish I catch seem too small for the two of you. Ewan expressed his meaning very tactfully. Hearing this, Ya Luo Lingling's eyes immediately sparkled with gluttony. Slap. She slapped Kaido on the head. What are you waiting for? Go catch some big fish. Kaido grunted in displeasure, but still plunged into the sea to catch fish. Ewan found it amusing that the young Big Mom already possessed such a big sister aura. Even Kaido obediently complied. What's your name? Whose command are you under? Charlotte Linlin sat down and asked, lowering her head. She intended to recruit Ewan into her crew, so he could grill meat for her every day. Motherfucker. This woman looked pretty but had a vicious heart. She actually wanted him to be her chef. Ewan, aware of Big Mom's gluttonous nature, immediately understood her intention, but still had no choice but to say, I'm a newcomer. I'm going to participate in the pirate banquet in a few days. You? Participate in the pirate banquet. Charlotte Linlin didn't hide her emotions, pouting and bluntly stating, with your strength you'll be a dead man after the banquet. Such a pity. Such delicious grilled fish couldn't be eaten every day. Cough cough. Ewan choked hard. Though it was the truth, the way this woman said it was infuriating. If not for his lack of strength, he would have arranged her in 18 positions and dealt with her. One of the unsolved mysteries of the pirate world, how did Big Mom have children with men of different sizes? Ewan could only vent in his heart, outwardly obediently not refuting. Being valued by Gold Lion Shiki might give him a chance to avoid the pirate banquet. Moreover, there were still a few days left. If food was abundant, he could still grow stronger. Unable to escape Ewan could only find a way to face it. Before long, Kaido returned with several oversized sea fish, making Ewan and Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleam. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido personally built an oversized grill as it was too demanding for Ewan's small frame. The three began grilling in perfect sync. During the process, Kaido also learned about Ewan's identity, but said little. Wait, are you really an ordinary human? Not a special race? Kaido stared at Ewan with a puzzled expression, baffled. This kid seemed to eat even more than him. He was almost matching Linlin's intake. Could a person under 2 meters really consume such food? I've naturally had a huge appetite. I've never been full in my life. Ewan smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. The warm current in his abdomen grew stronger, surging through his body like a torrent. This feeling of getting stronger exhilarated Ewan. Logically, a big appetite is a talent. You shouldn't be this weak. Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly, her voice clear. She thought Ewan wouldn't eat much and invited him to join, but he ended up devouring a third. Now it was Charlotte Linlin's turn to be dumbfounded. I never had such conditions before and no one taught me. Otherwise I wouldn't have become a pirate, just to get a full meal. Ewan explained naturally, though other ideas were brewing in his mind. What a pity. Had you been discovered earlier maybe. Kaido's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. He might look like a brute, but he was actually very shrewd. A talent like Ewan, if properly nurtured, would not be weak. This was still a judgment without knowing that Ewan had instantly grasped wave. Alas, no choice. Could I ask you for a favor? Ewan probed. What is it? Don't ask us to help you pass the pirate banquet. We can't do that. Charlotte Linlin blocked one path first. TCH. Look at how scared she is, even worse than Shiki. Ewan couldn't help but silently complain. It's unrealistic to directly help me through the banquet. I want to learn Haki. Can you teach me? Learn Haki. Kaido looked surprised. He hadn't expected Ewan to propose learning Haki. Sensing Kaido's hesitation, Ewan quickly added, if I learn Haki, I'll have more options. If I survive the banquet, I'll grill fish for you every day. I'm also good at barbecue and desserts. When it came to showing his value, Ewan didn't hold back. Though he couldn't make desserts yet, he could pick it up quickly. Charlotte Linlin pondered briefly, her heart stirred by the mention of desserts. If that was the case, teaching Ewan Haki seemed not impossible. Kaido turned and exchanged a glance with Charlotte Linlin, who gave an imperceptible nod. He said in a low voice, we can teach you Haki, but whether you learn it is your own problem. Yeah, I understand. Ewan nodded eagerly. Then no more nonsense. Kaido composed himself and began. Haki has 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. In simple terms, Armament Haki enhances defense and attack, and is one means to touch the true body of Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Observation Haki. Though Ewan knew the basics, Kaido's explanations were redundant, but he had no choice but to listen quietly. Watch closely. This is Armament Haki. Kaido extended his massive hand, and in an instant it was covered with a layer of dark, lusterless substance, exuding a sharp, impenetrable aura. Armament Haki has several stages: hardening, coating, emission. Ewan was momentarily stunned. Kaido's voice faded. His mind sank into his own world. You observed Kaido's use of Armament Haki, felt a realization within, and deduced the method of training Armament Haki. Countless images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, and the secrets of Armament Haki gradually unveiled before him. You successfully mastered the method of training Armament Haki. You awakened Armament Haki. Ewan's body trembled as he slowly came back to his senses, just in time to hear Kaido's words. Don't think it's easy just because I demonstrated it. With your strength, understanding it is extremely difficult. Mastering Armament Haki in a few days is impossible. No, wait. Kaido's voice abruptly changed. His eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost staring at Ewan. or more precisely at his hand, glowing with a dark luster. Ewan was extending his palm wrapped in a layer of dark glossy substance, strikingly clear under the moonlight. Armament Haki. Hardening. You applied Armament Haki, gaining a clearer understanding of its flow. You seemed to have a different insight, but it required more time to verify. At the same time, not only Ewan's hand, but also Kaido and Charlotte Linlin became stiff. They were completely frozen at the sight. Charlotte Linlin lowered her head to look at Ewan's dark glowing palm, her pupils trembling violently, her voice filled with shock. Armament Haki. You actually mastered it. Kaido hadn't even finished teaching. Ewan, did you know Haki before? Kaido exclaimed, incredulous. No, I just learned it. As Ewan spoke, he suddenly frowned, the dark luster quickly receding from his palm, a flash of understanding crossing his mind. His current physique was insufficient to sustain the use of Haki. The technique was simple for him. What he lacked most was physical accumulation. As long as his physique improved, everything would fall into place. At this moment, Ewan's confidence was stronger than ever. Just learned it. Kaido opened his mouth, but the word seemed stuck in his throat. A genius. Or a monster. A freak. What kind of person is he? Charlotte Big Mom was equally transfixed. She had watched Ewan's Armament Haki fade from his palm and clearly understood that was a sign of insufficient physical constitution. In other words, this fellow lacks sufficient physique, yet after Kaido demonstrated just once, he directly mastered Armament Haki. Is this even possible? Charlotte Big Mom fell into confusion, even doubting whether she was still dreaming. She backhanded Kaido without looking, sending his body lurching forward uncontrollably. The resulting boom echoed through the air, showcasing the tremendous force she had unleashed. Big Mom, why did you hit me? A bewildered Kaido grew even more confused. I'm confirming whether this is a dream, Charlotte Big Mom stated with utter conviction. Ewan, could these two idiots really be the future four emperors? This has to be a joke. Yet this also gave him a glimpse of the ordinary side of the future Yonko. Ewan, you seem to be a genius. Charlotte Big Mom expressed her approval once again following her earlier affirmation of Ewan's grilling skills. Even Charlotte Big Mom found what was happening before her eyes utterly incomprehensible and staggering. Who could master Haki without meeting the conditions to awaken it? It was completely against the natural order. Wait, how are you wielding Haki? Kaido's eyes bulged like bronze bells as he growled in accusation. Ewan waved his palm, still savoring the Armament Haki he had just used, then looked up and explained, I just watched you use it and figured out the method. Such an explanation was nothing short of showing off. He made it sound easier than breathing. Kaido, why did he suddenly feel the urge to kill this kid? How old are you? 17. Indeed, Ewan's age was roughly the same as Luffy's when he first set sail. Big Mom sucked in a sharp breath and remarked, if you had begun training from childhood, you wouldn't be weaker than us now. For such words to come from Big Mom herself was proof enough of her recognition of Ewan. Big Mom, who had always been called a monster, felt as though she had encountered a true monster. At that moment, both Charlotte Big Mom and Kaido sensed that Ewan was extraordinary. To put it plainly, Ewan's ability to learn Armament Haki just now was already against all reason and defied the laws of nature, something that even the seasoned Charlotte Big Mom and Kaido found unbelievable. What about Observation Haki? Ewan eagerly pressed. When the three types of Haki are cultivated to their utmost limit, they all undergo transformations. Besides, with his heaven-defying comprehension and having just discovered a new approach to Armament Haki, his desire for Observation Haki only intensified. Charlotte Big Mom composed herself and said seriously, Observation Haki is even more difficult than Armament Haki. It belongs to the spiritual state and is hard to manifest physically. At a certain level of cultivation, one can even foresee the future. As she spoke, she released her Observation Haki. However, the trajectory of Observation Haki is virtually impossible to trace with the naked eye. Yet this posed no problem for you. You observed Charlotte Big Mom wielding Observation Haki. Your heaven-defying comprehension triggered analyzing the core mysteries of Observation Haki. You successfully comprehended the cultivation method of Observation Haki. You have awakened Observation Haki. A series of prompts flashed through his mind in rapid succession. Countless insights flooded into Ewan's consciousness, and within a single instant, he successfully mastered Observation Haki. Meanwhile, Big Mom was still explaining Observation Haki and teaching control methods when she suddenly noticed Ewan's trance-like state. An idea instinctively came to her. She stopped her lesson and stared straight at Ewan. Huh, what's wrong? Ewan was completely bewildered. I suspect you've already mastered Observation Haki, Charlotte Big Mom said, her eyes gleaming with what could only be described as interest. You know this too? Ewan feigned astonishment, though a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Both Armament and Observation Haki were now in his grasp. He had originally intended to extract resources from Gold Lion, but it ended up being Kaido and Big Mom who provided them. You actually mastered Observation Haki. Kaido looked as if he had seen a ghost, and at this moment he finally grasped the true meaning of the word monster. It's actually quite simple to understand. Ewan explained eloquently, describing the mysteries of Observation Haki with precision, leaving both Charlotte Big Mom and Kaido dumbfounded with their jaws on the floor. Terrifying talent, overwhelming comprehension power. If he wasn't a monster, who was? How could someone so aberrant even exist? Oh ho ho, Yoon, you're truly something else. With talent like yours, you'll earn the right to drink with me someday. Kaido laughed heartily after regaining his composure, showing clear appreciation for Yoon. That bizarre laugh finally convinced Yoon. Oda hadn't misled him. I'm growing increasingly interested in you, Charlotte Big Mom remarked. She too regarded the petite Yoon with appreciation, her satisfaction evident. Neither harbored any jealousy over his monstrous talent. Instead, they were refreshingly straightforward. On the contrary, both were considering recruiting him. Hearing Kaido's words, Yoon felt a flicker of satisfaction. Their rapid rapport had genuinely surprised him. In this situation, he might be able to learn even more from both of them. Stop. What was that look Big Mom was giving him? As if viewing a stud horse. So interest meant that kind of interest, huh? A chill ran down Yoon's spine, his smile turning rigid. Given the immense gap in their strength, it was painfully obvious who would end up in various compromising positions. He certainly didn't want to be toyed with. Charlotte Big Mom displayed unmistakable interest toward Ewan, and the thought of bearing his child grew inexplicably strong within her. What about Conqueror's Haki? Ewan quickly changed the subject. Hearing this, Charlotte Big Mom couldn't help but laugh. She only had the thought, nothing beyond that. Mama, Conqueror's Haki cannot be taught. It's innate quality of a true ruler. Besides, you wouldn't withstand our Conqueror's Haki anyway. Ewan pursed his lips. Right, so the bottom line was simply that they didn't want to teach him. As she spoke, Charlotte Big Mom rose to her feet and patted Ewan's shoulder with her massive hand, encouraging him, keep at it. Once you survive the pirate banquet, I might consider having your child. Ewan, I'm unworthy of such honor. Motherfucker. This woman truly sees me as a stud. Gazing at the sheer size difference between them, Ewan felt weak even before anything had happened. Oh ho ho. Big Mom, you're absolutely insane. Even Kaido couldn't help but laugh and tease. Ewan gritted his teeth. For the sake of extracting resources, he'd accept it. He then sought guidance on hand-to-hand combat. Under Big Mom and Kaido's instruction, his practical fighting ability surged forward. The energy he had previously consumed integrated throughout his body more rapidly during his cultivation, making his physique increasingly resilient. If his clothes were removed, one would notice Yoon's body now displayed defined muscle lines, his skin tighter than before, and his explosive power finally possessing real destructive capability. The eastern sky was tinged with the pale hue of dawn. The light of morning slowly tore through the veil of night, driving away the moonlight. A new day had arrived. Beehive Island. A colossal rock shaped like a skull stood at the island's center, like an invisible banner proclaiming the ruler's might to every pirate who set foot on the shore. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido walked side by side, murmuring in low tones. What do you think? What kind of talent is Ewan? His strength is clearly weak, yet he can master Haki. Kaido's towering figure emitted a deep voice tinged with confusion. Charlotte Linlin said thoughtfully, probably a special constitution. After all, he eats so much, I suspect if he let himself go, he'd out-eat even me. The fact that he grasped Haki so quickly only proves his cultivation talent. This was the true core of their conversation, their genuine assessment of Ewan. So, do you also think he can awaken Conqueror's Haki? Kaido asked. Very likely. We'll see in time. Charlotte Linlin replied ambiguously. Should we tell Captain Rocks about this? Kaido deliberately lowered his voice. Charlotte Linlin wore a thoughtful expression, then after a moment said slowly, who knows where the captain is? We'll decide based on the situation. In the next few days, let's guide him, help him get through the pirate banquet, and then quietly recruit him into our fold. Once his talent is exposed, we'll inevitably have to fight over him with those guys. Kaido nodded. Got it. But this pirate banquet isn't simple. Yesterday, that guy John just recruited a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a considerable bounty. If Ewan runs into him, it'll be dangerous. The pirate banquet suddenly seems interesting. Charlotte Linlin suddenly chuckled softly, as if thinking of something. Every member of the Rocks Pirates had their own schemes. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were essentially allies. Kaido was not a division commander. He was even under Linlin's command. Ewan was still training on the beach. You practiced physical techniques and gained insights into training methods. Through deduction, you created a physique training technique, 100 Bones Body Forging Art. 100 Bones Body Forging Art strengthens the physique through special movements of muscles and bones. The 100 Bones Body Forging Art ultimately means mastering the body, enhancing physical fitness, while greatly improving combatability. Ewan pondered silently, but his body kept moving, every muscle greedily absorbing the warmth flowing from his abdomen, steadily strengthening his flesh. The large amount of energy consumed last night was enough to support a day's training. His body automatically operated the forging technique, while his mind was comprehending Armament and Observation Haki. Under the effect of your heaven-defying insight, Armament Haki was further perfected, and you successfully created Armament Haki Divine Armor. Under the effect of your heaven-defying insight, you realized an evolved form of Observation Haki, successfully attaining Observation Haki Divine Sense. His new forms of Armament and Observation Haki. Ewan gasped in shock, truly not expecting that his heaven-defying insight would be so extraordinary that even Armament and Observation Haki evolved into new forms. He couldn't wait to test the power of Divine Armor and Divine Sense. Armament Divine Armor is essentially still Armament Haki, its appearance even indistinguishable, but its strength is increased by 3 to 5 times. This means my Armament Haki will always be more than 3 times stronger than that of a peer. If Ewan possessed even greater strength, the true power of divine armor would be revealed, perhaps even enabling him to challenge those above his rank. Observation Divine Sense becomes more ethereal and miraculous. At a certain level it can still predict and foresee the future, but its core ability is perception, even down to the cellular level. How is it similar to a spiritual soul force? Ewan was momentarily stunned, feeling that Observation Haki Divine Sense would be immensely important to him. With a flicker of thought, he released his divine sense, enveloping his own body. He felt the subtle changes in his muscles, bones, and internal organs diving deeper. Every cell in his body was joyfully absorbing the warm energy flow. A new idea suddenly struck Ewan's mind. Through Observation Haki Divine, since you examined the minute changes in your body, and based on Devouring Source Technique, you created a perfectly compatible Cell Devouring Source Technique. Cell Devouring Source Technique perfectly refines and absorbs externally ingested energy, improving the physique at the cellular level. Slightly operating the Cell Devouring Source Technique, the residual warmth in his abdomen rapidly dissipated, silently merging into every cell, making Ewan's skin feel slightly hot. The energy that would have taken a whole day to digest and absorb was now fully assimilated in mere minutes. It was like a piece of impure iron being forged in a furnace undergoing sublimation. If someone had touched him, they might have felt the heat of Ewan's skin. Cell Devouring Source Technique. 100 times more powerful than the Devouring Source Technique. Ewan's eyes revealed profound shock. The transformation of his body was completely beyond expectations. Evolution and enhancement at the cellular level. That was the true beginning of metamorphosis. With the Cell Devouring Source Technique, my physique will grow extremely rapidly in a short time, and Haki will increase along with it. A fierce confidence burst from his eyes. Suddenly he felt less fear toward the pirate banquet, and instead brimmed with fighting spirit. Clang! Ewan gripped his katana tightly. Sword energy flowed, a slash condensed, and he struck out abruptly. Whoosh! Boom! A slash of full zhong long landed on the sea, unleashing a violent impact, causing a small area of the water to boil as if aflame. Ewan was overjoyed. Yesterday my slash was only the size of a palm. Now it's reached a zhong, and the sword energy's intensity and power are far stronger. Visible growth excites anyone. Thud! Under a dull sound, a layer of gleaming black substance coated the blade, turning it into a black blade. Armament Haki coating. Having comprehended Armament Divine Armor, coating and emission were child's play for him. Moreover, the awakening of divine sense made it easier for him to understand other things. Finally, I have some real strength. Ewan gazed at the transformation of the blade, a smile lingering on his face. Then he began to eat voraciously. Under the effect of the Cell Devouring Source Technique, the ingested energy was rapidly absorbed, blending into his entire body. His physique quietly transformed through repeated surges of warmth, his blood energy increasing. That evening, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido came to the beach again to find Ewan. While they feasted together, Ewan once again extracted an ability from Charlotte Linlin. You used Divine Sense to silently probe the skin structure of Charlotte Linlin, triggering heaven-defying insight, and deeply analyze the mystery of Iron Balloon. You successfully created the Iron Balloon cultivation method. Special physique: Iron Balloon entry stage, mastery stage, perfection stage. 3 stages. That's right. Iron Balloon is a special talent. It can't be mastered directly. It must be taken step by step. Ewan's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Right now what I lack most is physical strength. Even reaching the entry stage of Iron Balloon would greatly benefit me. Thus the next goal: focus wholeheartedly on improving strength, striving to master the entry stage of Iron Balloon as soon as possible. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The undercurrents on Beehive Island grew turbulent, and the situation on the vast sea shifted with every passing moment. The clashes between pirates and the Marines became increasingly fierce. Garp and Sengoku rose to fame, shouldering the heavy responsibilities of the Marines. The Roger Pirates gradually became the greatest pirate force beneath rocks. However, these matters held no relevance to Ewan for the time being. On this day, Ewan awakened from his cultivation. Over the past few days, he had consumed more food than an ordinary person would in a lifetime, to the point that the fish in the coastal waters had drastically decreased, no longer able to meet his cultivation needs. Yet the gains were tremendous. Compared to when he first crossed over, the change was earth-shattering. His handsome face shed its childishness, gaining a touch of firmness. His physique became more upright, with well-defined muscles exuding a sense of power. Even his height seemed to have increased by a few centimeters, experiencing a second growth spurt. However, compared to the physiques of Kaido and Linlin, he still appeared small. It seemed there was still a long way to go before he could pose Linlin in various positions. The cultivation of the steel balloon technique had not been neglected either. Under the tempering of energy, it was subtly showing signs of entry. Who? Ewan suddenly turned and shouted, his gaze flickering with vigilance. Hey, you're quite vigilant. With a sneer, a young man appeared in Ewan's line of sight, carrying a katana engraved with blue flame patterns. What's your name again? Victor. Ewan frowned, a familiar name surfacing in his mind. Vi Victor your grandpa. I'm called Vito. Vito jumped up and shouted, completely losing his composure. Without another word, he pointed his sword at Yun, his intention clear. What a crappy name. Yun sneered, his gaze growing sharp as he quietly gripped his own katana. The reason he remembered this person was entirely because of his weapon, one of the 21 great grade swords, the blue flame. The blade was engraved with flame-like patterns that seemed to dance under the sunlight, like blazing blue fire. Logically, Vito's strength was far from sufficient to possess such a renowned sword. But what could be done about his luck? The subtle transformation of observation haki and divine sense had significantly enhanced Yun's perception. When Vito was hiding behind earlier, the murderous intent he released was easily detected by Yun. Murderous intent. You have already earned your death. Yun gently ran his palm over the blade and raised an eyebrow. This is no child's play. What? Vito was taken aback. Since you've drawn your blade, you must be prepared to die. Yun grinned, his eyes brimming with excitement. The seemingly harmless, handsome, young man suddenly exuded a chilling aura. He had been worried about having no way to test his strength, and then a pillow was handed to him just as he was dozing off. Especially since the blue flame looked incredibly cool. Perhaps owing to the swordsmanship he had grasped upon crossing over, Yun's mindset inclined him to classify himself as a swordsman. And so how could an excellent swordsman be without a good blade that suited his hand and style? Moreover, Yun had already comprehended the secret to cutting steel, fully qualifying as a swordmaster. Ha, what a boastful little brat. You, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, dare to talk like that. Vito sneered darkly, completely dismissing the youth before him. Hair not fully grown. Do people in this pirate world always describe others like that? Were you spying on me in the bathroom? Yun sneered. What are you talking about? Vito was utterly bewildered. Who the hell has that kind of fetish? Then how do you know I haven't grown all my hair? Don't speak about things you haven't seen. I'm no little brat. What I've got is a big dragon that would make you feel inferior. Yun stepped forward, ready to swing his blade. I, the handsome prince of Jiangnan, am well endowed and skilled. I will not tolerate any slander. What a deranged lunatic. Vito's expression darkened. Though he didn't understand the meaning of dragon, he clearly sensed it wasn't something good. When he saw Yun's movement, his disdainful expression deepened. He snorted. I wield the blue flame, one of the 21 great grade swords. Do you think you can fight me with that scrap metal in your hand? Kneel down and crawl between my legs, and I might spare your life. His main goal was to extract the secrets of the wave-cutting swordsmanship from Yun. So much bullshit. With your pathetic look, you still want to act tough. I'm Nohan Xin. Enduring humiliation between the legs. Die. Yun cursed, unable to stand the other's dawdling. If you want to fight, just do it. Save your trash talk for the king of hell. He suddenly lunged forward. Swish. The blade gleamed with a cold light, flashing before Vito's eyes. Oh, you actually dare to make a move. Looking for death. Vito's face turned cold. He hadn't expected Yun to be so reckless. He leaned forward, swinging his arm, and the blue flame swept horizontally, aiming to cut down the broken sword that had reached him. Clang. The scene Vito had anticipated, the blue flame slicing through the broken sword, did not occur. Instead, he was sent stumbling back several steps by the immense recoil. The numbness in his arm made his expression shift dramatically. He exclaimed in shock, impossible. How can you have such strength? Huh, that's Armament Haki. Ignoring his numb hand, Vito stared at the jet-black substance coating the blade as if he had swallowed a mouthful of shit. Armament Haki. He actually knows Armament Haki. Didn't this kid say he hadn't trained before? How does he know Armament Haki? Was he tricked? No. That means Captain Shiki was tricked too. Vito's head itched as if he were about to grow a brain. Most importantly, he himself hadn't mastered Armament Haki yet. But reality allowed no hesitation. A flash of light passed. A slash took shape in Yun's hand and flew down rapidly. As he delivered the slash, he spun around, somehow producing another broken sword from somewhere, and unleashed a multi-slash technique. Over a dozen slashes carried a gust of wind raining down like dense raindrops. Huh. Vito swung the blue flame, unleashing a continuous barrage of blue flame-like slashes. This sight made Yun's eyes light up, and he muttered under his breath. As expected of a 21 work, it comes with its own special effects. The blue flame-like slashes were indeed far more dazzling than Yun's plain white ones. A person who doesn't show off in youth is wasted. The blue flame is mine. Even Jesus can't change that. Excited by the sight, Yun unleashed his full presence, gripping his sword with both hands as he charged forward at extreme speed, leaving faint afterimages like a drifting shadow. Vito's eyes narrowed. He put all his strength into a single slash, striking in front of him. The sharp blade tore through the air, its power quite terrifying. Observation Haki and Divine Sense activated silently. As if foreseeing the move, Yun twisted his body in a bizarre motion, suddenly bursting into even greater speed to evade the frontal blade. The next moment, his figure appeared beside Vito. The broken sword drifted past like a feather, cutting through the fragile throat. Ewan's blade pierced through Wei Duodun's throat from the side. The artery ruptured, blood splattered everywhere. Wei Duodun's eyes were filled with terror, shrouded in the gray hue of death. How could he be so fast? How did he seem to anticipate and evade his attack? The confusion in his heart gradually turned into fear and the sorrow of death. Ewan's face was tense without the expected joy of victory. After all, it was his first time killing someone with his own hands, and he couldn't help feeling a strange unease. Fortunately, he had strong self-regulation. Knowing he had to do something at this moment, he said, "Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy." Hidden in the shadows, the golden lion Shirji saw this scene and completely lost his composure, his mouth twitching violently. Having sailed the seas for so many years, this was truly the first time he had witnessed such a twisted murder scene. Take a deep breath. And it's normal to feel dizzy. This kid must be a devil. He hasn't seen Ewan in a few days, and the kid has become this strong. When did he learn Armament Haki? And that precognitive observation Haki? Where the hell did he learn Haki? Wei Duodun lost his life in the demonic whispers, becoming the first soul to fall under Ewan's blade. This incident proved one thing: those who court death will die. Ewan kicked up the blue flame, reached out, and grasped the hilt, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. The previous sword was left stuck in Wei Duodun's throat, clearly abandoned. Ewan merely glanced down at the blue flame, then turned and shouted into the forest behind him, "Good day, Captain Shirji." From the forest came the surprised voice of the golden lion. "Huh, how did you find me, kid?" The golden lion had been hiding in the shadows from the start, wanting to see how Ewan would handle the situation. The result was naturally a great shock, leaving him bewildered and uncertain. The strength Ewan displayed left him dumbfounded. Everything was completely unexpected. He could even detect me. The golden lion walked out slowly, his face full of astonishment. Though his sturdy figure was not as massive as Kaido or Charlotte Lean, his oppressive presence was even more overwhelming. The three legendary pirates after Rock's Roger Whitebeard and the golden lion. The golden lion Shirji was only defeated by plot, not because he was weak. A domineering aura like a lion's could only belong to Captain Shirji. After all, you are the strongest captain. Ewan's smile was extremely ingratiating, but his heart was secretly excited. Could it be that the golden lion suddenly called me because the pirate banquet has some progress? Jahaha, you kid of good eyes. The golden lion laughed heartily, very pleased with the flattery, momentarily forgetting how Ewan had sensed him. "Have you told Captain Luo Kusi about my matter?" Ewan asked eagerly. "Captain Luo Kusi hasn't returned yet," said the golden lion Shirji casually. "Ewan, if he hasn't returned, why did you call me? Wasting my flattery for nothing, huh? What's with that look, kid? I haven't even asked you yet, and you're already interrogating me." The golden lion Shirji, seeing Ewan's constipated expression, grew irritated. "Spill it, what's the deal with Armament Haki and Observation Haki?" Ewan gave an awkward smile. "Well, I happened to run into Xia Luo Lingling and Kaido and learned how to use Haki from them." "Huh?" The golden lion's eyes widened truly like a lion's as he exclaimed in shock, "You just learned Haki?" He had thought Ewan was hiding his Haki ability, but the next second he felt something was off. He had examined Ewan's body before. That ridiculously weak state, let alone mastering Haki. He couldn't even run a kilometer without being half dead from exhaustion. How did he suddenly transform into someone who could use Haki and even take down Wei Duodun? Before Ewan could explain, the impatient golden lion strode forward and groped him all over. When he finished, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. "What the hell did you go through? You've grown this strong in just a few days." Something was wrong. Very wrong. The golden lion Shirji frowned, facing the most inexplicable mystery of his life. The boy in front of him was pathetically weak just a few days ago, but now he was full of energy, and his physique had strengthened by who knows how many times. Was this really the same person? Shirji was truly bewildered. "Ever since I learned the slash wave that day, I noticed my appetite has increased a lot, and the more I eat, the more my body changes." Ewan slowly recounted the excuse he had prepared. "Xia Luo Lingling and Kaido said I might have awakened some kind of special talent." This excuse was something Ewan came up with later, which led to slight discrepancies between the version told to the golden lion and the one told to Xia Luo Lingling and Kaido, but it didn't matter. Special talent. The first thing that came to the golden lion Shirji's mind was naturally Xia Luo Lingling's steel balloon. Looking at Ewan again, he accepted his explanation. After all, since even Xia Luo Lingling acknowledged it as a special talent, what else could he say? Moreover, if it wasn't a special talent, how else could he explain the changes in the boy? But even if it was a special talent, this is still damn unbelievable. Ewan put on an expression of complete ignorance, looking at Shirji with eyes that seemed utterly harmless. "So you've defected to Xia Luo Lingling?" the golden lion Shirji demanded with a dark expression. "This old man washed his hands of me, didn't give me a chance to level up, and now he has a problem with me finding someone else to level up." That's what he thought, but he dared not say it out loud. Ewan immediately forced a bright smile and explained, "I would never do such a thing. I earned the Haki with my labor." He then quickly spilled the whole story about the grilled fish. The golden lion Shirji was fairly satisfied with this explanation, his expression improving. He lectured, "Ewan, if you really want to defect to that Lean, first think about whether your quail-like weak body can handle it." Linlin looking for studs was no secret. "Ewan, I'm not a quail anymore. Besides, I'm not going to be a stud either." He was quite troubled by this. Xia Luo Lingling clearly wanted to recruit him, and the golden lion already considered him one of his own. How should he choose when the time came? One was a golden-haired lion, the other was like a wolf or tiger. Offending either would be disastrous. What's with that disappointed look? You actually want to have children with Lin Lin. Don't say I didn't warn you, man, are just baby-making tools in Lin Lin's eyes. The golden lion clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking that Yuan actually had some ideas about Xia Luo Lingling. Ahem. How could that be? I'm clean and innocent, don't worry, I'm very rational. Yuan patted his chest in assurance. But his eyes were stealthily shifting, as if scheming how to get some benefits from the golden lion. Good to know. The golden lion Shiji crossed his arms, looking as if he was sure Yuan wouldn't dare betray him, but his gaze drifted towards the sword in Yuan's hand. Yuan, something's off. Is this old man trying to steal my sword? Cough. Captain Shiji, this blade should count as my trophy, right? Yuan clutched the sword tightly to his chest, and forced an awkward laugh. Of course, if Gold Lion Shiji truly desired it, he could only say he was powerless to resist. A trophy. Do you know the rules, rookie pirate? Killing between pirates is forbidden before the pirate banquet. You have already committed a grave offense. Gold Lion Shiji stared at Yuan with a grin, making Yuan feel deeply uneasy. As one of the 12 supreme grade great swords, the blue flame naturally attracted Shiji's interest. He simply couldn't act directly out of saved face. He sought me out first, Yuan retorted stubbornly. But he's dead now. I decide what the facts are. Gold Lion Shiji snorted coldly, casting a sideways glance at Yuan, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of keeping someone under control. Damn, Victor, why did he look for trouble for nothing? He deserved to die. After cursing, Yuan's expression immediately fell. Pleading pitifully, he said, Captain Shiji, you are a renowned powerhouse who frightens the Navy into flight at the mere mention of your name. You wouldn't actually steal my sword, would you? Gold Lion Shiji laughed and scolded, You sly kid. I have no interest in stealing a worn-out blade. I was just teasing you. Whether through flattery or some other reason, it actually made Shiji abandon his desire to possess the blue flame. To be honest, Vitin was utterly useless, possessing nothing but terrible luck. Living on Hive Island with a supreme grade great sword, he could dodge once, but not forever. If it hadn't fallen to Yuan, it would have gone to some other pirate. Yuan seemed to realize this, his mood slightly heavy. He had been so focused on showing off that he nearly forgot the ancient wisdom: a harmless man possessing a treasure becomes a criminal himself. If he didn't cultivate faster, he would be the next victor. Thank you, Captain Shiji, for bestowing this blade upon me. Yuan grinned broadly, yet held the sword even tighter with both hands. Gold Lion Shiji looked utterly exasperated and snapped, I'll settle this matter for you. Now let's discuss the pirate banquet. At the mention of the pirate banquet, Yuan immediately perked up and listened intently. Although Captain Rox hasn't returned, yet someone has already brought back the banquet's prize, a devil fruit. A devil fruit? What type? Yuan's eyes lit up with keen interest. How should I know? Gold Lion Shiji waved his hand carelessly, and continued without concern. Judging from your fight, just now being able to instantly kill Vidton proves you have some capability. Why not go to the pirate banquet and compete for the devil fruit? Yuan finally caught on old fogey. Just admit you can't do it yourself. Gold Lion was indirectly urging Yuan to volunteer for the pirate banquet to cover up his own empty boasts. Fine, I will definitely attend the pirate banquet. Yuan nodded, choosing not to expose Gold Lion, but instead agreeing readily. With his growing strength, the pirate banquet no longer filled him with the same terror as before. Besides, there was a devil fruit as the prize. The devil fruit Rox produced could very well be a mythical Zoan type. Yuan harbored a faint anticipation within, even imagining what type of devil fruit it might be and how much it would enhance his power. You bet you don't genuinely think that devil fruit is yours, do you? Gold Lion Shiji couldn't resist remarking. Even if you instantly killed Vidton, your strength barely ranks in the top 10. Do you really treat the Rox Pirates banquet like child's play? When you were teaching swordsmanship, wasn't Victor always among the top students? Yuan asked instinctively. Vidton had been renamed after his death. He must have died with regret. You're merely clueless fools without backing. Pirates with actual strength have long pledged allegiance to various division commanders to train in secret. Speaking of which, it fills me with rage. While I was away, they stole all the good people and left behind a bunch of worthless trash. Gold Lion Shiji was quite furious, venting his grievances bitterly. Yuan was speechless. So he was one of those worthless trash in Shiji's eyes. So asking Rox for a favor was just a bluff from the start. No wonder Charlotte Linlin refused so decisively. I didn't expect you to surprise me, kid. Realizing he had let slip, Gold Lion Shiji quickly recovered. Previously, your strength was indeed insufficient, but your rate of improvement is monstrous. With good luck, you might compete for the devil fruit, so I have decided to personally guide you. You only thought of me because you're short on talent. Old fogey, there isn't a decent person among pirates. Yuan silently wept inside. So he was merely a piece in their scheme. The division commanders did not submit to one another, and Rox's presence kept them from acting openly. Therefore, whoever had strong subordinates could show off. The logic was simple. Though he initially had no hope for pirates after experiencing it firsthand, Yuan deeply understood their treachery. It was not resentment he felt, but the fundamental law of survival. Yuan did not care about these elaborate schemes. He was more interested in Gold Lion Shiji's personal instruction and immediately agreed sincerely. Then I will trouble you, Captain Shiji. Old fogey, hurry up and give me rewards. Gold Lion Shiji naturally did not know Yuan's true thoughts. If he did, he would surely slap his head clean off. From then on, Yuan trained swordsmanship under Shiji. Wielding the blue flame from the 12 supreme grade great swords, receiving personal guidance from the Gold Lion, and possessing extraordinary comprehension, Yuan's swordsmanship improved dramatically. His combat power skyrocketed. His physique also advanced significantly. Thanks to Gold Lion's protection, Yuan could consume the highest quality meals daily, greatly strengthening his body. The cell-devouring technique operated continuously. Yuan was like steel in a furnace, becoming ever purer through constant forging. Before he knew it, 3 more days had passed. I have seen it with my own eyes, and I believe it now. You kid are simply bottomless. Gold Lion held a cigar in one hand and drained a bowl of wine with the other. Opposite him, Yuan put down the last plate, wiped his mouth, still looking unsatisfied. Bottomless. I am a great dragon sparrow, alright. Hee, if there were more food like this, I might actually be full. Yuan chuckled. Empty plates covered the table before him. Without exaggeration, he was nearly buried beneath them. Get lost. Shiji laughed and scolded, then grew serious. I didn't expect your strength to grow so monstrously. Your current power probably ranks among the top 5 in this batch of pirates. Only top 5. Yuan was astonished. His strength had multiplied several times over and was still so inadequate. Jean recruited a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, who is also a devil fruit user. Silver Axe has a sniper under his command with a bounty of over 20 million. What do you think your bounty is worth? Gold Lion took a drag from his cigar. Yuan fell silent. In this era, bounties were absolutely real. Pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were already formidable. A bounty of tens of millions was no small matter to Yuan, and he might not even be their match. Why so silent? Struck by the blow, Golden Lion Shiji chuckled softly. He witnessed Yuan's physique growth firsthand, and the monstrous comprehension. With such a fierce warrior by his side, what worry was there to conquer the seas? Golden Lion's ambition was immense. Once Rox was gone, these fierce tigers would scatter into the seas, each writing their own legend. Yet even so, Golden Lion was still astounded by Yuan's talent. How could that be? Yuan sighed, faintly shaking his head. Yuan occasionally flattered him, blurring the boundary between superior and subordinate, making their interactions quite comfortable. Golden Lion Shiji not only refrained from rebuttal, but nodded in affirmation. Mim, give you another 10 days, and none of these newly joined pirates will be your match. In just a week, he had reached the strength of a 10 million berry bounty, an appalling rate of improvement. Yet his overall power was still insufficient. With more time, he dared not imagine what level Yuan might reach. Surpass himself. Yuan himself had no idea that Golden Lion held such high expectations. You're really diligent, kid. Perform well so you can show off right. Yuan nodded, then left Golden Lion and headed to the familiar beach to begin training. Coupled with his entry-level iron balloon, ordinary pirates couldn't even breach Yuan's defense. You continue to contemplate Conqueror's Haki, delving into its deeper mysteries. You successfully awaken a new form of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki Divine Might. You create a method to cultivate Conqueror's Haki. Done. Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He had developed a stronger form of Conqueror's Haki. He had burst out Conqueror's Haki from Golden Lion, but had never revealed it. Only when alone did he begin to comprehend it. He successfully developed a new form and created a cultivation method. Conqueror's Haki is innate and cannot be trained, yet can only be strengthened passively. Yet Yuan had created an earth-shattering cultivation method for Conqueror's Haki. Once exposed, the entire sea would go mad. All 3 colors of Haki obtained. Divine Armor, Divine Sense, Divine Might. Physique and swordsmanship have achieved small success. Things are getting more and more exciting. Yuan gazed at the boundless sea, and the word freedom suddenly flashed through his mind. Freedom to gallop across the sea unbound and unrestrained. Not confined to Beehive Island, constantly tense and unable to relax, just to survive. Only by becoming stronger can I grasp my own destiny. One day, Yuan's voice trailed off. A familiar voice absent for several days came from behind. Yuan, you've been awfully close to Golden Lion Shiji these past few days. You wouldn't be betraying me, would you? Charlotte Linlin said with displeasure. The next moment, Yuan was overshadowed by 2 colossal figures. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind. I have nothing to do with you. How is that betrayal? Yet Yuan instinctively stepped back. After spending time with Golden Lion, he had grown unaccustomed to the size of these 2 monsters. He explained with a sheepish smile. Not at all, I'm just learning some swordsmanship from him. A transaction, purely a transaction. Admittedly, in moments like this, his innate, Jiangnan Edison, nature surfaced, playing both sides. While cozying up to Golden Lion Shiji, he also wanted to stay on good terms with Charlotte Linlin. Huh, scumbag. Your strength has grown so fast. Kaido sensed Yuan's aura and was greatly surprised. Charlotte Linlin's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of viciousness. She threatened, you said you'd come work as my chef after the pirate banquet. If you break your word, don't blame me for being rude. After seeing Yuan's talent, she too wanted to recruit him into her crew. Yuan nodded hastily, his heart weeping. Motherfucker. This woman only wanted me to be her chef. Why didn't she try some other tactics like a honey trap? I might be able to withstand that a little. Though he grumbled, he was indeed torn. Golden Lion Shiji and Charlotte Linlin. What should he do? But soon he stopped worrying. He would deal with whatever came his way. The pirate banquet hadn't started yet. Why fret over what comes after? With that thought, he felt completely at ease. Then he turned to Kaido for guidance again. It wasn't quite squeezing him for all he was worth, but it was still a bit of shearing. Take whatever you can. After this village there's no more shop. Another night of intense training. At dawn, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, having feasted, departed. Watching their mountain-like backs, Ewan stroked his chin in contemplation. When Linlin used her soul fruit ability, I quietly sensed with my divine sense, and seemed to grasp something different, but I couldn't fully master it. What a pity. If I had a deeper understanding of devil fruits, perhaps I could truly unravel their mysteries. His heaven-defying comprehension became more apparent as he encountered more things. Never mind. The pirate banquet starts tonight. I'll finally get to see those legendary monsters. Ewan stroked the blade blue flame, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. The blade seemed to glimmer, as if excited for the coming battle. Supreme Grade Blade. If I could master the art of sword forging, I might be able to create my own supreme grade blade. The day passed quickly. Evening arrived, and the night gradually enveloped. On the massive plaza beneath the skull at the center of Fengshao Island, many pirates gathered with bonfires blazing and a lively atmosphere. On the high platform sat several figures exuding an oppressive aura. They were the division commanders of the Luo Ku pirates. A figure of even more unparalleled dominance sat at the head, looking down upon the crowd. His spiky hedgehog-like hair and a blood-red cape proclaimed his identity. Luo Ku, the true pirate overlord. Amid this heated atmosphere, the newly joined pirates entered the vast plaza. Without a doubt, this would be their battlefield. Ewan among the crowd gazed at the high platform from afar. That is Luo Ku. The figure that sent chills down one's spine was not tall, but the oppressive aura was unprecedented and intense, even more terrifying than Golden Lion Shiji. Whitebeard Golden Lion Lingling Wang, Ji John Silver Axe. There were also several figures Ewan did not recognize. A man with the appearance of a fishman, a man of the four-armed race. All were pirates never mentioned in later ages. Kaido C2, Shi Xiachi Flameflower, Hei Tan Muchan Longbread. These were all in subordinate positions, clearly not as high-ranking as Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Although Kaido was powerful enough, he had not been formally appointed as a division commander. With just a single glance, Ewan understood a great deal. Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, Hei Tan Muchan, and Longbread clearly knew each other from this time. Later, Kaido and Hei Tan Muchan would collaborate to occupy the land of Wano, while Longbread would follow Charlotte Lingling to establish the whole Cake Island. As for C2, Shi, and Flameflower, they were still very beautiful with quite attractive appearances. Curvaceous and well-proportioned. Looking at them now, who would have thought they would become short and ugly in old age? It was like the pirate empress turning into an old woman. A stark contrast. Xiachi, as an intelligence agent, also possessed outstanding strength, and with her formidable information-gathering abilities, she also secured a place on the platform. Anyone would have to marvel at the power of the Luo Ku pirates. After all, only the Luo Ku pirates could achieve that, each member scattered like stars across the sky. If Luo Ku had not met with an accident, he might have truly had a chance to rule over all pirates. C2, Shi's beauty might really have something going on with Whitebeard. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into Ewan's mind, almost making him laugh. Just then a thunderous hearty laugh came, snapping Ewan back to reality. Ha ha, if you want to join my crew, show me your strength. On the foremost high seat, Luo Ku put down his wine bowl and finally spoke. This also announced the official start of the pirate banquet. Yo! Another exciting banquet. Last time only about a dozen people survived at the end, right? How thrilling. I remember I fought my way out like this back then. Ha ha, I can't wait to see them wet their pants in fear. The surrounding pirates, who were already official members, shouted loudly, seemingly even more excited than those participating in the pirate banquet. They were completely unafraid of stirring up trouble. In essence, the pirate banquet was about using slaughter and bloodshed to entertain them. It was utterly inhumane. But since they were pirates, what humanity was there to speak of? Ewan frowned slightly, the atmosphere around him repulsing him. After all, having transmigrated, the education and thoughts he had received were not of this barbaric, primitive brutality. But he could not change anything, he was even one of them. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, anger burning in his heart. His hand gripping the blue flame tightened. He must never sink into such absurdity. This was the bottom line Ewan set for himself. The young man always had some special convictions in his heart. But killing was still necessary. In the current situation, to survive, one had to be cold-blooded. The complex and contradictory emotions made Ewan's anger grow even more intense, as if it could explode at any moment. Under Luo Ku's instruction, C2, she walked forward holding a treasure chest. Hee little cuties, this is your prize. C2, she chuckled behind her hand, but her eyes were very cold. As her words fell, she suddenly flung the treasure chest in her hand. Her full rounded chest quivered slightly with this movement, almost bursting forth, causing many pirates below to gush blood from their noses. But the pirates on the plaza had no mood to appreciate that thrilling sight. All of them stared at the treasure chest that was thrown like a shot put above their heads, their eyes burning with fervor. Devil fruit. That was the greatest reward of this pirate banquet. Without anyone needing to give an order, all the pirates attacked in perfect tacit agreement. Kill. The devil fruit is mine. Get out of the way. After I eat the devil fruit, I'll kill you all. The roar of battle was deafening, and the melee began. In this era, devil fruits were considered symbols of power, and many people wanted to use their power to become stronger, even if it meant turning into landlubbers. Thus, the already fervent pirates became even more frenzied. Clang. Ewan slashed away a pirate who attacked him from the side, his feet suddenly erupting with power, as he decisively retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Standing in the middle of a melee, one would die, without knowing how. Attacks came from all directions. If you wanted to kill others, someone also wanted to kill you. In a moment, the pungent smell of blood spread, and the ground was littered with corpses. The most ferocious figure on the battlefield was a man covered in black fur, whose claws left a river of blood wherever they went. Ewan gazed at that figure from afar, his pupils constricting. Te bounty 31 million dog fruit wolf form. He was definitely the most ruthless among this batch of pirates. Just as he was observing Te's fighting style, his heart suddenly tightened as a great crisis descended. Before he could react, ding, a sniper bullet struck Ewan right in the back, but eerily it lodged into his skin. Clink. His muscles contracted, expelling the bullet from his body, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound, leaving the shooter stunned. A murderous glint flashed through Ewan's eyes, his brow furrowed as he slowly turned around. Fortunately, he had mastered the initial stage of steel balloon, greatly enhancing his skin's defense. The sniper bullet only penetrated a layer of flesh, not serious, otherwise he would have been killed by the sneak attack immediately. After turning, he saw the attacker clearly. Dressed in a trench coat with 2 revolvers tucked at his waist, wearing a cowboy hat, and holding a sniper rifle, the dark muzzle still aimed at Ewan. Seeing Ewan unharmed, he stood there in shock. How is that possible? What kind of defense is this? Human flesh blocking his sniper bullet. Was this even human? Ewan couldn't believe it. His own bounty was 25 million. Even Te couldn't withstand his sniper bullet without injury. This kid only had a bloody wound. Sniper, quite a threat indeed. Ewan sneered. If not for the steel balloon, he would have been dead. Ewan's action had successfully enraged Ewan. A blue blade light flickered and a sharp slash was delivered fiercely. No useless words, he struck directly. Want to kill me? You have already earned death. Agu, stop him. Ewan retreated swiftly while shouting to the side. Haha, coming. A loud roar answered Ewan. Ewan turned his head. He saw a burly figure 3 meters tall charging at him while wielding a huge black axe. On the high platform, rocks led the core members as they drank, ate meat, and watched the carnage below. Edge. Silver Axe, fully encased in silver armor, suddenly voiced his confusion. Who is that brat? I've never heard of him. Sniper Baron was a member recruited by Silver Axe, and he knew Baron's strength well. How could anyone withstand a sniper round piercing through? He had a thorough grasp of the information on this batch of pirates, but he had never heard of this person. Whoever it is, the final victor will surely be my man. John chuckled softly beside him, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Dyact was his recruit, and his strength was unquestionably the greatest among these pirates, with a bounty of 31 million. Though he couldn't compare to them as captains, he made for decent entertainment during the meal. The rest he simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to. Humph. Beneath his helmet, Silver Axe pursed his lips, but his gaze remained fixed on the battle between Baron and Ewan, wary of any mishap. Gold Lion Shiki took a puff of his cigar, his face glowing with satisfaction. Ewan's resilience against the sniper round greatly bolstered his confidence. On the other side, Kaido, standing behind Charlotte, Lean furrowed his brow at the scene. Lean, when did Ewan's defense become so terrifying? I see something of a steel balloon in him, don't I, eh? As someone well acquainted with Ewan's true strength, Kaido felt that the scene just now was utterly absurd. Steel balloon. Impossible, that's my innate talent. Charlotte Linlin shook her head, uncertain. Perhaps it's a change brought about by Ewan's own talent. The steel balloon isn't that weak. True, it seems Ewan has been hiding his strength. What a pleasant surprise for us. Kaido remarked, then dismissed his own speculation. That kid looks familiar. He's the one who ate a huge amount of food in the cafeteria. Wait, the Ewan you've been talking about is him. His cooking is even better than mine. Bread muttered in surprise behind Charlotte Linlin. He hadn't taken Ewan seriously that day at all. Even when he heard Linlin and Kaido discussing someone named Ewan, he never connected the two. Now it seemed he might have misjudged the situation. Bread scratched his head, utterly bewildered. It must be him. I didn't expect you to know Ewan too. Charlotte Linlin smiled, not elaborating, but her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Ewan's direction. Rock, seated at the head, kept his head lowered the entire time, his eyes fixed on the food and wine before him. Yet no one doubted his mastery over the battlefield. Every move of every person on the battlefield was undoubtedly under his watch. A massive axe swept through, stirring up a howling gale. Ewan's eyes narrowed, his fury blazing. Without dodging, he held his blade in his right hand and extended his left like a dragon's claw. Armament Haki, divine armor in shroud. Bang! A violent collision erupted. Baron and Agu could be considered partners, one charging into battle, the other sniping from behind, their coordination flawless. Agu's bounty was close to 20 million and his strength was formidable. This sweeping axe strike was especially powerful. Even Ewan found it hard to withstand the sheer explosive force, skidding in a half-circle before regaining his footing. Damn barehanded catching my axe. Ewan shouted in disbelief. Just then a gunshot rang out. Clang. A crisp sound echoed. Ewan gripped the axe blade with his left hand while his right hand held the blue flame slowly away from his chest. That shot had been blocked by the horizontal blade. Impossible. How did you know my attack position? Baron stared with wide eyes, shouting in disbelief. He wasn't broken yet, but it was utterly absurd. Where did this brat come from? He could not fathom the mysteries of observation Haki divine sense. Ewan remained tight-lipped, silent. Suddenly he swung his blade and reversed the blue flame, dancing wildly, as if countless blue flames were burning on the sword, magnificent and violent. Gripping the axe blade tightly, preventing Ewan from pulling away, Ewan leaned forward slightly and raised the blue flame to strike. The move looked like swinging a club, simple, yet making Ewan's hair stand on end. Damn it, who the hell is this? Ewan cursed, his right hand gripping the axe handle, stubbornly unwilling to let his weapon be taken. He wrapped his left arm in Armament Haki and raised it in defense, hoping to block the blue flame's descent. Armament Haki, divine armor, enshroud me. A fierce light flashed in Ewan's eyes as he suddenly increased his strength. A low hum emanated. An extraordinary dark luster shrouded the blue light. The power of the divine armor erupted silently. The blade swept through. Ewan felt initial resistance, but the next moment the blade fell without obstruction. Thud! A severed arm splattered with blood and fell to the ground. Up! A agonized scream tore from Ewan's throat. He abandoned the axe he had been reluctant to let go of and staggered backward in panic. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his face twisted in pain, beads of sweat pouring down. Not only was his arm severed, but a deep wound on his chest, exposed bone, blood flowing in a horrifying sight. Ewan! Baron froze for a moment, then roared. Defeated in a single exchange. Who was that young man? At that moment Baron realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Without hesitation he fired several shots in quick succession to force Ewan back. Ewan, however, did not dodge. He didn't even blink, letting the sniper rounds land on his body. Clang, 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 clang. The successive sounds signaled the failure of the sniping. The steel balloon at its initial stage could already defend against sniper rounds. Moreover, Ewan had wrapped himself in Armament Haki divine armor. The divine armor was inherently stronger than normal Armament Haki. With it enshrouding him, Ewan's attack and defense were greatly enhanced, and even his internal physique was somewhat strengthened. Such was the mystery of the divine armor. And it was Ewan's trump card. Damn it! What kind of monster? Baron finally broke down and cursed. Armament Haki coating. His sniper rounds were also coated in Armament Haki, so why couldn't they break through his defense? Ewan had also used Armament Haki, yet his arm was still severed. How powerful was this young man's Armament Haki? Baron glanced at the pale-faced Ewan, then turned and dashed into the crowd. Without Ewan to hold the front, being caught in close combat would be extremely dangerous. To escape, Baron would rather plunge into the chaotic melee, a testament to the pressure Ewan exerted on him. As for Ewan, damn the partner, in this world, as long as he himself survived, anyone could die. Baron, you. Ewan's expression changed, hatred filling his eyes. But before he could finish, he saw his own body, oddly without a head. Ewan had severed Ewan's head. Without pausing, he gave chase to Baron. Trying to kill me. Leave your life behind. The enraged Ewan, awakened by that shot, unleashed his primal ferocity, charging into the crowd like a tiger. What rosy expectations. All bullshit. This was a pirate stronghold. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. Only strength can protect oneself. Anyone who stands in my way dies. The tiger's roar echoed across the battlefield. Then came the terrifying blue blade light that made the surrounding pirates quake in fear. The scene of Ewan erupting in pursuit of Balun left the onlookers on the high platform utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! That worthless Balun can't even handle a mere brat. Silver Axe's irate voice echoed from beneath his armor. What's going on? John paused mid-drink, a foreboding unease stirring in his heart. This guy seems even fiercer than Diyaka, doesn't he? The golden lion spat out his drink, soaking his cloak, yet paying it no heed, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the erupting Ewan, his gaze flickering. Well done, Ewan, so you've been holding back a trick from me all along. He had never imagined Ewan could be this formidable. Slaying a goo-hounding Balun, moving through the crowd as if through an empty field. Was this truly the Ewan he knew? But then a far more terrifying realization struck Golden Lion Shiki. Ewan had achieved such strength in merely 7 days. 7 days. An ordinary person couldn't even master Haki. Yet Ewan had grown to the point of instantly killing pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Who could rival him? Hey Lin Lin, isn't he a bit too absurdly strong? Kaido muttered, his face etched with confusion. Even he hadn't foreseen Ewan's ferocity, a far cry from the man he was yesterday. Was he hiding his strength? Xia Luo Lingling was also astounded. Ewan's monstrousness was almost beyond reason. Which of you recruited him? Wang Ji glanced around, curiosity piqued. He had merely seen Ewan as a promising seedling, unaware of his true terror. Jiahaha. This is the genius I've nurtured single-handedly. Golden Lion Shiki had finally awaited this moment, his grin spreading with sheer arrogance. This? A genius? John scoffed instinctively. Silver Axe chimed in. Shiki, can you call this a genius? What do you know? Golden Lion Shiki seized the opportunity to speak, his tone enigmatic. He's only 17 now. Do you know how long it took him to reach this level? 17. He mastered Haki at 17. John nearly leaped to his feet, clearly shaken by the answer. Don't be ridiculous. Shiki, don't take us for fools, the four-armed man interjected, unable to hold back. Such mastery of Haki at 17. Impossible. Given his youthful appearance, it's plausible he's not yet of age. C2, she speculated with interest. Even 3 to 5 years to reach this level would be impressive. It couldn't be just 2 or 3 years, could it? Wang Ji, seeing Golden Lion Shiki's cryptic smile, shortened the time frame further. Stop being so mysterious and just tell us, urged the fishman-like figure named Bo D, one of the officers. Golden Lion Shiki succeeded in drawing all eyes to himself, and even Whitebeard, who had remained silent, couldn't help but look at Shiki, curious about what he was leading up to. Jiahaha, I'll tell you. He achieved this level of strength in just 7 days. 7 days ago he was completely helpless. The Golden Lion roared with laughter, his expression brimming with triumph. Ha, I'd have to be a fool to believe you, sneered Khaleesi, the four-armed man. The Golden Lion's claim was too absurd to be believed by even a 3-year-old. Ha ha, Shiki, have you lost your mind? Making up jokes to amuse yourself. Mocked John. Some genius, huh? Shiki's blatant lies were nothing but laughable. 7 days. If he reached this level in 7 days, I'll go chop off Kapu's head and bring it back tomorrow, ha. Silver Axe laughed heartily, taunting Shiki. Hey Shiki, what are you playing at? Whitebeard was deeply annoyed. He had finally developed some interest, only to find Shiki was toying with them. Whitebeard simply couldn't believe anyone could achieve such power in 7 days. You are all frogs in a well. Do you even know what true genius means? The Golden Lion was on the verge of jumping onto the table to berate them. Monster. A monster. He's the real monster. Even you, Whitebeard, are nothing compared to him. Shiki felt an immense satisfaction. He might as well have been crowing over their heads. What did you say? Whitebeard seized that Song Yunxie beside him, his aura erupting with overwhelming pressure, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Shiki, his expression dark. Such was the atmosphere of the Rocks Pirates. Brawls breaking out at the slightest provocation were routine. Whitebeard, do you think I'm afraid of you? Shiki rested his hands on the hilts of his swords, adopting a posture of defiance, ready for a brawl. Enough. A low voice resonated. Those 3 simple words silenced everyone. For it was Luo Kusi who had spoken. Whitebeard silently released his grip on the Tsong Yunxie. Golden Lion Shiki also became docile. The other officers looked disappointed, all having hoped to see Whitebeard and the Golden Lion clash. But with Luo Kusi's intervention, none dared to continue their defiance. From a distance, Luo Kusi studied Ewan briefly before turning his gaze to Shiki. Shiki, what's the truth? His voice was somewhat gruff, yet carried an indescribable arrogance and authority. Golden Lion Shiki's bravado diminished. Captain, I'm telling the truth. Ewan definitely mastered his current power in just 7 days. Lin Lin and Kaido can vouch for that. They were the ones who taught him Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Seeing Luo Kusi speak, Shiki quickly dragged Lin Ling and Kaido into the fray. 7 days. Luo Kusi frowned, his doubt evident. He turned his gaze to Lin Ling and Kaido, the question unspoken. Xia Luo Lingling was inwardly cursing Shiki. Blabbermouth. Couldn't he wait until I've secured Ewan before exposing his talent? But with Luo Kusi looking for an answer, she had no choice but to speak truthfully. I don't know the exact timeline, but I met Ewan 6 days ago in the evening. He was very weak then. Probably the weakest among those at the pirate banquet. And then he reached his current strength in just a few days. Oh, and when he learned Haki, his physique was extremely frail. Moreover, Kaido and I only demonstrated it once, and he instantly grasped both armament and observation. Xia Luo Lingling decided to come clean, laying everything out. A dead silence fell over the entire assembly. It was as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, slightly bewildered. You're saying Ewan grasped armament and observation instantly? Why didn't he tell me that? Compared to Shiki, the other officers were even more flabbergasted. It really is 7 days. Don't you all gang up on me. Silver Axe was on the verge of a breakdown. He had just boasted that if Ewan achieved such power in 7 days, he would go chop off Kapu's head. Now Ewan's feat was confirmed. What was he to do? Actually go after Kapu single-handedly? That would be pure suicide. Instantly comprehending Haki, and with a physique insufficient for it. How is that possible? Stussy covered her mouth, her eyes filled with doubt. Exactly. You two must have conspired. John shouted in rebuttal, utterly refusing to accept the claim. Where's the proof? Produce the evidence if you can. Their gazes toward Ewan shifted. Whitebeard turned his head to stare at Ewan, lost in thought. Could it be? He truly attained such strength in 7 days. Whitebeard fell into doubt. His own understanding refused to accept this possibility. Believe it or not, Kaido bellowed. Though he was not a division commander, he was still an officer and had no fear of John and the others. Luo Kisi remained silent, deep in thought. He did not think Shurji and Lingling would dare deceive him. That meant it was likely true. But to master such power in 7 days. Was it truly possible? Even Luo Kisi, the overlord of pirates, found this too absurd. Captain, how could I deceive you? Ewan has indeed grown to this level in just a week. Golden Lion Shurji hurriedly spoke, fearing Luo Kisi would not believe him. I know. Luokisi took a deep breath as if he had already reached a conclusion. He knew full well that Shirji would not dare lie to him. Thus, Ewan was truly a monster. Unprecedented. A genius monster that defied all understanding. 7 days. How is that possible? John, hearing Luokisi's affirmation, felt numb. This time Shirji had truly shown off. Gururu, hard to comprehend. Whitebeard shook his head repeatedly. Such an outrageous matter could no longer be approached with conventional thinking. If you say it's true, then it's true. Bianhua and Shachi exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Kelasi of the Four-Armed tribe and Bodhi of the Fishman tribe fell into silence. Silver Axe, I hope to see Garp's head tomorrow. Golden Lion Shirji directly taunted him. Silver Axe was utterly speechless, on the verge of tears. He had bragged too much. Who could have imagined someone training for just 7 days could possess such strength? The other officers had already Wangji John and the others were not about to let Golden Lion Shirji claim Ewan. Stussy suddenly said, "Look, he's grabbed the devil fruit." At these words, all the officers' gazes snapped to Ewan. Even Luokisi's eyes held deep scrutiny and curiosity. Ewan had now become the center of attention throughout the venue. The treasure chest that the pirates were fighting over was flung into the air by the impact, and the devil fruit happened to fall out of the chest. It landed right in front of Ewan. As if by fate's coincidence. Ewan merely reached out his hand, and the devil fruit was in his grasp. The devil fruit was entirely black, slightly dull, covered with fluorescent green spiral patterns, and wrapped in green leaves that resembled an outer shell. Ewan was stunned. He did not recognize the devil fruit in his hand. Should he eat it or not? He began to hesitate. But the surrounding pirates gave him no time for hesitation. The devil fruit is in his hands. That's mine. Die. With the devil fruit, Ewan instantly became the target of everyone. Balin took the opportunity to slip into the crowd, searching for a chance to shoot Ewan. Diakate the strongest showed a fierce expression, his fur stained with blood, as he strode toward Ewan. Although he was already a devil fruit user, he still needed to seize the fruit to prove his strength. A swarm of pirates immediately surrounded Ewan. Among them, several formidable presences were eyeing Ewan hungrily. If he were ganged up on, Ewan might not withstand it. Ewan's head throbbed. He raised the devil fruit high and shouted, "I've got the devil fruit. Doesn't the pirate banquet end now?" The scene fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds, then erupted into roaring laughter. Huh? Did I hear that right? What did the kids say? You think just because of you the pirate banquet will end? Naive brat. Eat the devil fruit already, why hesitate? Yeah, eat it, and maybe it'll end, ha ha. The pirates of the Luokisi pirates laughed heartily. Mocking voices came from all directions, ridiculing Ewan's naivety, his childishness. Little did they know. They were provoking a true tiger. The discordant voices made Ewan's expression darken. He instinctively looked up at the high platform. Those bastards. He saw all the officers watching him, but no one declared the pirate banquet over. That meant it would continue. Hey Ewan, go all out. Take them down. Kaido suddenly stood up and shouted as if cheering Ewan on. He genuinely acknowledged Ewan, having once said that Ewan could drink with him. It wasn't an empty boast. Even though Charlotte Linlin had threatened Ewan to join her, Kaido had not done so. Perhaps he was looking forward to crossing swords with Ewan in the future. At this moment, he was the only one who stood up. As long as Luokisi didn't speak, no one dared to call off the pirate banquet. But that didn't stop Kaido from encouraging Ewan. Ewan took a deep breath, a complex mix of emotions surging within him. He raised his arm and waved back at Kaido. Then, scanning the surrounding pirates with their predatory stares, a cryptic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Those who don't want to die get lost. I won't hold back. But unfortunately his words had no effect. Charge. Seize the devil fruit. Everyone is watching. This is our chance to shine. Kill him. As if a fuse had been lit, the surrounding pirates surged forward enough to drown Ewan. Ewan's smile grew deeper yet colder. You all. Why are you so eager to die? As his words fell, an invisible aura quietly emanated from his body. His pupils contracted sharply. Conqueror's Haki released. Divine Might. Annihilate. Boom. A tidal wave of overwhelming presence swept through. Like a scythe cutting wheat, all the surrounding pirates collapsed. Those who fell were not merely unconscious. Blood seeped from their 7 orifices. Some would never wake again. Others would wake up as imbeciles. Their mental will had been completely shattered by the Divine Might. Such was the power of Conqueror's Haki Divine Might. Intimidation. No, it was annihilation. Ewan no longer concealed his strength, revealing his full power. With a single move he achieved true instant kill. The aura of heaven and earth surged, the winds and clouds shifted. The entire Honeycomb Island fell into silence once more. The pirates who had mocked Ewan moments ago were now utterly horrified, as if they had seen a demon. On the high platform, Conqueror's Haki. Luokisi abruptly sat upright, his eyes gleaming. Conqueror's Haki, Ewan exclaimed. What the hell, I haven't even awakened Conqueror's Haki, yet this brat possesses it. 1 in a million. The quality of a king. Xiaoqi and Flameflower covered their mouths, utterly stunned. Only a few members of the entire Rock's pirates had awakened Conqueror's Haki. Rock's Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Silver Axe Yuan, and Wang Ji had never awakened Conqueror's Haki. It was enough to show the shock that Yun's display brought to the cadres. When did he awaken Conqueror's Haki? Golden Lion Shiki was full of question marks. He suddenly wondered if the person he had been interacting with was really Ewan. Why did even he himself find it unbelievable? He turned to look at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, finding them equally stunned. So even you didn't know? Golden Lion Shiki suddenly felt much better. I just said it casually, but he really awakened it. Kaido opened his mouth, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. Ewan was simply shattering his perception over and over again. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. It's not just Conqueror's Haki, he can already control it. The range of his Conqueror's Haki impact is only within the plaza. He can control it. Silver Axe jumped in shock. A monster. He's simply inhuman. When Ewan demonstrated precise control of Conqueror's Haki, all the cadres were dumbfounded. At 17 to precisely control Conqueror's Haki intimidation. What a prodigy. Damn. Wang Ji was green with envy. Who wouldn't want to awaken Conqueror's Haki? But that thing is entirely innate, impossible to change. Otherwise, how could Whitebeard and Golden Lion be so arrogant? Rox was in a great mood. Soon another powerhouse would be born, which would be very helpful for his plans. Charlotte Linlin's desire to have a child with Ewan grew stronger again. Kaido seemed to foresee that Ewan would become a worthy opponent in the future. The revelation of Conqueror's Haki set all the cadres' minds racing. Meanwhile, a cadre sitting at the end holding a long sword had a strange glint in his eyes tinged with wariness. His name was Wei Er. He was a fallen marine. Cough cough, is this Conqueror's Haki? Yakate endured the tremor in his mind, his voice tinged with pain. Impossible. How could you awaken Conqueror's Haki? Ba Luin shouted in horror and fear. They were the only two pirates still standing. But now both were splitting with headache and unbearable pain. Only those who truly endured Ewan's Conqueror's Haki divine might could understand the terrifying power that shook the soul. Ewan was greatly exhausted at this moment, but still had the strength to fight. Without a word, he swung his blade backhandedly. The slash swept past. Ba Luin's head flew off. It rolled to the ground like a ball being kicked around. His eyes were still wide, unable to accept that this was his end. The last one. Ewan raised his blade, pointing directly at Yakate, radiating an unparalleled domineering aura. Don't think that awakening Conqueror's Haki means you can kill me. Yakate gritted his teeth, a roar tearing from his throat. When shock reaches a certain level, one's fear transforms into rage and bursts forth. Evil wolf assault. Sharp claws extended, his figure rushed forward at lightning speed. He charged at Ewan recklessly. As long as I kill him, I'll be the sole victor. Yakate unleashed a frenzied full power strike. Ewan's eyes flickered, a fierce brutality emanating from his entire body. Clutching the devil fruit in his left hand, he swung his blade with his right and charged straight ahead. He did not dodge the incoming claws. Instead, a faint blue flame glowed. Blue Lion. A low shout rang out. Blue flame. The fiery patterns on the blade seemed to fully ignite, coalescing into the form of a majestic lion in the glow. It was not real fire, but the effect of flowing sword energy. Ewan had already comprehended the form of his slash. Stop! Ewan suddenly shouted. He sensed the power of Ewan's slash and tried to stop him. Yakate was a member he had recruited, still useful. How could he let Ewan kill him? But just as he was about to intervene, 3 powerful auras erupted around him at the same time. Lion's Thousand Cutting Valley. Napoleon. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido all struck out simultaneously. Boom. The air directly emitted a strained roar. Yuehan's face changed drastically. He raised his 2 western swords to block, but was still blasted away by the combined force of the 3, crashing into a wall of stone. At the same time, Yakate's claws scraped across Ewan's skin, but were completely blocked by the steel balloon and divine armor. Ewan heard Yuehan's voice, but paid no attention. You say stop, and I stop. Where were you earlier? Now I won't agree. Roar of the lion. The slash fell. Even with Armament Haki to block, the devastating slash still plunged into Yakate's body. Like a tornado destroying a parking lot. The wild sword energy completely reaped Yakate's life. Ewan's body was also thrown by the impact of the opponent's attack, crashing to the ground. But he immediately got up, clearly unharmed. The cellular source devouring art not only strengthened Ewan's physique, but also enhanced his recovery ability. In a protracted battle, he would be far superior to ordinary people. Yakate, however, promptly went to see the King of Hell. Meanwhile, on the other side, what do you mean? Yuehan rushed out of the ruins furious. Golden Lion Shiki said coldly, you were about to intervene and break the rules, so of course I had to stop you. As he spoke, he looked ready to kill Yuehan. He hadn't expected Charlotte Linlin and Kaido to also join in. In this situation, as long as rocks didn't stop them, wouldn't it be easy for the 3 of them to kill Yuehan? Coincidentally, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had the same intention. You've gone too far. Yuehan immediately flew into a rage, his lips trembling with anger. But unfortunately, his strength was not as tough as his temper. Moreover, since Yakate had already been slain, Yuehan was even less likely to step forward. That's enough, the pirate banquet is over. Rock spoke casually, his tone revealing no emotion. With a single, that's enough, he put an end to the dispute between Golden Lion and the others. It also brought the pirate banquet to an end. Rock still needed to amass his strength. How could he allow mutual slaughter? However, this pirate banquet turned out to be quite unusual. There was only one victor. That figure seemed to have emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, exuding an aura that made one fear. Under the guidance of a pirate, he was walking step by step toward the high platform. Although he was the winner, Yun couldn't smile. Every experience reshaped his perception of the pirate world, causing him to deviate from his original plans. If he wanted to change all this, he could only improve his strength. Otherwise, everything was but bubbles and clouds. When one's fate is in the hands of others, how can one talk about dreams and freedom? Strength. This thought grew even more resolute in Yun's heart. Rox's domineering figure stood up, slightly bowing his head to examine the victor, ascending step by step from below. One hand gripping a devil fruit, the other holding a blade. His body was thin, yet one could feel a wild arrogance and dominance ingrained in his bones. His spirit is to my liking, Rox thought to himself. For some reason, he actually saw a bit of his past self in the young man before him. Ha 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 ha. Yuan. Well done. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but roar with laughter. He hadn't held much hope for Yuan at first, but never expected him to deliver such a stunning performance. I finally get to hold my head high. Shiki felt immensely pleased. He couldn't be more satisfied with Yuan's performance. When did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki, kid? Kaido asked with great interest. Awakening Conqueror's Haki proved that Yuan's potential and talent were 1 in a million, worthy of becoming his friend. Or rival. Mama you've done very well. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, growing even more appreciative of him, already planning in her mind about having children. Both possessed special talents, and had awakened Conqueror's Haki simultaneously. She could hardly imagine how extraordinary their child would be. Yuan fell silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted. You're Yuan, right? I'm Silver Axe. Are you interested in joining my division? Silver Axe eagerly extended the invitation, adding a promise. If you join me, I'll personally teach you everything. Silver Axe. What do you mean by that? Golden Lion Shiki flew into a rage, his swords Kagurashi and Sakuraju, seemingly ready to be drawn again. Snatching someone right in front of me. You must be tired of living. Huh? As if I'm afraid of you. Silver Axe retorted defiantly. At this point, not only Silver Axe, but also the other division commanders began to openly recruit Yuan. Yuan, I'm Khalees. Join my division, and I can teach you the secret arts of the Four-Handed Clan. Khalees of the Four-Handed Clan spoke first. Forget it. How can a two-handed person learn your Four-Handed Clan's techniques? Join my division, and I'll take you to the underwater mermaid world. You've never seen a mermaid, have you? Mermaids are really beautiful, you know. Bodhi said meaningfully. A young man full of vigor naturally needed special means to be won over. Couldn't the legendary mermaids win you over? A Four-Handed Clan member and a fishman, and you still have the nerve to speak up. Wang Ji then spoke as if standing on a moral high ground, loudly proclaiming. Yuan, if you come with me, I'll teach you all my ultimate techniques. They're far superior to what the Four-Handed Clan and Fishman have to offer. What did you say? Want me to show you the power of the Four-Handed Clan right now? Old man, the Fishman race is not to be trifled with. Yuan, I'm the renowned Captain John. I have far more treasure than any of them. So how about considering joining my division? Even John extended an invitation. He was like a forgetful fish, having completely forgotten what had just happened. Dietacart was dead, and John urgently needed to recover his strength. John, have you no shame? Silver Axe yelled mockingly. We're already competing for recruits, how dare you join in? John shamelessly retorted. Why can't I recruit? Maybe he's just fond of treasure. Several officers were cursing and yelling, the atmosphere tense and hostile. Yuan stood by quite speechless. But from their quarreling, he learned the names of those unfamiliar faces. Fishman Bodhi, Four-Handed Clan's Khalees the Double-Clawed Man, called Luazi the Guy, with the huge blade, named Wire. Flameflower Stussy and other ordinary officers remained silent. They knew they couldn't outmatch those big shots. Golden Lion Shiki gritted his teeth, glaring at everyone. You think you can steal my recruit? Ask Sakuraju and Kagurashi if they agree. Gurura. Shiki, this isn't the time for you to call the shots. Yuan, boy, join my division. Even Whitebeard personally invited Yuan. However, this was an invitation Yuan absolutely refused. The way Whitebeard spoke made it hard not to recall that phrase. Become my son. Tui. I'm not here to find a father. Yuan mentally rejected it 1,000,000 times. Hey, you guys are going too far. Charlotte Linlin stood up, unable to bear it any longer. Her massive figure radiated pressure. Yuan has been mine from the very beginning. His Haki was taught by me and Kaido. Charlotte Linlin jumped into the recruitment fray. Golden Lion Shiki immediately objected. What do you mean yours? Yuan was discovered by me. The Haki you taught him was paid for with grilled fish. Bullshit. You and Yuan were just a transaction. Charlotte Linlin refused to back down. Golden Lion Shiki was taken aback. A transaction between me and Yuan. What could two men trade? A backdoor deal. I think you're the one who really wants to have a child with Yuan. Damn, I've been caught. Yuan, who was about to speak, suddenly saw Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin start fighting and immediately looked up at the sky with an expression of complete innocence. But inside he was panicking. The lies he had told both sides collapsed at this moment. He had been playing both sides, and now the two sides had met. Speak now. Which ship will you board? Yuan, you tell me. What did you promise me back then? Golden Lion Shiki demanded an answer. Mama Ewan, you promised to become my cook after the pirate banquet. Were you lying to me? Charlotte Linlin also looked at Ewan. She had realized that she had definitely been fooled by Ewan. This kid clearly had some ambiguous relationship with Golden Lion Shiki, yet insisted it was just a transaction. Under the pressure from both, Ewan's smile grew increasingly bitter. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? Ewan's mentality completely shattered. He stammered and couldn't get a word out. Gone was the demonic aura he had shown moments ago. Is this how you bully newcomers? I don't care what happened between you before, as long as Ewan joins my division, I'll make sure he's not bullied. Wang Ji seized the opportunity to immediately cut in. Yui, I'll cut you down first. Golden Lion Shiki drew his twin swords, radiating killing intent. He was extremely furious about Ewan playing both sides, and was just looking for an outlet. Gurura, Ewan, I can definitely protect you. Whitebeard suddenly spoke, almost as if patting his chest to guarantee it. Ewan's expression flickered. Though he disliked Whitebeard's habit of calling people his sons, there was no doubt about this man's strength and loyalty. Whitebeard, don't go too far. Charlotte Linlin instantly unleashed her aura, confronting Whitebeard. Lean in front of me, you're still just a little girl fresh out of the starting gate. Whitebeard's aura exploded. The faint clash of Conqueror's haki swirled around them. Mama, then come and try me. Charlotte Linlin's laughter grew increasingly manic as Napoleon appeared in her hand. Gurura, come at me together with Kaido. Whitebeard laughed uproariously, his entire body exuding unruly dominance. Whitebeard, I alone can take you on. Kaido rose with a thunderous presence, crackling with lightning around him. A great battle was about to erupt. Ewan blinked quietly, stepping back 2 paces. Hey, nobody told me the most exciting part would come after the pirate banquet. Honeycomb Island was once again in turmoil. Several powerful auras confronted each other. All because of Ewan. In an instant, he comprehended Haki, trained for 7 days, and slaughtered a 30 million berry pirate, and even awakened Conqueror's Haki. Who wouldn't want to compete? It's not John's shamelessness to blame, but Ewan's abnormality. Jai haha. Then let's all fight. Whoever wins gets Ewan. Golden Lion Shiki's aura erupted, his golden mane fluttering in the wind, making him even more like a majestic lion exuding dominance. Come on. Whoever chickens out is a coward. Wang Ji yelled. I've long been fed up with you. John was ready to strike at any moment. Kelly C. Wei Air Luo Z and Bo D also all prepared for battle. In an instant, the scene was about to turn into a chaotic melee. The pirates below were completely dumbfounded. The division commanders, once lofty and renowned great pirates, were actually fighting over a rookie pirate. What the hell is wrong with this world? Ewan himself was stunned. Too exciting. If this damn fight breaks out, it'll be quite a spectacle. Could the Rocks pirates be disbanded prematurely because of him? Just as Ewan was feeling anxious, a wild and supremely domineering voice suddenly rang out. Do you think I don't exist? Rocks finally spoke. If he didn't step out now, a full-scale war would have erupted. Sure enough. As soon as Rocks spoke, the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated. Captain Ewan has already agreed to join my division. Golden Lion Shiki quickly said. It's just a deal. Ewan is going to be my chef. Ask him yourself if you don't believe me. Charlotte Linlin followed closely. In the end, the choice is Ewan's own. What if he joins my division? Wang Ji seized the opportunity. It seemed a war of words was about to break out again. Shut up, all of you. Rocks roared abruptly. His fierce aura suddenly expanded. A cold, powerful presence enveloped everyone. Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin obediently shut up. Everyone could sense the anger in Rock's words. No one dared to court trouble. Ewan's heart tightened. This is Rocks, the pirate dominator. He exudes an unparalleled kingly aura. That is a unique and supreme presence. A spirit that no one else had ever possessed. How could such a powerful guy have fallen at God Valley? Ewan couldn't help but wonder. Ewan, how long have you trained? Rock's deep voice resounded, shaking one's soul. Ewan answered without hesitation, about 7 days. From the scramble of these guys, Ewan guessed that Golden Lion had already revealed his talent. So there was nothing to hide. So the Armament Haki and Observation Haki are also true. Rocks asked again. In fact, he already had the answers in his heart. He just wanted to see Ewan's attitude. Yes, I don't know how it happened. I just saw them demonstrate and naturally learned it. Ewan put on a show of not knowing how he comprehended it. This also saved him from being questioned about the details. How did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? And how did you learn to control it? A glint flickered in Rock's eyes. That was the question he cared about most. Conqueror's Haki. They refused to teach me. After I went back, I just thought about it and awakened it. Saying that, Ewan spread his hands, looking as if it were only natural, and said, I could control it naturally after awakening. Can't you control your Conqueror's Haki? He appeared to know nothing, yet it was as if he had thrown countless knives into everyone's hearts. Rock's expression stiffened. We can control it, but we can't control it right after awakening. Clearly this answer shocked him. Even the pirate dominator found it unbelievable. Zhang Wang Ji and Yin Fu were all utterly crushed. What do you mean thought about it and awakened? That's damn Conqueror's Haki, not a cabbage. What do you mean can't control your Conqueror's Haki? I haven't even awakened Conqueror's Haki. Control my ass. The officers and division commanders who hadn't awakened Conqueror's Haki felt their hearts bleeding. Pain, such pain. The invisible blow is the most deadly. Whitebeard widened his eyes in disbelief. Born able to control Conqueror's Haki. What kind of monster is this kid? Golden Lion Shiki wanted to jump and curse you in. You're so abnormal that even I'm starting to envy you. Charlotte Lean's eyes gleamed even more. Born to control Conqueror's Haki. Excellent. I must have children with you. And many of them. Ewan had no idea that his kidney's task had suddenly become arduous. Kaido opened his mouth. He suddenly wanted to dissect Ewan to see what he was made of. Ahem, Ewan, you are truly an amazing monster. Rox composed himself momentarily at a loss for words to describe Ewan. This was a true monster. Those previously called monsters were insignificant before Ewan. Captain, so who does Ewan belong to? Infu asked persistently. Rox suddenly burst into laughter. Listen up, all of you. From now on, Ewan is the new officer of the Rox Pirates. All the officers were stunned. No one expected Rox to arrange it this way. Although Ewan's talent was terrifying, his strength didn't meet the standard of an officer. However, this further demonstrated Rox's high regard and expectations for Ewan, a new officer of the Rox Pirates. The pirates below became even more excited. An officer? A rookie directly becoming an officer? How terrifying is Ewan? No rookie has ever become an officer directly. Even Kaido started as a rookie and trained his way up. What's there to discuss? From now on, he's a big shot we can't afford to offend. Whether out of reverence for Rox or for the title of officer, the pirates' attitudes toward Ewan began to change. At the same time, they grew even more curious about Ewan. I'm directly an officer. Ewan was clearly taken aback, very surprised. This was too sudden. I was still considering which ship to join. Now I guess I won't have to offend anyone. What? Are you unwilling? Rox said with a smile, his gaze exceptionally deep, as if darkness flowed within his eyes. Ewan quickly said, thank you for your guidance, Captain. Whatever, he'll deal with the immediate situation first. Ewan had no time to ponder what Rox was planning. He had to go along with anything. Captain, even if Ewan is an officer, he should still belong to a division, right? John stepped forward again. Rox turned and glanced at him. Just one look sent a chill down John's spine. His heart skipped a beat. Ewan takes orders directly from me. None of you have the authority to command him. Rox's resounding words once again established Ewan's status. He was called an officer. But in reality, he could stand on equal footing with the division commanders. Ewan's rise was nothing short of meteoric. He himself never expected events to unfold in this manner. Yet it was for the best. No longer forced to choose between Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin. Ewan was more than willing to accept. Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin's faces darkened, but they could not refute Rox's decision. All they could do was watch the prize that was Ewan slip away. Just then Rox noticed the devil fruit in Ewan's hand and spoke up. This devil fruit is the paramecia type shadow fruit. Eating it grants you the power to control shadows. It's yours now. Whether to eat it or not is your choice. For now, focus on strengthening yourself. When a suitable mission arises, someone will inform you. If you have any issues with cultivation, come find me. Rox intended to personally mentor Ewan. Understood, Captain. Ewan nodded, showing no sign of overexcitement despite this incredible fortune. Thus the pirate banquet came to a definitive close. The victor, or rather the sole survivor, was Kase Ewan, also the newest executive of the Rox Pirates. From utter obscurity to the center of attention, every pirate on Beehive Island knew that a true monster had emerged. None dared to predict how far he would go. After Rox finished arranging his affairs, Ewan requested leave to recuperate his body. If he stayed any longer, Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin would have killed him with their glares. Nothing beats the comfort of a bed. Ewan lay on the soft mattress, his tense body gradually relaxing. This was the first time he had lain on a bed since his transmigration. The camp had only hard wooden planks. Or he had slept on the beach. Now promoted to executive, he had earned the right to enjoy comfort. Still, the outcome isn't bad. After truly encountering those monsters, Ewan became more aware of his own shortcomings. The pressure each of them exerted was immense. Especially Rox. Standing before him, Ewan lacked even the courage to strike. The feeling that a single glance could kill him weighed heavily on Ewan. But how am I supposed to face Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin from all prime cuts, tender, flavorful, and rich in energy? Ewan feasted voraciously. Nothing mattered more than filling his stomach. First eat. The cell-devouring art activated spontaneously. I feel like I forgot something. He patted his waist, pulling out a cloth bag containing his prize, the shadow fruit. He had almost forgotten about the devil fruit. Staring at the shadow fruit before him, Ewan fell into deep thought. Its later owner was Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Judging from Gecko Moria's performance, the shadow fruit seemed rather mediocre. To eat or not to eat? Ewan hesitated, his face contorting with indecision. He had set himself the standard that if he ever consumed a devil fruit, it must be of mythical Zoan grade. An ordinary paramecia was not worth it. Hey, wait. Can my divine sense detect something? Recalling his reaction when he sensed the soul fruit's power, his eyes suddenly lit up. Observation Haki. Divine sense extended outward. An invisible force seeped into the shadow fruit. You probed the shadow fruit with your divine sense, catching a glimpse of its power. It works. Ewan rejoiced, focusing all his attention on the fruit. You seem to have touched upon the core mysteries of the shadow fruit. As he continued to perceive you and gradually grasped the fundamental essence of its power. You have successfully evolved the mysteries of the Shadow Fruit's ability. Even without consuming it, you can master its power. You have now obtained the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Damn. The most insane part was that he could use the ability without eating the devil fruit. But he quickly calmed down. No, this must never be discovered. I'll find a chance to hide the Shadow Fruit, ensuring it's never found before I can use its power. Ewan did not let success cloud his judgment. If the fruit remained intact while he wielded its power, anyone would sense something was off. Even destroying the fruit would cause it to reappear somewhere in the sea, still posing a risk. So hiding it was the safest option. If I can gain abilities without eating the fruit, does that mean I might be able to master other devil fruit's powers as well? Ewan suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new world. But whether it was truly possible required practical verification. Yet this gave him a new path to grow stronger. Alright, let's start developing the Shadow Fruit's abilities. Ewan quickly devoured an enormous amount of food, far beyond human capacity, and began studying the fruit's power. With his current strength, enhancing it with devil fruit abilities would boost his combat power significantly. Becoming stronger was his foremost concern. Controlling other shadows requires cutting them off first. No wonder Moria carried that huge pair of scissors. That's a major drawback. Without enough shadows, the fruit's power is crippled. I can summon my own shadow to create a form that fears no damage. Creating zombies is mostly useless. Moria swallows shadows to gain power. I'm not doing something that disgusting, and my stomach couldn't hold many shadows anyway. So is it possible to fuse shadows into a form like armor to enhance my strength? Ewan's imagination ran wild as he gradually developed the Shadow Fruit's abilities. The Shadow Fruit was a very unique ability with vast potential for manipulation and development. Its true power depended on the user's ingenuity. Perhaps inspired by Armament Haki, Divine Armor, Ewan set his mind on creating a shadow armor technique. Moria could temporarily boost his strength using shadows. That was exactly what Ewan sought. He didn't need flashy moves, the most important thing was to increase his own power. But as he continued developing, he accidentally touched upon an even more mysterious force. You have fully mastered the Shadow Fruit's ability and touched upon the deeper demonic factors beneath its essence. You have unlocked its ultimate hidden form, Shadow Fruit Mythical Zoan Dark Overlord form. What? Mythical Zoan? Ewan stood frozen in place. Shadow Fruit Mythical Beast Dark Lord form. Ewan was utterly dumbfounded when he saw this result. He had wanted a mythical beast, but no one told me that the Shadow Fruit could also become a mythical beast. A regular paramecia turning into a mythical beast. Anyone would be utterly shocked. Unless Nika hid his true ability and was called the rubber fruit, otherwise how could a paramecia turn into a mythical beast? What exactly is happening? Ewan himself was astonished yet also perplexed. Normally the Shadow Fruit is just an ordinary paramecia, but now it has awakened into the mythical beast Dark Lord form. Could it be related to the heaven-defying insight? So, in the end, the Shadow Fruit is still the Shadow Fruit. The reason for the change is that I comprehended its ability, enhanced it through my heaven-defying insight, and developed a new form by combining myself with the fruit's power. It can also be understood as an evolved version of the Shadow Fruit ability. Ewan seemed to have figured out the reason for the fruit's evolution. The fruit was an ordinary fruit. What was extraordinary was the heaven-defying insight. What a big surprise. I thought that comprehending the fruit's ability out of thin air was the limit, but I never expected the true limit was to enhance the fruit's ability. Ewan shook his head repeatedly, his expression full of emotion. Yet his mood gradually lightened, and he became more confident. Because he had mastered the mythical beast ability. Let's see what abilities come with the evolution to mythical beast. Ewan murmured to himself. He immersed his mind to sense the changes in the fruit's power. Countless insights surged in his mind, deepening his understanding of the mythical beast Dark Lord form's abilities. The sky was faintly brightening. Ewan, who had been quietly contemplating, opened his eyes, an irrepressible joy on his face. After a night of study, he had grasped most of the abilities of the mythical beast Dark Lord form. Shadow Realm. Build a space based on one's own shadow that can store shadows. The space size increases with one's strength. Shadow contract other people's shadows, turning them into one's own puppets, and the shadows will not disappear even if the original host dies. Shadow summoning. Summon shadows from the Shadow Realm for one's own use. Shadow Hunter. Release one's own shadow to capture other shadows and turn them into one's own. Shadow Avatar. Summon one's own shadow to fight for oneself, possessing all of one's power and immune to purely physical attacks. Shadow Demon form. Merge with one's own shadow to unleash a power far beyond oneself for a short time. King's Descent. The fruit's awakened form. Transform into the Dark Lord. All abilities multiplied. Dark Lord Domain. An awakened form ability that condenses a shadow domain within which one's own strength doubles and all shadows' strength increases by 50. 10,000 Shadow Armor. Fuse the controlled shadows together to form a shadow armor that enhances one's strength. The more shadows, the greater the enhancement. These are just some basic important abilities. They are far from the limit of the mythical beast Dark Lord. The Shadow Realm is the core ability. It can store shadows, making it extremely convenient to carry and summon. The Shadow Contract can permanently control shadows. Huh, is it that overpowered? Ewan clicked his tongue in amazement. Once contracted, even if the person dies, the shadow still serves me, truly domineering and unreasonable. Shadow Hunter can be understood as a means to obtain shadows far better than the foolish way of collecting shadows with scissors. Shadow Avatar is similar to Shadow Mage and Shadow Warrior. But this Shadow Demon form, which merges with one's own shadow to unleash tremendous power, is a good move. Once used suddenly, it can definitely catch the enemy off guard. King's Descent. The mythical beast awakened form. All abilities multiplied. This is the power I truly want. Unfortunately, my physical body is too weak to bear the awakened form's power. Moreover, the awakened form also adds a domain ability that strengthens both oneself and the shadows under one's control. As expected of a mythical beast, just looking at these abilities is already extremely overpowered. With just these means, it surpasses other mythical beasts. Moreover, the combat ability after mastering shadows is even more unpredictable with a high degree of development. The 10,000 Shadow Armor has also been created. Unlike Emolia, who needs to devour shadows to gain enhancement, I don't have to. However, how many shadows I can fuse depends on my strength. The 10,000 Shadow Armor was a move that Ewan comprehended on his own based on the fruit's ability. Its essence is still to strengthen the physique to unleash greater power. This harvest is too great. Ewan stood up, stretched his arms wide, and his body let out a series of cracking sounds. After just one night, his strength had once again skyrocketed. If he used the fruit's ability, Ewan was confident that he could kill Yakate in one move, without even using his Conqueror's Haki suppression. The 10,000 Shadow Armor and Shadow Demon form both greatly enhance his own power. This is also the source of Ewan's confidence. In that case, you don't need to appear on the sea anymore. Ewan glanced at the Shadow fruit, beside him, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The next moment, his shadow actually detached on its own, transforming from a flat form into a three-dimensional one. It looked like a pitch-black mass, but its outline still showed Ewan's figure. Go bury it underground. Shadow Ewan picked up the shadow fruit and slowly sank beneath the ground, as if sinking into water. This was one of the characteristics of shadows. After a short while, Shadow Ewan reappeared and returned to the main body. The shadow fruit was nowhere to be found. No one knew where it had gone. After doing all this, Ewan let out a long sigh of relief. Now he could use the name of the shadow fruit to wield the mythical beast abilities. Everything was perfect. It's time for breakfast. I'm a cadre now, no one dares to control how much I eat. Ewan thought to himself and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped out and looked up, he saw a domineering figure walking towards him. Captain Luo Kusi. Ewan was startled, not expecting Luo Kusi to appear here, and his heart was full of unease. Had his previous actions been noticed? You look energetic. How do you feel now? Luo Kusi said very naturally. Although he didn't put on the airs of a captain, his innate sense of oppression still made Ewan a bit uncomfortable. By the side of a fierce beast without the ability to protect oneself, no one would feel secure. He probably didn't notice that I hid the shadow fruit right. Ewan remained vigilant, but could only answer honestly, no injuries, just exhausted from yesterday, but I've recovered. Luo Kusi nodded, but then suddenly changed the subject. Release your Conqueror's Haki. Off. Ewan was clearly startled, unable to comprehend what Rox meant. Your Conqueror's Haki is peculiar. Rox spoke with a hint of confusion. He wasn't concerned about those worthless pirates, but rather intrigued by Ewan's Conqueror's Haki. How could that be? Captain, I have no idea. I just released it normally. Ewan hastily explained, though his words carried a hint of pretense. In truth, he knew full well what had happened, even aware of the moment of Rox's demise. What's with the nervousness? I'm not blaming you, just checking your Conqueror's Haki. Oh. Ewan nodded, obediently releasing his Conqueror's Haki. A tidal wave of spirit cleaved through the air, as if the very scene had frozen. Your Conqueror's Haki is incredibly potent. Rox frowned, deeply astonished. He hadn't sensed its true terror yesterday. Now, however, he realized its overwhelming intensity. No wonder it had caused such devastation. It was the sheer strength of his Conqueror's Haki. If it's this powerful now, how far will it grow? At this rate, surpassing Newgate and Shiki isn't just possible. It might even surpass me. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Rox's mind, shocking even himself. Other talents could be overlooked, but a Conqueror's Haki this formidable from birth. What kind of monster was this? Rox naturally mistook the divine might for the intensity of Conqueror's Haki, never imagining it could evolve into a higher form. Is there a problem, Captain? Ewan asked from the side. A problem? Hell no. Nothing. Even the mighty pirate overlord Rox was left feeling deflated by Ewan. Physique is the foundation, Conqueror's Haki determines the ceiling. Your potential is immeasurable. Work hard. As for devil fruits. You ate the shadow fruit. Rox was mid-sentence when he suddenly sensed a change in Ewan's aura. How could he tell? Was he bluffing? Ewan grew inexplicably tense. Yes, I couldn't resist. No big deal. Devil fruits are just embellishments. Don't rely on them too much. Your talent is extraordinary, but you awakened late. Otherwise, you'd likely be at Lean's or Kaido's level by now. But you're still young. Don't rush. Rock spoke slowly, his deep gaze fixed on Ewan. Now that he knew the intensity of his Conqueror's Haki, he valued him even more. He even regarded Ewan as his greatest ally in conquering the world. Otherwise, why would Rox with his temperament waste so many words on a mere youth? I understand, Captain. Ewan was deeply moved. Just how powerful was Rox? Aside from his own heaven-defying insight, he felt he had no secrets before him. Rox's eyes were devoid of emotion as he spoke in a deep voice, "Attack me with all your might." He intended to personally instruct Ewan, and to test his true strength. He wants me to attack him. Ewan instantly grasped Rox's intent. Far from being afraid, his eyes lit up with excitement. This was Rox after all. Maybe he could squeeze out some loot. Rox raised an eyebrow slightly. Why did this kid get so excited at the thought of attacking me? Truly a fearless calf. Youthful vigor was unmistakable in that moment. Alright. Ewan reacted, instantly charging forward without drawing the blue flame at his waist, throwing a straight punch. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of 3 to 5 meters. But the next second, before he even realized what happened, he was grabbed by the collar and flung away. Ewan scrambled up from the ground, utterly bewildered. Not only had his eyes failed to catch Rox's movement, but even his observation haki and spiritual sense had detected no trace. The speed was terrifying. Is that all? Rox chuckled. Perhaps due to the action, his domineering aura of a king began to emanate, filling the air with an oppressive presence. Captain, you're too fast. I can't fight like this, Ewan complained. How could he fight when he couldn't even see the opponent's moves? Ha ha ha. Rox laughed as if he'd heard a joke. This kid actually wanted to fight. What was going on in his head? Weak, but courageous. I'll stand right here without moving. He hadn't encountered anything this amusing in a long time. Rox grew even more interested, eager to see what this kid could achieve. Promise not to move, okay? Ewan was itching to act. Rox smiled silently, standing like a towering mountain. Shadow Avatar. Ewan unleashed the strongest power he could muster. Since Rox already knew he'd eaten the shadow fruit, there was no need to hide. Shadow Avatar form activated. Rox's expression shifted slightly as he watched Ewan's shadow detach, take a three-dimensional form, and then eerily merge with his body. At the same time, Ewan's strength surged rapidly, his aura far more powerful than before. He's already mastered this ability right after eating the devil fruit. Rox was taken aback, deeply shaken by Ewan's monstrous talent. In a single breath. In Shadow Avatar form, Ewan sprinted another dozen meters to reach Rox's arm, wrapped in Armament Haki and Shadow Enhancement, the force causing friction and hissing in the air. His Armament Haki is also extraordinary. Rox marveled. Where did this freak come from? Despite his astonishment, he struck back. A simple, unadorned punch. He seemed to deliver. The slow, seemingly weak punch filled Ewan with terror. If that fist landed on him, it would surely kill him. Countless thoughts flashed through Ewan's mind. This punch was beyond his power to withstand. Yet he didn't retreat. Instead, he abruptly changed the direction of his fist, aiming for Rox's arm. At the same time, his left hand tried to grab Rox's wrist using the principle of leverage, still refusing to back down. But the next moment, his expression shifted slightly. His arm was actually moved a fraction. Even Ewan himself didn't know. But Rox, being who he was, felt a storm of shock. Ewan could actually achieve this. For a moment, a flood of astonishment and emotion surged within him. But it was limited to that. Rox's fist suddenly erupted with formidable power, as if thunder had crackled, and the violent impact force burst forth. Bang! Ewan was sent flying without any warning. At the same time, a message flashed through his mind. You sense the power of Conqueror's Haki infusion, gaining insight. You have successfully mastered Conqueror's Haki Divine Might Infusion. Jackpot! Successfully comprehended Divine Might Infusion. Ewan climbed up from the ground, not at all disheartened, but rather somewhat delighted. Rox hadn't struck with full force, and the punch he took didn't cause any harm. Feel it, don't you? Even if you want to change the direction of my fist, your strength is too weak. In the face of absolute power, technique is useless. But you didn't choose to retreat, which surprised me. Rox's smile was arrogant, his posture exuding unparalleled dominance. He gave off an unshakable presence, his eyes filled with appreciation. But for Rox, appreciation merely meant there was value to be exploited. He had to achieve his own goals. Captain, I've just mastered a new technique. Ewan grinned, his eyes growing brighter, then his pupils suddenly contracted. An intangible aura flowed. Conqueror's Haki Divine Might released. But this time it did not surge like a tidal wave, instead it coiled around the clenched fist in a bizarre manner. Crackle! Dark arcs of electricity flickered into existence, winding around Ewan. Although his Conqueror's Haki Divine Might had only awakened a few days ago, it had been growing along with his physical strength. Moreover, Ewan had mastered the method of cultivating Conqueror's Haki Divine Might, giving him barely enough quantity to attempt infusion. This is Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Rox's pupils slightly dilated, his expression frozen for a moment. Conqueror's Haki Infusion. How is this possible? I only showed a hint of infusion. And you comprehended it just like that. I didn't say a word, and he couldn't have prepared in advance, so he truly grasped it in an instant. What kind of talent is this? The corner of Rox's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He had indeed intended to test Ewan. The result left him deeply shaken. How did you comprehend Conqueror's Haki Infusion? Rox's expression was filled with emotion, his voice grave. This was something he could no longer afford to ignore. Witnessing Ewan's monstrous talent firsthand, he could truly feel an unprecedented shock. Ewan, brimming with excitement, yet tinged with confusion, said, "I don't know either. I just saw how you did it, and I understood." Damn, monster. Rox felt a crack in his composure. Even he was a little jealous of Ewan's talent. This was a born king. Compared to him, even my talent seems mediocre. But Rox was no ordinary man. A slight surprise gave way to a booming laugh. "Ha ha, good. Let me see how much you've truly grasped." As his words fell, lightning howled around him, his aura far more magnificent than Ewan's. A dark and powerful presence emerged, dark clouds churned overhead, and in an instant a scene of gloom descended upon Hakanosu. Ewan's eyes widened, his heart shaken. Such terrifying pressure. Just releasing it can affect the weather around. He felt no fear, only growing excitement. To have Rox as a sparring partner. No one in the entire sea had that privilege. The celestial anomaly drew the attention of everyone on Hakanosu. That's the phenomenon triggered by Conqueror's Haki infusion. Golden Lion Shirji gazed at the sky. It's Captain Rox's aura. Someone is fighting the captain. Kaido frowned and immediately dashed toward the scene. Gururara. Who dares to cause trouble on Hakanosu? Could it be that Garp guy? Whitebeard laughed heartily and rushed out as well. Maybe it's other Marines. Let's go. See who it is. Yuehan, Wang Jin, Fu, Chris, and others all charged out. But when these division commanders and officers arrived at the scene, they were all stunned by what they saw. The one fighting Rox was neither Garp nor any Marine. It was Ewan, who had just been promoted to officer yesterday. Oh, Ewan. Kaido's jaw nearly hit the ground. Ewan was fighting Captain Rox. Is Ewan courting death? What the hell? Ewan has mastered Conqueror's Haki infusion. Golden Lion Shirji was dumbfounded, the cigar in his mouth falling to the ground with a clatter unnoticed as he was lost in the shock of the scene. How is this possible? Conqueror's Haki infusion is an advanced application that requires a certain level of Conqueror's Haki. It took me a whole year to gradually master it. Whitebeard was momentarily dazed, his face full of disbelief. Mama, you in mastering Conqueror's Haki infusion so quickly. It's simply unbelievable. Charlotte Lingling's eyes gleamed as if she were looking at a delicious piece of cake. Conqueror's Haki infusion. Yuan was mad with jealousy. I don't even have Conqueror's Haki, and that brat has already mastered infusion. Damn it. Infu, Wang Ji, and the others were also dumbfounded. They all seemed to see themselves being surpassed by Yuan. Is this a sparring match with the captain? Stussie's gaze sharpened slightly, as if she couldn't believe Yuan had the courage to strike at Rox, and even more so that the pirate overlord Rox would spar with a newcomer. Rox paid no heed to the surrounding figures, his eyes fixed on Yuan. Feel the gap now. Still want to try? I won't hold back. A terrifying Conqueror's Haki pressure enveloped Yuan. A voice like a demon's whisper echoed in his ears, causing his expression to shift slightly. The bone-chilling murderous intent showed no hint that Rox was joking. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yuan's face, but it quickly hardened into resolve. If he lacked the courage to strike now, this moment would become his inner demon. Rox would forever be his nightmare. Without crossing this mountain, how could he reach a higher peak? The next moment, Yuan made a decision that drove everyone insane. Then I won't hold back either. His roar was loud. Yuan's aura was already at its limit. The shout was purely to bolster his own courage. Damn, are you out of your mind? Kaido couldn't help but curse. You're not holding back. You're utterly reckless. What a formidable spirit. Whitebeard's expression grew serious, recognizing the kingly resolve in Yuan. He's a fucking lunatic. Infu stared blankly, muttering under his breath. He seemed to see a madman, even crazier than Rox. Damn it. If you bastards hadn't interfered, this kid would have been mine. Golden Lion Shirji's regret was overwhelming. If Yuan grew strong and allied with him, how could they not conquer the seas? Mama, don't you dare die. Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily. While gripping his greatsword, wore an exceptionally grim expression, a hidden, imperceptible, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. No one knew the source of that murderous intent. Ha ha ha. Rox's arrogant laughter echoed across the island, his figure wild and unbridled, exuding overwhelming dominance. Huh. Ewan hesitated no longer, his form suddenly surged forward, unleashing the strongest punch of his current state. Dim electric arcs crackled faintly around him. He was barely able to maintain Conqueror's Haki coating. If he prolonged this, he would first lose the ability to sustain the state. So, let's do this. A light flickered in Rox's eyes, yet it seemed as if boundless darkness flowed within. He suddenly slammed a fist down at the figure charging before him. Boom. Like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. The surrounding air was compressed into a vacuum, exuding a suffocating sensation. Before Ewan's fist could even land, he was inexplicably sent flying. Whoosh! The shadow demon form dissolved. The divine armor and divine might dissipated. Thud! He crashed dozens of meters away, heavily slamming into the ground. How deep he fell was unknown. The howling wind gradually subsided. Rox withdrew his imposing aura, and as he turned to leave, did not forget to command. Go fish that brat out. He hadn't truly intended to kill, but he had taught Ewan a lesson. Kaido stepped forward, swung his spiked club, and dug a 12-meter deep pit before spotting Ewan. Cough. If you dig a little longer you'll actually bury me alive. Un said, weakly, blood seeping through his lips and teeth as he spoke. This time he was genuinely injured. Now, even moving felt difficult. Hey, you should thank the captain for leaving you in one piece. Kaido looked at Un as if he were a madman, then reached out and grabbed him, leaping out of the pit. Ouch. Slow down. My bones are about to break. I'm injured, can't you see? Injured. Un screamed in agony, thinking to himself, I overdid it. On your very first day as a commander you attacked the captain. Un, you never cease to amaze me. Golden Lion Shiki stepped forward, gloating and teasing. The captain wanted to test me. Sigh. Can you call the ship doctor? The moment Un spoke, the pain made him grimace. Come. I have the best ship doctor on my ship. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes lit up as he immediately said, no need to trouble Captain Shiki for such a trivial matter. Kaido can help me, right? Un refused decisively, turning his pleading gaze to Kaido. Brother, I'm counting on you. You better be reliable and not let me down. He was truly afraid that Shiki would take the opportunity to make him suffer even more. Compared to Shiki, Kaido was at least somewhat honorable. Let's go. Kaido didn't say much. He carried Un off to find a ship doctor. TCH, you coward. Once you're better I'll spar with you again. Golden Lion Shiki shouted from behind. He still hadn't let go of the matter of Un playing both sides. He was determined to find a chance to teach Un a thorough lesson. If he delayed too long he might not be able to teach him at all. This kid's strength growth was too monstrous. That was what Shiki truly worried about. Humph. John snorted coldly and turned away, growing increasingly displeased with Un. Because during the pirate banquet his men had been killed by Un and John's nature was petty and vengeful combined with jealousy. He just found Un irritating in every way. The crowd dispersed with heavy hearts. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong, with a mountainous and stalwart figure, sat in the Fleet Admiral's seat, clad in a white uniform, his expression slightly grave. Several figures then entered the room. Fleet Admiral, what happened? Why did you summon us so urgently? Sengoku asked directly. I was just about to go teach that punk Shinjo a lesson, Garp said, picking his nose as he sat down unceremoniously. Behind them were Vice Admirals Zephyr and Tsuru. These people could be considered the true top brass of the Marines. Take a look at this. Kong sighed and tossed a document to the group. Four heads simultaneously leaned in to scan the document. A new commander in the Rocks Pirates. And he's a 17-year-old brat. Garp's jaw dropped. He hadn't expected the first piece of intelligence to be such a bombshell. Kasarun. Never heard that name before. Zephyr's face was full of gravity. He pondered hard, but still had no recollection of the name. No. Keep reading. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes suddenly froze, a deep shock spreading across her face. Kasa-un is the winner of the pirate banquet. The intelligence says he has only been training for 7 days. And he has awakened Conqueror's Haki. The events that occurred on Honeycomb Island last night were already on the Marine Fleet Admiral's desk this morning. The depth of the channels involved was unimaginable. What nonsense. 7 days to reach the strength of a 30 million berry pirate. Awakening Conqueror's Haki at 17 and controlling it with ease. I absolutely don't believe it. Garp slammed the table and stood up, shouting in disbelief. A 17-year-old controlling Conqueror's Haki. Preposterous. The intelligence was extremely detailed, even mentioning the pirates who participated in the banquet. It didn't look like something an ordinary person could bring out. Is this intelligence reliable? How could anyone train for 7 days and take down a 30 million berry pirate? Zephyr pondered slightly, expressing his doubt. Sengoku, who had remained silent until now, showed a thoughtful expression and cast a discreet glance at Kong. Kong, however, appeared completely convinced, showing no suspicion toward the intelligence. Sengoku frowned deeply. He knew that Kong had planted an informant in the Rocks Pirates, and that informant held a relatively high status, but he had never known who it was. Even though Sengoku had carefully investigated the profiles of the Rocks Pirates commanders, he could find no trace of a spy. He didn't know who the mole was. But from Kong's demeanor he could tell that the intelligence was absolutely genuine. He wondered if Sengoku's method of cultivating moles was passed down from Kong. So, had the Rocks Pirates really produced a monster? Sengoku's breathing quickened slightly. This was too terrifying. Hey Sengoku, what are you doing? Speak up. Garp patted Sengoku's shoulder to prompt him. The intelligence is reliable. Kong suddenly spoke as if he had thought of something. Sengoku nodded and continued. I also don't think the intelligence is wrong. This line to the Rocks Pirates only contacts the Marines when something major happens. It's been almost 2 years since the last transmission. So you may not believe it, but you can't deny the emergence of the pirate Kasa-un. Presenting facts and evidence was more persuasive. Sengoku understood this while first making everyone believe in the authenticity of the intelligence. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, quite agreeing with Sengoku's reasoning. Garp crossed his arms, couldn't help but curl his lips, and muttered. Even if he's a genius, the 7-day thing is just that bastard Rock's exaggerating to mess with Marine judgment. He simply couldn't believe anyone could train for 7 days and defeat a 30 million berry pirate. Exactly. Even if Kasa-un is a genius, the winner of the pirate banquet, and a new commander of the Rocks Pirates, I don't buy the rest of the rumors. Zephyr immediately expressed his view. Training for 7 days, controlling Conqueror's Haki. Unless one saw it with their own eyes, it was hard to believe. It was simply a fantasy. Gangu Kong himself was reluctant to believe it. Yet the more improbable it seemed, the more likely it truly was. The shock in Sengoku's heart gradually subsided, and he spoke to calm them. Don't rush. If Kase-Yun truly is an unprecedented monster, then it shouldn't be long before we have a chance to cross paths with him. But that day had better never come. If the intelligence proves true, Kase-Yun is the next rocks. We absolutely cannot give him time to grow. The sooner we eliminate him, the better. Sengoku's expression was grim, his words dripping with murderous intent. Gang Kong looked upon him with appreciation and nodded in agreement. Sengoku speaks wisely. No matter what talent this Yun possesses, he has already become an officer of the Rocks Pirates, posing a tremendous threat to the Marines. Moreover, at this pirate banquet he slaughtered every rival in attendance, proof that his vicious and brutal nature is in no way inferior to Rocks himself. I summoned you here to remember this man. The moment you encounter him, kill him at any cost. The seas must never see a second Rocks. If Yun ever learned how he was being described, he would probably swing his arms and trade blows with Gang Kong right then and there. Hearing the Commander-in-Chief's order, Garp and Zephyr both turned somewhat serious. Got it. If I ever run into that brat, no matter how long he's been training, my iron fists have been forged for decades. Garp declared, murderous aura radiating from his words. Still, he hadn't fully taken the threat to heart. In his eyes, this was just some genius. With a bounty of only a few tens of millions, there was no need for such a massive mobilization. If I run into him, I'll definitely bring him back. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Zephyr, the non-killer, Admiral the Black Wrist. No one could have imagined that Zephyr would one day become an extremist bent on destroying the world. Just what is Rock's planning? He keeps recruiting more pirates, and his movements grow more frequent by the day. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed helplessly, her delicate features etched with worry. Those monsters, there isn't a single easy one among them. Zephyr let out a snort, his expression sour, as if he had suffered losses at their hands before. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, that Roger fellow's reputation is growing louder by the day. Garp, reminded of something, slapped his head and burst into laughter. Sengoku rebuked him with the frustration of a man disappointed in a wayward student. You bastard, you have the nerve to say that. Last time, if you hadn't done something reckless, the Roger pirates would have already entered the encirclement, and we might very well have captured him. Ha ha, Sengoku, you underestimate that man. Roger isn't someone you can deal with just by throwing numbers at him. If I hadn't struck first, those marine fleets would have suffered catastrophic losses. Garp wasn't angry in the least. He kept on laughing, though his smile was tinged with gravity. The Rocks pirates were the absolute overlords, the Roger pirates the brightest rising stars. These two great pirate crews gave the Marines no end of headaches. Enough. We're discussing the Rocks pirates. What does dragging the Roger pirates into this accomplish? Gang Kong said in a deep voice. Tsurugo, issue the wanted poster for Kase-Yun. Issue a wanted poster right now? Wouldn't that expose our infiltrator? Vice Admiral Tsuru was taken aback and immediately asked. Gang Kong replied with confidence, no need to worry. Just go issue the bounty. Eliminating this Kase-Yun early before he can grow is our top priority. How much is the bounty? 500 million. Gang Kong hesitated briefly, then blurted out the number. 500 million. Isn't that too high? Sengoku said in disbelief. After all, even Charlotte Lean, the natural destroyer, only reached a bounty of 500 million after multiple increases. Hers was far higher now, but she hadn't started out so terrifying. 500 million. Zephyr and Garp's expressions sharpened. Only now did they realize that Gang Kong wasn't joking. He genuinely regarded this youth named Kase-Yun with extreme dread. Gang Kong sighed. Charlotte Lin and Kaido grew strong precisely because we didn't take them seriously enough. Too many incidents like this have occurred over the years. Even if it's only a possibility, we must strangle it in the cradle. I don't want to see another Charlotte Lin or Kaido, and I definitely don't want to see another Rocks. Moved by Gang Kong's resolve, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Yes, Fleet Admiral. In an instant, Yun became the Marines' #1 assassination target. Because everyone else was too difficult to kill. Only he was a newcomer, still weak in strength. But a bounty of 500 million would absolutely shake the seas. That afternoon, Hakanosu Island. Yun was wrapped head to toe in bandages, yet his injuries had already healed for the most part. The cell-devouring origin art tempered his body from the cellular level constantly, enhancing his regenerative abilities as well. One day he might reach a terrifying level of super regeneration. He had been drinking and feasting with Kaido, but the moment he saw the bounty fluttering down from the sky, every trace of laughter died on Yun's face. Worororo. A bounty is a pirate's pride. Why the long face? Kaido roared with laughter, showing no intention of consoling him. If anything, he was gloating. He seemed to take great delight in seeing Yun lose his composure. Damn it. Yun clutched his own wanted poster, the vivid 500, filling him with the urge to curse up a storm. What the hell are you laughing at? I attended that pirate banquet last night, and today the Marines' wanted poster is already spreading across the seas. Do you not see a problem here? Though the face on the poster was a sketched rendition, it was virtually identical to the real Yun. Kaido's laughter abruptly cut off, his eyes widening wide as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. There's a Marine spy on this island. The slow realizing Kaido suddenly jolted awake. He had never once considered the possibility. But what had just happened had already made the answer clear. What else could it be? Do the Marines have some kind of clairvoyance? They slapped a 500 million bounty on my head. Why don't they just go rob someone? Yun was fuming. He had planned to play it safe and farm his growth in the shadows. But here at the very heart of the pirates' stronghold, the Marines still knew his exact information. How the hell was he supposed to play this game now? Your own base is being watched by the Marines. You don't need to worry too much. With this many pirates around, having a couple of informants is only natural, Kaido said hesitantly after a brief pause. He didn't know whether he was trying to reassure Yun or himself. Yun curled his lips, but a different thought was forming in his mind. The fact that his bounty had been set at 500 million meant the Marines knew a great deal, things that ordinary pirates would never have access to. Those who knew the true details of what happened at the banquet were all the officers seated on the stage. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that someone had heard it secondhand from an officer's mouth, but that possibility was slim. With his own life on the line, alarm bells clanged wildly in Yun's mind. If there really was a spy among the officers, wouldn't it be all too easy for them to kill him? Who could it be? Whitebeard, Shiki, Lean Kaido. Absolutely impossible. John and Wang Ji are highly unlikely too. Silver Axe. He doesn't seem very likely either. Flower Flames, Stussy Shaki. Those officers are all pirates through and through. It has to be one of those unfamiliar faces. Fishman Potty. Four-armed Tribe Kellis. Well, Rods. Yunin immediately had suspects in mind, almost itching to expose the mole on the spot. Kaido noticed the desire in Yunan's eyes to eliminate the mole and couldn't help but say, it can't be helped. Even if we know there's a mole, it's difficult to root them out. With a pirate crew this vast, how can we investigate? You don't suspect the commanders, do you? If it's one of them, it would be even harder to confirm. Those guys all harbor ulterior motives and are impossible to get close to. Kaido seemed to approve of Yunin and couldn't help but share some inner thoughts. I advise you to stay out of this. The captain doesn't care about these matters at all. He needs everyone's strength. Even if there's a mole, they can only obediently execute his orders. Anyone who defies him will surely be killed by the captain. So even if some intelligence leaks, he doesn't care. Kaido lowered his voice and spoke carefully. He seemed to be subtly reminding Yunin of something. Aren't you afraid of intelligence leaks? What if the Navy finds out about our operations in advance? Aren't you really worried about the whole crew being wiped out? Yunin asked, puzzled. Kaido shook his head. I don't know. No one knows what the captain is thinking. Sigh. Yunin sighed and sat back down, looking at the evaluation on his wanted poster. Vicious and cruel, a prolific killer. He could barely hold himself together. Navy, is it? I'll remember you. When I cross paths with you again, I'll make sure you know what true viciousness and cruelty mean, what it's like to be a bloodthirsty killer. Yunin threw away his wanted poster, preferring not to see it, and thus not be troubled by it. Regarding Kaido's reminder or the goodwill he was showing Yun, and silently kept it in mind. Kaido was close to directly expressing his distrust of rocks. Of course, Yunin couldn't say such things outright either. They were all smart people who understood the situation without needing to speak it. Kaido, let me toast you. I hope we can get along well in the future. If anything happens down the line, I'll definitely stand by your side. Yunin hesitated for a moment before raising his wine bowl. Kaido's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Yun's meaning, laughing loudly. Great. Let's look out for each other. Clang. The two wine bowls, one large and one small, collided. Witnessing Yun and making his first friend in name. Kaido didn't know why he felt this way, but he had a sense that Yunin was extraordinary, so he wanted to forge a connection with him, and fortunately Yunin's behavior didn't disappoint him. The alliance front was roughly established. Just like him and Charlotte Linlin. Among this group of people with different intentions, having an ally would make things much easier. Yunin devoured meat in large bites, desperately absorbing energy to strengthen his physique. Yet he couldn't stop thinking about the mole. If he didn't expose this mole, he would lose his appetite and sleep. From the bounty, one could see how much the Navy valued him. What if the Navy went all out, even at the cost of sacrificing the mole to kill him? That would be a terrible loss. Yunin knew very well what his talent meant, and how many people would fear him. That's why he accepted Kaido's goodwill without hesitation. As for whether it was reliable, that would be seen in future events. But at least Yunin was relatively at ease with Kaido. This guy, although also ruthless, looked down on petty tactics and handled everything openly, which actually left people with nothing to criticize. If I don't like you, I'll deal with you. What can you do about it? Before long, Charlotte Linlin came over. Mama, you're actually secretly eating here behind my back. She unceremoniously joined the eating battlefield, but her eyes shot a meaningfully smiling glance at Yunin. The Navy really values you, kid. A 500 million bounty right away. Kaido, and I didn't even have half of that when we started. Really impressive. Charlotte Linlin's words pierced Yun's bleeding heart. Alright, I admit that Golden Lion recruited me back then, but I had no choice. Should I have refused him outright? Would I still be alive? Yunin explained, helplessly expressing regret for what happened back then. Then you dared to refuse me? Charlotte Linlin questioned. I didn't refuse you either. Yunin spread his hands and shrugged, saying, I had no choice at the time. You know the situation well enough. If the captain hadn't spoken up, I'm sure you commanders would have beaten me to death before stopping. Well, there's some truth to that. Charlotte Linlin wasn't really bothered by past events anymore. She only had one thought now. Mama, then when are you going to have children with me? Faced with Charlotte Linlin's direct question, Ewan nearly spat out his food. Looking up in disbelief at her beautiful, yet extraordinarily massive figure, his throat dry as dust, he hastily explained, Linlin, did you misunderstand something? I never said I wanted to have children with you. Although that's not entirely off the table. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashing with ferocity, oddly creepy, Ewan quickly changed his tune. Look, my injuries haven't healed yet. Let's talk about this after I recover. A delaying tactic. He had to stall. I see, Ewan, you'd better keep your word. Charlotte Linlin sat down slowly, and that oppressive aura gradually dissipated. The threatening tone in her words made Yunan's back go cold and his knees weak. Kaido couldn't help but burst out laughing from the side. Linlin, Yunan will be spending a lot of time with us from now on. There's no need to rush about having children. Though it sounded like a joke, it was a subtle hint about Yunan joining the alliance. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin first paused, then exchanged glances with Kaido. Realizing the reminder in his eyes, her expression turned to understanding, and her smile grew even more pronounced. In that case, having 2 or 3 children didn't seem like a problem. Yunan silently ate meat on the side, and a question suddenly popped into his mind. Isn't one supposed to be weak during childbirth? Why didn't anyone take the opportunity to strike? Time quietly slipped away. Yunan had sought out Rox once under the pretext of asking for advice. It was exactly as Kaido had said. Rox didn't care at all about the mole situation. This made Yunan feel extremely frustrated. His desire to improve his strength became more urgent. Every day, he basically only did 3 things. 1. Eat. 2. Sparring with Kaido. 3. Avoiding Charlotte Linlin. Eating was to desperately absorb energy. Sparring with Kaido was to fiercely improve his strength and accelerate the energy digestion process. Avoiding Charlotte Linlin was, of course, because he didn't want to have children with her. Who would want to be a stud horse? Such a fulfilling life passed in the blink of an eye, half a month gone. That day, Yunan had just finished consuming a massive amount of food and was walking out of the cafeteria when he ran into Golden Lion Shiki. What a coincidence. Let's go. Captain Rox has called for action. We're preparing to move. Shiki showed a surprised expression, then beckoned. Seeing that Golden Lion had no intention of pressing the issue, Yunan immediately relaxed and asked, am I participating in the operation too? That's right. The captain specifically requested your participation. Don't worry, we're just going to annihilate a kingdom. Your strength is more than enough for self-preservation. Golden Lion Shiki said casually. Annihilating a kingdom came as casually from his mouth as finding a place to relieve himself. Annihilate a kingdom. Yunan's expression turned solemn. War is coming. In the kingdom of Naluode, a sudden pirate attack struck without warning. Enemy attack. Those are the flags of the Rox pirates. Good heavens. Quick report to the king. Nonsense, notify the Marines immediately. That's Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, John Silveraxe. We're completely done for. They're all ruthless pirates who slaughter without blinking. As soon as the Rox pirate ship came into view, the kingdom of Naluode was already plunged into chaos and panic. However, the diminutive figure beside Kaido had not gone unnoticed by the kingdom's soldiers. It was Ewan. This operation was purely a raid. After all, what kind of pirates wouldn't burn, kill, and plunder? Ewan could do nothing about it, and moreover, he bore some responsibility himself. It was because he ate voraciously, consuming more food in a single day than all the officers combined. By devouring enormous quantities of food to absorb energy and forge his body, his strength had grown extraordinarily terrifying. At least currently, Ewan could warrant a bounty of 500 million. As Ewan's strength increased, his cell-source devouring technique comprehended a new 2.0 version, gaining an enhanced super healing ability that could rapidly restore bodily injuries. Meanwhile, his consumption of food and absorption of energy became even more rapid. Steel Balloon had reached its 2nd stage, mastery achieved. Now swords and bullets held no effect whatsoever against Ewan. Moreover, his strength was astonishingly immense. His abilities as the mythical beast-type Dark Sovereign were becoming increasingly refined. However, Ewan never once revealed his devil fruit powers in public. After all, one must always conceal one's trump cards when traveling abroad. Mama, Ewan, have you been avoiding me all this time? Charlotte Linlin looked down at Ewan, her stunning eyes clouded with murderous intent. Her long-standing demand for children had gone unfulfilled, and Charlotte Linlin was extremely furious. I've been busy with cultivation all this time. I'll attend to it once we finish this mission and return. Ewan hurriedly explained with a forced smile. The delaying tactic had shown initial results. Ewan felt that at his current rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before he need no longer fear Charlotte Linlin. They both possessed Steel Balloon, who was afraid of whom. He could firmly refuse such an unreasonable demand about having children. Is that so? Next time we return, you won't escape. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth. She had realized that Ewan was apparently deceiving her once again. But with the mission underway, she could not explode on the spot. Beside them, Kaido took a swig from his sake gourd and cast a look at Ewan filled with incomprehensible suspicion. He could not fathom how Ewan trained at all. Every day, he sparred with Ewan, and miraculously Ewan's strength increased by a significant margin each day. Now Kaido did not dare treat their encounters with the slightest carelessness. This baffled him beyond measure. I say the cannonballs are already flying, and you still have the leisure to bicker among yourselves. John laughed maniacally from the sidelines, then ignored the others, drew the cutlass at his waist, and charged forward first. If not for the sake of plunder, the cunning old fox John would never have rushed to the vanguard. Charlotte Linlin watched John's retreating figure and snorted coldly, then charged alongside Kaido. Silver Axe saw them all charging out, turned to Ewan, and asked, "What's your call? Stay behind to command or land and fight?" Ewan twisted his neck. "Leave the commanding to you." With that he charged out, as well as speed hardly inferior to that of Kaido and the others. Ewan began to feel excited. He had finally waited for this opportunity to harvest shadows. He would absolutely not let such a fine chance slip away. Only by storing enough shadows could he exert the full power of the mythical beast-type Dark Sovereign. This kid's strength seems to have grown even stronger again. Just how does he train? Silver Axe muttered to himself, a look of bewilderment on his face. Ewan no longer cared about others' opinions. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, the air was filled with the sounds of slaughter. Cannon fire rained down from the city walls, continuously deafening and chaotic. His shadow quietly detached from his body, without anyone noticing, slithering like a venomous snake through the darkness. Wherever the shadow Ewan passed, it severed the Naluod Kingdom soldiers' shadows from their bodies. With the shadow contract art activated, all of them became shadows entirely under his control. The soldiers who had lost their shadows showed no unusual symptoms. They did not perish upon exposure to sunlight. The greatest difference between the mythical beast-type Dark Sovereign and the Ope no Mi was precisely this: when the shadow detached from the body, it separated completely, without affecting the host. Even if the host were killed, the shadow remained usable. It was a case of advantages and disadvantages coexisting, mutually influencing each other. The wandering shadows gradually converged into Ewan's shadow dominion. Ewan quietly amassed his strength in this unobtrusive manner. Kaido charged at the forefront, his massive frame breaking through the city gates first. The kingdom of Naluod had almost lost all capacity to resist. Hundreds of pirates followed behind, tearing through the defense line. It was entirely a one-sided battle. Ewan barely lifted a finger, content to collect shadows. With enough shadows stored, his strength would advance another level. Boom. Ewan kicked open the doors to the kingdom's treasury, revealing vast piles of jewels stacked inside. He swept his divine sense across the room quickly, but found nothing precious. Not even a devil fruit. Disappointment washed over him. But then John charged in, leading a group of pirates. Upon seeing the heaps of treasure, John's eyes instantly lit up. He cherished wealth above all else. Even Buggy himself had coveted his treasure map later, which showed just how much fortune he had amassed. But when John spotted Ewan, he clearly paused for a moment. He immediately turned around and ordered, "You brats, haul all this treasure away for me." He spoke as though Ewan did not exist. Ewan frowned, and a quiet voice rang out. "John, I discovered this place first. Under Rock's regulations, each person could keep half of whatever they acquired, while the rest went to the crew as public funds. They were all pirates after all, and competition was to be expected. Besides, Rox himself did not care for treasure. If it ran out, they simply raided elsewhere. He never questioned who took more or less. Therefore, if John carried away all this treasure, Ewan would at least receive half. But logically speaking, since Ewan had discovered it first, it should rightfully belong to him. Yet Ewan had no subordinates to help transport the loot. He knew himself that he had not wanted to compete, but John's attitude irked him enormously. John raised an eyebrow, answering carelessly, "So what if you found it first? If you've got the strength, carry it all away yourself." By now the treasury was filled with John's men, and he dropped any pretense, showing Ewan absolutely no respect. Ewan narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous gleam flashing within. He spoke softly, "It seems you hold considerable resentment toward me." The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere around them suddenly turned chillingly grim. John laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned. "Ha ha ha, you said that yourself." But his hand slowly tightened around the hilt of his cutlass. "I'm warning you, don't test me, or I won't be polite." John threatened, his smile growing increasingly sinister. He loved wealth more than anything. How could he possibly hand these treasures over to Ewan? "Try me." Ewan suddenly surged forward with formidable authority, and a streak of blue light flashed. John had built his reputation over many years, but how could he endure such provocation from Ewan? He prepared to strike immediately. Even if he could not defeat John, as long as he could hold him off until Kaido and Linlin arrived, John might truly never leave this place alive. In the darkness, Shadow Ewan concealed itself, silently ready to strike at any moment. Nearly 100 shadows within the Shadow Dominion also began to stir restlessly. "Oh, let me see what audacity you have to dare challenge me." John drew his cutlass, his eyes dripping with contempt. Ewan was a genius, acknowledged even by Rox, but his training time was far too short. John still did not take him seriously. Just as a fierce battle was about to erupt, chaos erupted outside. "It's the Marines. The Marines have surrounded us. It's Admiral T-Bone and Black Arm Zephyr. Worse still, Guru Shu is here too. We've walked into a trap. The Marines are ambushing us. We need to retreat." The chaotic shouts made Ewan and John instinctively halt their actions. John's face darkened as he shot a glance at Ewan before turning and walking outside. "Take as much as you can to the ship. I'll go check." Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr all appeared, and everyone could sense that something was far from simple. Yun's mind raced, his caution surging. He felt the most uneasy. It was supposed to be a routine operation, and it had been announced suddenly. How could the Marines mobilize Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr all at once? If it weren't a trap, not even a dog would believe it. Damn, could they be coming for me? As this thought took root, Yun grew even more uneasy. But he had no choice but to brace himself and face the situation. When he finally arrived outside, a massive fleet of Marine ships was approaching in the distance. The battle at the shore had already erupted. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr led the charge. All Marines, hear me. Surround every pirate. Don't let a single one escape. Zephyr raised his arm and roared the command. Worororo. Black Arm Zephyr. Ragnaroku. Kaido, the battle maniac, showed no fear in the face of such a situation. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation, meeting Zephyr at the front. Kaido, you won't escape this time. Zephyr's face darkened as Armament Haki enveloped his body, its sheen deep and menacing. He threw a punch, meeting the Ragnaraka head-on. The two figures became entangled, forcing the surrounding Marines and pirates to retreat, constantly unable to intervene in the battle. At the shore, Silver Axe was pinned down by a Marine Vice Admiral, unable to break free. Charlotte Lean, we meet again. Garp cracked his knuckles as he strode toward her. Despite the immense height difference, Garp's presence seemed to overpower Charlotte Lean. At his peak, Garp's strength was utterly terrifying. Even Charlotte Lean, in terms of presence, could not match the seemingly carefree Garp. Mamama, Garp, you Marines sure are fast. Charlotte Lean laughed with a meaningful smile. Being ambushed like this, she knew something was wrong. Ha ha ha. I'll personally send you all to the underwater prison today. Garp laughed, then suddenly dashed forward at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Boom. A violent shockwave instantly spread. Both Marines and pirates nearby were sent flying by the concussive impact. Charlotte Lean staggered back several steps, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. Die, you bastard. Napoleon swung down fiercely. Garp and Charlotte Lean clashed. It was clear that Charlotte Lean was at a disadvantage. The strength of a peak Garp was truly not to be underestimated. Sengoku remained still, scanning the battlefield, as if searching for something. Sengoku. John locked eyes with him from afar. Just as John expected Sengoku to attack him, Sengoku shifted his gaze. What is he looking for? John wondered. Ewan moved stealthily through the battlefield, but suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Observation Haki. Spiritual sense warning. He looked up abruptly. His eyes were suddenly filled with golden light. A giant Buddha, radiant with golden light, descended from the sky, blocking his path. Kasa-yun, surrender. The golden Buddha boomed with a majesty that resonated like a divine chant. Yun paused, instinctively drawing blue flame, his expression extremely wary, as if facing a great enemy. Motherfucker, so they really are after me. Yun cursed loudly. The moment the Marines appeared, he knew something was wrong. Now Sengoku had abandoned the entire battlefield to target him. Everything was clear. A mole in the rocks pirates had informed the Marines of this operation, prompting Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr to all mobilize. The target was him. Sengoku, in his great Buddha form, radiated brilliant golden light, his face stern, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Shockwave. The golden Buddha raised its palm, and a blinding white light shone from its center. The dazzling glare made Yun instinctively want to close his eyes, but the next moment he was engulfed by a wave of devastating energy. A pure white beam of destructive shockwave erupted. The air trembled, and the ground was gouged into a deep trench that extended all the way to Yun. Yun's expression twisted. Armament Haki, divine armor. Shadow war armor. His low roar was barely audible amid the roar of the shockwave. Without warning, streaks of dancing shadows materialized around Yun, intertwining with the Armament Haki divine armor, merging into a deep pitch-black shadow armor that encased him. Wearing the armor, Yun's power surged dramatically. He held blue flame before him, sword aura bursting forth like blue flames, resisting the devastating impact of the shockwave. Boom. The shockwave's power exploded around Yun. The thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Countless billowing dust clouds obscured the scene. Yun. Kaido was horrified. How could Yun withstand Sengoku's devastating strike? Damn it. I'll kill you all today. Rage blazed in Kaido's chest, and his attacks grew more frenzied. Did it work? Zephyr, while fending off Kaido, kept an eye on Sengoku's battle. Seeing Yun hit by the shockwave, he breathed a sigh of relief. How could a mere brat withstand the great Buddha's shockwave? Even if not dead, he would be gravely injured. Zephyr thought to himself. Bang. Charlotte Lean, who had been driven back several steps by Garp's iron fists, suddenly looked up. Her eyes shimmered with an eerie pink luster, and a peculiar power seemed to flow around her. You killed Yun. Charlotte Lean roared, her soul-shaking voice causing all nearby Marines and pirates to cover their ears in agony. A burst of domineering spirit erupted from Charlotte Lean. Conqueror's Haki, activated. You all died. Coded Conqueror's Haki formed, and a slash tore through the air. She hadn't even given birth yet, and Yun was dead. Charlotte Lean was furious. All because of these damned Marines ruining her plans. That crazy woman. Garp muttered with a grave expression. The power of the soul fruit, Conqueror's Haki coating, and her iron balloon body. Charlotte Lean was ready to go on a killing spree. Why is Charlotte Lean so concerned about Kasa-yun? Sengoku in his great Buddha form frowned as he watched Charlotte Linlin erupt with full force. He muttered in confusion, then turned his gaze back to the dust cloud ahead and stepped forward. He needed to confirm whether Ewan was truly dead. Even if he had only one breath left, he would finish him off with another shockwave. Suddenly, a cerulean slash shot out from the billowing dust, striking the great Buddha's golden body. Bang! The collision produced a dull thud. The great Buddha Sengoku instinctively stepped back, his face darkening as he growled. As expected, he's not dead. Not only did he survive, but the power unleashed by the slash was far from weak. Whoosh! A figure abruptly burst out from the smoke and dust. It was Ewan, clad in shadow armor. At this moment, only his face was exposed, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light, as if reflecting a raging inferno. However, his shadow armor was considerably damaged. Resisting the impact of the shockwave had consumed the majority of his shadows. Ewan was not lamenting the loss of his shadows, but rather pondering whether he would have died under the shockwave without them. Rage ignited within him. Whoever you are, I'll cut you down first. I will not die. Ewan struck first with his blade, venting his fury. The great Buddha Sengoku raised his arm to block the strike, his stance unyielding, a flicker of surprise crossing his stern face. He had endured the shockwave unscathed. Sengoku's eyes suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. The Navy's mission was to eliminate Ewan. How could he allow Ewan to live? From the side, the great Buddha hurled a punch, exuding an overwhelming pressure, sending Ewan flying. Ewan quickly rolled twice, steadied himself, and rose to his feet. It seems I can fight after all. Instead of fleeing, he considered engaging Sengoku in combat. John, what are you dawdling for? Go stop Sengoku. Kaido roared at John from afar. Among the active officers, only John could assist Ewan. I want to, but these Navy men are blocking me. I have to kill them first, don't I? John feigned action by slaying 2 Navy soldiers, pretending to be helpless. You? Kaido's eyes blazed with fury. John clearly had no intention of helping you and deliberately stalling for time. Those few insignificant Navy soldiers couldn't even harm John if he stood still. Bang! While Kaido was distracted, Zephyr struck him in the chest with a heavy punch, sending him stumbling back. Then another blow to the cheek sent him crashing to the ground. Ewan cast a cold glance at John, then immediately shouted to Kaido, Kaido, handle your own enemy. Don't worry about me, I still have a way. Lean Kaido, lend me your shadows. As the words fell, Shadow Ewan vanished silently from his side. A devil fruit user after all. Sengoku's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. He had thought Ewan's armor was a manifestation of Armament Haki, but now it seemed far more complex. Shadows. What did he want with Kaido and Lean's shadows? A flicker of doubt crossed Sengoku's mind. Charlotte Lean, though wild in her attacks, regained some rationality upon seeing Ewan alive. When Ewan asked to borrow their shadows, she readily agreed. Kaido did the same. Neither refused. The next moment, the shadows flickered. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadows were taken by Shadow Ewan and returned to Ewan. Ewan took a deep breath, a deeper luster glowing in his eyes. This was a new technique he had developed through his ability. To execute it, the shadow hosts must not resist, because he would borrow their power through the shadows. Shadow Ewan returned to his side. Beside him, 2 massive shadows gradually became 3-dimensional, the shadows of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. The next moment, the 2 colossal shadows flowed like water into Ewan's shadow. His shadow visibly swelled, its form growing larger. Once the fusion was complete, Shadow Ewan had become a full size larger than Ewan himself. Ewan took a deep breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Though it will cause great damage to my body, I have no choice. Demon shadow form. With his low chant, Shadow Ewan merged with him once more. But since Shadow Ewan was much larger than himself, it brought about certain changes. Ewan clenched his fists and suddenly let out a scream. Not only his muscles, but even his bones seemed to deform as if his body was being reforged, the pain unimaginable. An ordinary demon shadow form would not cause such agony, but neither would it grant such overwhelming power. Unfortunately, Ewan could not yet use his awakening form. His body could not withstand that awakened power, or else he would not have to endure such torment. In the blink of an eye, Ewan had fully merged with his shadow. But his appearance became grotesque. His muscles bulged, and cracks like shattered porcelain appeared on his exposed skin, as if he were being torn apart from within. This technique, merging other shadows with his own, was even more reckless than Moria consuming shadows. But it had one advantage. He could gain immense strength, power to rival Sengoku. The great Buddha Sengoku, witnessing the bizarre transformation unfold in an instant, was struck speechless with shock. What kind of technique is this? He actually merged the shadows of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. At that moment, Ewan lifted his head slightly, his murderous gaze sending a tremor through Sengoku's heart. Boom. The next second, the ground beneath Ewan's feet exploded. His figure had vanished from the spot. A blue light flickered across the sky. The blue flame, wrapped in Armament Haki divine armor, descended upon the Buddha's head, its violent force almost blinding Sengoku. Such power. It has increased so much. As thoughts raced through his mind, Sengoku once again raised his arm to block the strike. Rumble. The impact sent the great Buddha Sengoku sinking into the ground, burying half his body. Such tremendous power. Sengoku's pupils contracted, his expression one of utter shock. Moments ago he could not budge him, but after merging with the shadows he could actually repel him. What kind of technique was this? Sengoku was truly astonished. What technique is Ewan using? Kaido was also dumbfounded. He had sparred with Ewan for so many days, yet never knew he had such a fearsome move hidden. Zephyr stared in awe, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this kid?" The ghastly appearance was almost terrifying. Huh. He actually shook the great Buddha Sengoku. John's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no desire to save Ewan. In fact, he wished for his death. But the sudden sinister technique that Ewan unleashed made him uneasy. Could these brats really stand up to the great Buddha Sengoku? This strange kid. Garp was stunned, as well taken aback by Ewan's transformation. "Mama, you really surprised me, old lady." Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, charging at Garp again. Since Ewan was not without a fighting chance, she only needed to hold Garp back. From the distant pirate ship, Silver Axe stared at the scene, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? Ewan is actually fighting Sengoku." Good heavens. Was he still dreaming? It had only been half a month since the pirate banquet. How on earth did Ewan train so fast? Everyone was utterly horrified by Ewan's grotesque appearance and the power he had just displayed. Sengoku himself was even more dumbfounded. Huh. With a furious roar he stamped down hard. The great Buddha's huge frame leaped out of the pit that had buried half his body. However, the moment Sengoku reached midair, Ewan struck. Ewan's eyes were bloodshot and sweat streamed down his face as he endured immense pain. Were it not for the cell-devouring source art strengthening his body at the cellular level, and its extraordinary healing power repairing the damage, he could never have withstood the power of Linlin and Kaido's fused shadows. One could only imagine the agony he was suffering. If he hadn't been pushed into a corner, Ewan would never have used a technique that consumed his own body so savagely. Time was critical. Kaido and Linlin were both held back. Silver Axe was far too slow, and John stood aloof. Ewan could rely only on himself. The blue flame in his hand tore through the air with a piercing shriek as he smashed it down. It felt as if the thing in his hand was not a blade but a club or a hammer. He was swinging it down to bludgeon. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Sengoku raised his arms and warded off blow after blow, yet for a moment, he could not force Ewan back, even half a step. He actually has the strength to fight me. Sengoku was deeply shocked, finding Ewan's methods almost inconceivable. Half a month ago, intelligence had said he was only at the level of a bounty of tens of millions. Only half a month had passed. How could he have already mastered such power? Though Ewan was borrowing a devil fruit ability, Sengoku knew that a devil fruit ability was also part of one's own strength. This proved that Ewan's growth during this period had far surpassed everyone's expectations. On top of that, he had been hiding his devil fruit ability all along. This man must not be allowed to live. At that thought, Sengoku's murderous intent blazed even hotter. Shockwave. He suddenly clapped his palms together, and a white light radiating destruction burst from his hands. The power erupting from the great Buddha's two palms converged into a single attack. Like a Kamehameha, and a destructive shockwave shot forth, mercilessly crushing the surrounding air. Ewan panted hoarsely and shook his head violently, forcing himself to stay conscious. The shockwave hurtling toward him was even more terrifying than the last one. For a split second, Ewan even wanted to use Conqueror's Haki infusion. But if he did, the shadow power of Kaido and Linlin would be fully unleashed, and his body would probably shatter before the attack could even take shape. The body has its limits. The power Ewan could borrow could never exceed that limit, otherwise he would perish, body and Tao lost. Blue Demon Godfall. Ewan's figure hovered in midair as he abruptly raised his arm and bellowed. Boom. The blue flame's blade suddenly flashed, its flame patterns writhing, as if they had come completely alive. Countless flames instantly gathered behind Ewan, turning into a scorching sea of fire. For a moment it was impossible to tell whether it was sword, aura, or fire. Blue flames scattered, then condensed. In the end, the sky-filling flames all turned into a streak of azure light that adhered to the blade's edge. Beneath the dark gleam of Armament Haki divine armor coiling around it, the blue flames patterns suddenly grew savage and terrifying, like the head of a demon king roaring into the human world, enough to strike fear into any heart. Holding the sword in both hands, Ewan charged straight at the incoming shockwave. The blue flame blazed a path ahead. Boom! The shockwave came crashing down. Ewan's figure was utterly swallowed up, and violent rumbling rang out endlessly, as if it were destroying something indestructible. Ewan. Damn it. That guy is too reckless. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's expressions changed in an instant, and their hearts sank. The destructive force of Sengoku's shockwave this time was unprecedentedly intense. Even if they had to take it, they would need to defend with everything they had, let alone Ewan. They still did not understand the power Ewan truly wielded, and continued to think he was far below them. But the next second, a tragic, defiant roar resounded across the entire battlefield. Get the hell out of my way, Blue Demon. Within the shockwave shrouded in white light, Ewan's roar was extraordinarily tragic and stirring, yet it chilled the heart. A blue slash pierced through the shockwave from top to bottom in an instant, chopping down against it, just like an axe splitting firewood. Simple and brutal. Great Buddha Sengoku's pupils trembled violently as he stared fixedly at the ferocious-faced youth charging against the shockwave. He was like a demon king from hell, Domineering, insane, utterly terrifying. Buddha palm shock. Sengoku's killing intent grew even denser. His pupils contracted sharply, and a strange, even more powerful energy suddenly coiled around his palm. Threads of lightning wreathed the great Buddha, making the holy image of the Buddha seem even more majestic and sacred. That's Conqueror's Haki infusion. Ewan dodged. Kaido shouted a loud warning. Charlotte Linlin tried to charge over, but Garp blocked her, and she could not get anywhere close. Silver Axe finally broke free. Clad in silver armor and gripping his battle axe, he charged over like a knight. But he was too far away, and it was still too late. John stared dumbfounded at Sengoku, erupting with Conqueror's Haki infusion, and swallowed hard. Ewan actually forced Sengoku to use Conqueror's Haki infusion. This time you should finally die. The more of Ewan's terror John witnessed, the more he wanted Ewan dead. Since they had already torn off all pretenses and formed a grudge, there was no need to keep up appearances. John knew that Rox was cold-blooded and ruthless to the bone, but once Ewan died, Rox would never do anything for a corpse. So at a moment like this, even when Silver Axe rushed over to save him, John still chose to stand by. Not that Silver Axe's rescue would have made it in time. The Buddha's palm reached out gently. The terrifying destructive force contained within it erupted in an instant. Bang! Ewan's figure faltered, and the light on his blade suddenly dimmed. Though the blade had not yet touched the golden Buddha's palm, it could not advance a single inch. He knew full well this was the power and nature of Conqueror's Haki infusion, but he could do nothing about it. If he used a Conqueror's Haki-infused technique now, it would be suicide. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin's and Kaido's shadows were one with him. The mere fusion alone was already more than his body could bear. If Conqueror's Haki infusion erupted, it would first tear his body to shreds. Ewan watched helplessly as the full force of the Buddha's palm crashed down upon him. The next second, he felt wind howling past his ears, and was sent flying, the sky and earth spinning around him. The two massive shadows inside him broke away uncontrollably and returned to the feet of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Hey, marine bastards. You actually laid hands on a kid. I'll never forgive you, bastards. A furious shout suddenly came from the sky. A boulder over 100 feet wide had appeared from nowhere and came plummeting down. On that boulder, a golden-maned figure like a lion dove down and caught Ewan just as he was blasted away by Sengoku. Ewan, damn it. How the hell did you get into such a miserable state? The moment Golden Lion Shiki saw Ewan's condition, his expression changed sharply. Ewan's body could only be described as shattered, his breath was faint, and it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. I'm taking you to the ship doctor right now. You hang on for me, damn it. Golden Lion Shiki roared, turning to take Ewan away first. Cough, cough. Rather than a ship doctor, I'd rather you slaughter Sengoku. Ewan struggled to lift his head. His breath was weak, but the murderous intent on his face remained undiminished. Gold Lion Shiki was stunned by this sight, deeply shaken by Ewan. You can still speak. Could it be a final burst of vitality? Ewan, hearing Gold Lion Shiki's words, nearly choked on his breath. He gritted his teeth and said, final burst of vitality, my ass. I'm not dying. He gasped deeply. Warm currents flowed through his body like spring rain, nourishing the parched earth, ushering in the revival of all things. The super healing ability displayed its formidable effect. Cell-devouring art version 2.0. Damn monster. Even this can't kill you. Gold Lion Shiki's shock did not diminish. He cursed under his breath as he fell downward. Bang! Sengoku Buddha smashed a falling boulder from the sky, then saw Gold Lion Shiki descending from the heavens, gripping Ewan. The moment Ewan landed, he released his shadow to collect other shadows. The power amplified by the shadows could speed up his recovery. Gold Lion Shiki. Here so soon. Sengoku was startled, instinctively looking at Ewan to confirm whether he was dead. Sengoku, you bastard, bullying a newcomer is no skill. I'll play with you. Gold Lion Shiki set Ewan down, and the blades Sakura and Ju exposed their cold gleam as he charged straight for Sengoku. Sengoku. He saw Ewan standing on both feet, his mind nearly blank. He couldn't fathom how Ewan had survived the devastating impact of the Buddha's Conqueror's Haki-infused attack. He could even stand on his own. What kind of monster was this kid? Sengoku was dumbfounded. But Gold Lion Shiki would make him even more stunned. The moment they clashed, the retreat horn sounded from the Marine's side. Emergency retreat. Sengoku knew that the retreat signal meant the Rox pirates were already coming to reinforce, and there would be no chance to kill Ewan. A trace of regret appeared on his stern face. Garp turned and looked over, finding Ewan still standing, his expression quite colorful. Thinking of Steelbone's mission objective, Garp narrowed his eyes, his iron fist growing heavier. The next second, Garp suddenly turned, abandoning Charlotte Linlin, and dashed straight for Ewan. Like an unstoppable humanoid beast, no one could block Garp's might. Fistbone galaxy impact. Garp suddenly arched his body, arcs of electricity crackling wildly around him, and threw a heavy punch, a killing blow at Ewan. Ewan's eyes widened as he watched Garp, who was even willing to take Charlotte Linlin's attack from behind to strike him. A nameless flame burned in his heart, and his face twisted into an even more ferocious expression. Everyone wants to kill me. You think I'm easy to bully? Who the hell can't use Conqueror's Haki infusion? Whoosh! Shadow Ewan returned, bringing over 100 shadows. Combined with the remaining shadows, he now had at least 200 shadows. The 200 shadows instantly enveloped Ewan, wrapping him layer by layer into a shadow armor form. The amplified power from this made Ewan feel much better, allowing him to use his strength again. The shadows externally fused into the shadow armor would be damaged. This was also why Ewan didn't borrow Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadows for external fusion. The demon shadow form fused shadows without damaging them, at most exiting the fusion state. Dark Descendant Fist. Ewan's pupils contracted as he unleashed Conqueror's Haki Divine Might. Wrapped around the pitch-black shadow-coated fist, strands of dark lightning patterns flowed. Ewan knew he couldn't match Garp, but if he did nothing was he to wait for death in vain. Thunderous Bagua. Kaido's voice suddenly emerged from the side as he swung his kanabo, charging ahead of Ewan to face Garp's terrifyingly solemn punch. Silver Axe rushed over to help Kaido block Zephyr, allowing Kaido to free his hands. Boom! The Iron Fist and Bagua Club collided, the unleashed power scattering in all directions. The impact burst forth and Ewan couldn't hold on after a moment. Countless clouds of dust filled the air. Damn loyal. Ewan cursed softly as he was sent flying. Kaido had essentially saved his life. Bang! Bang! Two figures slammed heavily into the ground. One big, one small, Kaido and Ewan. Even Kaido was blasted away by that extremely fierce punch. Fortunately, he had blocked most of the impact, allowing Ewan to withstand the rest. Kaido climbed out of the ground, shook his head, reached out to grab Ewan, his expression slightly anxious, but his movements careful. Cough. I'm still alive. Ewan raised his head slightly, staring in the direction the Marines were retreating, and said through gritted teeth, "Even this can't kill you. Are you even human?" Kaido was shocked. He had already prepared to mourn, but the kid actually spoke first. "I won't die. I'll never die again." Ewan murmured indistinctly, his eyes blazing with an incredibly intense light. This was Ewan's first absolute life and death crisis. Not only did it not intimidate him, it awakened him. The inner defeat prompted Ewan to set a goal that anyone would find unbelievable: to unlock the Dark Descendant King Awakening form within a month. Once he unlocked the Awakening form, Ewan would possess world-class power. Then, no one would be able to kill me. On the other side, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and the others led the Marines in a rapid retreat, even abandoning the Nerid Kingdom entirely. In the distance, Whitebeard, Wang Ji, and others were hurrying over. "You're still fine after all this." Gold Lion Shiki descended from the sky, his float fruit ability used with masterful skill. Ewan lay on the ground, letting his body heal itself, too lazy to move a finger. Hearing this, he said seriously, "Thanks a lot this time." At this moment, he suddenly felt that some pirates were quite reliable. "Jahaha, if it weren't for the Roger pirates blocking us halfway, we would have arrived earlier." Gold Lion Shiki said regretfully, "Maybe those bastard Marines wouldn't have escaped." "Roger pirates." Ewan narrowed his eyes, muttered softly, and his face showed a thoughtful expression. How did he suddenly feel like a set of Russian dolls? He was the bait. The Marines came for him. The other Rocks pirates were preparing to ambush the Marines, but they were blocked by the Roger pirates. Damn, so chaotic. Ewan's expression darkened slightly, feeling utterly exhausted. This situation was too complicated. The relationships involved were hard to unravel quickly. Everyone had informants planted in each other's camps. I must find a way to root out the spy and the Rocks pirates. The greatest threat Ewan felt came from the spy beside him. Of course, he had no good feelings for Rocks either. It was obvious that Rocks knew about the Marines' operation and deliberately sent Ewan on the mission to bait the Marines, aiming to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. But the plan was unexpectedly disrupted by the Roger pirates. From beginning to end, Ewan had no foresight. He hadn't expected that Rocks, despite apparently valuing him, would sell him out so thoroughly, caring nothing for his life. This left Ewan completely disillusioned with the Rocks pirates. He even began to look forward to the Battle of God Valley. It would be better if Rocks died sooner. As for John, who stood by with cold indifference, Ewan felt no goodwill toward him whatsoever. He even entertained the thought of eliminating him. A treacherous scoundrel like this could stab you in the back at any moment. While Ewan was pondering, Whitebeard and the others arrived one after another. How did Ewan get so badly injured? Whitebeard exclaimed, his face filled with surprise. Shaki suddenly spoke from behind Whitebeard. The Navy dispatched 3 top-tier combatants, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. Are you telling me that you couldn't stop them? Ewan sneered inwardly. So she knew the intelligence after all, and this was all prearranged. He had completely given up on the Rocks pirates. Not only did he feel no sense of belonging, but he even felt disgust toward these pirates. However, there were exceptions. Kaido had essentially saved his life. Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion Shiki had also helped him. Ewan silently remembered all of this. But as for the other pirates, he had only one thought: may they all die. It's all that bastard John's fault. He stood by and did nothing. Kaido's anger flared up at the memory of John's earlier actions. He grabbed his spiked club and stood up, looking for John. Whitebeard frowned slightly at the remark. Shaki and Hyanhua exchanged a glance and remained silent. Bullshit. I was killing Marines too. John sneered coldly and began to quibble. He would never admit to anything, no matter what was said. A few small-time Marines, and you couldn't get free. Then what use are you? A waste. Go die. Kaido took a step forward, swinging his 8-ringed staff in a devastating strike. If he didn't like someone, he would take them down. How dare you curse me? John roared in anger as Kaido attacked, unsheathing his 2 western swords with a flash of sharp edge. Just then a figure with a spiky hedgehog-like hairstyle and a deep red cloak appeared in the middle. Both fists struck out simultaneously. The punches seemed ordinary with no special mystery. Yet the space around his fists seemed to slightly cave in. Bang! Bang! Kaido and John were both sent flying. This was my arrangement. Anyone else have objections? Rock's imposing figure swept across the crowd, his overbearing gaze intimidating all who dared meet it. No one dared to raise any objection. Even Ewan remained silent. Words would be wasted. Rox was autocratic and no one could sway his decisions. Clean up the battlefield. Rox ordered in a deep voice and then left, leaving everyone staring at each other. Oomph. John snorted coldly and left with a displeased expression. Damn it. Kaido clenched his fists. If not for Rock's authority, he would have taught John a lesson. All right, let's go back. Ewan comforted him. Kaido nodded and whispered, I'll definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Ewan couldn't help but sigh. I was thinking the same thing. The two locked eyes and burst into laughter. Hey, you two still have the nerve to laugh. Ewan, come back and make a baby with me. Who knows when you'll die. Charlotte Linlin came up behind Ewan, speaking excitedly. Ewan shivered and quickly said, I can't even move right now. Let me recover first. Charlotte Linlin. That's what you said last time. Looking at Ewan's body, which was as shattered as a balloon, Charlotte Linlin chose not to press. Kayaha. Boy, you're really lucky the Navy didn't kill you. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily as he walked over, his face full of admiration. You should have joined my crew from the start. With me protecting you, you wouldn't have faced so much danger. So how about joining my division now? Forget it. I just want to focus on training from now on, Ewan said weakly. But I still have to thank you for this time. Kayaha. Golden Lion Shiki's laughter grew even more arrogant upon being thanked. You know what's good for you. I'll take you back first. Using his float fruit ability, Shiki detached a massive rock from the ground beneath them, lifting himself and Ewan as they headed back to Beehive Island. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido hitched a ride on the flying rock. Whitebeard gazed at the retreating figures, silent for a moment. It seemed that since Ewan joined, the bonds between them had grown closer. The group returned to Beehive Island. Ewan, of course, went looking for food. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Repairing his body was the top priority, but improving his strength was even more crucial. The battle today had shown Ewan the gap between them, deepening his sense of crisis. So he gave himself only 1 month. He had to unlock the awakening form of his devil fruit. But there was one more thing he couldn't let go of. Eliminate the spy. The one who leaked his information leading to the Navy's bounty. The one who passed intelligence to the Navy, nearly getting him killed. But everything that happened today infuriated Ewan. Tell me about Bodhi, Kelasi, Wire, and Luazi. He spoke while eating. Huh, those 4. Kaido was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on lowering his voice. A spy. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes lit up at the topic. I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll speak plainly. I initially suspect those 4, but I can't be sure who it is, or even if there is a spy among them at all, Ewan said bluntly. He took a huge bite of meat. Why don't you suspect that bastard John? If you find any evidence, you can kill him directly, Golden Lion Shiki said slyly. He wasn't really concerned about who the spy was, he just found the matter interesting. I'd like to, but he really isn't the one. Unless we frame him. Ewan felt powerless. Framing is out of the question. If the captain finds out, we can't bear the consequences, Golden Lion Shiki said, backing down. So can you tell me about those 4 now? Ewan urged. Don't look at me. I don't have the time to pay attention to them, Golden Lion Shiki said, arrogantly folding his arms. None of my business either, Charlotte Linlin declared matter-of-factly. All Ewan could do was focus on improving his strength. In 2 days his injuries had fully recovered. Cell-devouring source, art version 3.0, allows you to absorb the energy present. Finally it's done. Ewan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze exceptionally bright and shimmering. Now I can directly absorb energy from heaven and earth to temper my physique, thus accelerating the enhancement of my body. He was extremely excited. At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to pulsate with each breath. He could even hear the cells cheering and rejoicing. Ewan, with his unparalleled insight, forged a cultivation path that completely overturned common perception. The body can be strengthened rapidly, but there is still no... Ewan had no solution to this. In the end, he was eager to master more abilities to enhance his strength. Strength was the key. It's time to practice the Conqueror's Haki Divine Might. Ewan calmed his emotions and gradually entered a peaceful cultivation state. Moreover, from the moment Ewan began his cultivation, it had accompanied his own enhancement. With his active training, the Conqueror's Haki Divine Might grew increasingly powerful, nearly catching up to Kaido's level. On the other side, Luo Kasi stood atop a skull, his deep gaze gazing at the rolling waves of the sea. His crimson cloak fluttered loudly in the sea breeze. Captain C2, she said respectfully, swaying gracefully as she walked behind Luo Kasi. Ewan refused to provide his blood. Luo Kasi, upon hearing this, withdrew his deep gaze as if pondering something. After a moment he calmly said, I'll go and ask him myself. Luo Kusi was in charge of a cloning technology research project, and C2, she was its head. After all, only Weibel appeared as a monster inheriting Whitebeard's monstrous strength, and his body was covered in stitching marks, making it hard to guess he was human. What secrets does he have? When I asked for his blood, he was very resistant. C2, she speculated quietly. I'm also curious, Luo Kusi said. Moreover, his terrifying cultivation speed. In less than a month, he could stand up to Sengoku. Speaking of which, the shadow fruit seems to be developed exceptionally powerfully in his hands. Luo Kusi said in a low voice. Ewan had given him a big surprise. Originally the plan was that Ewan would need 3 to 5 years to fully grow, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. 1 year was even too much. The more curious Luo Kusi became, the more he wanted to uncover Ewan's secrets. That was why he had sent C2, she to ask for Ewan's blood to study the lineage factor. A faint killing intent suddenly flashed in Luo Kusi's eyes. He had only his own goal. Any obstacle was an enemy. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, when the news of Ewan's survival was confirmed, sounds of lament and frustration came from the Fleet Admiral's office. I sent all of you, and you couldn't even kill a brat. Steel Bone slammed the table, making a thumping sound with a look of disappointment. Yes, Sengoku, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you kill Ewan? Sengoku couldn't hold it together. That kid fused the shadows of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, greatly increasing his power. He even withstood my Buddha palm with Conqueror's Haki. It's truly unbelievable. Besides, Garp, the punch you threw at the end didn't kill Ewan either. Garp said indignantly. It was a sure thing, yet both of them had failed to kill Ewan. Was he useless? No. It was that Ewan who was too monstrous. Besides, the power of Ewan's final Conqueror's Haki strike was not small. Garp said thoughtfully. Indeed, his Conqueror's Haki is very strong. And after this failed operation, it will be difficult to find another opportunity. At this growth rate, give him another year, and he might be able to fully fight us, Sengoku said with a worried sigh. Sengoku sighed worriedly. That bastard Luo Kusi actually planted spies in the Marines. Steelbone said angrily. Everyone knows about the spies, Admiral Tsuru said slowly. What about the world government? Aren't they going to take action? Steelbone Kong folded his arms and said, the 5 elders have sent word that they are dispatching agents to assassinate Kasi Yuan, and they want Marine undercover agents to cooperate. Are they crazy? I hope this operation goes smoothly, Admiral Tsuru whispered in prayer. Ewan's displayed talent shocked everyone present. Solve it early for peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Ewan was cultivating peacefully in his residence. Suddenly he sensed something. In the shadows, a barely visible mass was moving stealthily. Due to his devil fruit ability, Ewan was very sensitive to shadows, so he detected it immediately. Yet he pretended to know nothing. The shadowy mass completely concealed itself, staying still. Ewan also remained motionless, waiting to see what the other party intended. The stalemate lasted 3 hours. Swish! A finger pistol was aimed at Ewan's forehead. Clang! Ewan did not dodge, easily blocking the finger pistol attack with his physical body. He opened his eyes and calmly stared at the figure slowly rising from the shadows. He looked astonished, staring at Ewan in shock, as if unable to comprehend why the finger pistol hadn't even scratched his skin. Ewan looked at the man, and a name of an organization suddenly came to his mind. World Government. This outfit and the move were exactly those of the agents trained by the world government. Kasa Ewan, I advise you not to make a sound. If you cooperate obediently, I might give you the antidote, the middle-aged man dressed as an agent warned in a low voice. Ewan's eyes widened slightly. Just now his stomach felt inexplicably uncomfortable, but after passing 2 farts he felt much better. What a venomous poison. It actually made him fart twice. The middle-aged man, seeing Ewan's expression, thought he was frightened, and immediately seized the opportunity to say, as long as you cooperate with me, I'll give you the antidote. If you don't cooperate, you'll die. He had originally thought Ewan would be a monster with 3 heads and 9 arms. But upon seeing him, he found him just a young lad. He even stood there dumbfounded for 3 hours. Was this guy rated as a highly dangerous individual? Especially now he had been frightened out of his wits by the poison. The middle-aged man was very pleased with himself, feeling he had accomplished a remarkable mission. How should I cooperate? Ewan did not make a move, but instead engaged in conversation. Hand over the secret of your cultivation. You've been able to cultivate so fast. Don't tell me you haven't mastered anything. The middle-aged man demanded sternly. The world government had dispatched agents precisely to obtain the secrets related to Ewan. Ewan's heart sank slightly. Indeed, his cultivation had already aroused suspicion. Not only the world government, but even Luo Kusi had grown suspicious. Otherwise he wouldn't have sent Satusi to demand my blood. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. He hadn't expected the other party to state his purpose so directly. Of course I can cooperate with you, but you must first tell me one thing. Ewan tucked away his thoughts and said with a smile showing no signs of tension. What is it? The middle-aged man asked curiously. He was ordered to assassinate Ewan and also to find a way to obtain the secrets Ewan possessed. If Ewan would voluntarily confess, that would be even better. You were able to infiltrate here. Must have been with the help of a mole, right? Just tell me who the mole is. Before Ewan could finish, the middle-aged man suddenly struck. He instantly realized that Ewan was trying to extract information, so he decided to capture Ewan first. The middle-aged man had just taken a step when his body stiffened in place, unable to move except for his head. He looked down in terror and finally noticed the shadows entwined around his body. What have you done? Aren't you afraid of dying from the poison? Ewan paid no heed. He stepped forward and swung his fist, punching the middle-aged man. He knocked out all his teeth to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Now you can tell me. Who sent you? The world government's marshal. The Walao Xing. Ewan gazed calmly at the middle-aged man. His observation haki and divine sense monitored the changes in the man's heartbeat and breathing. You didn't use poison. The middle-aged man didn't answer the question, but instead asked resentfully, speaking indistinctly due to missing teeth. He saw Ewan as young nothing but an ignorant teenager. Even though Ewan was strong, he hadn't truly taken him seriously. He never expected Ewan to react so swiftly and silently take control of him. Even in a full-on battle, he was no match for Ewan. Answer my question. Ewan's eyes narrowed, radiating a terrifying aura and fierce murderous intent. Heh. The middle-aged man sneered, blood foam spraying from his mouth. Who was the mole? Ewan stared at him and asked. But the next second the middle-aged man suddenly flushed red, breathing rapidly. Within a few seconds he stopped breathing. How did he do that? Ewan frowned, puzzled. He had been watching the man closely and hadn't seen any movement, yet he still committed suicide. Truly a death warrior. I can't understand why the world government sent such a useless fool. Ewan shook his head helplessly, his tone full of disdain. Because the world government never expected that in just 5 days Ewan's strength had doubled again. Originally this agent specialized in assassination and had a high chance of killing Ewan with a sneak attack. But not only had Ewan's strength increased, he had also comprehended the third stage of the steel balloon. Perfect mastery. Ewan's defense was now as terrifying as Charlotte Lean's. This was the change and enhancement brought by the Cell Source Devouring Art 3.0. The effect of 5 days was even stronger than that of half a month before. Both the world government and the Navy still believed that Ewan, severely injured, would need at least a few months to recover. Because Ewan had always hidden it well, even the mole didn't know this news. Who sent him is not important. What's important is who the mole is. If this assassination fails, the Navy might really decide to burn their boats and use the mole to kill me. Damn it, they don't go after those big shots, but pick on a newcomer like me. How ridiculous. Ewan stared at the corpse, pondering how to find the mole. After a long silence, he slowly exhaled and whispered, Heighten Muchan. He gradually formed an idea. After dawn, Ewan and the yellow-faced middle-aged man walked around the camp together, making sure most people noticed them. Even Yin-Fu was curious about the man's identity, but Ewan casually brushed him off. Afterwards, Ewan and the yellow-faced middle-aged man left, heading to the coast. The yellow-faced middle-aged man suddenly struck Ewan with a knife hand chop, knocking him unconscious. But no one noticed the hand he had slipped into his pocket was trembling slightly. This kid's skin is so damn hard. Heighten Muchan endured the pain and cursed inwardly. This yellow-faced middle-aged man was actually Heighten Muchan in disguise. After a while, there was still no movement. Heighten Muchan turned around and shouted toward the rear. Come out, there's one more thing I need to tell you. He didn't know if there was anyone in the forest. But since Ewan told him to say it, he just did. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of movement. You're asking for death. Why didn't you leave after capturing Ewan and instead show up at the camp? If any anomaly is discovered, you'll be dead for sure. A voice suppressed with anger came. Then a tall figure emerged holding a large blade. Wei-er. Heighten Muchan was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected the mole to be lured out so easily. Lord Walao Xing ordered me to give you your last mission. Heighten Muchan kept calm and spoke slowly. This was also the final test and confirmation. It's always been Marshal Gangu who contacts me. Why would Walao Xing give me orders directly? What did Marshal Gangu say? Wei-er frowned, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings, fearing someone might approach and discover his secret. I've been in hiding for years, and it's all because of this brat that I've been exposed. Luokisi has become wary of everyone, and some things may no longer be possible. Wei-er hadn't yet suspected the identity of the yellow-faced middle-aged man. Huh, why aren't you talking? What mission? Seeing Heighten Muchan, silent, Wei-er frowned, even deeper, sensing something amiss. The mission is for you to die. Ewan suddenly got up from the ground, looking as if nothing had happened, and sneered at Wei-er. Even he hadn't expected the Navy mole to be Wei-er. This guy was a fallen Navy officer committing all kinds of evil. But who would have thought that he was actually a spy trained by Gangu, a mole planted into the Luokisi pirate crew? Ewan, you're fine. Wei-er was stunned, then suddenly swung his blade in front of him, glaring fiercely at the yellow-faced middle-aged man, and said furiously, the world government actually has a damned traitor like you. Ha ha ha, traitor. Take a good look at who I am. Heighten Muchan, seeing his goal achieved, laughed heartily and shed his disguise. Wei-er's eyes suddenly froze. Ewan initially only wanted to test whether he could lure out the spy. The world government agents knew his exact location, which meant they had definitely been in contact with the spy. He leveraged this very fact, parading Kurizumi Higurashi through the streets to draw attention. Then he went to the coast to create the illusion of fleeing. It was that final sentence that forced Wei-er to reveal himself. You're scheming against me. Wei-er inwardly cursed, realizing his identity had been exposed. Damn Ewan. How could he know everything? When Wei Air saw the agent walking with Yuan in the camp, he was stunned and couldn't figure out what the agent intended, so he couldn't resist following to take a look. He only showed himself when he heard that sentence and thought there was no problem. But he never expected that it was all Yuan's scheme from start to finish. The agent was merely Korizumi Higurashi in disguise. Where was the real agent? Had Yuan killed him? Wei Air's thoughts were in chaos. The exposure of his identity as a spy made him even more flustered. Scheming. You've schemed against me several times. I have to pay you back once. Yuan sneered, his gaze icy cold. He placed his hand on his waist and drew the blue flame. I'll kill you before I leave. There's no shadow of Kaido or Linlin here for you to borrow. Wei Air's killing intent surged. Though he didn't know how the agent had failed, as long as he could eliminate Yuan, that was enough. You really think you're Sengoku? Yuan shot forward like a cannonball. A layer of dark shadow armor enveloped his entire body. The shadow Yuan also merged at that moment. 10,000 shadow war armor. Shadow demon form. In an instant, Yuan's power surged. He had already cultivated a steel balloon-like physique possessing formidable defense while also wielding terrifying strength. With the enhancement of his shadow form and his growth during this period, he was in no way inferior to Wei Air. Boom. The two blade lights clashed violently, sending out a terrifying shockwave. Wei Air staggered back several steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. When did your strength become so formidable? It had only been 5 days since Yuan was severely wounded by the Marines. Not to mention a surge in power. Even a normal person wouldn't have recovered from their injuries. But Yuan in just 5 days not only healed, but also multiplied his strength several times over. How could this be so monstrous? Wei Air was dumbfounded. He had witnessed Yuan's growth from the very beginning. In less than a month, even he was almost no match for him. How is this possible? Worororo. You won't escape. Mamama, I never expected it to be you, Wei Air. The Marines have paid quite a price to nurture you. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin attacked from behind. Though surprised, their killing intent did not waver. Not even Wei Air. If the spy turned out to be Whitebeard today, they would find a way to kill him. Damn it. Wei Air's heart grew heavy. He immediately abandoned Yuan and dashed toward the sea. These bastards are all devil fruit users. Once I enter the sea, they'll be helpless. If I get entangled, I'll die for sure. Jahaha. Wei Air, I personally recommended you to the captain, and you let me down so badly. Lion's Thousand Grain Valley. The furious voice of Golden Lion Shiki came from the sky, directly intercepting the fleeing Wei Air. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin then caught up. The three of them erupted simultaneously. Even though Wei Air was one of the officers, he couldn't withstand 3 opponents who had mastered Conqueror's Haki. By the time the island's inhabitants sensed the battle and arrived, Wei Air's limbs had been crushed by Yuan, and he was thrown to the ground like a dog. Hey, how dare you attack Wei Air? Are you planning a rebellion? John exclaimed in shock, pointing at the group. He didn't know what had happened. Oh, you're shielding a spy. I think it's you who wants to rebel. Golden Lion Shiki retorted with murderous intent. Point at me again, and I'll cut off your dog paws. A spy. John forgot Golden Lion's rebuke, completely shocked by the word spy. Everyone had always suspected the existence of a spy. Now that the spy had truly appeared, everyone was stunned. Wei Air is the spy. Whitebeard's eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. The most unlikely person, Wei Air, was the spy. The Marines were truly insidious. Are you sure? This is no joke. Wang Ji said incredulously. Hey, stop questioning me. I've rendered a great service here, so I won't bother arguing with you. Golden Lion Shiki sheathed Makoto and Sakuto and prepared to order his men to take Wei Air away. Stop. You can't leave until things are made clear. John intervened. I'll take him anyway. What are you going to do about it? Ewan stepped forward, facing John directly, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Provoked, John sneered. Hey, you really think you're an officer daring to bark at me? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Boom. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin erupted simultaneously, their terrifying pressure enveloping John. The smiling John's face instantly darkened. Whitebeard, Wang Ji, and In Fu showed no intention of intervening. John glared, feeling an urge to curse. Just as Yuan and the others were about to cripple John, rocks appeared. Everyone stop. Captain, they've crippled Wei Air. John immediately went to complain. Rox cast a cold glance at him, his aura oppressive. Indifferently, he said, Wei Air was a Marine spy and Yuan eliminated him. Anyone who objects, I won't mind treating them as a spy too. That single sentence silenced everyone. John opened his mouth, feeling as if he had eaten shit. Take Wei Air away. Yuan, stay. Rox glanced at Wei Air, his eyes devoid of emotion. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others left one after another, leaving only Rox and Yuan. Captain, this happened suddenly. I didn't have time to report, Yuan explained first. Rox nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Your strength has grown a lot. To be honest, even I can't figure out how you've become so strong so fast. There's never been a similar powerhouse on the sea. As he spoke, Rox's deep gaze fell on you, and its meaning unfathomable. I don't know either. My body just naturally got stronger when I ate. Ewan shrugged helplessly. Inwardly, he was already tense. Rox today seemed different from usual, his words and actions filled with coldness. In that case, extract some blood, and see if Stussie's research can find anything from it. Rox spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. His voice carried an unyielding command. A bone-chilling dread settled over Ewan, his spirit suddenly tensing. Very well. He agreed without hesitation. If he refused or hesitated, Luokisi would undoubtedly take his blood by force himself. Luokisi gave a slight nod and turned, leading Ewan to an extremely concealed laboratory. Captain. Upon recognizing the visitor, Stussy paused for a moment before immediately standing at attention with respect. Draw blood from Ewan, Luokisi said in a flat tone devoid of any emotion. Ewan once again felt that suffocating sense of being controlled, and his displeasure surged. But at this moment he was utterly powerless to resist. Stussy quickly gathered measuring cups, needles, and other tools. No need for such trouble. Ewan took the measuring cup, retracted his steel balloon, and drew his blue flame across his palm. Blood immediately welled up. He seemed entirely unaware of the pain, quietly watching the blood flow. That's enough. Stussy spoke from the side. Ewan withdrew his hand and roughly wiped the blood on his clothes. His cells immediately entered a self-repair state. Stussy took the measuring cup and walked deeper into the laboratory. Having finished everything, Ewan seemed to finally exhale, his rigid body relaxing. His eyes casually drifted to the devil fruit research plans placed nearby, and a new thought sprouted in his mind. You were afraid just now. Why have you relaxed now? Luokisi, seated casually in a chair, suddenly spoke. He knew every change in Ewan's physical state intimately. Phew, Captain, when the world government agents found me, they weren't simply trying to kill me. They also wanted to know the secret of my cultivation. But I genuinely have no secret. Facts have proven that not only does the world government pay attention to me, but even the captain suspects me. So I could only honestly prove myself. I was indeed afraid. I had never seen you in such a state before, as if you could kill me at any moment. Of course I was scared. Ewan, as if laying all his cards on the table, poured everything out in one breath, almost like venting complaints. While speaking, he naturally pulled over a chair and sat down on his own. You seem to have suddenly lost your fear of me. You're even daring to act so casually in my presence. Luokisi leaned back in his chair, relaxing. The oppressive aura around them dissipated. Ewan thought for a moment, then said earnestly, Captain, to be honest, I don't think you truly care about our attitudes. You only need our reverence. So being a bit casual probably wouldn't bother you. I'm still afraid of you after all. Ha ha ha. Luokisi burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed through the laboratory, carrying a hint of genuine amusement. Ewan, you're becoming more and more interesting. You're the first person who dares to speak to me with such casual arrogance. Don't worry, this is merely research on your blood factor state. Regardless of the results, you will remain an officer of the Luokisi pirates. These words served as a formal decree. Ewan responded nonchalantly. To be honest, Captain, the fact that you haven't dissected me is already being generous. Ha ha ha, Ewan. I suddenly find I can't read you at all. Luokisi laughed aloud, his gaze fixed steadily on Ewan. Ewan raised his head slightly, meeting that domineering and piercing gaze, and said seriously, Captain, I've never been able to read you in the first place. Oh, do you also want to see through me? Luokisi chuckled lightly, and the oppressive pressure returned. This time Ewan did not flinch. He admitted, yes. Captain, I want to know what you truly desire. Boom. Thunder erupted. Electric arcs flooded the area in an instant like tidal waves. All the surrounding equipment was destroyed, sparks flying. But Luokisi paid it no mind. His terrifying aura crushed down upon Ewan relentlessly, as if determined to shatter his psychological defenses. His deep eyes, like boundless darkness, fixed upon Ewan as he spoke word by word. I will become king of the world. It was as though he was telling Ewan, yet also proclaiming to the entire world. Ewan resisted the intense pressure and said, I understand. That's why you've gathered such powerful forces. He didn't care whether they genuinely submitted to him. He didn't care about their attitudes. He trusted only his own strength. So I believe that as my strength grows, I can help you. Captain, I can guarantee that as long as you lead the Luokisi pirates, I will never betray you. Even if you wish to become king of the world, I will contribute my strength. The God Valley incident was approaching in the near future. At that time, Luokisi would die. That was what Ewan most wanted to see. I know you may not believe me, but this is my greatest sincerity. Though I don't understand the nature of my own cultivation talent, I know very clearly what I want. Ewan's candid words left Luokisi momentarily stunned. Is this kid laying all his cards on the table? Ewan's meaning was implicit, yet unmistakable. If you can trust me, I will certainly help you. But if you insist on suspecting me, then I have no choice. Ha ha. Luokisi laughed loudly, his imposing aura gradually receding. Whether persuaded by Ewan or driven by some other thought, he asked, Speak, what do you want? Ewan immediately replied, I want those research materials. I feel I've reached the upper limit of my shadow fruit abilities, but this limit seems breakable. So I want to see if I can find a way to shatter it. Fruit awakening. Luokisi murmured softly, his gaze filled with astonishment. In merely 20 days, he had already touched upon fruit awakening. Such talent stirred even jealousy in Luokisi. I permit you to review the devil fruit research materials. You had best honor that promise forever. If I ever discover you've betrayed me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Phew. Luokisi extended his palm, and dark matter flowed from it like black flames. That profound and pure darkness seemed to swallow all surrounding light. Ewan's pupils contracted sharply. It was indeed the dark fruit. He had gambled correctly. The Luokisi wielding the dark fruit resembled an abyss capable of devouring everything, making him feel even more terrifying to Ewan. My abilities counter all devil fruit powers. You are no exception. Luokisi revealed his trump card, aiming to intimidate Ewan. He saw Ewan's potential and needed that immeasurable strength. The dark fruit's power allowed him to suppress devil fruit users. This was precisely why Ewan's consumption of the shadow fruit also gave Luokisi a sense of security. Ewan smiled. Thank you, Captain. His long-held tension finally eased. He had acted out this entire scene today with real danger woven in and finally achieved a satisfactory outcome. As long as he could drag the timeline to the God Valley incident, he would truly be free. It was precisely because Ewan had sensed Luokisi's killing intent that he decided to open up and show his sincerity and loyalty lest Luokisi actually dissect him. And then he truly would have died with regrets unfulfilled. Most importantly, he needed to demonstrate that he was not merely a devil fruit user, but one who had already brushed against the threshold of awakening. This would only further convince Luokisi that he could control him under any circumstance, greatly weakening Luokisi's vigilance and suspicion. This was exactly what Ewan had wanted. Captain. Stussy surveyed the wrecked laboratory around her, hardly daring to breathe. Ewan has the authority to come and go here. Whatever materials he asks for, provide them to him. Rox rose and commanded calmly. He will also cooperate with your research. Yes. Ewan, you ruined my plan. Rox, who was about to leave, stopped and suddenly said, Huh, what plan? Ewan was bewildered. Because of your appearance will expose his traces. I've already found out he's a spy. Shaki gathered intelligence on the celestial dragons. I had originally planned to use Will to feed them information and outwit the Marines. But you went and exposed him first. In 3 days go bring me the heads of those celestial dragons. If one head is missing, your own head will make up for it. With that, Rox left with long strides. Ewan savored the meaning of those words, thinking to himself. So he had already noticed. Yet he still stood by and did nothing. If I weren't truly capable myself, I would have died, and that would be that. This is the cold-blooded, heartless Rox. Humph. Ewan knew very well. Rox of course did not trust him. It was just that he had absolute confidence in his own strength, arrogant enough to think he could control Ewan. Rox might never know that Ewan was in essence not a devil fruit user. That was the one thing he had miscalculated. It was only because Ewan had shown enough fear that Rox was willing to hold such a power in his hands. Otherwise, with Rox already nurturing murderous intent, how could he have let it go so easily? Phew. Ewan let out a long breath, his gaze growing more resolute. After passing this threshold, there would hardly be any crisis capable of threatening him. It looks like we'll be working together from now on, little Ewan. Stussy covered her mouth with a smile, her eyes curiously studying Ewan, wondering what was so special about him that Rox would act out of character. I'll be in your care. Ewan nodded politely. Though Stussy was pretty, he had no interest in women at the moment. He only wanted to understand the mysteries of devil fruits quickly so as to master other devil fruit powers. All the materials are right here. Feel free to find me whenever you need something. Stussy turned and swayed her figure as she slowly walked away. She still had to study Ewan's blood. Her interest in the factors in his blood had already surpassed the scope of the mission Rox had given her. Got it. Ewan picked up the devil fruit materials and began flipping through them. In his mind, however, he was weighing other matters. My blood. They shouldn't find anything right. My heaven-defying comprehension is a golden finger existence, nothing to do with my blood. The only problem is that there are no devil fruit factors in my blood at all. Let's hope Stussy doesn't discover it that quickly. Ewan's eyes flickered. No matter how careful he was, there were inevitably flaws he couldn't hide. If the fact that he had gained power without eating a devil fruit were ever exposed, Rox would absolutely slice him open for research. Of that there was no doubt. Damn it. Ewan hadn't expected that after just escaping one disaster he would face a new problem. Fortunately, there was still time. Right now he should focus on the materials at hand. You have mastered the talent Steel Balloon and derived a new physique talent from Steel Balloon, Golden Muscle, and Jade Bone. You have come to understand devil fruits more deeply, seemingly touching upon a method to master new devil fruit powers. It seems that to master a new devil fruit power, I must come into contact with an actual devil fruit. I can't truly grasp the core mystery by deducing it from nothing. But Steel Balloon has given birth to a new talent, Golden Muscle and Jade Bone. My physique is now second to none. The awakening form of the Dark Sovereign, I can finally use it. During these 3 days Ewan had practically been in seclusion, and his strength had surged once again. Steel Balloon was a talent that affected the skin. Ewan had derived a cultivation method from it, and in doing so obtained a portion of Charlotte Lean's monstrous strength. Golden Muscle and Jade Bone was different. It was a talent he had comprehended on his own. To comprehend was to master. It worked on the muscles and bones, completely transforming his physique. An indestructible body, terrifying monstrous strength. Ewan had evolved once again on the road to becoming a monster. Even without his awakened form, he already had the power to contend with other officers. And with his awakened form, he would be even more terrifying. On this mission, I'll be able to collect another batch of shadows. The shadows stored in the Shadow Kingdom had mostly been consumed. Now that his strength had increased, the Shadow Kingdom's capacity had multiplied several times over. He estimated it could hold at least 1,000 shadows. Ewan silently made calculations in his heart. Even with his skyrocketing strength, he still had to accumulate power by every possible means just in case. Gururara. Ewan, you seem to have gotten a lot stronger in just a few days. Whitebeard greeted him with a hearty laugh, but his eyes were obviously stunned. A minor breakthrough. Are you leading this operation? Ewan walked over to Whitebeard's side. Though side was the word, there was quite the height difference between them. Whitebeard looked up and gestured. That fellow John is coming along too. What a coincidence. Ewan smiled. His smile was somewhat cold. John. Their feud ran deep. Ewan had no good feelings toward John at all. Let's go. They're just a bunch of damn celestial dragon pigs. No need for a big fuss. Whitebeard saw that preparations were nearly complete and called for Ewan to board the ship and set off. A vast stretch of sea. A marine fleet was escorting the newly confiscated heavenly tribute and protecting a group of celestial dragons out to enjoy themselves sailing toward the holy land Mary Geos. On the huge ship in the center was the celestial dragons' recreation area. Several celestial dragons were commanding human slaves to crawl on the ground like dogs and fight each other with their mouths for their amusement. A mermaid girl was dragged into a room by a celestial dragon, a metal hook piercing her fish tail. Soon miserable screams echoed out. Everything was utterly absurd. Suddenly, a marine lookout shouted at the top of his lungs. Alert! Alert! Pirate ships ahead! At this moment, if one looked down from the sky, on the azure sea, the two fleets were sailing toward each other. The ship's flying pirate flags suddenly split apart, speeding to both flanks, and closed in to surround the marine fleet. Damn, it's the Rocks pirates. Whitebeard, John, and Ewan. This time Ewan was finally recognized. Hurry and request backup. The Marines were dumbfounded when they saw the pirates coming. Their highest-ranking officer was only a Marine Vice Admiral. How could they fight against great pirates like Whitebeard and John? Damn pirates! How dare you disturb my fun? Quickly summon Garp and the others and kill every last one of these pirates for me. Kill them all. These filthy pirates aren't even worthy to be slaves. The haughty celestial dragons still didn't realize the gravity of the situation, continuing to arrogantly point fingers. Little did they know, death was drawing closer step by step. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs rained down, threatening the pirate ships and preventing them from approaching. Yet the battle-hardened pirates were not to be intimidated by gunfire. Several pirate ships braved the bombardment and charged into the marine fleet, leaping aboard with reckless abandon to disrupt the marines' rhythm. Under the cover of the other ships, the flagship reached the marine fleet and scathed. Gururara, my boys, let these celestial dragons and marines witness the might of pirates. Whitebeard raised his arm and roared. The pirates surged forward, immediately clashing with the marines, plunging the scene into chaos. My, it's actually a convoy transporting the heavenly tribute. We're rich. John spotted something, shouted with excitement, drew his rapier, and charged in. Whitebeard, do you have any idea what you're doing? The world government will never forgive you. A Marine Vice Admiral growled through gritted teeth, as if naively hoping to intimidate Whitebeard into retreat. Gururara, let them come if they dare. Whitebeard laughed disdainfully, his towering figure suddenly leaping up and charging toward the Marine Vice Admiral. Ewan paid no further attention. A mere Marine Vice Admiral was no match for Whitebeard. He unleashed Shadow Ewan and swiftly began collecting the shadows of Marine soldiers. At the same time, he rushed toward the central flagship. Bang! With a single punch, he sent a shadowless Marine flying and landed on the deck. The first thing he saw was several figures wearing glass helmets. Before them, humans were treated like dogs. You damned filthy scum, is this any place for you? Go bite him to death for me, young master. A celestial dragon viciously kicked the slave prostrate before him. Woof! Woof! The human slave barked, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Even under such circumstances, he dared not speak, a testament to the torment that had reduced him to this state. The smile on Ewan's face gradually faded, replaced by an icy chill. Rage blazed within him as never before. Only by witnessing it firsthand did he realize just how utterly damned the celestial dragons were. All of you die. Ewan growled, his pupils contracting sharply. Conqueror's Haki, divine might. Slaughter. Now that he could control his power with ease, killing these worthless celestial dragons was child's play. The celestial dragons collapsed without even a scream or moan, gradually losing their breath. Ewan's chest heaved. He slashed a few times, severing the chains of the slaves. Without pausing, he quickly dashed into a cabin room. In the center of the room hung a mermaid girl. She was completely naked, covered in bloodstains, with broken and fallen scales, barely alive. The celestial dragon who had tortured her had already been slain. Ewan rescued the mermaid and went to the next room, where the scene before him once again stung his eyes. Beautiful human girls were being branded with the hoof of the celestial dragon, marking them as slaves forever. Their eyes were like those of frightened fawns filled with despair. They were all captured slaves waiting to be taken to Mary Geos for training and amusement by the celestial dragons. These beasts. Ewan slashed their chains free, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. After all, he was a pirate. Should he take them back to Beehive Island? Would that be rescuing them from the tiger's den only to deliver them into the wolf's lair? Better not to save them at all. Ah, why did you kill our master? With our master dead, our families won't survive either. You pirates deserve to die. As Ewan hesitated, the human slaves outside suddenly rushed in with swords and axes swinging at him. Ewan's face darkened completely. He kicked the foremost slave flying. He wanted to say something, but opened his mouth only to find there was nothing to say. The other slaves also surrounded him, their expressions as if they wanted to chop him into mincemeat. He released his Conqueror's Haki. Ewan did not kill them, only knocked them unconscious. How the hell do I deal with this shit? He cursed as he walked out of the cabin, heading to the last room with a throbbing headache. Inside the room, 2 celestial dragons lay dead on the floor. On the table was a fruit with spiral patterns. A dark, profound samurai sword leaned against the table. A devil fruit. Ewan's expression shifted. Suddenly someone burst in from behind. A devil fruit. Wait. This is... John ignored Ewan, stepped past him to the table, grabbed the samurai sword, and drew it from its sheath. Clang. A flash of cold light like snow filled the room with a sharp, piercing aura. What a fine blade. Ewan's heart trembled. This sword was better than Blue Flame. Could it be a supreme grade blade? John's eyes gleamed with greed, his expression ecstatic. It's the reincarnation blade, one of the 12 supreme grade blades. This treasure is mine. He fondled the reincarnation blade, unable to let it go. For John, a collector of treasures, a supreme grade blade was irresistible. As for Ewan behind him, John didn't even consider him. Last time he had taken his treasure without a word. If Ewan didn't know his place, John wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Just as John was feeling smug, Ewan's cold voice came from behind. John, put down the sword and get out of here. Murderous intent gathered in Ewan's eyes. John dismissed him so easily, as if he were still the same man from half a month ago. And this was the reincarnation blade, one of the 12 supreme grade blades. How could he watch John snatch it away from him? What did you say? John turned around in disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his own ears. That bastard! Ewan dared to curse him. The sword is mine. Leave it and get lost. Ewan said bluntly. If John didn't know better, he wouldn't mind cleaning up Rock's ranks. John's face darkened. He sneered. Ewan, there's no one here to help you. Do you even deserve to fight me for the sword? He glared coldly at Ewan, slowly releasing his aura, showing no intention of returning the reincarnation blade. He even provocatively pocketed the devil fruit as well. His challenging gaze seemed to say, I've taken your things. What can you do about it? Clang. The blade of blue flame trembled sharply, emitting a crisp, ringing sound. Flame patterns seemed to flow, turning into blazing fire as the blade pointed at John. Then died. Ewan wasted no words and swung his sword down. I'm already in a bad mood, and you come to provoke me. Then die. Let's see if the King of Hell will let you take your treasures to the underworld. A brilliant blue blade light appeared before John's eyes in an instant. Ewan did not recognize the cycle of reincarnation, he only knew of those renowned supreme grade blades. But Ewan would not mistake it. Moreover, given the current situation, even if Ewan had no desire for the cycle of reincarnation, he would never concede it to that scoundrel Ewan. Furthermore, Ewan still yearned to possess a supreme grade blade. He had previously entertained the idea of studying sword forging techniques, hoping to craft a supreme grade blade for himself. However, time had always been scarce, and he was immersed in cultivation, leaving no leisure hours. Now that he had finally encountered a supreme grade blade, how dare Ewan shamelessly claim it by force? This time Ewan would not endure it. Ewan had long remembered Ewan's repeated provocations. Today, old and new grievances would be settled together. You seek death. Ewan flew into a rage. This brat actually dared to strike. After recovering his senses, he instantly dodged the incoming slash, not forgetting to hang the cycle of reincarnation at his waist, while drawing 2 western swords and turning to meet the attack. He would not be afraid of Ewan. Even if you were a genius, so what? I have roamed the seas for years, how could I fear a mere brat like you? Clang, clang, clang. The blue flame clashed with the western swords countless times in the blink of an eye. Ewan's stance remained steady, and the force of his strikes grew increasingly immense, sending a shock through Ewan. How has your strength increased so much? Ewan's face changed slightly, and he could not help but roar. The response he received was Ewan's cold indifference. And a cerulean slash. Boom. A violent explosion erupted within the cabin. After another brief and fierce exchange. Boom. A figure burst out of the cabin, staggering onto the deck. It was Ewan. The sinister smile had long vanished, his face as dark as water, and his numb arm made him wonder if this was truly Ewan. He could hardly believe that Ewan's strength had risen to such a terrifying degree, even causing him to fall into a disadvantage. Ewan, his heart filled with murderous intent, stepped out of the cabin one step at a time. His bright eyes deep as the ocean fixed on Ewan, sending a chill through the latter. Ewan, what are you doing? Whitebeard, having led his forces to eliminate most of the navy, sensed the fluctuations of battle and rushed over immediately, only to find a conflict among his own crew. He could not help but bark. Newgate, this bastard is disregarding the captain's rules. Kill him now. Ewan's eyes darted, and he immediately roared. If Whitebeard could join forces with him to kill Ewan, nothing could be better. Ewan, what happened? Whitebeard frowned, not believing Ewan's one-sided story at all. He turned to ask Ewan, Ewan was too lazy to explain, merely saying coldly, personal grudge. I will cut him down today. Bullshit. Yuhan roared back, unwilling to lose momentum. Stop this now. Whatever it is, we'll talk after we return and see Captain Rocks. Whitebeard stepped forward, his Naginata Murakamajiri in hand. Clearly he intended to prevent the two from fighting. Ewan looked up slightly, fixing his gaze on the imposing figure filled with ambition, and said coldly, Newgate, I said it's a personal grudge. If you want to stop me, then I must consider that you are helping this scumbag. As he spoke, he showed no respect for Whitebeard. Whitebeard frowned, his eyes flashing with dangerous light, and suddenly roared, Yuan, are you provoking me? He had not wanted to meddle, but Yuan's words provoked him. Whitebeard was slightly angered. Yuan sneered inwardly. If Kaido or Linlin were here, even Golden Lion Shiki, they would all join forces to kill Yuhan first. Whitebeard was vastly different from them. Think what you will. In that case, both of you can come at once. Yuan took a deep breath, shadows seeming to flow in his eyes, and his entire aura suddenly turned profound. Hundreds of shadows emerged from his own shadow like attendants of a sovereign. Boom. An overbearing, unrivaled aura erupted into the sky. The seawater around them churned wildly, as if sensing a strong unease. Ewan had stood there all along, yet he had become utterly different. The domineering aura radiating from his whole body was terrifying. An unprecedented power surged within Ewan. Behind him a shadow-like cape abruptly formed. The moment the shadow cape formed, it fluttered noisily in the wind. Under his feet an extreme layer of nothingness spread, covering not only this giant ship, but also the seawater and all other vessels. This shadow seemed insubstantial, yet it could be truly felt. Whitebeard and Yuhan's expressions changed drastically at the same time. What's going on? Why do I feel suppressed? Yuhan exclaimed in shock. At this moment he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Ewan's terror far exceeded his imagination. Whitebeard's eyes widened, a sharp light flashing, and he murmured, could it be awakening of the devil fruit? He found it unbelievable. How long had it been since Ewan consumed the shadow fruit? And he had already achieved an awakened form. At this moment Whitebeard was truly dumbfounded. It was hard to fathom Ewan's freakishness. Yet this did not affect his confidence in his own strength. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and roared, Gururara. This is much more interesting. Let me see how much strength you really have. Whitebeard was no longer standing up for Yuhan. He felt a hunter's thrill and was eager to duel Ewan, to see the true power of the most terrifying monster of the Rocks pirates, who dared to speak so arrogantly. The power surge after awakening is indeed terrifying. Ewan murmured, inwardly feeling the strength flowing through his body, his heart unprecedentedly exhilarated. This was the first time he had felt such exhilaration since his transmigration. Now he no longer had to suffer and survive in the cracks. He had gained the power to confront those monsters. Newgate, come on. Light gleamed in Ewan's eyes, as awe-inspiring as divine might. With Whitebeard unleashing his full aura, his fighting spirit was fully ignited. Fighting Whitebeard as his first battle after awakening was indeed a thrilling affair. Let me see how much strength the strongest man 40 years from now possesses. With a laugh, Ewan leaped forward abruptly. The blue flame emitted a blinding blue light with flames and sword energies intertwining, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. A crackling sound. The first dark arc appeared. It triggered a chain reaction. Countless arcs of lightning coiled around Ewan's body. The blue flame instantly erupted with an even more terrifying sharpness. Conqueror's Haki divine might. Infusion. Whitebeard's surging spirit burst forth. Murakamajiri was wreathed in an indescribably terrifying fluctuation. He also unleashed Conqueror's Haki infusion. The sky immediately resounded with thunder and lightning, countless dark clouds shrouding the once clear heavens, presenting a scene of apocalyptic destruction. John's face flickered with terror. He never imagined that Ewan could unleash such a terrifying assault, one that was already on par with Whitebeard. Even his Conqueror's Haki was no weaker than Whitebeard's. What in the hell is this monster? John's heart trembled in shock. He no longer wished to fight Ewan, and even felt an impulse to flee immediately. If only he had known this freak was already this terrifying, why would he have provoked him in the first place? A million regrets flooded John's heart. What is that? The pirates on the surrounding ships, staring behind Ewan, spoke with trembling voices. They seemed to see a crowned phantom behind Ewan, but when they looked closely they saw nothing. Ewan is actually going to fight Captain Newgate. Ewan? The captain is actually this strong. The pirates, after clearly seeing the two figures locked in combat, were utterly dumbfounded. Aren't we all from the same pirate crew? Why does it look like a life or death battle? Does anyone care about our lives? The situation drastically changed. Blue flames and the Murakamajiri clashed decisively. Even before a full collision, the erupting force of their auras caused a devastating shockwave. Boom. A blinding white light flashed from the point where their blades met. A tremendous shockwave spread outward, sending several nearby ships flying into the air. The sea churned violently as if boiling. A massive crack suddenly tore open in the overcast sky, as though someone had slashed the heavens in two. The scene was utterly terrifying. Damn it. How is he so strong? Newgate, you must take down this brat. John was completely shocked. He prayed that Whitebeard would defeat Ewan, so he could take the opportunity to eliminate Ewan and remove the threat forever. At the center of the storm. Boom. A loud crash. Both figures retreated simultaneously. The deck beneath their feet shattered entirely, covered in cracks, as if it could no longer bear the force it was enduring. Gururora. What a thrill. I never thought you'd become this strong without a word. So this is the awakened form of your devil fruit, right? Whitebeard's massive frame steadied his grip firm on the Murakami, and he laughed heartily. Now he finally acknowledged Ewan, granting him the respect he deserved. Ewan also stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. He looked up slightly, feeling the surging power within him, his fighting spirit ablaze. Newgate, come on, let me witness the power of the tremor fruit. Truth be told, Ewan was exceedingly cunning. He said this entirely to comprehend the power of the tremor fruit during the battle. Once he truly grasped it, he would possess the ability of the tremor fruit. A foolproof deal. Gururora. The power of the tremor fruit will drown everyone in a tsunami. Whitebeard laughed heartily, unwilling to use the tremor fruit. What a joke. They were at sea, there was no need to commit suicide in such a foolish manner. Ewan felt a pang of regret. Just as Ewan and Whitebeard were about to continue their fight, they were interrupted by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. What a delightful coincidence to stumble upon such an interesting scene. Hey Newgate. Long time no see. Huh. And who's this young man fighting you? Was that clash of Conqueror's Haki caused by you two? A pirate ship rapidly approached. Standing on the mast was a figure with a mustache, grinning brightly and waving. Holy crap. Roger. Ewan was startled. Was he actually meeting the future pirate king? Gururora. Roger, I never expected to run into you here, you bastard. Whitebeard's fighting spirit surged even higher, as if he felt the situation was becoming more interesting. You bastard, Newgate. Watch your mouth when you talk to me. Roger laughed heartily as he drew his waist sword. Ace. Also one of the 12 supreme grade Mido. Judging by his posture, he was clearly ready to join the fight. I say, Roger, don't cause trouble here. This is an internal conflict of the Rocks pirates. You shouldn't interfere. A bespectacled, slightly refined-looking blonde man stepped forward with a resigned expression. The pirate king's right hand, Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh was still young, and he gave off a very strong impression. If anyone were fooled by his scholarly appearance with glasses, they would die without knowing how. Internal conflict. Hey kid, are you also a member of the Rocks pirates? Roger looked at Ewan with interest. Rayleigh sighed helplessly beside him. Roger, haven't you seen his wanted poster? He's Ewan, the guy known as the most monstrous freak of the Rocks pirates. But how is he this strong? It doesn't match his bounty at all. Ewan twitched the corner of his mouth. He could accept being called a monster. But where did the title of freak come from? So you're Cassie Ewan. Ha 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 ha, this is getting more interesting. Ewan, join us. Roger laughed heartily and extended a sincere invitation to Ewan. Rayleigh nearly tripped beside him. Roger, what are you doing? He's a crew member of Rocks. Roger shrugged nonchalantly, laughing. Ha ha, so what? I think he's a pretty interesting guy. Whitebeard twitched his mouth, speechless at Roger's reckless style. John's face turned pale with anger. He was after all a prominent officer. Yet Roger had never even glanced at him, completely ignoring his presence. Damn it, what kind of magic does that Ewan kid have? John suddenly hoped that Ewan would accept Roger's offer, so that Rocks would personally take care of Ewan. Ewan was surprised by Roger's invitation, but not by his style of behavior. He shook his head and greeted. Roger, it's a pleasure to meet, though the atmosphere isn't exactly friendly. As for joining your crew, I'll pass. Roger shook his head regretfully. What a shame. But there's something I'd like to ask of you. Ewan suddenly spoke, his tone as natural as if they weren't meeting for the first time. What is it? Roger asked curiously. Could you hold back Newgate for me? I need to kill someone. Ewan smiled as if this request wasn't outlandish at all. Huh. Roger paused for a moment, surprised. Who do you want to kill? That bastard John over there. Ewan jerked his chin to indicate. Ha ha ha. Roger suddenly burst into laughter. You want me to help you with your own crew's internal affairs? Just as everyone expected Roger to refuse, Rayleigh had already covered his face with a helpless, bitter smile. I won't help you, Roger declared firmly. Then he turned the conversation. Newgate, let's go. Whitebeard, John, Rayleigh. I knew it would come to this. John was stunned, even doubting if he had misheard. That bastard Roger had clearly said he wouldn't interfere, so how could he suddenly turn around and attack Whitebeard? After witnessing the power Owen had just unleashed, he felt even more uncertain. Whitebeard was visibly taken aback, his eyes narrowing gradually, revealing a hint of sharpness. Roger, are you interfering in our pirate crew's affairs? Roger replied nonchalantly. I'm not interfering in your affairs at all. We're all enemies, so what's wrong with me attacking you? John's eyes widened in shock. How could this be possible? Roger was truly a bastard. Gururora. In that case, I'll make you pay for meddling. Whitebeard seemed unwilling to bother with the grudge between Owen and John, raising his Murakami and charging at Roger. Ha! Bring it on. Roger laughed heartily and charged forward as well. The two clashed fiercely. Owen watched for a moment and found it utterly uninteresting. It was merely a clash of pure physical techniques, neither was serious. Perhaps both were well aware that killing each other would not be easy, so they naturally held back. Whitebeard seemed more like he was looking for an excuse to avoid a direct conflict with Owen. Regardless, it all meant one thing. Owen could now go after John. Owen, we're facing the Roger pirates right now? Attacking me at this moment is a betrayal of Captain Rock's. John roared, his face dark. Owen said calmly, after I kill you I'll deal with Roger. Ha! Young man Owen, if you want to fight me you'd better move quickly. Roger heard that Owen also intended to fight him and wasn't angry. Instead, he found it amusing. How could someone with such a style be among the bastards of the Rock's pirates? Need any help, young man? Rayleigh leaned against the mast holding a small iron flask sipping sake and asked jokingly. He seemed completely unconcerned about the battle between Roger and Whitebeard with no intention of intervening. Forget the help because I'll have to trouble you all later. Owen smiled very candidly. Beneath that candor lay a display of confidence. Only when one truly masters power can they speak with authority. Rayleigh smiled and said no more. He was curious to see just how far a rookie pirate could go. Could he really kill John? Rayleigh somewhat doubted that Owen was overreaching. Owen, don't go too far. John's face was ashen, already at a loss as to how to stop Owen from coming after him. More precisely, from killing him. The murderous intent radiating from Owen was too obvious. Enough talk. When you repeatedly came after me, did you ever think of the consequences? Owen drew his blade decisively. His figure seemed shrouded in illusory shadows, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The awakened form didn't bring about earth-shattering changes like Nika's awakening, but its power was no less formidable. He struck out suddenly. A blue arc of light tore across the sky, appearing before John. John swung his rapier to block the attack and shouted, "Do you really think I'm easy to push around?" The rapier shimmered faintly. He struck out in anger, unleashing a series of lethal moves, each aimed at Owen's vital points. John was after all a notorious and powerful pirate. Owen swung blue flame with one hand while his other hand suddenly beckoned. Shadow Owen appeared. A low hum, the intangible shadow, seemed to spread like a tide in an instant. Dark Domain, activated. Domain expansion. Shadow Owen's power surged, and Owen also wrapped it in Armament Haki divine armor, granting it unparalleled defense. It charged fearlessly at John, catching him off guard. What the hell is this thing? John roared, but he was forced backward. His attacks were completely ineffective against the shadow. And why did he feel like he was being suppressed? An invisible force had suddenly materialized around him. What on earth was happening? Such a formidable ability. An awakening of the shadow fruit. Rayleigh murmured. Is this guy really a rookie on your ship? Shh. The Conqueror's Haki waves from earlier weren't at the level of an ordinary executive. Gururara. Owen has always been a freak. But to develop the ordinary shadow fruit to such an extent is truly mind-boggling. Whitebeard and Roger were also watching Owen, marveling at the techniques he displayed. This was Owen's first battle after his true awakening. No one could have imagined he had so many tricks up his sleeve. Owen sneered, his own power surging once more. Within the dark domain, his strength doubled. He had now completely surpassed John. And this was without even activating the enhancement effects of Shadow Demon Form or 10,000 Shadows battle armor. If he were to merge with his shadow now, the skyrocketing combat power within the domain would be terrifying. Owen's figure suddenly vanished. John's heart was filled with terror, and he quickly retreated, ignoring the shadow Owen that was still entangled with him. Even with Observation Haki, he was still a step too slow. Or rather, his Observation Haki was far inferior to Owen's Observation Haki Divine Sense. Uff! A sharp sound tore through the air. A ferocious fist suddenly enlarged in John's eyes, striking his chest with brutal force. Cough, cough, cough. John was sent flying, his face flushed red. Before he could stabilize himself, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks. Owen and Shadow Owen struck continuously, giving John no chance to catch his breath. Within just a few minutes, John's figure had become battered and disheveled. One of his two rapiers had been knocked away, leaving him with only one. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Facing Owen, he couldn't even unleash his full strength. In short, he was being utterly dominated in every aspect. His Observation Haki was inferior to Owen's. His physique and Armament Haki were even more lacking. And Owen hadn't even used Conqueror's Haki. Captain John and Captain Owen are fighting. Captain John is no match. He's being completely suppressed. How can Captain Owen be so strong? It's been less than a month since the pirate banquet. Back then he was just a rookie pirate. The surrounding pirates were utterly bewildered. They couldn't understand what was happening between John and Owen. Nor could they fathom how Owen's strength had surged so much. This was a completely different person from the one at the pirate banquet. He hadn't even been this fierce when he fought Sengoku not long ago. John knew deep down that he was no match for Owen and had already begun to think of ways to defuse the battle. Hold on. John gasped heavily. Owen, I admit defeat. I'll apologize to you. I'll give you the Samsara path and the devil fruit. I'll also return all the treasures I plundered from you last time. Let's end our grudge here, and now how about it? Whitebeard also called out. Owen, that's enough. If you go too far, it won't be easy to explain to Captain Rocks. Whitebeard felt that Owen should have vented his anger and tried to dissuade him. Rayleigh was watching from the side, ready to intervene. If anything unexpected happened, it would be troublesome. John breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Whitebeard's words, inwardly grateful that it was not those two lunatics Kaido and Lean who had arrived. Otherwise, they would have utterly ignored the Roger pirates and focused solely on ganging up on him. Ewan said plainly, the blade. The devil fruit. John let out a sigh of relief. He tossed the Luanhui Dao and the devil fruit to Yuan, who caught them both. You employed your divine sense to perceive the abilities of the Zoan ancient mammoth form, deepening your comprehension of the devil fruit's power. A certain feeling arose within Yuan. He sensed that he could now comprehend a second devil fruit ability. Yet this was not the time for such enlightenment. He merely wished to see what ability this devil fruit granted. It was only an ancient Zoan, and specifically the mammoth form, a disappointment. Zoan-type devil fruits were not something he particularly needed. Instead, he was beginning to develop an interest in Logia-type devil fruits. After examining the fruit, Yuan put it away, then slowly grasped the hilt of the Luanhui Dao and drew the blade. Zheng. A sharp ringing sound echoed, extremely pleasing to the ear. The first thought that came to Yuan's mind was what a fine blade. It felt heavier in hand than the blue flame. The blade was brilliantly bright, gleaming with luster. Unlike the blue flame with its intricate patterns, it was pristine and clear. One glance would tell you it was a treasured sword that never stained with blood. The edge was slightly thick, yet it did not hinder the sharpness in the slightest. Most astonishingly, when Yuan probed with his divine sense, he could faintly perceive an ethereal well emanating from the blade itself. Truly a supreme grey blade. Luanhui Dao. Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the sword. Both Whitebeard and Roger, who had been locked in combat, paused in surprise. That is the supreme grey blade, Luanhui Dao. It's on the same level as my ace and your bastard's Murika Majiri. What a coincidence. There are only 12 supreme grey blades and 3 of them are here, ha. Roger laughed heartily, his gaze tinged with curiosity toward the Luanhui Dao. Unlike the other supreme grey blades, the Luanhui Dao hailed from a more ancient era. Its very name seemed to embody the cycle of reincarnation, appearing and disappearing as if by fate. It was even more mysterious than the cursed blade Kitetsu, for no one knew the origins of the Luanhui Dao. No wonder you attacked John. It was for the supreme grey blade. Whitebeard's expression cleared. Brawls over treasure were common among pirates. As long as the issue was resolved, there should be no further trouble. But for the Luanhui Dao to fall into Yuan's hands. Is this a coincidence? Whitebeard muttered to himself. Yet the next second his expression froze. Zheng. The Luanhui Dao was fully unsheathed. A fierce cold gleam rippled across the blade. Yuan's killing intent erupted. The tip of the blade pointed directly at John. What are you doing, Yuan? I've already given you the blade. John shouted in panic, utterly unable to understand why Yuan would suddenly turn on him. Sorry, but I never agreed to your terms. Yuan's face was cold with no hint of jest. And I'm going to use your life to christen this blade. At these words, a surging tide of murderous intent rose from Yuan, stronger than ever before. Even the Luanhui Dao in his hand seemed to quiver softly, its snowy radiance growing brighter. You bastard. John cursed loudly, retreating rapidly in an attempt to flee. Roger's face darkened. So you go back on your word after getting the treasure. Typical of the Rock's pirates. He had thought Yuan was different from the others in the Rock's crew. Now it seemed he was just as treacherous. In that moment, Roger lost all interest in recruiting Yuan. He believed that by accepting the Luanhui Dao and the devil fruit, Yuan had agreed to John's terms, and reneging now was utterly dishonorable. Though they were enemies, Roger still felt uneasy. Whitebeard's expression shifted drastically. If Yuan killed John, how would they explain this back at the ship? He knew Rox's temperament well. If Yuan dared to act recklessly, he would face severe punishment upon return. It might even implicate Whitebeard himself. Damn it, Yuan. This is too reckless. Yuan paid no heed to others' attitudes or opinions. He had wanted to kill John for a long time. Wheel of Reincarnation, Heaven's Wrath. Conqueror's Haki Divine, Might Coding. In an instant, thunder arcs roared. Thousands of lightning bolts danced around Yuan, forming a sea of thunder. He raised the Luanhui Dao high, and countless sword auras coalesced into an illusory blade, which came crashing down with a thunderous swing as he charged forward. The entire sky seemed to dim at that moment. It was as if Yuan's strike embodied the very wrath of heaven, unmatched in dominance. Such powerful Conqueror's Haki. Roger's eyes widened in shock. He had already considered Yuan a worthy opponent. The intensity of this Conqueror's Haki was on par with his own. But how old was this kid? What kind of monster is this? Rayleigh muttered, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. This lunatic. Whitebeard cursed under his breath. You can't kill me. John roared in terror. But the blade's momentum did not diminish. Blade splitter strike. Cornered John bellowed and spun around swiftly, unleashing a lethal sword technique. The rapier in his hand instantly split into countless phantom images. It was as if countless swords thrust from all directions, impossible to defend against. Yuan's expression remained unchanged, cold and unyielding. He brought his blade down. The myriad sword phantoms dissolved like bubbles in an instant. No matter how flashy, I only need one strike. Yuan exuded an aura of unparalleled arrogance. How could John withstand the power of divine might coding? Boom. The blade fell. An attack like divine judgment descended upon John. The surroundings exploded violently, sending shockwaves and dust everywhere, blinding all eyes. At the center, John's body erupted in a mist of blood, his eyes widened in disbelief as life faded. He never imagined he would die at the hands of Yuan, a newcomer who had joined the pirate crew less than a month ago, yet could kill him. Even in death, John's shadow was plundered by Ewan in that final moment. Nothing was wasted. Waves crashed and rolled. The turmoil gradually subsided, revealing the scene within. John lay on the broken deck, fortunate enough not to have sunk into the sea. Captain John is dead. Good heavens, what happened? Why did Captain Ewan kill Captain John? The surrounding pirates trembled in fear, dreading that they might be the next target. You actually killed him. Whitebeard's eyes widened as he glared at you and shouting angrily. Truly ruthless. Rayleigh commented quietly. Roger ceased his battle with Whitebeard, his eyes flickering. Everyone had failed to foresee it. Ewan had truly slain John. Furious, Whitebeard found himself in an excruciating fix. With the enemy at the gate, such a development was truly difficult to handle. What stunned him even more was Ewan's rapid progress. If he continued to grow, to what heights might he ascend? Surpassing rocks to become the new sovereign of pirates no longer seemed beyond the realm of possibility. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and frowned. The power of the shadow fruit. It is truly astonishing that an ordinary paramecia has been developed to such an extreme. The pirates of the Rocks pirates, however, were gripped by terror, filled with fear of Ewan. In their minds, he was still the youth who had stood out at the pirate banquet and been specially elevated by Captain Rocks. In the blink of an eye, he had changed utterly. Now he stood at a height they could hardly dare to look up to. Ewan remained utterly indifferent to the reactions around him, no longer sparing a glance for the dead John. Even though John was renowned, his final fate in the original story was to become Moria's zombie. Perhaps John was naturally at odds with shadow fruit users. Roger, now it's your turn. Ewan turned around, his face burning with battle intent as he fixed his gaze on Roger. Huh, come on. Let me see just how strong this newcomer of the Rocks pirates really is. Roger roared with laughter, his own body ablaze with fighting spirit. Rayleigh suddenly stepped forward and declared, even if you manage to kill John, we are not in the habit of letting anyone challenge our captain right from the start. As the first mate, Rayleigh would never allow just anyone to approach his captain. Ha, it's fine, Rayleigh. I'll humor him. Roger stepped forward and clapped Rayleigh on the shoulder. Rayleigh wore a deeply helpless expression. This captain truly cared about nothing and followed only his own whims. But as a first mate, he was perfectly competent. He would never contradict his captain's orders, at least not in front of outsiders. Whitebeard at that moment had lost all interest in fighting. Whitebeard, grasping Murakamajuri, stood aside, preparing to watch the clash between Ewan and Roger. Rayleigh silently scanned him and likewise halted nearby, ready to prevent any sudden attack from Whitebeard. To be fair, it was Rayleigh who had rendered monumental service in Roger's rise to command a pirate crew. The battle formations on both sides quietly took shape. Ewan and Roger simultaneously advanced 2 steps. Roger sized up the supreme grade blade in Yuan's hand and boomed with laughter, Samsara. I've heard its name long ago. Today let me see what makes this sword so extraordinary. Ewan nodded. I too have heard of Ace for a long time. Roger naturally had no idea of the hidden meaning in Ewan's words. Without resorting to blue flame, Ewan dashed forward, Samsara in hand, like a beam of light streaking through the sky. Incredibly swift. Roger narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually growing serious. He might look careless and boisterous, but in battle he was anything but negligent. Ace swung. The slash came crashing down. Bang. Ewan blocked the incoming slash with his own blade, then suddenly lunged upward and brought his sword down with both hands. Roger swung his blade up to clash. Boom. The first collision between the 2 titans erupted. The sea beneath them was forced downward by the immense shockwave, forming a depression. Fierce winds raged through the sky, chaotic air currents lashed against their faces, blinding anyone who tried to keep their eyes open. Whitebeard squinted and muttered. Normally the body can only be raised to a superior level through patient cultivation and tempering. Yet Ewan, merely by eating, has built a physique equal to ours. He's even more of a natural-born monster than Linlin. Even Whitebeard could not help but admire Ewan's talent. His imposing aura was now so mighty that it rivaled legendary pirates like Roger and Whitebeard. Golden Flesh and Jade Bones. Steel Balloon. They were no mere ornaments. Especially the awakening of Golden Flesh and Jade Bones saved you in a full month of time. You don't look like a newcomer at all. Roger grinned, yet inside, he was utterly overwhelmed with amazement. To be able to clash head-on with him at such a young age and not fall behind. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this? Strength speaks for itself anyway. The newcomer label is irrelevant. Ewan replied with a smile. The pressure from Roger was suffocating, but the fact that he could still laugh meant he had strength to spare. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 swung their blades in perfect unison. Samsara and Ace clashed again and again, erupting in dull, resounding booms. After a storm of frantic, explosive exchanges, Ewan and Roger simultaneously leapt backward to separate. Unbelievable. He can actually match the captain in physical strength. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, his eyes brimming with shock. Wasn't there still word that a few days ago Ewan had nearly been finished off by Sengoku and Garp? With strength like Ewan's, even a combined assault from Sengoku and Garp probably couldn't take him down easily, right? Rayleigh pondered silently to himself. He did not believe that Ewan's physique had grown overnight. Such an absurd thing was beyond even Rayleigh's imagination. Hey, we'd better get going. The Navy is closing in. Whitebeard suddenly raised his head and gazed into the distance. On the sea, one naval warship after another flew their banners rapidly approaching the scene. The target was the celestial dragons. How could the Navy not take it seriously? They're this fast. Roger frowned. He hadn't yet had his fill of battle. How about we do something big? Wipe out these Navy bastards together. Ewan smiled as he issued the invitation to Roger. He had not forgotten the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Sengoku and Garp last time, so he intended to vent his anger on the Navy. Besides, after witnessing the atrocities of the celestial dragons, he had no favorable impression of their lackeys in the Navy. Everyone was cursing the Navy for calling itself justice, and not without cause. Of the slaves, Ewan had saved a few who had once tried to kill him regained consciousness and fought desperately against the pirates only to be slain. Only a group of young women remained in the ship's cabin. Throughout the battle, Ewan had deliberately kept his back to the cabin, careful not to let them be caught in the crossfire. But the violent fighting just now might have wrought effects on them that Ewan could no longer control. Roger's eyes widened at Ewan's proposal. "Ha, you're quite a madman, but I have no interest in continuing this madness with you." He turned his head toward the direction from which the Navy ships approached, then shook his head in refusal. "Is that so? Then one final move." Ewan raised an eyebrow in invitation. "Come." Roger suddenly fell back a step, raising ace high overhead. Sizzle. Electric arcs flickered into existence around the sword's body. Then the arcs spread to envelop Roger's body. Ace was now wrapped in a strange, eerie color, as if something was flowing along the blade. Divine departure. Roger bellowed, swinging his sword in a sudden explosive thrust. In an instant, the world turned pale. The waves roared in fury. Ewan assumed a battle stance. Shadow Yu emerged with him, activating demon shadow form. The surrounding domain remained expanded, sustaining the augmentation state. Samsara suddenly blazed with light. Accompanied by the release of Conqueror's Haki, divine might, gorgeous flowing trails of light began to run along the blade as well. In an instant, countless electric arcs emerged from the void, swirling around Ewan's body. Samsara, heaven's wrath. The sheer force of their will could influence the weather itself. It was no empty boast. All creatures in the ocean fled in terror. Of course, many more were unable to escape the scope of this overwhelming aura floating belly up on the surface. As far as the eye could see, the sea was a vast expanse of white, like scattered jewels and gold adrift on the waves. Countless fish lay unconscious, floating on the water. The spectacle was magnificent. There was a time when Ewan marveled at rock's power to stir heaven and earth. But now he too could achieve such a feat. Even gods and demons would flee in terror. Wong boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted instantly, unleashing an irresistible shockwave that swept across the surroundings. Have they pushed it to this extent? Rayleigh's expression turned grave, and his estimation of Ewan rose to the same level as Rock's. He might not be as strong as Rock's now, but given time, he would surely become the second Rock's, or even surpass him. That was Rayleigh's judgment of Ewan. Though Ewan had only matched Roger with the power of his devil fruit, no one could deny his might. After all, was a devil fruit not also a part of one's own strength? Whitebeard's grip on his Bicinto tightened, and he now regarded Ewan as a monster of equal caliber. In the distance, a marine warship sped toward them. Garp and Sengoku stood side by side, staring at the destructive clash unfolding before them. Those aren't marines fighting. Could it be a world government powerhouse? Garp looked puzzled, his face full of confusion. No, if there were a world government strongman on that ship, they wouldn't have called us so urgently. Wait, that's Roger's aura. Sengoku paused mid-sentence, then his tone shifted to shock. That's definitely Roger's Conqueror's Haki. Haha, he must be fighting the Rock's pirates. Garp cracked his knuckles, ready for a brawl. If they could capture both Roger and the Rock's pirates here, the seas would be much calmer. But who is fighting Roger? Newgate. Shiki. It doesn't feel like their auras. Sengoku frowned deeply, his expression grim. Who cares? Let's go see. As long as it's a big fish. Garp urged, eagerly brimming with excitement. Though they had fought Ewan before, it never crossed their minds that it was him. Who could have imagined that the brat they had nearly killed just a few days ago could now match Roger in Conqueror's Haki? Ooh, the wind howled relentlessly. Turbulent waves roared and churned, threatening to capsize the pirate ship at any moment. The pirates on board were soaked from the surging waves, looking bedraggled, yet utterly awestruck as they gazed up at the figure who had steadily regained his footing. Ewan. After a fierce exchange with Roger, he remained completely unscathed. The two had fought to a draw. The marine fleet was drawing closer. Some ships were already moving to the flanks, clearly intending to surround them and let no pirate escape. All right. Until next time. Ewan's eyes shone like stars in the winter night, and he replied with a cheerful smile. The young man holding his famed blade radiated youthful vigor. We're off. Roger called out. See you later, Newgate, Ewan. Rayleigh waved with a smile. Ewan could tell that Roger seemed reluctant to engage the Marines. Whitebeard, seeing Roger leave, immediately shouted to his crew, Brat Pack, gather the spoils and get out of here now. Hold on. Ewan suddenly stopped Whitebeard. If they didn't leave now, getting entangled with the Marines would be troublesome. Ewan glanced at the rapidly approaching Marine ships, his observation Haki divine sense already detecting two old friends. Of course he had no intention of leaving. A gentleman seeks revenge without delay. With such a perfect opportunity, why let it slip? Newgate, why are we running? Ewan turned and asked Whitebeard a question. Because, Whitebeard was taken aback, unable to answer. Why run? Because we are pirates. But is being a pirate a reason to run? Whitebeard's eyes widened as he guessed Ewan's intention. So I plan to stay and fight the Marines. Whitebeard stared at Ewan, as if seeing him for the first time, or rather experiencing the madness that belonged to Ewan for the first time. But he kept his rationality and persuaded. Ewan, this isn't the time to fight. Our mission is complete. You've already killed John. We should go back. I never said I wouldn't go back. I'll go back after I kill these Marines. Ewan's resolve was unshakable. You're insane. Whitebeard cursed. If you're scared you can leave with the others first. Ewan said with a smile. Gurura. Scared. I'm Whitebeard. If you want to be crazy I'll be crazy with you. Whitebeard's pride would never allow him to retreat. Since Ewan had put it that way, if Whitebeard still withdrew, he wouldn't deserve the name Whitebeard. Everyone has some blood in them. Perhaps Whitebeard was spurred on by Ewan, wanting to do something to prove himself. In that case let's go crazy together. Let those Marines see what I'm made of. Good. Then we'll wait for the Marines to come and die. The surrounding pirates were all dumbfounded. They weren't leaving. What about us? The Marine fleet approached. Garp and Sengoku stood side by side. Only pirates remained in sight, meaning the celestial dragons and Marines had been complete. Sengoku, Garp, you're too slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ewan's inexplicable words left Sengoku and Garp both stunned. The urge to arrest Whitebeard and Ewan instantly became vigilance. Sengoku abruptly scanned the surrounding sea. There was no trace of any other pirate ship on the endless surface, which ruled out an ambush by the Rocks pirates. Moreover, if the Rocks pirates really had set an ambush, why would they have let the Roger pirates go? With that thought, Sengoku felt much more at ease. Stop searching. It's just us. Seeing how cautious and wary Sengoku looked, Ewan couldn't help but laugh. Unfazed by the remark, Sengoku turned to glare at Ewan, killing intent blazing in his eyes, and snarled, Kasa, you won't escape this time. Garp also felt puzzled. Newgate and Ewan were only 2 men. Why would they not run at the sight of a major Marine force? Run? I never planned to run. Holding the reincarnation blade, Ewan grinned coldly. Sengoku frowned, the unease in his chest growing stronger. Where exactly was Ewan's confidence coming from? Newgate, this kid has a lot of faith in you. He can't seriously think you can protect him, can he? Garp laughed at Whitebeard after hearing Ewan's boastful words. He instinctively assumed Ewan's arrogance came from leaning on Whitebeard. Whitebeard stared at Garp with a strange look, then turned and glanced at Ewan, finding it rather amusing. The Marines apparently had no idea about Ewan's true strength. Did they really not sense that clash of Conqueror's haki earlier? Sengoku and Garp were slipping more and more. Gururara. Garp, you damn bastard, you got here fast enough. Whitebeard laughed with complete composure, showing no panic at being surrounded by the Marines. At that moment, a Marine suddenly noticed John's figure floating on the sea. He immediately shouted in disbelief, look. That figure. It looks like John. Hearing this, the Marines all followed his pointing hand. Garp and Sengoku turned at the same time. That guy, it really is John. John was killed. Sengoku was shocked. John was a famed pirate of enormous reputation, one who had escaped Marine capture time and again. More importantly, he was an officer of the Rocks pirates. Who had killed him? Could it be Roger? But if it was Roger, why was Newgate's reaction so wrong? Sengoku frowned in thought. He turned over several possibilities in his mind, but none was right. He even guessed that Whitebeard had slain John, but he never imagined there was even the slightest chance Ewan was the one. Newgate, did you lot have an internal falling out? Garp said casually, immensely amused. Pirates killing each other, and a major pirate dead at that. How could the Marines not be pleased? Moreover, at the thought of soon arresting Newgate and Ewan, Garp's heavy mood lightened considerably. Whitebeard's expression was rather helpless. Garp, I'd never kill that bastard myself. The smile at the corner of his mouth was thick with meaning. Whitebeard finally understood what it meant to enjoy playing with people. Watching Sengoku and Garp guess wildly before him like clowns was even more entertaining than battle. Could it be that bastard Roger? Garp said in slight surprise. Do you think I'd let someone like Roger kill John? Whitebeard countered. Garp froze and scratched his head in confusion. Not this, not that. Then how the hell did John die? Ewan, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally took a step forward and said icily, are you going to waste a whole day on this boring topic? Sengoku, Garp, let's settle our grudge from last time right now. While speaking, Ewan calmly took out the reincarnation. The deep gleam of the sword gave the Marines a suffocating sense of pressure, as if they could feel the bone-piercing chill released by its edge. That sword. Behind his glasses, Sengoku's eyes flashed with alarm. The reincarnation. One of the 12 supreme grade blades. It's actually that most mysterious supreme grade blade. Garp raised an eyebrow, rather taken aback. Ewan understood at once. It seemed the reincarnation was quite renowned, but he had no idea why it had never appeared in later times. Could it be held by the celestial dragons, or had it fallen into the hands of the gods' knights? Ewan silently speculated. But whichever was the case, it didn't matter. Right now the sword was his. Don't think that with a supreme grade blade you can make up for the difference in strength. With a low shout, Sengoku's body suddenly blazed with golden light. In an instant he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha. Human fruit, mythical, Zoan model, Great Buddha form. The Great Buddha's face was solemn, its murderous intent fierce. Garp rolled up his sleeves, fighting spirit burning throughout his body as an overwhelming pressure surged outward. The marine hero whose iron fists had suppressed pirates now showed his full edge, radiating incomparably fierce might. Gururara. Whitebeard suddenly stepped forward. Ewan, which one do you want? He was actually letting Ewan choose his opponent. Garp and Sengoku grew even more suspicious. What did Newgate mean? Did he truly want Ewan to throw his life away? Then a jaw-dropping sight appeared. Far from refusing Ewan, said casually Sengoku. That old bastard had fun beating on me last time. So this time, I'm going to hit him back. Hearing Ewan's light and dismissive words, Sengoku felt slighted and flew into a rage. Boy, you can't run away this time. Boom. The golden Buddha raised its palm, destructive shockwaves swirling in its center. Shockwave. Burst. Run my ass. Which of you dog-eyed bastards saw me running? Don't act like the Marines are the masters of the sea. Ewan suddenly leaped up, swinging his blade in a massive downward slash. The edge released searing brilliance like a blinding sun suspended in midair. Boom. The reincarnation slashed down to meet the shockwave. Last time Ewan had been smashed and barely able to resist. This time he could actually match the shockwave completely. No. Instead, he drove the shockwave back down with a reverse stroke. The white glowing shockwave was shattered by Ewan. The figure in the sky shot straight towards Sengoku. What? He can fully block my shockwave now. Sengoku's expression drastically changed. He found it utterly incredible. Last time Ewan hadn't even been able to resist. What was happening? Could Ewan have merged with someone else's shadow again? But then Sengoku sensed a strangely familiar fluctuation around Ewan. It was the very presence from the clash with Roger. What? The one who fought Roger was Ewan. A collision of Conqueror's Haki of that magnitude had actually been unleashed by Ewan. Sengoku's heart violently jolted. This was simply absurd. How could Ewan possibly possess the power to fight Roger? Sengoku was utterly incredulous. Only recently Ewan had been a third-rate strongman. How much time had passed? Yet he had suddenly vaulted into the ranks of the strongest. Sengoku shook his head violently, dispelling the absurd suspicions in his mind. No, I don't believe it. Ewan was unaware of Sengoku's self-deceiving inner thoughts, and even if he had known, he would not have cared. He had only one goal: revenge. This guy Ewan's aura is not right. Garp also sensed something strange, and just as he was about to make a move, Nirakamajiri came slashing down. Since Ewan had made his move, how could Whitebeard stand by and watch Garp and Sengoku gang up 2 against 1? Newgate. Garp let out a low growl and clashed with Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Ewan had already arrived before the great Buddha. Raising the blade with both hands, he slashed down viciously. Golden flesh, jade bones. Iron balloon. All the strength in his body surged to its peak as his fighting spirit soared. Swish. He swung the blade down. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, extended his arm, and raised his golden Buddha palm to block. Thud. A powerful muffled boom resounded. Bang bang bang. The golden great Buddha actually retreated 3 full steps before steadying himself in that clash of raw power. With every step backward, the deck beneath his feet was smashed to pieces. What? How has your power become so terrifying? Sengoku was utterly shaken, and he roared in shock and fury. Feeling the power Ewan had unleashed, he almost started to believe that Ewan really had fought Roger. But there was one thing Sengoku still could not accept. How had Ewan suddenly grown so strong? After Whitebeard and Garp clashed, they simultaneously pulled back a distance. What's with this guy, eh? The scene made Garp frown, unable to understand the change in Ewan. Gururara. Ewan will give you a big surprise. Whitebeard laughed heartily, and the next second a figure suddenly shot out from behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you've left yourself open. A marine officer wielding a battle axe suddenly launched a sneak attack, swinging the axe to take Whitebeard's head. A murderous glint flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He did not even wait for Garp to move. A white sphere suddenly flickered around Whitebeard's fist. He slammed it down hard. Crack. A sound like shattering glass rang out. Where his fist landed, illusory crack lines appeared. The marine officer who had tried to sneak attack was hit directly by a terrifying tremor of force, spitting blood as he plunged into the sea. A mere ant. And the power of Whitebeard's punch did not stop there. After repelling the attacker, it shattered a marine warship behind him, sinking it into the sea. The marines on board cried for help and fell into chaos. The Tremor Man's power. None of you interfere. Garp gave the order with a solemn expression to the surrounding marines. A battle at this level was not something their strength could meddle in. Although Garp himself was also a vice admiral, sometimes the gap between vice admirals was an insurmountable chasm. The battle happening over here did not affect Sengoku and Ewan in the slightest. The two of them exploded into a frenzy of attacks. The golden Buddha palm and the reincarnation blade collided endlessly, evenly matched. Sengoku was even more terrified by how much Ewan's strength had grown. How did you do it? How did you become this much stronger in such a short time? Sengoku roared, finally understanding the meaning of the strongest monster of the Rocks pirates. Go ask the King of Hell. Ewan spun around and swept his blade in a wide arc. Sengoku's gaze was indifferent as his pupils suddenly contracted. Conqueror's Haki, release. Crackle. Instantly, arcs of thunderous lightning coiled around his golden Buddha palm, radiating fierce and awe-inspiring might. Boom. The golden great Buddha coated in Conqueror's Haki drove Ewan back with a single palm. Ewan stopped at the edge of the deck and steadied himself, holding his blade in one hand, his expression still calm. Conqueror's coating, huh? Then let me show you my full power. Ewan grinned, his smile filled with murderous intent. Suddenly a chill ran down Sengoku's spine, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He watched as Ewan walked forward slowly, step by step. Beneath his feet, illusory shadows quietly surged forth like a kingdom. Behind him, a black cape suddenly appeared, flapping loudly. Illusory shadow patterns formed across his body like tattoos, yet those patterns looked more like indescribably terrifying creatures, chilling and frightening to behold. His black and white eyes grew even deeper, like an abyss that could devour everything. A golden mark flickered on his forehead, streaming with faint golden radiance. From a distance, it was as if a crown had been placed on him, crowning him king. The king of the shadow world descends upon the mortal world. Shadowborn king, awakened form. Descent of the king. His power exploded upward. In an instant, the aura around Ewan became immeasurably deep, more ferocious and overbearing than before. A ring of shadows suddenly burst outward. Domain release. Awakened form technique. Shadowborn domain. Sengoku felt his body grow heavy, as if suppressed by some strange force. Hundreds of shadows danced in the air, as if paying homage to their king. The next moment, they all merged into one. Combined with Armament Haki divine armor, a majestic battle suit, filled with murderous intent, formed over Ewan's body. Myriad shadow war armor. Unite. Ewan's aura surged once more. Whoosh. The shadow Ewan silently vanished, merging into Ewan's body. Demon shadow form. Merge. An indescribable power emanated from his deep, terrifying pupils. Conqueror's Haki divine might. Coating. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless deep, dark black arcs of lightning coiled around Ewan. An eerie and monstrous power flowed along the body of the reincarnation blade, its sharpness seemingly able to split heaven and earth apart. At this point, Ewan truly erupted. He revealed his strongest power. Every augmentation was fully activated. Behind him, a colossal phantom shadow appeared, looking down upon the entire world. The Shadowborn King has descended upon the mortal world. The entire world will become a battlefield. The majesty of a king. An unstoppable, overbearing might. Whitebeard suddenly turned his head and stared dumbfounded at Ewan, who seemed to be enveloped by the Shadow Kingdom. Even his gaze froze at that moment. This is far more terrifying than when he fought Roger just now. This kid wasn't even using his full strength against Roger. For a moment, Whitebeard did not know what to feel. Was it marveling at Ewan's monstrous growth? Or shock at his terrifying power? He realized that every time Ewan acted, it reshaped his understanding. He always made everyone feel astonished and deeply shaken. Even now, Whitebeard felt that Ewan was a born king. Otherwise, how could that aura be explained? And mind you, Ewan was only a 17-year-old youth. Garp's face froze as well. Hearing Whitebeard's words, he suddenly widened his eyes and said incredulously, "So it really was him who fought Roger?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Garp would not have believed, not in a million years, that Ewan could be this strong. He had nearly been beaten to death by this old man just now. What was going on now? It couldn't be that this old man was dreaming, could it? Garp was beginning to doubt his own state of mind. He even felt Ewan was about to reach the level of Rox. A second Rox had appeared. Garp's heart clenched and a fierce, killing intent burst forth from him. The worst possible ending absolutely must not come to pass. Ewan stared indifferently at Sengoku the great Buddha, his deep gaze like one looking down from above, making hearts tremble. The reincarnation blade, blooming with snow-white radiance, was swung lightly. Words like a divine decree resounded across the sea. "Before my blade, all of you are ants." This was Ewan's true awakened form. When he fought Roger earlier, he had not been serious, merely familiarizing himself with the power of awakening. Besides, there was no need for a life-or-death battle with Roger. Aboard the Oro Jackson, aside from Rayleigh, there were several other formidable officers, although Douglas Barrett was not among them. At this time, Barrett had not yet joined Roger's crew. But facing Sengoku, Ewan would show not the slightest mercy. The air around him grew immensely oppressive. Pirates and Marines alike felt suffocated, barely able to breathe. The howling wind and crackling thunder all heralded the terror of Ewan's current state. Whitebeard and Garp stared at the transformed Ewan, shock filling their hearts. But the most shaken of all was Sengoku. The great Buddha Sengoku radiated dazzling golden light, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. His eyes were fixed on Ewan, deep wariness pooling in his gaze. This overwhelming pressure even made Sengoku wonder if Rox himself had descended. That sovereign-like dominance. He had only ever witnessed such presence from Rox. "Ewan, who exactly are you?" Sengoku bellowed in a deep, enraged voice. He could not convince himself that a man could grow this powerful in mere days. Even he and Garp had become who they were through years of relentless training. Even someone like Charlotte Lean, hailed as a born monster, had risen to her current peak through time and experience alone. How could anyone achieve this in just a few days? No. To be precise, when Ewan first emerged, his bounty was only tens of millions. Yet in a single month, he now stood at the very pinnacle of the sea. This utterly shattered the understanding of Sengoku the great tactician. Little did he know that Ewan had started as a weak, powerless youth, or his shock would have been even greater. Kase Ewan. Ewan's eyes cold as winter stars calmly fixed upon Sengoku. His voice was filled with lofty cruelty and detachment. His gaze was deep and piercing like the stare of a sovereign daring none to meet it. Sengoku cursed inwardly. I wasn't asking your name. He even suspected that Ewan was some ancient monster who had eaten a peculiar devil fruit and regained his youth. Yet that did not match the abilities of the shadow fruit. Sengoku's thoughts were in complete disarray. He decided to stop dwelling on it, for there was no time. Ewan had already moved his motions impossible to follow. Not even a trace was left behind. The instant his figure vanished, he appeared before the golden Buddha. SHKKK. A snow-white blade cut through the electric arcs between them, triggering an explosive chain reaction as it slashed toward Sengoku. Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury as he viciously struck out with his palm. Boom. The collision of Conqueror's Haki-infused attacks erupted, sending violent tremors and shockwaves through the air. Yet Ewan and Sengoku paid it no heed whatsoever. Both struck out rapidly. Even the great Buddha's towering form moved with astonishing agility, dodging and launching attacks in fluid motions. Ewan, however, wielded his blade with both hands, slashing down each strike like a mad demon. Each slash carried enough power to instantly kill any Marine Vice Admiral other than Garp. With such ferocious offense, Sengoku was pushed onto the defensive. More importantly, Ewan's raw strength had already surpassed Sengoku's. With all his enhancement abilities unleashed, and the Dark Blood domain suppressing Sengoku, the tide of battle was utterly in Ewan's favor. The surrounding Marines stared with wide eyes, unable to believe the Golden Buddha was being driven back step by step. Shock and terror surfaced on their faces. Is that pirate who's overwhelming Sengoku really Kase Ewan? Last time I saw him, he could barely withstand one of the Buddha's shockwaves. What's going on? Is Sengoku actually going to lose? In the Marine's memory, Ewan was just a small-time pirate who nearly got killed by Sengoku last time. But now the situation had completely reversed, striking them like a heavy blow. The dreadful aura radiating from Ewan made them unable to approach, instinctively backing even further away. Two Marine battleships caught in the blast were shattered and sank into the sea with almost no survivors among their crews. The pirates were equally astounded. After all, they knew the full picture. Ewan first fought the Marines guarding the celestial dragons. Then, for unknown reasons, he clashed with Captain John and killed him. After that, he fought a fierce battle against the mighty Roger. Even after enduring all those battles, he was still overwhelming Sengoku, the Marines' great tactician. What astonishing dominance and power! If not for the constant danger of being caught in that devastating destruction, the pirates would surely have cheered Ewan on. Newgate, where the hell did you find a monster like him? Garp cursed, his heavy heart anxious for Sengoku. I had no idea his strength had already become this terrifying. The shock in Whitebeard's eyes refused to fade. Only he knew how long Ewan had actually trained, which made him understand Ewan's terror all the more. As for the Marines, the spy had successfully delivered his intelligence, but no one in the Marines believed that Ewan had only trained for 7 days at that time. They hadn't believed it then, and they certainly wouldn't believe it now. In that case, I'll knock you flying first, then settle that brat. As the words fell, Garp's entire body became cloaked in fine, dense arcs of electricity. Sensing that Sengoku's situation was growing dire, Garp was ready to go all out. Gururura. Garp, you're not getting away today. Whitebeard activated his own Conqueror's Haki, coding, laughing heartily. Previously, he had always retreated upon sighting Marines, only engaging when he had no choice. But now Ewan's words had made Whitebeard suddenly realize why should he retreat when he saw Marines. Just kill them all. Thus, this battle brought Whitebeard an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. He reveled in the thrilling combat and his newfound mindset as the hunter. He admitted that Ewan was like a madman. But being mad just once felt truly invigorating. Come on, I carry the name of the Marines. Justice shall not be defiled. Garp's expression was stern and utterly serious. At this moment, he was completely focused. This battle could not allow any mishap. It had to be won. Gururura. Let this old man see what the Marines' justice can do to me. Whitebeard swung his blade. Murakamajiri. It was arguably the largest of the supreme grade blades. Wreathed in dread might and crackling lightning, it came crashing down in a single mighty slash. Greeting Murakamajiri was a pair of iron fists. Those same fists that had struck down nearly every pirate on the seas. Boom. A ferocious collision erupted once more. The surrounding Marines and pirates simultaneously retreated with remarkable tacit understanding. Two battlefields, each more terrifying than the other. Both were clashes of Conqueror's Haki coding. Only a scant few on the open sea had ever awakened Conqueror's Haki, and those who mastered coding it were even rarer. Yet of all places, here 4 Conqueror's Haki masters were locked in combat at once. As the battle raged on, their killing intent grew ever more intense. Each had their own undeniable reason to slay the other. Under Ewan's storm of wild rain-like slashes, Sengoku kept retreating, his fury burning ever more violently. Now he was in a true battle. The shock and awe from the start had all been scattered away. Sengoku had never expected to be suppressed. That made him furious. Observation Haki kept tracking the attack trajectory of the reincarnation blade. Then suddenly, A sharp light flashed in Great Buddha Sengoku's eyes. Huh. Roaring Sengoku thrust out his enormous golden Buddha palm, filled with an overwhelming majestic power. Boom. Another sword slash crashed down. Terrifying shockwaves burst in every direction. Enduring the ferocious impact, Sengoku forcibly clenched his palm, now wrapped in Armament Haki. His golden Buddha palm darkened by the Armament Haki coating clamped down tightly on the reincarnation blade. Ignoring the numbing tremor in his arm, Sengoku held it in a death grip. His other Buddha palm clenched into a fist. Conqueror's Haki coating tore through the air. A fist laden with the power of destruction hammered down at Ewan. The reincarnation blade was still in the Great Buddha's grasp. Ewan gripped the hilt tightly and could not pull away for the moment. If he dodged this punch, he would surely lose the reincarnation blade. But Ewan had no intention of dodging. His eyes grew deeper and deeper, and at the same time brighter as though stars were kindling within them. The golden mark on his forehead glimmered, its radiant light burning more vividly. Ewan swung his fist. Golden sinews and jade bones. An iron balloon body. With every augmentation active, all of his power erupted and condensed into that one punch. Blood raced through his veins, every cell howled, and countless warm currents surged into being at once. Crack. The fist wrapped in divine might smashed fearlessly into that dark golden Buddha fist. Boom. A thunderclap exploded. Everyone's eardrums rang. At the center of the storm, a golden wreathed figure flew backward and smashed heavily into the cabin, plunging into the bottom of the ship. He slammed into the ship's bottom, plating by the narrowest of margins, barely avoiding being thrown into the sea. The wind continued to howl, but everyone's breath seemed to have stopped. Borne by the shadow beneath his feet, the figure stood in midair with his blade in hand, filling everyone with fear and overwhelming shock. Because Great Buddha Sengoku had been blasted away. It was Sengoku who had seized the moment to attack and reverse the situation. Yet in the end, he was the one sent flying in utter humiliation. The marine soldiers stared with wide eyes, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts, as if an outcome they could hardly accept was about to unfold. Sengoku. Garp shouted in shock and fury. He had never imagined Sengoku would fall into such a complete disadvantage. It looked as though he had no strength to fight back at all. That had been Sengoku in his great Buddha form just now. After transforming with the Buddha fruit, the enhancement to his body was incredibly powerful, far surpassing what the shadow fruit provided. A mythical Zoan. An ordinary Zoan. The superiority was immediately clear. But who could have imagined that the one at a disadvantage would be Great Buddha Sengoku? Is this truly the shadow fruit? Even Whitebeard began to doubt rocks in his mind. He was still exchanging fierce blows with Garp, yet both men were paying close attention to the battle between Sengoku and Ewan. That punch just now, though empowered by Conqueror's Haki coating, was still more of a pure clash of physiques. And Sengoku had held the advantage of striking first. Add the Great Buddha form on top of that. No matter how you looked at it, it was impossible for Sengoku to lose to Ewan. Yet the absurd outcome was that Sengoku had been sent flying. Garp and Whitebeard could never have guessed that the ordinary shadow fruit had already been developed by Ewan into an unprecedented devil fruit form. Mythical Zoan Darkborn sovereign form. Sun God Nika. I am the great lord of the Darkborn world. Wherever I step is the king's domain. If light blocks my way, I will cut it down with one slash. And what waves could a mere Great Buddha form possibly stir? After the tempering of the battle, just now Ewan's control over the power within his body grew more and more refined. Especially that punch just now. It seemed to pierce straight through his run and do meridians, allowing every power in his body to reach a balanced fused state. It was a state of supreme harmony, not mindless violence. The shadow around him, which felt almost unreal, grew thicker and thicker, and yet his eyes became brighter and brighter. Thud, thud, thud. Great Buddha Sengoku crawled out from the bottom of the giant warship, his eyes seething with ferocity. Even Sengoku, the master tactician, was being driven into a frenzy. He could not admit that he was inferior to Ewan. The brat he had been beating with no chance to fight back was now suppressing him in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Ewan, the stronger you become, the more you are marked for death. Sengoku panted heavily. The Great Buddha's golden light blazed almost glaringly bright. All three colors of Haki erupted at once. Sengoku unleashed every last ounce of his power. As the radiance flowed, the golden Buddha body dimmed somewhat, a sign of Conqueror's Haki coating being fused into his devil fruit power. This was how the shockwave Sengoku emitted could possess the destructive might of Conqueror's Haki coating. Yet the drain of such fusion was tremendous. It was a trump card Sengoku rarely used. To have developed both his devil fruit and Haki to such a level, Sengoku was indeed strong. But he was facing Ewan, a young man who had broken the very rules of reality. I don't want to die and no one can kill me, Ewan said indifferently. The power on Sengoku, suppressed to the limit like a volcano on the verge of eruption, caused no change at all in Ewan's heart. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the reincarnation blade, which flickered softly like breathing. He chuckled, already longing for the next slash. It was not only the reincarnation blade that responded. Even the blue flame hanging at Ewan's waist had its deep flame patterns flickering, as if pleading with Ewan to use it. Ewan sensed the call, and a faint smile appeared on his indifferent face. He reached out and drew the blue flame. In his right hand, he held the reincarnation blade. In his left, the blue flame. Influenced by Ewan's own aura, these two famed blades seemed to respond with wills of their own. The reincarnation blade especially responded with blazing intensity. Very well. This next slash, let us release it together. Ewan murmured with a smile. But in his mind he suddenly recalled the time right after he had crossed over. He had learned swordsmanship by watching Golden Lion Shiki's wave-cutting slashes. And he had spontaneously comprehended the art of multiple slashes in dual sword style. Now, he happened to hold two treasured blades that perfectly matched his will. It was as if he were resonating with that youth from the moment he had first crossed over. Ewan's heart was calm as though he had been granted enlightenment. The frail boy who had once held two broken blades. Now he was the Darkborn sovereign holding two renowned blades. Two figures as different as heaven and earth merged in this moment. Through myriad cycles of rebirth, he remained himself. The boy. His heart had not changed. His sword intent had not changed. Everything became clear and unobstructed. If not now, when should he draw his sword? Ewan suddenly raised his head, his brilliant eyes dazzling like sunlight. The Darkborn sovereign could wield light as well. This slash will send you into the cycle of hell. Ewan's voice thundered across the world. In that instant, thunder exploded. Huge waves crashed and collapsed. The wild wind let out a solemn roar, as if all of nature were proclaiming its submission to the sovereign in its own way. Sengoku's eyes flew wide, filled with terror and horror. He could no longer see Ewan's figure. Before his eyes there was only that slash piercing through the heavens, the earth, and the sea. In that instant, a blade's light tore across the sea. Whitebeard and Garp both turned their heads, utterly forgetting their own fight, and stared in shock at the blade's shadows filling heaven and earth. What a terrifying slash! A faint pang of dread stirred in Whitebeard's heart. Sengoku. Garp's pupils sharply contracted, and he instinctively wanted to rush forward to help Sengoku. But Murakamajiri swept in suddenly. It gave Garp no chance to interfere in Ewan's battle. This guy, how can he be so strong? Sengoku had originally thought that by unleashing his full power, he could turn the situation around. But after seeing that slash from Ewan, his heart was filled with sheer horror. He felt dread even before making his move. This slash, he might very well die. The thought abruptly surfaced in Sengoku's mind. But faced with a life-or-death crisis, Sengoku would never wait helplessly for death. Suppressing the spreading fear in his heart, his golden Buddha palm became wreathed in pure white destructive fluctuations. Conqueror's infusion, shockwave, boom. It was as if countless cannons had opened fire at the same time. The savage, tremendous shockwave surged ferociously toward the blade. Sengoku could not see Ewan's figure at all. He could not even perceive him with observation haki. Everything had become that one slash falling from the sky. They were clearly two blades. It even carried the mystery of multiple slash techniques. Yet in the end there was only one slash. Sovereign's blade. The invincible slash. Swoosh. That horrifying shockwave, powerful enough to destroy half an island, crumbled inch by inch beneath the blade's edge. The slash that annihilates everything descended. Thunder roared and churned violently. Boom. As Sengoku watched in utter horror, the Conqueror's infusion shockwave burst apart. The slash came straight down. A sound like porcelain shattering quietly rose in the air. The dazzling golden light on Great Buddha Sengoku instantly fragmented, covered in cracks. The blade edge cut into it. It actually smashed his golden body, stayed apart, with overwhelming force. Rumble. The golden body shattered completely. Sengoku's body flew backward, uncontrollably crashed into the cabin, smashed through the ship's bottom planks, and was devoured by the endless abyss of the sea. As the turmoil gradually subsided, Ewan's invincible figure was revealed. Twin blades in hand, supported by shadows, he descended from midair onto the ship's deck. The oppressive, powerful aura around him made every marine and pirate stop breathing for an instant. Instinctively they felt fear. Sengoku's figure had long since vanished. Whitebeard suddenly clenched Murakamajiri, the force so great that the veins on his arms bulged, a clear sign of how shaken he was. He really did cut Sengoku down. Whitebeard still found it hard to believe. Ewan had actually smashed Sengoku's golden body, stayed apart by sheer force. Just what level had this guy's strength reached? Whitebeard knew that even he himself could never accomplish what Ewan had done. That meant Ewan had already surpassed him. Garp's figure had already disappeared. The instant Sengoku's golden body shattered, and he was sent flying, Garp plunged into the sea to save him. Sengoku was a devil fruit user. In seawater, he would surely die. Deeply shaken, Whitebeard could not be bothered to stop Garp. Shadows flickered over Ewan's body, then slowly dispersed the next moment. All of his active states were dispelled. No one noticed that his arm was trembling slightly. That slash that had just taken down Sengoku in an instant had been Ewan at his limit. The consumption was beyond imagination. Even a physique like Ewan's could barely withstand it. After all, that was a slash that had utterly crushed Sengoku. The more terrifying the power contained within it, the greater the toll Ewan paid. You maniac. This is insane. Whitebeard said, looking at Ewan with admiration he could not suppress. He felt Ewan was like a madman. When Ewan first wanted to stay, Whitebeard had thought he was holding a fire in his chest, and that after venting it in a fight, they would fight their way out. He had never imagined that Ewan would actually cut Sengoku down. It was far more than just venting anger. He truly had the power to kill Sengoku. If it had been one-on-one between Ewan and Sengoku, Sengoku would already be dead. But unfortunately, there was still Garp. Splash. Two figures emerged from the turbulent sea. Garp dragged Sengoku onto the deck of a marine warship. Ignoring his drenched body, he immediately ordered, "Retreat. Everyone retreat, damn it." Sengoku was severely wounded and Garp had no mood to fight. Ewan and Whitebeard both looked at Sengoku lying on the deck. His face was pale, utterly bloodless. The most terrifying thing was the bloody wound on his torso stretching diagonally from his shoulder down to his hip. His chest cavity revealed bare white bone. His abdomen exposed even his internal organs. With injuries this severe, if left untreated, Sengoku would surely bleed to death and descend to hell. Garp did not dare delay. He stood on the deck with a grim expression, his dark somber eyes fixed intently on Ewan, blazing with anger. His closest friend had almost been killed. It made Garp both deeply grieved and even more furious. But now was not the time to strike for revenge. Fearful and panic-stricken Marines steered their ships away at full speed, fleeing as though chased. Several Marine ships even stayed behind like a suicide squad to cover the rear. They looked ready to ram into the pirate ships at any moment and perish together with them. Phew. Ewan exhaled a long breath. Circulating the cellular source devouring art, he swiftly recovered his expended strength. Chase after them. Whitebeard asked with a smile. Ewan waved his hand. Forget it. I can't fight anymore. If we chase now, Garp will definitely fight desperately. He's not a devil fruit user, so he can handle himself. We can't say the same. Ewan figured that slash had been enough. Even if Sengoku didn't die, he had lost half his life. That wound was far more severe than the one Hawkeye had left on Zoro. If marine medical technology were not so advanced, Sengoku would be dead for sure. Gururara, you really made me look at you with new eyes. Ewan. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He almost blurted out asking Ewan to join his division. But thinking of Ewan's strength, Whitebeard swallowed the words back. The Ewan of now was not someone anyone could recruit. He was no longer the rookie pirate who had carved his way out of a pirate banquet. He was a mighty pirate who had gravely wounded great Buddha Sengoku, one of the men standing at the pinnacle of the sea. Boys, back to Hakanosu. Whitebeard raised his arm and bellowed. Aye. The pirates howled at the tops of their lungs with excitement. Wait. On the way, find a town on an island and settle those young women whom the celestial dragons had taken. Ewan added. Whitebeard looked at him with a strange expression. You bastard. You're becoming less and less like a pirate. Normally such captured girls would have been shared among the pirates. But with the strength Ewan had just displayed, even though those pirates had their private misgivings, they did not dare object. What? Can't pirates do good deeds? Ewan smiled and sheathed some Sarapath and blue flame. That's not the pirate way, Whitebeard remarked. He did not care at all about Ewan's decision. These girls wouldn't affect him anyway, so he might as well do Ewan a favor. You'd better think about how you'll explain the matter of John to Captain Rocks when we get back. Infighting is the one thing he cannot tolerate. Whitebeard reminded him out of kindness. Ewan nodded, indicating his understanding. In truth, he saw no issue with it. Just as John had said back then. Rocks would never trouble a cadet for the sake of a dead man. Moreover, Ewan had already proven his loyalty. With this newfound power, Rocks would surely find him more useful than John. Several pirate ships laden with celestial tribute sailed back. Passing by a small town, Ewan settled the young women there, gifted them some jewels and departed. That was all he could do. Whether they would survive was up to them. If he had sent them back to their original kingdom, they would have been doomed. The death of a celestial dragon. Sengoku's near demise. These events would carry immense repercussions. At Hakanosu Island, the cadets gathered. Seeing Whitebeard and Ewan return laden with spoils, none showed surprise. But when they saw John being carried up, their expressions shifted. All faces changed. It's really that bastard John. Shiki the Golden Lion exclaimed, his shock mingling with a grin. Mama, so John's dead, huh? What happened to you two? Charlotte Linlin looked at Ewan as if checking whether he was unharmed. Kaido furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ewan. Based on his knowledge of Ewan, John's death was undoubtedly linked to him. He was simply curious how Ewan had pulled it off. Newgate, what did you encounter? An ambush? How did John die? Who killed him? Silver Axe asked, unable to contain himself. He was genuinely shocked. At the head of the table, Rocks sat with arms crossed, his face dark and silent. No one knew what he was thinking. I killed John. Ewan stepped forward, lifting his gaze to meet Rocks. Silver Axe was stunned. Shiki's grin froze. Charlotte Linlin whipped her head around, staring at Ewan in shock. Kaido thought, even if you did it, don't admit it. Everyone could sense the impending storm. You killed John. Did your devil fruit awaken? Rocks raised an eyebrow, his tone calm, betraying no emotion. Just awakened recently. Ewan nodded in confirmation. Tell me the details. Rocks leaned back in his chair, asking with interest. As for John's death, he paid it no mind. A waste who couldn't even beat Ewan was useless to keep around. Utter indifference. In the end, Whitebeard stepped forward to recount the mission. Ewan slaying John. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Had the devil fruit awakening boosted Ewan so dramatically? Ewan fighting Roger. The cadets were all astonished. Was Ewan so fierce? Truly reckless, oblivious to the heavens and earth. Then the Marines attacked. Roger retreated. Ewan's single slash shattered the great Buddha Sengoku. The cadets were utterly numb, as if hearing a myth. When Rox heard that Ewan could match Roger, a darkness flickered in his eyes, and he felt a stir of surprise. But upon learning that Ewan had crippled Sengoku with one blow, even Rox rose from his seat, his mind churning with disbelief and astonishment. The other cadets snapped back to reality. No way. Newgate, what nonsense are you spouting? I believe Ewan killed that bastard John, but he split the great Buddha Sengoku's golden form with one slash. That's impossible. I fought that bastard Sengoku myself, and never had it so easy. Shiki the Golden Lion's cigar fell to the floor unnoticed as he slammed the table in protest. Ewan has become this strong. Kaido was lost in a daze. He had thought of Ewan as a little brother needing his protection, and now Ewan's strength had surpassed his own in a blink. Charlotte Linlin had no doubt, her eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Have children. She must have children with him. 8 in 10 years. She didn't realize that the decision was no longer hers to make. The power of persuasion now lay with the stronger Ewan. How the hell is that possible? Newgate, are you and Ewan in cahoots to fool us? Wang Ji couldn't help but suspect. The tale Whitebeard told was simply too absurd, too unbelievable. Get lost. Whitebeard turned and snapped at Wang Ji. You think I'm worth lying to? Wang Ji's expression stiffened. He cursed inwardly, but held his tongue. Ewan. Rox finally spoke. How did you do it? Even an awakening couldn't grant the power to slay Sengoku in one stroke. That would mean this kid was almost as strong as him. In the awakened state, my power naturally surged. Ewan explained candidly. Moreover, I've developed 2 enhancement forms of the shadow fruit using shadows, which become even more terrifying during awakening. I simply felt that with my awakened fruit, I could truly fight Sengoku, and wanted to test my strength. I never expected that slash to be so powerful. Perhaps the Lunwadeo also contributed. Ewan patted the supreme grade blade at his waist. Whitebeard's mouth twitched at his explanation. In his mind, the scene replayed vividly. This slash sends you to the cycle of hell. And you even had the phrase ready. It was clearly aimed at killing Sengoku. And you claim you didn't expect that slash to be so strong. Whitebeard now understood. Even before Rox, Ewan was full of lies. That kid must have deceived them countless times before. Whitebeard knew it well, but said nothing. His relationship with Rox was superficial. They could part ways without a second thought. Whitebeard's goal was to build his own family, not to stay with these scheming pirates as a family. Besides, none of these bastards would be willing to call him father. Rox narrowed his eyes, a dark flow within them reflecting a turmoil of emotions, wariness, suspicion. But then, as if struck by a thought, he suppressed all his feelings. Excellent. Ewan, you've proven your strength. John's division is yours to command. Rox laughed heartily. The cadets were taken aback. Not only had Ewan faced no punishment, but he had also taken over John's entire operation. Silver Axe quickly glanced down at the corpse of John, wondering if he'd rise from the dead in anger. Obviously he didn't. Yes. Ewan accepted generously. John's division. Some subordinates might be hard to manage, but he'd kill those who refused to obey, the rest would fall in line. Ewan had expected a more intense interrogation or test from Rox, even a worst-case scenario of open conflict. But none of that happened. This made Ewan realize one thing: Rox needed power, which meant the God Valley incident was imminent. Ewan had another purpose for returning to Beehive Island. He coveted the devil fruit abilities of others. He now had an ancient Zoan in his possession. If he could comprehend the mysteries within, perhaps he could draw inferences and master other devil fruit abilities. This was also the reason Ewan was unwilling to leave. Fortunately, Rox did not pursue the matter further. However, the other officers had completely re-evaluated Ewan. At the same time, Rox issued an order to assemble all the pirate crews under his command. Ewan heard the order and understood somewhat in his heart. It seems preparations are being made for God Valley. After all, the news of God Valley was secretly spread by people on the island. From the time the news was leaked to the start of the God Valley hunt, there is about 2 weeks left. I hope these guys will drop more gold coins in these 2 weeks. After the meeting ended, Rox left first. Then the officers also left one after another. Ewan, what the hell are you doing? You even killed John. Even Sengoku is no match for you. Golden Lion Shiki walked over to Ewan with a look of shock. This was someone he had watched grow up, and now it seemed he had surpassed even himself. Golden Lion Shiki felt a bitter taste in his heart. You guys just didn't work hard enough. Ewan laughed heartily, completely relaxed. Bullshit. I've trained more than you, Kaido said indignantly. Being surpassed by Ewan, it really made him feel terrible. Having treated him like a little brother only to be surpassed in a flash, Kaido found it hard to accept for a moment. Forget it, let's go drink. Ewan waved his hand and urged. Golden Lion Shiki smiled and said, that's true. It's worth celebrating that John bastard's death. Ewan, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin left together, forming a small faction. Even Whitebeard could not integrate into their circle. Golden Lion Shiki had always had a good relationship with Ewan. Even after being deceived by Ewan, he didn't settle the score, and last time, he even stepped in to save Ewan at a critical moment. As for Kaido and Charlotte Lin, their relationship with Ewan was even closer. The banquet ended late at night. Ewan returned to his residence. He took out the devil fruit he had obtained during the day and began to use his divine sense to comprehend it. You use Observation Haki Divine Sense to comprehend the power of the Zoan Ancient Model Mammoth Devil Fruit. You gradually discover the rules of Devil Fruit power. Through comprehending the Devil Fruit, you successfully gain the ability of the Zoan Ancient Model Mammoth. It worked. The second Devil Fruit ability. Ewan was extremely excited, his fists involuntarily clenched. But a new insight emerged in his mind. You have comprehended a new skill, Dark Descendant Summoning. Dark Descendant Summoning, it can bestow the power of an animal-type devil fruit onto contracted shadows, turning them into animal forms with greater strength. The shadow ability has changed again. Dark Descendant Summoning. In this way, as long as I can comprehend enough animal-type devil fruits, I can create an army of animal shadows. But this skill is limited to the animal type. What would happen if I comprehend Logia or Paramecia? Ewan was a little curious. Now he increasingly couldn't see the limit of his heaven-defying comprehension. The acquisition of the second devil fruit ability slightly increased his physical strength. Ancient Zoan. The boost to his current strength was not significant. Moreover, he didn't want to transform into a stupid elephant and charge around wildly in battle. From this perspective, being able to bestow animal ability forms onto shadows was actually the best choice. Ewan practiced the cell-devouring technique for one night. At dawn, he directly went to find Shiki for a friendly spar. You comprehend the power of the float fruit, but are always unable to truly visualize the rules of the ability. After the spar, Ewan frowned and sat aside, lost in thought. Could it be that merely comprehending the ability cannot obtain the rules of devil fruit power? Is it necessary to comprehend the devil fruit itself? Ewan's vision of collecting all devil fruit abilities suddenly fell through. Just as he was at a loss, a turn of events suddenly came. Charlotte Lin came to find him. Ewan, you must have a child with me. Ewan said with a helpless expression. Lin, I'll definitely come to you when I want descendants in the future, but I really don't have the mood to have a child now. You want descendants? The child born will be mine. Today you must obediently cooperate with me. Charlotte Lin prepared to force it. Unfortunately, if it was the Ewan of the past, she could have forced him. But the current Ewan was no longer under her control. Then a battle broke out. Although it wasn't a life-or-death battle, the fight was quite intense. You continuously sensed the power of the soul fruit, comprehending its mysteries. Observation Haki Divine Sense evolves. Observation Haki Divine Soul. Ewan was stunned. Observation Haki evolved again. The next second, Prometheus's flames blasted him away. Charlotte Lin strode forward with a demeanor of not giving up until she succeeded. Lin, that's enough. Now I'm afraid no one can go against Ewan's will and make him do something he doesn't want to. Kaido helplessly stepped out to mediate. Charlotte Lin looked at Ewan getting up from the ground as if nothing had happened and said through gritted teeth, "Damn Ewan. You've been deceiving me all along." She naturally knew that Ewan hadn't used his full power. He hadn't even used his devil fruit ability. He hadn't even drawn his sword. He fought purely with his physique. This left Charlotte Lin helpless. On the other side, after comprehending Observation Haki Divine Soul, Ewan immediately used his more powerful and mysterious Divine Soul power to sense the devil fruit power of Golden Lion Shiki, who was floating in midair. You comprehend the power of the float fruit. The Divine Soul successfully imprints the rules of the float fruit ability, and you successfully comprehend the float fruit ability. Divine Soul power. Float fruit power. Ewan laughed with joy. Lin, I promise I will have a child with you. Charlotte Lin's soul fruit ability came at just the right time. Observation Haki Divine Sense evolved again. Observation Haki Divine Soul. It also contained powerful soul fruit power. This change directly gave him the means to truly comprehend other devil fruit abilities. It completely resolved Ewan's dilemma. In the blink of an eye, he comprehended the third and fourth devil fruit abilities. Soul fruit. Float fruit. Ewan was grinning so hard, he could barely close his mouth. Golden Lion Shiki almost fell off the floating boulder. Is having a child with Lin making you this happy? Then why did you fight her? Why don't you just go and have a child? Kaido furrowed his brow at Ewan's joyful laughter, suddenly regretting stepping in to stop Lin. No wonder Ewan didn't go all out in the fight. So he really wanted to have a child. Maybe he enjoyed the feeling of being forced and struggling. Kaido showed a thoughtful expression, realizing his intervention was really ill-timed. Realizing this, Kaido silently stepped back. Ewan, go ahead and cry out. Even if you scream your throat out, I won't care about you anymore. No one knew why Ewan suddenly burst into loud laughter. Charlotte Lin was rather baffled by him. Since you agreed to have a child with me, why do you still resist? Ewan was speechless. He had agreed to have a child to leave heirs behind, not to be some stud. Having a child is okay, but not now. Let's talk about it later. Ewan waved his hand and sped away from the place. Bastard. Charlotte Lin gnashed her teeth, but she was utterly helpless. If only she had known Ewan would grow so monstrously strong. She should have forced the matter from the very start. What a pity she had missed that perfect chance. Charlotte Lin shook her head again and again, then walked off alongside Kaido. Golden Lion Shiki Wang Ji and the others, seeing there was no more excitement to watch, also took their leave one after another. The captain is summoning every subordinate pirate under his command. I'm afraid a major move is coming. We'd better be cautious and leave ourselves a way out, Kaido said in a low, grave voice. A surprised voice cut in. Shouldn't Ewan be included when discussing something like this? Charlotte Linlin was taken aback. Kaido replied, it was Ewan who asked me to tell you. You kept chasing him to have a child, he's afraid to even see you. Kaido was utterly speechless. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, feeling rather pleased. So it seemed. Ewan had not been joking about having a child. Fine. If it has to be later, then later it is. As long as he is willing. Always keep a last resort strength to handle any unexpected development, and try not to clash with the Marine's strong fighters. Kaido said in a low voice. Charlotte Linlin nodded. Both of them were somewhat curious. What exactly was Rox trying to do by making such a huge commotion? He couldn't be planning to start a world war outright, could he? Days passed one after another. Ewan had sparred with nearly every officer, but every bout had stopped at the touch. The officers did not take it seriously. This was how Ewan successfully got his hands on the Tremor fruit ability. Aside from his innate Dark Monarch form, he had also mastered the Soul fruit, the Float fruit, the Tremor fruit, and the ancient Zoan Mammoth form. Except for the Mammoth form, all of these were extremely powerful devil fruits. As for the Dark fruit, Ewan had never found a chance to get close to Rox. Or rather, he had never even met Rox. God Valley. Kaido got his devil fruit at God Valley, and the Pawpaw fruit will appear there too. As for the other devil fruits, they were never mentioned. When the time comes, I'll see if there's a chance to take them all. Ewan gazed out at the sea, his mind clear and serene. Only at this moment did he feel true freedom. If he wanted to leave, he could turn against Rox at any time. But for the sake of caution, he decided to wait until after Rox was dead. Besides, several powerful devil fruits would appear at God Valley. Ewan naturally did not want to miss them. Empowered by the devil fruits, his strength became increasingly formidable. He just did not want to expose his own specialness for the moment. If Rox learned that he could wield multiple devil fruit abilities, what would he do? Once the world government knew of such an irregularity, the five elders would probably even want to personally dig out Ewan's secret. This completely overturned the laws of the sea. Devil fruits cannot coexist. Only Blackbeard with his abnormal body structure had made it possible. Conventional methods could not break that nature at all. Ewan had simply comprehended the powers. He had not eaten any devil fruit. If he were to eat one, he might only be able to master a single power. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory, Stussy stared at the post-experiment serum sample, her gaze freezing. Why? No devil fruit factor can be found in Ewan's blood. Did he eat a devil fruit or not? This was already Stussy's third test. She was certain she had made no mistake. Then what exactly did this result mean? Stussy took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself, but other thoughts sprouted in her mind, and her eyes burned. Ewan, I've discovered your secret. With that, she stored away the remaining blood of you, and even more carefully. In her view, Ewan's blood was filled with unknown and immense power. As long as she had his blood, she would definitely be able to create a being as powerful as he was. Stussy chose to keep this secret to herself and did not report it to Rox. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10,000 pirates had already gathered on Beehive Island. All the subordinate crews of the Rox pirates had assembled. Not a single officer was absent. Rox stood high above, looking down at the pirates below, his arrogant and haughty gaze full of dominance. Boys, the Celestial Dragon Pigs are holding a treasure hunting game at God Valley. Whoever can seize their treasure, I'll promote him to officer on the spot. Follow me. Kill every last Celestial Dragon Pig. Rox's majestic and overbearing voice resounded across the entire Beehive Island. In response, over 10,000 pirates broke into frenzied cheers. Ewan silently curled his lip. Letting those ordinary pirates go after the treasure was only a gimmick. The true purpose was to use them to kill the Celestial Dragons. But this move was tantamount to declaring total war on the Celestial Dragons. Ha ha ha. Set out, God Valley. Rox gave the order with a commanding roar. All the pirates began boarding the ships. Hundreds of pirate ships spread across the sea, densely packed and brimming with an overwhelming pressure. Especially the ship at the very front. Aboard it were gathered the strongest pirates of this sea. Rox stood at the bow with his arms folded, his deep gaze staring into the distance, as if he could already see the shape of God Valley. Behind him, Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, and Ewan took the lead. Only after them came Charlotte, Lean Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Kaido, Bodhi, Chris Rhodes, and the other officers. The full force of the Rox pirates had gathered. The fleet was heading for God Valley. A great war that would reshape the world order was about to break out. Meanwhile, at a Marine branch base, Garp received a call from Kong. Garp, get to God Valley immediately. Garp was picking his nose and said nonchalantly, haven't all the preparations already been made? Why do you still need me to go? After escaping with Sengoku, he had chosen to land at the nearest Marine branch base, just so Sengoku could receive treatment as quickly as possible. After surgery, along with several healing-type devil fruit users urgently mobilized from the world government, they had barely managed to keep Sengoku alive. Garp simply stayed there to watch over Sengoku, and did not go back to report for half a month. Besides the hunt at God Valley, Garp found it disgusting. God Valley had originally been a country. It had been designated a hunting ground only because it had committed a mistake. All the people there were prey. The news about God Valley has been leaked by someone. The Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates have all set out. I'm already on my way. You get to God Valley as fast as you can. Kong's urgent voice came through. Garp was stunned for a moment, and then fury and murderous intent flooded his eyes. The Rocks Pirates. You and I will never let you off. At the thought of you, Garp mobilized the base's marine fleet, without another word, and set out for God Valley. The Marines had mobilized. Forces from all sides were converging. And at God Valley, the Feast of Slaughter was already underway. Divine Canyon. The terrain is perilous. On both sides are peaks that tower into the clouds while the middle resembles a naturally formed canyon cleaved by a divine blade. Thus came the Divine Canyon. But what a pity. The name Divine offends the celestial dragons. So the country established in the Divine Canyon became a hunting ground for the celestial dragons' entertainment. Now let me introduce the rules. 13 ultra-rare prey. Each rewards 10,000 points. 150 rare prey. A single fatal blow will earn extra rewards. There are also 100,000 ordinary prey. The prize for the winner of this tournament is right here. Tuxing Satang, leaning on his cane, slowly narrated the rules. With him personally presiding, the world government's emphasis on this operation was evident. On the table behind him were 6 mysterious treasure chests arranged in a row. He then announced, the prey have 1 hour to hide. An hour later the hunters will enter. As Satang's voice fell, the bloody curtain of this death game was fully drawn. The visual Den Den Mushi transmitted the scene to the Holy Land Mary Geos. Countless celestial dragons cheered. Among the participants, Fijilan Jalansheng received the highest acclaim. Just wait and see, you brats. Jalan turned to look at his rivals behind him, his face brimming with confidence. The champion will surely belong to the Mamaya family. I won't let you in, Jalan. The other members of the Gods' Knights were full of spirit and high morale. Over 100,000 people fled in panic. Among the crowd, the young Ewan, Kufu, Basing Mio Daxiong, and Jani were also in inconspicuous spots, quickly finding places to hide. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment some celestial dragons had already begun shooting at the slaves running in panic. Rules meant nothing whatsoever. This was merely a game for the celestial dragons. The scene shifted. Ewan Kufu, who had finally managed to hide, began brainwashing the slaves around him. He deeply understood that only by seizing the secret treasure in the chests could there be hope of survival. Jani prayed silently that the message she had sent out would draw attention. The bloody massacre descended upon the Valley of the Gods. The perimeter of the valley was tightly surrounded by the Marines like an iron barrel. Not even a fly could fly in. No one could possibly escape. Yet under such a heavy deployment, a formidable enemy still arrived. Enemy ships spotted. That's the Rocks Pirates. The Marine scout's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. The Rocks Pirates had arrived. Alert! Those pirate crews are all the forces of the Rocks Pirates. When hundreds of pirate ships appeared in the Marines' view, the Marines were completely stunned. The full force of the Rocks Pirates was attacking. Who could stop them? Fire! Open fire! The Marine commander issued the order with a trembling voice. But in his eyes there was still an indelible fear. Boom, 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 boom. The Marines launched the first attack, as if hoping the cannonballs could stop the Rocks Pirates from approaching. Meanwhile, inside the Valley of the Gods, Fijilan Jalansheng's score was far ahead, surpassing 10,000 points first. The other members of the Gods' Knights were also hunting madly. The scent of blood hung over the Divine Canyon. It brought a sense of despair that was hard to escape. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Marines. Follow me. Rocks Pirates. Behind Luokisi, his dark crimson cloak fluttered noisily. There seemed to be an unprecedented madness about him. With a loud roar he charged forward, leading the way and rushing straight into the Marines' gunfire. Behind him was an army of monsters. Wait, Luokisi, you bastard, you're too reckless. Whitebeard, seeing this, manipulated the power of the tremor fruit and smashed downward. Crack, crack. In an instant countless Marine ships were shattered. Whoever gets it is the winner, right? Golden Lion Shiki laughed while biting a cigar, then leaped up. The power of the float fruit was activated. The Marine warships rose without warning, then tumbled back into the sea, causing heavy losses. Then I'll take it. Charlotte Linlin rushed out, stepping on Prometheus, who had turned into flames. But that thing means nothing to you, Linlin. Kaido shouted, following close behind. He wanted to express that he hoped Charlotte Linlin wouldn't be the vanguard. The captain seems to have forgotten the purpose. Satusi shook her head helplessly. Luokisi's stated purpose was to obtain the Celestial Dragon's secret treasure. That was the news Jani had sent out, the Azure Dragon Fruit and the Pawpaw Fruit. But now Luokisi seemed to desire slaughter more. Ewan squinted, staring at Luokisi's unyielding figure. The so-called great treasure was just an excuse. Luokisi absolutely wanted to kill everyone here. Ewan shook his head, leaped up, and chased after Kaido and Linlin. His physique allowed him to perform Jeppo with ease. Hey, you guys first confirm the target as soon as possible. Whitebeard shouted a warning from behind. Newgate, you bastard, stop trying to order me around. Golden Lion Shiki didn't look back as he charged into the Valley of the Gods. Mamama, I should quietly snatch what I want and then slip away. What is everyone thinking? Charlotte Lin's eyes flickered. The one who rushed to the front had the greatest chance of obtaining the secret treasure. Grab the treasure and retreat. Feels like a decisive battle. Wang Ji, carrying a giant sword, cleaved a marine warship in two with a heavy strike. Then let's settle it. Gululiusa covered her mouth with a smile, but her eyes were exceptionally sharp. Her taut, slender body was as dangerous as a leopard. Everyone, charge! Bodhi suddenly plunged into the seawater and attacked a nearby marine warship. This kind of strength can't stop me. Silver Axe smashed a warship to pieces. The Marines suffered heavy casualties. The Rock's pirates landed with overwhelming force. The Marines could not stop these monsters. The Marines rushing in from around were left to the other pirates. All the executives charged into the Divine Canyon. Inside the Divine Canyon. Upon learning of the Rock's pirates' attack, the Celestial Dragons were furious. Damn, who leaked the information? That madman Luokisi actually found this place. Tuxing Satong's face was unusually gloomy, filled with wariness toward Luokisi. The voice of the other Gorosei came from the Din Din Mushi in front of him. Steelbone Kong reports that he and Garp are leading the Marines and will arrive soon. If possible, this might be an opportunity to eliminate Luokisi. Satong sneered unceremoniously. Eliminating Luokisi will definitely bury all the Celestial Dragons here. The other side of the Din Din Mushi fell silent. Don't worry, Jolin Sheng will make a decision. Someone said this. The Rock's pirates were formidable. But the power of the Celestial Dragons should not be underestimated. The God's Knights Tuxing Satong, Steelbone Kong and Garp leading the Marine Elite would also arrive soon. They could already envision the scene of the epical war. All of a sudden, a golden warship broke through the defensive line and charged into God Valley at breakneck speed. The Oro Jackson. The Roger Pirates had arrived. It's the Roger Pirates. Voices of despair rang out from the Marines. The appearance of top-tier fighters like Roger Rayleigh and Gabon once again drove the Marines to despair. They're nothing but cannon fodder. The defensive line was torn apart once more. St. Garling paused mid-action, gazing at the few figures wreaking havoc along the shore, his expression turning dark. How shameful. What use is a defense line like this? His words were full of contempt for the Marines. All Marines, fall back and protect the Celestial Dragons. God's Knights, attack. A true collision of supreme power. God Valley had turned into a bloodbath. Amid this chaos, Steelbone Kong finally arrived with the Marines' elite forces. It gave the despairing Marines a glimmer of hope. Reinforcements are here. It's Vice Admiral Garp. We're saved. The Marines regained their spirits in an instant. Roger, you bastards, why are you butting in? Garp rolled up his sleeves and charged straight at Roger. Garp, even you can't stop what's about to happen. Roger burst out laughing and charged forward at an even faster speed. They had all come for the One Piece. Perhaps this was the true meaning of being a pirate. You bastard. I won't let you do as you please. Garp was in an awful mood. He rushed forward to block Roger, and the two clashed steadily, drawing closer to the center of the battlefield. Zephyr, follow me to protect the Celestial Dragons in God Valley. We must never let them be harmed. Steelbone Kong called out to Zephyr and rapidly closed in on the central battlefield. Staff Officer Tsuru commanded the Marines fighting on the outer perimeter. Sengoku, having been gravely wounded by a single slash from Ewan, perfectly missed this monumental battle. The entire God Valley began to quake violently. St. Garling led the God's Knights to intercept Rocks and the officers charging at the very front. Rocks taking your head is far more interesting than finishing them off. St. Garling remained fearless, his eyes gleaming with intensity. You bastards of the God's Knights. Ha ha, today I'll slaughter every last one of you. Rocks grinned ferociously, darkness of destruction surging from both palms. His dark pupils glinted with a blood-red light. The One Piece. Devil fruits. For Rocks now there was perhaps only one thought. Slaughter. Clang. St. Garling drew his blade. In a flash he clashed with Rocks. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Shiki Wang Ji, and Silver Axe were all held back by members of the God's Knights. The Great War had broken out completely. An unprecedented battle. A clash of peak monsters. Cataclysmic. The end of the world. Various devil fruit abilities manifested all over the battlefield. Golden Lion Shiki stared at the God's Knights member blocking his path, that member of the Mamaya family, yet still couldn't help glancing behind him. Charlotte, Lean, Kaido, and Ewan actually snuck in on the sly. I didn't get to fly over even with my float fruit ability. Those three are truly treacherous. The pirate assault threw the situation into utter chaos. This gave Ivankov and the others an opportunity. They successfully stole 2 devil fruits. One looked like a bear's paw, the other was covered in dragon scales, and had 2 dragon horns. This is our hope of escape. Ivankov's eyes lit up, hope shimmering in them, and he was just about to eat it. Whoosh. A sinister shadow suddenly flashed past. When Ivankov regained his senses, the azure dragon fruit in his hand had vanished without a trace. The next moment a light chuckle came from beside his ear. That devil fruit doesn't suit you. Startled, Ivankov turned his head and saw a young man with twin blades hanging at his waist approaching leisurely. The shadow that had taken the azure dragon fruit arrived beside him, and as if it possessed awareness voluntarily handed the fruit to the young man. You used your divine soul to comprehend the power of the mythical Zoan azure dragon form. You have successfully comprehended a new ability. You can now bestow the Azure Dragon's power upon shadows. That's my shadow. Ivankov stared at that clump of darkness, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. That was unmistakably his own shadow. How could it leave me? Is this young man also a devil fruit user? You actually got there first. Charlotte Linlin flew past, reaching for Bartholomew Kuma. Her target was obviously the pawpaw fruit in his hand. Kuma, eat it now. Don't let it be taken away. Then go save people. Even if we save only one, that's still our victory. Ivankov shouted at the top of his lungs. The fruit in Kuma's hand was their last hope of escape. This is no place for you all to be. A terrifying aura suddenly emerged from behind Kuma. In an instant, Kuma was sent flying by a mysterious force. The pawpaw fruit, which he hadn't had time to eat, rolled to the ground. A shadow suddenly surfaced. Ewan grinned, the pawpaw fruit now in his hand. Only then did he look up at the one who had attacked Kuma. An old man stepping on black flames, and lightning radiated overwhelming pressure, and looked down at Ewan and the others with impassive eyes. Child of the Buccaneer race, your only fates in this life are slavery or death. That is the choice dictated by history. Saturn looked at Kuma, his gaze carrying the murderous intent of judgment. And you, the pirates who have disrupted this hunt, will all die here. The black flames on Saturn's body burned even more fiercely. It carried an indescribable meaning and terrifying pressure. Charlotte Linlin's expression turned solemn. Are you one of the 5 elders? The 5 elders had never appeared, so she didn't recognize him. But with that aura and pressure and the old man's looks, he had to be one of the 5 elders. Why waste words with him? Kaido swung his iron club in a sweeping arc. Boom. Violent aura surged from Saturn. His body suddenly swelled several times over, giant horns grew from his forehead, massive spider legs sprouted beneath him, and black flame clouds curled around him. This was the unmistakable sign of devil fruit awakening. Mythical Zoan. Ushi Oni form. Demonically fearsome. The black cane whipped down, and the sheer overwhelming force sent Kaido flying. He crashed heavily beside Ewan. Cough cough. This guy's not weak. Kaido got to his feet, still burning with fighting spirit, but with subtle gravity in his eyes. Whoosh. Charlotte Linlin grabbed Prometheus, the flames swelling in the wind, and instantly turning into a colossal flame wrapped around her hand. Looks like we can't get away unscathed. Linlin entered her battle form. There was no way she would just watch Kaido be bullied. Saturn transformed into a giant monster, loomed over Ewan, who held 2 devil fruits, and said in a cold, indifferent tone, "Hand over the devil fruits. These are not things lowly pirates are fit to touch." Hearing this, Ewan narrowed his long, narrow eyes. A terrifying aura that made the Ushi Oni Saturn's heart tremble instantly engulfed him. A low hum resonated through the air, accompanied by the howling of wind, or perhaps the lament of the dead. Whatever the case, the atmosphere turned deadly. It was but a mere squint of Ewan's eyes. You channeled your divine soul to comprehend the power of the pawpaw fruit, successfully mastering its devil fruit ability. With the pawpaw fruit's power in hand, Ewan's strength had reached its zenith. 2 weeks had passed since he last struck down John, clashed with Roger, and split the sky against Sengoku. His physical growth had slowed, hitting an insurmountable bottleneck. Yet this meant he had reached the peak of combat prowess. His Conqueror's Haki had been steadily growing alongside his strength, especially with the cultivation technique of Conqueror's Haki Divine Might. This variant was inherently far more potent than ordinary Conqueror's Haki. Now both the intensity and volume of his Haki had reached a terrifyingly absolute level. Moreover, he harbored a multitude of devil fruit abilities within him. Every cell resonated in harmony. And his ultimate trump card, the Dark Sovereign Awakening form. Ewan's power could only be described as fathomless. Even Saturn, one of the 5 elders in his mythical beast form of the Ox Demon, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and tremor. This guy. Kaido instinctively stepped back. He turned to look at Ewan, his expression one of indescribable shock. The aura emanating from Ewan was perilous, extremely dangerous. Ewan had grown even stronger. This is... The Ox Demon Saturn's eyes narrowed sharply. The sudden palpitation in his heart put him on high alert. He glared fiercely at Ewan, and the image of Ewan's wanted poster gradually surfaced in his mind. You're the one who severely wounded Sengoku. The Ox Demon Saturn bellowed in a low voice, his demeanor extremely cautious. Severely wounded. So Sengoku didn't die. Ewan shook his head, muttering with a hint of regret. As expected of Sengoku, he was indeed resilient. Then you can die in his place. As his words fell, Ewan abruptly raised his head to meet the Ox Demon Saturn's gaze. His deep eyes shimmered like stars, yet a storm raged within them. A tangible Conqueror's Haki Divine Might surged from his body. The Ox Demon Saturn furrowed his brow, and likewise unleashed a burst of Conqueror's Haki in response. A thunderous boom echoed as their wills collided. The heavens and earth roared, with lightning rolling across the 9 skies with savage ferocity, clearing everything around them. With a dull thud, the Ox Demon Saturn staggered back a step. His face was filled with shock and solemnity. To think you could push me back. Such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. His inner turmoil was even greater. Someone had actually managed to repel him with nothing but Conqueror's Haki. Just how powerful was he? In the distance, the storm of Conqueror's Haki erupting at the center of the God Valley shot straight into the sky, drawing the attention of every powerhouse on the battlefield. Those guys who slipped past earlier. Figureland Garling's face darkened instantly. Pirates had managed to infiltrate the central area. That posed a threat to the celestial dragons. Ha ha, those bastards, Ewan and the others didn't disappoint me. Rox laughed heartily, surrounded by endless darkness. He believed Ewan and his crew would wreak havoc there and seize the secret treasure. At the thought, the dark matter around him churned violently. A corpse slowly dropped out of the darkness. It was a member of the Holy Knights. Even while exchanging blows with Garling, Rox still had the strength to kill others. How terrifying was that? Garling's expression was grim, but he showed no fear. He said coldly, Saturn will deal with those damned bastards who broke in. Your main forces are all here, so none of them can match Saturn. As he spoke, he glanced at Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Perhaps those two could contend with Saturn. But no other pirate can manage it. Saturn is a user of the mythical beast's awakened form. Is that so? Rox flashed a meaningful smile, then sneered, I don't care about the outcome inside. I only need to slaughter all of you. Rox's figure darted at lightning speed, abruptly appearing before Garling. A sharp crackling sound exploded as Conqueror's Haki coating burst forth. Flowing dark matter wrapped around his fist. With a bang, Garling swiftly swung his blade coated in Conqueror's Haki and slashed back. A violent roar ensued, and he stumbled backward repeatedly. Such a bizarre devil fruit ability. Garling's expression grew even more solemn. The dark fruit in Rox's hands was simply terrifying. Rox had not displayed any other form of ability. Yet every time they clashed, a portion of Garling's power was silently devoured and neutralized by the flowing dark matter, an extremely bizarre phenomenon that was impossible to counter. This left Garling utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, battles raged fiercely across the various fronts. Something feels off. Garp furrowed his brow, exchanging blows with Roger while scanning the surroundings. An indescribable unease crept over him. Garp, are you actually distracted? Roger delivered a fierce slash, forcing Garp back several steps, his surprise evident. Garp paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, it's their shadows. Their shadows are all gone. Damn it. That must be that bastard Ewan's doing. Roger frowned slightly. Shadows. He glanced around, instinctively a hint of surprise crossing his face. The shadows of a large number of Marines were missing, which explained why everything looked so strange. That's thousands of shadows, right? Has Ewan taken control of all of them? Roger asked, puzzled. Thousands of shadows. Ewan had silently collected thousands of them. That was terrifying. Garp realized the gravity of the situation. His lips trembled with rage as he cursed, that insidious and treacherous bastard. I will never let him off. Garp desperately wanted to charge in and find Ewan. But what about Roger? If he didn't hold Roger back, Roger would surely rush in to seek the great treasure, and that would endanger the celestial dragons. Garp was utterly helpless. Forced to block Roger, he felt a deep frustration in his heart. It was all the fault of those celestial dragons and their reckless actions that had led to this situation. In such a battle, anyone could die. Whitebeard, you've had enough. Kong the Steelbone charged at Whitebeard and engaged him. In the chaotic melee, Whitebeard, transformed into the Earthquake Man, was even more terrifying. The heavens crumbled and the earth split, killing countless Marines and world government guards. Kong, you old bones can still move, huh? Whitebeard showed no fear, striking out with the bold determination to slay Kong. But by now, Whitebeard had abandoned the idea of entering the core area to seize the great treasure. After a series of chaotic battles, the despairing Marines under the command of Vice Admiral Tsuru gradually stabilized the situation. All the Marines surrounding the God Valley converged toward this side. The pirates, who had been charging mindlessly without any strategy, began to show signs of weakness. The top powerhouses were locked in mutual containment. The gap in basic combat strength was becoming apparent, largely due to the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Marines who had arrived as reinforcements. Bump, bump, bump. Ivankov was sent rolling across the ground, tumbling far away. He trembled all over, trapped under this faint yet oppressive aura, as if even the thought of fleeing was beyond him. Daxiong, however, gritted his teeth, his hands gripping a massive rock embedded deep in the earth, refusing to be swept away. The storm gradually subsided. Nyogue Satong's face flickered with overwhelming shock, his expression dark and uncertain. Daxiong struggled to lift his head, gazing at the figure of the youth, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you here to save us?" The youth before him was terrifying, his aura fearsome, yet he sensed no malice. Unlike those two giant-like beings. Ewan raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Bastion Myodaxio, the future tyrant bear. A flicker of thought stirred in his heart, but he still shook his head and said, "No, I am not. But I can help you once." A glimmer of light lit up in Daxiong's dim eyes. "Kaido, are you interested in eating a devil fruit?" Ewan held two devil fruits, shaking them toward Kaido. "What abilities do these two devil fruits grant?" Kaido's eyes lit up as he asked with interest. "One is the Azure Dragon fruit, the other the Pawpaw fruit." Jean Mi's voice rang out as she gathered her courage and approached Daxiong. "Kaido, of course you should choose the Azure Dragon fruit. It's a mythical zoan." Xiaoluo Lingling offered her advice, even rarer than a Logia. Kaido mused, mythical Zoan Azure Dragon Ha. I like it. Swish. Ewan had already anticipated this answer and tossed the Azure Dragon Fruit directly to Kaido. It truly suits you. This devil fruit will enhance all aspects of your strength. Offense, defense, resilience, endurance, and flight. Especially defense. It will be immensely powerful. Ewan praised. The Azure Dragon Fruit was indeed formidable. After all, he had experienced it himself. Kaido caught the Azure Dragon Fruit momentarily stunned. Such a precious mythical Zoan. Ewan gave it to me without a second thought. Do you too want this pawpaw fruit? Ewan turned and asked. Xiaoluo Lingling frowned and interjected. I say you and don't be reckless. You're not thinking of giving the pawpaw fruit to that brat, are you? Keeping a devil fruit like this in your hand might come in handy later. She had already eaten the soul fruit. Besides, the pawpaw fruit was Ewan's prize, so she naturally wouldn't ask for it. Kaido already had the Azure Dragon Fruit, and wouldn't want the pawpaw fruit either. It's just a devil fruit. Ewan smiled indifferently. After all, he already possessed the pawpaw fruit's ability. Whoever ate the pawpaw fruit was the same. I'm giving you this devil fruit. Whether you can save yourself and your companions depends on your fate. Ewan tossed the pawpaw fruit to Dashiong, but he showed no intention of helping. Today's battle would not end easily. Everything was uncertain. Thank you. Dashiong stammered his gratitude. Seeing this, Jean and I immediately grabbed Dashiong and ran off into the distance, urging him, quick, eat the pawpaw fruit first. She feared Dashiong might defer to her. Dashiong shoved the pawpaw fruit into his mouth, eager to swallow it all in one gulp, disregarding its terrible taste. He only wanted power to save more people. Ivankov also scrambled to his feet, quickly rejoined Dashiong and Jean and I, and they departed. Ewan withdrew his gaze. He had briefly considered taking Dashiong under his wing to train him, but Jean and I had pulled Dashiong away. So be it. Jean and I didn't know that her fear had cost her the most important opportunity of her life. Nyogue Satong's eyes blazed with fury. He watched helplessly as Ewan distributed the devil fruits with utter disregard. His murderous intent surged. Brat, you may be strong, but you won't leave the Valley of the Gods today. The stronger he was, the greater the threat to the celestial dragon's rule. Therefore he must die. Flaming clouds rose into the sky. The giant spider leg of the ox demon came crashing down toward Ewan. Ewan, let me deal with this old geezer. Kaido took a huge bite of the Azure Dragon Fruit, a look of disgust on his face as he tossed it away. Damn, that tasted awful. One bite was enough to gain the Azure Dragon's power. A strange power surged into Kaido's body. He stepped forward abruptly, his arms wrapped in Conqueror's Haki as he caught the enormous spider leg. A tremendous impact landed. The ground beneath Kaido's feet shattered inch by inch, yet he didn't step back. Feel the power of the devil fruit. Let your inner strength erupt naturally. Ewan glanced at him and then commanded. Kaido let out a low roar. His body seemed to grow slightly taller, his frame more robust, his muscles bulging with a sense of power. In the next moment, a dramatic transformation occurred. A pair of dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, his body was covered in deep azure scales, fangs and claws emerged, and half a dragon tail grew from behind him. Kaido had directly activated his hybrid form, just like Nyogue Satong before him. Humanoid beast, a terrifying sight. But his power had surged immensely. Oro. What a magnificent power. Kaido's arms suddenly shook. He actually sent Nyogue Satong staggering backward. Kaido grabbed his 8-ring staff and charged at Nyogue Satong. Damn it. You ate the Azure Dragon Fruit. I'll kill you. Nyogue Satong's face twisted with malice, black flames swirling around him, his cane transforming into a most fearsome weapon as it clashed violently with Kaido's staff. Kaido's body shook and he stumbled back a few steps. He shook his arm and charged forward again. He fought Nyogue Satong with reckless abandon. Though clearly on the defensive, he wouldn't be defeated quickly. Through this intense battle, Kaido was rapidly comprehending the Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities. In his newly awakened state, he naturally couldn't match the awakened form of the Ox Demon. Ewan, are you just going to let him act so recklessly? This is their stronghold. We've taken the devil fruits. We should leave. Xiaoluo Lingling frowned and couldn't help complaining. Kaido wasn't stupid, but the power of the freshly acquired devil fruit had ignited his battle lust. Don't worry, today's battle won't end so soon. Ewan said with a calm smile, unperturbed. Xiaoluo Lingling's frown deepened. She felt Ewan was hinting at something. Where is your shadow? She felt as if Ewan was waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, Ewan's shadow had vanished at some point. Ewan smiled without speaking. So you've been harboring some mischief. Xiaoluo Lingling grumbled, then turned and dashed off to the side. Watch, Kaido. I'm going to find the other great treasure. If I find anything, I'll come back and share it with you. Her bold and generous figure disappeared into the distance. Ewan withdrew his gaze, watching the battle between the Azure Dragon Kaido and Nyogue Satong, though half his mind was on the Shadow Clone. 10,000 shadows. That's about the limit of the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Clone wove through the battlefield, madly collecting shadows. Through the Shadow Clone, he saw two demonic figures locked in combat. Devil Fruit. I absolutely cannot miss Rock's dark fruit. Ewan had always been deeply fascinated by the Magu Magu no Mi. Its inherent counter to Devil Fruit users. Its unique ability to absorb attacks. All made this Logia-type Devil Fruit truly stand out. But most importantly, it was Yuan's Dark Sovereign form. If he were to merge with the Magu Magu no Mi, the abilities of his Dark Sovereign form would undoubtedly surpass their former limits. It was only unfortunate that Yuan had never had the opportunity to comprehend the power of the Dark Fruit. Today, a battle fraught with peril. This was the perfect opportunity. Ewan already had his plans. Now was not yet the time for him to make his move, which is precisely why he avoided the main battlefield. You have observed the mythical Zoan Ushi Oni in combat, and comprehended the abilities of the mythical Zoan Ushi Oni form. A flicker of understanding sparked within Ewan's mind. Another surge of power flooded into his body. The abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit directly enhanced physical prowess, granting overwhelming strength. Under the accumulation of multiple devil fruit powers, Yuan's physique grew ever more formidable. Every cell seemed indestructible. A true peak of physical combat. It was as though his body had been tempered for decades, so terrifyingly invincible that reason itself seemed irrelevant. Coupled with his two innate talents, Steel Balloon and Golden Flesh Jade Bones, his physical body could be deemed invincible. The Ushi Oni form could also grant his shadows new devil fruit abilities. I wonder if the other 5 elders will appear, Ewan muttered inwardly. Each of the 5 elders possessed an extraordinarily powerful mythical Zoan. Kaido has just consumed the Azure Dragon fruit at present. He still cannot match the awakened Ushi Oni Satan form. Speaking of which, Zoan awakening. Aside from Nika, only the world government has achieved it. Even with Kaido's immense power, he failed to reach his awakened form during the final battle at Onigashima. What secrets lie hidden within Zoan awakening? Ewan furrowed his brows, a trace of doubt stirring within him. As he was about to delve deeper into comprehending the Zoan-type devil fruit abilities he had mastered, searching for answers, the distant battlefield suddenly trembled violently. An immensely powerful aura of darkness, chilling to the core, suddenly surged. It was Rock's. Ewan's heart tightened, and through his shadow doppelganger he observed the battle unfolding at Rock's location. Endless dark matter flowed across Rock's body, hovering behind him like black flames. That arrogantly domineering posture exuded an indescribable pressure upon everyone present. Even a powerhouse like St. Garling could not gain any advantage. Within Rock's dark, devouring eyes, madness grew ever more evident. Wahaha! Celestial pigs! Die here at my hands. The man before them resembled a fully unleashed beast. Completely mad, utterly unstoppable. With those words, the darkness beneath Rock's feet erupted along the ground, spreading outward in all directions. Like raging tidal waves, it engulfed nearly the entire battlefield in moments. In an instant, an unparalleled aura of darkness filled the air, filling all present with dread, alarm, astonishment, and terror. One thought surged through every mind standing within that darkness. I will be consumed by the abyss. Even Whitebeard and Silver Axe's expressions shifted dramatically as they felt an intense crisis. Does this madman intend to completely annihilate this place? Garp's heart trembled violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Roger's expression grew grave as he stated firmly, I fear he intends to kill everyone here. Rox, have you lost your mind? Steelbone Kong roared in frustration. The darkness Rox unleashed resembled a domain enveloping all the marines and pirates locked in combat along the coast. If he devoured all these people, the seas would surely run red with blood. The Magu Magu no Mi, possessing infinite gravitational pull and spatial distortion akin to a black hole. It could draw in and crush everything that touched the darkness with overwhelming force. Once swallowed by the darkness, one would completely lose the ability to resist. Rox, die. St. Garling swung his sword with all his might, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, without restraint, wrapping it entirely around his legendary blade. Flashing lightning surged like an ocean of thunderous explosions rising above the darkness. Extraordinarily conspicuous. I shall become king of the world. All who stand in my way shall perish. Rox threw his head back and laughed wildly. He then thrust forth his palm, where dark matter condensed and spun furiously, forming a colossal shield before him. VRRR St. Garling's near full power strike landed within the dark vortex. The earth-shattering power failed to fully erupt. In the blink of an eye, all its momentum was devoured by the black hole-like darkness. What a... St. Garling was taken aback. He never expected Rox to neutralize his attack in such a manner. Could the Magu Magu no Mi truly be this formidable? Ewan, observing secretly from the shadows, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Rox. Is he deliberately absorbing the damage? Has he gone mad? The Magu Magu no Mi could absorb attacks, but at the cost of enduring triple the suffering. Thud. The dark vortex dissipated. A massive hand shrouded in darkness shot forth with blinding speed. Clang. An iron hard palm seized St. Garling's blade. Boom. Rox immediately followed with a devastating punch. The fist, interwoven with darkness and lightning, surged impossibly close within St. Garling's vision. St. Garling was indeed incredibly powerful. Yet his full power strike had been silently devoured by the darkness, leaving him with the hollow sensation of punching cotton. At this moment, he was entirely drained. His momentum had dropped significantly, and behind him boundless darkness rose like colossal waves rushing toward him. No, it came from all directions. At this moment St. Garling was surrounded by darkness. The flowing dark matter completely engulfed him like a suffocating tide. Garling, damn it, how can a devil fruit be this powerful? The other members of the Holy Knights were utterly shocked, their faces etched with deep worry for St. Garling. Darkness completely swallowed the figures of both Rox and St. Garling. Boom. Rumble. Within the darkness intense vibrations erupted. One could sense just how ferocious the clash within was. But from the outside their figures were entirely invisible, and no one knew the true state of the battle. Everyone ceased their fighting. All tacitly waited for the final outcome emerging from the darkness. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji among others already felt retreat stirring in their hearts. This was not the scene they had wanted to witness at all. Rox was like a madman, a completely out-of-control lunatic, sending shockwaves of awe and terror through their hearts. The situation had strayed far from their plans. They gathered together waiting for the final result. If anything went wrong they would flee at the fastest possible speed. Garp and Roger exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Neither wished to see the worst outcome unfold. If possible, they would join forces to stop Rox. Otherwise, everyone here would perish. Enemy and ally roles shifting fluidly. The Holy Knights' expressions darkened, their outlook on St. Garling growing increasingly bleak. After all the power Rox had displayed exceeded their expectations. The commotion within the darkness grew ever more intense. Several blades of light even pierced through the dark, casting shadows beyond. The person trapped within the darkness was fighting desperately. For several full minutes the entire battlefield remained locked in a suffocating silence. Then all at once, bang! The darkness tore apart. St. Garling burst out. Or rather flew out. He was utterly disheveled with blood clearly visible at the corner of his mouth, and his aura was in an extremely depleted, fragile state. Tap tap tap. After landing, he stumbled back several paces, then pitched forward and propped himself up with the blade in his hand. Garling, are you all right? The men of the God's Knights rushed over, and one of them steadied St. Garling. Garling shook off the hand holding him and roared ferociously, quick. Attack together. Kill him at all costs. If we don't, we'll all die. Despite his severe wounds, St. Garling had managed to fight his way out of Rox's darkness. Proof enough of his tremendous power. At these words the God's Knights all narrowed their eyes with razor-sharp intensity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures lunged straight at Rox as he emerged from the darkness. Ha! Too late. All of you perish in the darkness. Rox laughed maniacally, his aura utterly terrifying. The instant the words left his mouth, the darkness that had halted its spread suddenly surged outward again. In the blink of an eye it covered the entire island. Dark substance flowed. Stones, trees, weapons, buildings, and people. Everything was being slowly devoured. Even Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the other Rox Pirates members found the ground sinking beneath their feet. Rox, you've gone mad. Whitebeard roared in fury, his feet darting rapidly to safety. He never imagined Rox would turn on friend and foe alike. What exactly are you trying to do? We're your own people. Golden Lion Shiki's expression darkened, and he immediately floated into the air to avoid being swallowed by the darkness. Still he could feel the power of his float fruit being affected, even if only slightly. Rox, however, acted as if he hadn't heard. Darkness continued to pour wildly from his body. Marines and pirates alike began to plunge into the darkness. A suffocating sensation rushed in. The God's Knights who had charged forward were sealed off by a mass of darkness. Rox suddenly gathered, unable to get near him. Ewan watched the darkness flowing at his feet, his gaze growing somewhat grave. Rox was truly out of his goddamn mind. With behavior like this, no wonder Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others would rebel. He didn't give a damn about their lives. If they lacked the strength to break free from the darkness, they would likely be devoured. You are using your divine soul to comprehend the dark fruit ability. No matter how much he cursed, he wouldn't pass up the chance to comprehend the dark fruit's power. That bastard Rox. Ox Demon Saturn bellowed in furious exasperation. Several celestial dragons had panic-tripped and were already swallowed by the darkness. If Rox wasn't stopped, nearly everyone on this island would die. If we can't resist the power of the darkness, we'll die here too. Kaido retreated to Ewan's side, his tone gloomy. He knew Rox was cold-blooded and ruthless. But he never imagined Rox would be cold-blooded enough to attack his own people. Ewan, Kaido, get out now. That man Rox is truly insane. Charlotte Linlin came rushing over from the distance, shouting at them. Their strength was still enough to escape being devoured by the mass of darkness. The darkness underfoot was like a quagmire swallowing everything. But those with sufficient power could still break free. Even so, faced with this situation, the officers of the Rox Pirates all felt resentment. They might survive, but ordinary pirates might not. Let's go. I'll turn into the Azure Dragon and carry you away. The darkness underfoot restricts devil fruit powers somewhat, but I can still get us out. Kaido tore free of the devouring darkness underfoot and said hurriedly. But the next second he froze. He blurted out in shock, "You, and why aren't you affected?" Everyone's feet were sinking into the darkness. Even Ox Demon Saturn was no exception. Only Ewan. His feet still seemed to be standing on solid ground. The devouring darkness had no effect on him at all. Charlotte Linlin was briefly stunned as well, then quickly urged, "Forget about that for now. Zeus, grow larger." You two hurry up and get on. She herself stood atop Prometheus's flame cloud. She also had Zeus transform into a massive thundercloud for Ewan and Kaido. Kaido, who had been about to transform, jumped straight onto Zeus instead. Seeing that Ewan hadn't moved, he urged Ewan, "What are you thinking about? Let's go. Rox doesn't care if we live or die anymore. What are you waiting for?" Charlotte Linlin had long guessed this day would come and had been preparing for this very moment. Ewan raised his head and said to them, "If we leave now, what about later?" These two allies, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, had not disappointed Ewan. If it were Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or the others here, Kaido and Linlin wouldn't have bothered. But now that he refused to leave, the two of them looked as if they were ready to charge down and carry him off. What later? To hell with later. Charlotte Linlin cursed, driving Prometheus straight into a dive to grab Ewan and leave. "If Rox doesn't die, he'll come after you sooner or later," Ewan said lightly, a flicker of light in his eyes, profound and unreadable. Charlotte Linlin froze on the spot. "What are you saying?" Ewan wanted to kill Rox. Damned if there wasn't yet another madman here. "You actually want to kill him? He isn't that easy to kill." Kaido stared with wide eyes, hardly believing his ears. In an instant, they both grasped the unspoken meaning behind Ewan's words, and their shock was immense. "I just want to watch him die with my own eyes," Ewan said with absolute confidence. More importantly, even after sensing the fluctuations of the dark fruit ability underfoot, he still could not fully comprehend it. Only then did Ewan turn his attention to Rox himself. "You're out of your damn mind," Kaido cursed. He truly wanted to twist off Ewan's head and crack it open to see what was inside. "You're not going anywhere. All of you stay here." Ox Demon Saturn broke free of the darkness's devouring and charged at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, who were about to flee. "Damned old bastard." Kaido's eyes hardened, and he moved to charge down into the fight. "You two leave. I'll deal with him." Ewan stopped the impulsive Kaido and turned to walk toward Ox Demon Saturn. Charlotte Linlin no longer knew how to persuade him. She turned and snapped at Kaido, "Help Ewan take care of this old bastard first." "Fine by me." Just as Kaido was about to leap down, Ewan said helplessly, "No need for you two to act. Go if you want to. As allies, you've already done more than enough. Either come with us, or we all take him down together." Charlotte Linlin threatened. Seeing her stance, Ewan clearly had no choice but to go. Ewan shook his head helplessly and had to say, "Wait until I've cut him down in one slash, then I'll leave." Cut him down in one slash. At that moment, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin still didn't realize. The one slash Ewan spoke of really was just one slash. At this moment, the battle in God Valley was still being transmitted to Mary Geos through video transponder snails. To avoid causing unnecessary panic, the other four elders cut off the images visible to the celestial dragons, leaving only the screens in front of them flashing with battle scenes. On the main battlefield where Rox stood, Rox, fully unleashing the power of his dark fruit, was like a demon from hell, single-handedly suppressing the gods' knights while devouring all life on the island. The other screen naturally showed the battlefield of Gyuki Saturn. Damn it, the Azure Dragon Fruit and the Pawpaw Fruit were taken away just like that. Saint Nustero's expression was extremely grim, but even more of his fury was directed at Rox for bringing his pirate crew here and ruining the Celestial Dragon's hunt. What is Saint Saturn doing? He should finish off these brats quickly and go stop Rox. If he is too late, Rox might really succeed. Saint Warcury said urgently, leaning on his cane. Unsurprisingly, they all regarded Rox as the most troublesome enemy. Besides, Rox now intended to kill everyone on the island. He had to be stopped. But the brat in front of Saturn is not simple either. He is the one who even defeated Sengoku. He probably won't be so easy to deal with. St. Peter said in a grave tone. He felt Ewan's confidence was a bit too excessive. Either he was a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, or he truly had the strength to back it up. St. Peter naturally leaned toward the former. None of them believed that Ewan could match Gyuki Saturn, even though Ewan had defeated Sengoku. It is just a paramecia awakening. St. Mars scoffed disdainfully, then said, "Should we make a move? The teleportation circle can be activated at any time. Compared with God Valley, Mary Geos needs us here more. The gods' knights and the world government's main forces are all gone." St. Peter analyzed coolly. Rox is truly a madman. But he has gone too far, taking damage head-on. Even if the dark fruit's nature can absorb damage, the pain he feels is doubled. If this continues, his body will inevitably reach its limit. St. Nustero said coldly, holding the cursed sword in his arms. His gaze behind his glasses was as sharp as a blade. Something is wrong. Look at that brat's form. St. Mars's startled voice immediately drew the eyes of the other three to the battlefield of Gyuki Saturn and Ewan. Gyuki Saturn overheard the conversation between Ewan and the others, and rage blazed fiercely in his heart. "I am a magnificent awakened form of a mythical Zoan. Do you think the likes of you can defeat me? You insolent brats, don't assume that beating Sengoku means you are qualified to stand before me." Gyuki Saturn laughed in utter fury, his eyes dark with malice as he stared at the ant-sized figures beneath his feet, murderous intent surging. An awakening of a mythical Zoan and an awakening of an ordinary Zoan were not in the same realm at all. Gyuki Saturn was supremely confident. Even if the three before him joined forces, he could still remain undefeated. A colossal spider leg wreathed in black flames rose high, then stamped down as if to crush an ant. Whoosh! A violent gale raged. A pressure like a collapsing mountain came crashing down, casting a huge shadow over Ewan, making it impossible to see his calm face. Swish! A shadow as fast as lightning shot forward. Boom! A tiny mass of shadow forcibly blocked Gyuki Saturn's tremendous stomp. It was Shadow Ewan. What is this thing? Gyuki Saturn was slightly shocked. So he had methods like this. But why on earth was a mere shadow this strong? Ewan suddenly felt like giving his own shadow a Gyuki form, and having it fight the true Gyuki Saturn. Surely that would leave Gyuki Saturn completely dumbfounded. But he only thought about it for a moment. Time was precious. It could not be wasted. Power burst from within Ewan. In the depths of his pupils flowed the ultimate abyssal darkness. His presence suddenly swelled, turning terrifying in an instant and releasing a suffocating pressure. Ewan's body slowly floated upward until he hovered directly above Gyuki Saturn, looking down at him with the indifferent bearing of a god surveying the mortal world. Gyuki Saturn's eyes flew wide open as countless question marks flashed through his mind. How the hell did he manage to fly? Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were dumbfounded as well. What was going on? How did Ewan do that? The Shadow Fruit does not have the ability to fly. Kaido was completely baffled, unable to make heads or tails of it. Could it be an ability he developed? Charlotte Linlin frowned deeply. How many more things about this guy do we still not know? Since shadows could move through the air, perhaps Ewan was using the special nature of shadows to float. Charlotte Linlin silently made guesses. They had no idea at all. Ewan was simply using the float fruit's power out in the open. As long as he did not make it too obvious, who would ever imagine that Ewan also mastered other devil fruit abilities? That was something they would not even dare to think about. Darkborn Monarch, awakening. At a thought, the slumbering power inside Ewan fully awakened. Like a primeval beast rousing from slumber, a crushing pressure swept out in that instant, and Gyuki Saturn's heart trembled violently. It was the sensation of being targeted by some terrifying monster. Was this really the awakening of the Shadow Fruit? Gyuki Saturn was a little confused at the moment. This pressure was stronger than anything Charlotte Linlin or Kaido could put out. Even Whitebeard was not this overwhelming. He seemed to finally understand why Sengoku had been defeated. Phantom shadows rippled through the space around Ewan. The Darkborn domain took shape. Shadow Ewan had just returned, storing all the shadows it had plundered into the Shadow Realm. Total shadows 12,000. A strange and mighty power shrouded Ewan. The golden mark on his forehead suddenly blazed brilliantly, radiating a ring of golden light like a shining crown. The Shadow Monarch descended upon the world once more, standing in the void, overlooking the sea. Behind him, the shadow cloak floated like the black flame clouds that symbolized awakening. Originally, the most obvious sign of an awakened mythical Zoan form was the black flame clouds. But Ewan had altered his form instead. The Shadow Fruit was only a paramecia. If black flame clouds had appeared, would that not have been too absurd? That was exactly why from the moment he awakened no flame clouds had wreathed around him. Yet the flickering shadows drifting around him seemed little different from flame clouds. He drew his twin blades. Samsara Path. Blue Flame. Ewan did not activate the enhancement of the 10,000 Shadow War armor, nor did he use his demon shadow form. It was simply his awakened state, the shadow domain cut open. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared with when he fought Sengoku. The Zoan-type devil fruit had once again strengthened his physique. The powers of the Soul fruit, the Tremor fruit, and the Float fruit would naturally merge into his strength. Now, even without going all out, the power he unleashed far exceeded that one slash which cut down Sengoku. Light blazed abruptly. The heaven and earth slash erupted once more. This is hell, sending you to reincarnation. A voice as indifferent as a divine decree resounded. A fierce gale suddenly howled. Thunder roared across the sky. Conqueror's Haki, divine might, instantly coiled around. Twin blades struck in a single slash. Whisper of hell. Path of reincarnation. Who could withstand this reincarnation slash? Neo-Goe Satan's expression instantly turned horrified. This slash made his scalp tingle immediately. The fierce confidence he had earlier vanished without a trace. He sensed no killing intent from this slash, yet every breath of its aura gave him a feeling that he could die at any moment. What the hell kind of technique is this? Shadow Fruit. Bullshit, that's utter nonsense. Whose Shadow Fruit has such power? Neo-Goe Satan, enveloped by death his wild nature provoked, went completely berserk. The black flame clouds swirling around him blazed fiercely, almost engulfing him. Lightning crackled. Conqueror's Haki was released and entwined, achieving it in one go. The colossal Neo-Goe in the sky completely transformed into a true Neo-Goe monster from the night parade of 100 demons. Demon possession. Monster descends. Neo-Goe Satan's aura became extremely terrifying yet eerily cold. His eyes held no emotion, staring at the descending slash with an indifference akin to a killing machine. Roar. It let out a strange roar. Then it charged forward violently. Heavenly Ox Demon. This roar was surprisingly clear in human speech. Yet it remained terrifying. At this moment, Neo-Goe Satan completely transformed into a demon god, charging out overwhelmingly. The entire God Valley. Everyone raised their heads in disbelief watching the terrifying clash in the sky. Whitebeard's expression shifted slightly shocked. That slash again. Ewan is fighting the five elders. Damn, how does he keep getting stronger? Whitebeard was dumbfounded. Why did Ewan grow stronger every time he made a move? This is utterly unreasonable. He didn't know that Ewan wasn't even going all out now. Yet he was already stronger than before. Is that Ewan? What the hell is that kid up to? Golden Lion Shiki's eyes bulged, finally understanding how Ewan had crippled Zhanghua with a single slash. This is too damn insane. Silver Axe Wang Ji and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had only one thought in their minds. That bastard John's death was not unjust at all. Who could withstand this slash? That bastard has started killing. Carp's face twitched, filled with anger. He was all too familiar with this slash. But what angered him even more was that Ewan had struck in the central area. If not for Satan guarding there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was this slash unleashed by Ewan? Roger also found it unbelievable. A technique stronger than Commissari. Last time he fought Ewan, that kid hadn't shown such a terrifying attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Satan has activated his strongest form. Who is fighting him? Garling Saint's face was stunned, extremely surprised. Does the Rox Pirates have such a terrifying guy? No wonder Rox was so confident he had already arranged for pirates to rush inside. Judging by the situation, the opponent was very strong, forcing even Satan to go all out. Whitebeard and Golden Lion of the Rox Pirates are both here. Who unleashed that attack? Such a terrifying aura, I feel a bone-chilling sensation, even from this far. Don't worry. Satan won't lose. The power of a mythical Zoan awakening far exceeds their imagination. Right, as long as we kill Rox, everything will end. The members of the God's Knights, after a brief shock, immediately launched another attack on Rox. They still believed more in Satan's might. Or rather, the power of the mythical Zoan Nyo-Gue. Those who sat in the highest positions of power in the world, as the five elders, were not simple people. Rox waved his hand, unleashing infinite darkness that engulfed the attacks of the God's Knights. Ha ha ha, truly surprising. Ewan, fight with all your might, damn it. Kill them all. Rox laughed uproariously, his expression wild. Compared to Nyo-Gue's Satan, he seemed more like a demon. Rox thought Ewan was fighting for him. Though shocked by Ewan's power, he couldn't think too much about it now. Killing all these people was the primary goal. Rox's ferocious smile chilled everyone's hearts. What? This is the strongest monster of the Rox Pirates. A rookie can have such strength. Hearing Rox's laughter, Garling Saint's heart sank, feeling incredulous. The incident of severely injuring Zhanghua had made the God's Knights aware of Ewan's existence. But who could have imagined Ewan was so strong? Garling Saint's gaze was unusually solemn. Such might is not inferior to me. Can Nyo-Gue's Satan really be his match? At this moment, Garling Saint's firm confidence began to waver. What is going on? The five elders could feel that overwhelming power even through the screen, completely unable to remain calm. How can the power of the Shadow Fruit be so strong? Wasn't it said that this kid is just a rookie of the Rox Pirates? How can he be this absurd? The five elders were baffled. The intelligence must be wrong. How could such a terrifying guy be a rookie? Damn, Rox. Is this the hidden trump card he has been waiting for to deliver a heavy blow to the world government at the critical moment? Nasajuro Saint said through gritted teeth. They instantly had a guess. But unfortunately they were wrong. Don't worry. The complete form of Nyo-Gue is invincible. Saint Satan will surely twist off that kid's head. The five elders still held strong confidence in Nyo-Gue's Satan. Perhaps, if they experienced it firsthand, they wouldn't think so. The heavens and earth fell silent. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido stared blankly at the invincible slash in the sky, their hearts in turmoil. Ewan? Is this really Ewan? Kaido opened his mouth, barely able to utter a complete sentence. They had watched Ewan grow. Although accustomed to his freakishness, who could have imagined he would be the ultimate freak? Wasn't he really just growing stronger by drinking water? Madman. Charlotte Linlin finally recalled Ewan's words. Wait for me to cut him down with one slash. You really meant you wanted to kill a five elder with one slash? The power Ewan displayed at this moment left everyone stunned and numb. Even Whitebeard and Carp, who had witnessed Ewan's slash against Zhanghua, were once again shocked. Too strong. Only strong could describe it. A storm swept through heaven and earth. Amid the endless blade light, Ewan's figure faintly shimmered. The next moment, the blade fell. The demon god Nyo-Gue, erupting with all his might and fearless of death, collided with the edge of the blade with his full power. The overwhelming crushing force he had anticipated did not occur. Instead, he suddenly felt a terrifying power descend. Like the might of heaven and earth enveloping him. His full force strike was blocked the moment it clashed, unable to advance even a fraction. It was as if an immovable mountain stood before him. It made one feel despair. Winds howled. The earth trembled. The might of Conqueror's Haki erupted with heaven-shaking, earth-splitting power, as if it would annihilate everything. At this moment, if anyone said that Ewan wanted to destroy God Valley even more than Rox did, no one would doubt it. Dazzling radiance blazed like the sun. In an instant, the storm fully roared out. The piercing ring of a blade resounded across God Valley's sky, echoing between the twin peaks and jarring the eardrums. Ox Demon Saturn's figure was completely swallowed by the blade's light. Boom. A huge mass was sent flying. Ox Demon Saturn. The black flame clouds wreathing his body dispersed rapidly. His huge, icy eyes turned blank for a moment as his consciousness grew hazy. He slammed into the ground with a violent impact, and the whole of God Valley shuddered fiercely. Even the dark substance flowing around was scattered by the shock, revealing an abyssal chasm that belched smoke and dust. Whoosh! The storm in the sky gradually faded. The dazzling blade light withdrew, revealing the overbearing figure who surveyed all beneath him. One slash. Ox Demon Saturn was cut down. At this moment, Ewan displayed an invincible bearing. His upright figure hovered in midair, his cold luminous gaze cast downward, twin blades in hand like fire, like the Tao, like samsara. Wherever the blade edge passed, all was destroyed. A gentle breeze brushed by. The stray locks at his brow were slightly tousled in the flickering glow of the golden mark, making him appear exceptionally handsome and powerful. No one dared to regard him as a boy any longer. Countless people were left breathless by the sight. Saturn of the Five Elders was cut down by a single slash, just like that. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land Marigios, inside the towering Pangea castle, the other four elders' eyes flew wide, their expressions completely frozen. They stood as motionless as if struck by a body-binding spell. One could see exactly how shaken they were. Bang! St. Mars snapped back to his senses, slammed the table, and stood up roaring in disbelief. Saturn couldn't even withstand a single slash. Saint Saturn. Defeated. Impossible. How could his awakened ox demon form fail to withstand even a single slash? St. Mars's face was extremely livid, his heart heavy. Just who is this brat? How can he have such strength at such a young age? St. Nustero's eyes flickered with deep wariness. Shadow fruit. If not for the mismatch in abilities, he would believe it, even if someone said this fellow was the sun god. Quickly activate Saturn's teleportation and summon him back. St. Mercury said at once. Saturn was already severely wounded. He could not be allowed to fall. What happened? That Saturn couldn't even withstand one slash. Who on earth is that? This is practically a second Rox. Where did all these monsters come from? The members of God's Knights cried out in shock, their faces brimming with astonishment. They had barely managed to break through the dark blockade together, only to come upon such an absurd sight. One of the August Five Elders, the awakened form of the mythical ox demon, and yet he was killed instantly by a single slash. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, not even death would have made them believe it. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield turned incomparably heavy. Well, Rox, I never expected your ship to be hiding such a powerhouse, St. Garling said through gritted teeth, his aura somewhat weakened by his injuries. A Rox terrifyingly powerful was already troublesome enough. Now another ruthless monster had appeared, one who defeated Ox Demon Saturn with a single slash. Were the Rox pirates truly this horrifying? This is going too far. Golden Lion Shiki muttered, utterly dumbfounded. He simply could not accept that Yuan's strength had grown to such a level. Golden Lion Shiki had originally thought it would be remarkable enough if Yuan was roughly his equal, but now it seemed Yuan was actually stronger than him, and by a large margin. After all, when monsters at the pinnacle of strength clashed, even an all-out deathmatch took a long time to produce a winner. Battles raging for days and nights were no idle boast. After all, when their strength was about the same, it was hard to find any opening. A contest of raw power was destined to become a war of attrition. But now, Yuan simply defied all logic. He launched his ultimate move right from the start. And the key was he actually pulled it off. How could anyone resist that terrifying slash? Who in the world is he? Did you train him? Roger's smile completely vanished. Even he couldn't laugh, but one could only imagine how turbulent the emotions within him were. He doesn't seem to need training, Whitebeard answered Roger's question with a wry smile. The strength Yuan displayed left people feeling helpless. You simply had no way to deal with him, and you didn't even know how his strength had increased. Learning Haki, comprehending Conqueror's coding, awakening his devil fruit. All of it seemed to come about naturally. A born king. How else could it be explained? Kong and Garp were both dumbfounded while Zephyr's gaze was slightly vacant. This sight dealt them a tremendous shock. They even subconsciously felt that Sengoku had not lost unjustly. Surviving it all was already a stroke of luck. Even Rock's expression revealed a flicker of astonishment. Yuan can actually defeat Saturn in a single slash. Has he been hiding his true strength? Rox narrowed his eyes. The pulsing darkness around him betrayed his inner unrest. At this moment, the power Yuan had displayed made him feel a sliver of unease. It seemed to be showing signs of slipping beyond his control, and in the next second, Rox erupted once more. The devouring power of darkness abruptly surged. Those still shaken by the shock Yuan had caused felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing an even greater crisis. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Shiki, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe all darkened their expressions, quickly breaking free from the darkness and moving their figures into the distance, ready to withdraw from God Valley at any moment. The unease that Rox stirred in them grew ever more intense. They were forced to consider a way out for themselves. Kill him. St. Garling snarled low, his expression turning somewhat ferocious. He had never imagined that he would be no match for Rox. In fact, the gap in strength was not so large, it was mainly Rock's bizarre methods that made him lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantage. But now, he absolutely could not give up. Rox had to be stopped. If Rox were allowed to act, it would be a true apocalypse. Clenching his teeth, he wrung every last bit of strength from his body and charged out with a sweep of his blade. Sky-covering, earth-filling Conqueror's Haki burst forth again. Arcs of lightning flashed. Go all out. Fight with everything you have. We cannot simply stand by and watch him get his way. The members of God's Knights instantly snapped back to attention and erupted with full power once more. Several powerful figures struck at Rox simultaneously. The smile at the corner of Rox's mouth broadened again. Darkness of overwhelming density surged around his body. An eerie aura streamed from him, filling all with dread. Against you lot. Rox grinned, his overwhelmingly domineering figure darting out from within the cloak of darkness. His fist was completely submerged in darkness, brimming with the power of the dark fruit. At the same time, lightning shrieked. It was also wreathed in incomparably powerful Conqueror's Haki. A punch that defied all reason slammed towards St. Garling and the members of God's Knights who were charging straight at him. It seemed he had been provoked by the strength Ewan had just displayed. Rox now struck out with all his might, as if fighting for his life. He wanted everyone to see his power. He wanted them to fear his might and submit, rather than be stunned by some brat aboard his own ship. The darkness shrouding the entire God Valley trembled, as if frenzied and exultant. The Dark King's full-force punch. Though it was merely the size of an ordinary fist, it felt as if it covered the sky and earth. It enveloped the heavens and the earth. Overbearing, Garp whispered to Roger, his expression extremely solemn. One Rox was already troublesome enough. But now there was also Ewan, whose status was unknown. The situation was extremely unfavorable. If Roger were to interfere now. Roger was very rational. After witnessing Rox's madness and power, he felt great apprehension. A madman like this alive was a disaster. Besides, though he was a pirate, he didn't want all 100,000 people on this island to die. Garp and Roger exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. They subtly shifted positions, seeking an opportunity to strike. Boom. A fierce storm swept through. The attacks collided violently. The terrifying destructive impact erupted between them, yet neither side retreated a single step. Even the Dark King, facing the combined assault of the God's Knights, bore immense pressure. The dark power he had unleashed was now slowly withdrawn into his body. Were it not for the nature of the Yami, even so frantically using the Yami no Mi's ability, drained his stamina. Even Rox found it hard to bear the terrifying consumption. Not to mention that the attacks he devoured were endured physically as pain. Rox's face began to pale visibly. The members of the God's Knights were all prepared to fight to the death. Both sides were determined to settle the outcome. Perhaps their fear of Rox was no less than that of the Marines. If Rox died, then everyone could be free. The flaw of conquest through force became apparent. Heaven, earth, and human harmony. Too arrogant. Or rather too mad. Mad to the point that those around him were filled with terror. Rox, you alone cannot overcome all of us. But he still had the other members of the God's Knights fighting at full strength. Ha ha ha. I am the strongest in the world. No one can defeat me. Dark abyss. Rox roared suddenly. The dark substance flowing through his body burst forth like a sandstorm, spreading in all directions. The power of darkness was fully unleashed. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki exploded completely. All members of the God's Knights were sent flying backward. Rox's attack shattered the stalemate. Or rather, Rox did not want to be worn down further. He was strong. But the sustained combat also took a tremendous toll. At this moment, Rox's figure also flew backward, leaving 2 trails on the ground. The darkness he had released was fully retracted into his body. To withstand my attack, you should be proud. Rox laughed arrogantly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with indifference. Rox was injured. This was a signal. The invincible Rox showed signs of fatigue. Fistbone galaxy impact. 2 roars sounded simultaneously. Shocking fists wrapped in Conqueror's Haki hurtled toward Rox. Garp and Sengoku attacked together. With all their might. Rox had just steadied himself, not even taking a breath, when 2 fists of terrifying power rapidly enlarged in his dark pupils. Rox furrowed his brow and struck out with both fists without fear. Conqueror's Haki crackled like lightning. The dark power remained as mighty as ever. 4 fists collided. The violent power erupted once more. Rox's feet were shrouded in endless darkness, sending chills through the onlookers. His body trembled slightly, but he did not retreat a step. 2 consecutive fierce clashes. The surrounding area had long been swept clean by the shockwaves. Marines and pirates alike were sent flying, leaving a vast open space like a heavenly arena for a life-and-death battle. Rox, how long can you hold out? After such intense fighting, your stamina must be nearly exhausted, right? No one is invincible. Sengoku roared as if to encourage himself. Garp's eyes were resolute. Even though his fists trembled, he refused to give up the attack. Ha ha ha. I am not someone who can be killed by the likes of you. Veins bulged on Rox's forehead, clearly reaching a limit. Fighting recklessly without regard for consequences eventually took its toll on this pirate overlord. If Garp had fought alone, he would never have been a match for Rox. But under the prevailing tide, though Rox had brought his own pirate crew, he stood isolated. And he scorned asking for help. Ask for help. He might as well die. A hegemon is called a hegemon because of his grandeur. If Xiangyu had crossed the Wujiang River, who knows what would have happened. But given his arrogant, disdainful spirit, it would have been equivalent to death. Rox was the same. Moreover, Rox did not believe he would lose. Darkness. The power of darkness surged. Dark matter gathered and swirled again, sending Garp and Sengoku flying with even greater force. Rox staggered slightly. His pale face contrasted sharply with his dark eyes. The moment Garp was sent flying, he suddenly shouted, "Roger! Haha, coming!" Divine avoidance. The sharp ace wreathed in Conqueror's haki suddenly appeared behind Rox. The explosive exchange of blows from Rox had consumed an immense amount of energy. After all, holding off the combined assault of the God's Knights was already an impossible feat. Before he could catch his breath, he clashed with Garp and Kong in a devastating barrage. Even a deity would need a moment to recover at this point. But Roger had been waiting for this very instant. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to defeat Rox. The brief respite after Rox's full power eruption left him like a beast exposing its back to the enemy. Ace, one of the 12 supreme grade blades. The transcendent might of Conqueror's haki swirling around it. The ultimate strike of the future pirate king Roger unleashed with full force. Arcs of lightning crackled. Light and shadow danced. Roger's figure appeared behind Rox with astonishing speed, that blade descending toward Rox's head. Everything around seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes were wide open, anticipating the final outcome. Could Rox possibly block this slash? This was the moment people believed Rox was most likely to die. "You bastard, Roger." Rox sensed the attack from behind, his expression darkening as he cursed in fury. The dark force within him erupted without warning, coalescing behind him in an instant into a swirling, profound vortex. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Roger was slightly surprised, not expecting Rox to react so swiftly. Moreover, the dark vortex defense before him seemed capable of withstanding his attack. Thoughts flashed through Roger's mind, and he made a split-second decision. He abruptly pressed his wrist downward, shifting the trajectory of the Conqueror's haki-imbued slash from Rox's neck toward his back. The tremendous force instantly tore through the deep red cloak behind Rox. The dark vortex behind him had formed hastily with its center aligned with his head and neck, but Roger struck at the edge of the vortex. Rip! Boom! The devastating slash finally landed, striking squarely at the swirling edge of the dark vortex. A violent destructive impact erupted instantly, especially the force of Conqueror's haki, which was overwhelming and irresistible. The dark vortex spun rapidly, devouring the attack power of Roger's blade. Yet the sheer might was too formidable for even the darkness to fully absorb in that moment. The black vortex whirled. The next second, it shattered with a boom, like countless particles of black dust scattering. The dark force defense was breached. Clang! Roger gripped his sword with both hands and struck down fiercely. Bang! A dull sound like the collision of heavy objects echoed. Rox's arrogant, domineering figure was suddenly blasted away, a strange, unnoticed glint in his eyes, his expression grim beyond measure. The sudden assault caught Rox off guard, preventing him from mounting a perfect defense. It was even the first time in the battle that he had been sent flying. Rumbling, Rox, wreathed in black smoke like aura, crashed violently into a massive stone wall, shattering its thick surface and burying his demonic form beneath the rubble. Countless fragments of dust and debris scattered, covering the last traces of flowing darkness. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone held their breath as if afraid to make a sound. Someone finally spoke, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Is Rox dead? Both the one who asked and the others longed for a definitive answer. But no one dared to be certain. Meanwhile, at the battlefield where Ewan was, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin finally snapped out of their shock from that earlier slash. Ewan. His strength might be on par with that bastard Rox. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, speaking in disbelief. A second Rox. Regardless of everything else, it was at least a symbol of absolute power. Even I couldn't block that slash. Kaido's expression shifted repeatedly, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. I really can't figure out what kind of monster he is. He was pathetically weak before, but now he's getting stronger every single day, like he's undergoing a transformation. Is he even human? The more of a genius or monster one was, the greater the blow they felt from Ewan. His strength grew at a pace that defied all logic. Unacceptable. 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 If it started as shock, now it was sheer helplessness. Because Ewan's strength had already risen to a level that left others in awe. He cut down Saturn with a single slash. After his figure landed, Ewan suddenly looked up. He sensed a strange fluctuation coming from where Saturn had fallen. Shadow Ewan shot out swiftly, heading toward the location of Ox-Demon Saturn. A few seconds later, Shadow Ewan returned. Ewan shook his head, helplessly lamenting. As expected, everyone in this world has a health lock function. Like a damn guardian angel. Ox-Demon Saturn was severely wounded, but didn't die. He was teleported away by the teleportation array of the 5 elders, leaving behind a pattern of blood on the ground. But one thing was certain: Ox-Demon Saturn was gravely injured. It seems this reincarnation slash still needs to be strengthened. Ewan mused. Last time Sengoku, this time Ox-Demon. Neither had entered reincarnation, and Ewan expressed deep regret over it. He got away, Kaido said incredulously. Just a petty trick of the world government. I was careless. Ewan shook his head, full of regret. Ewan, can we leave now? Charlotte Linlin stepped forward, her expression of helplessness clearly indicating she didn't want to pry into Ewan's strength growth. One question would only yield answers like, I don't know either, or strength just naturally increases. Things that only annoyed people. I wonder how the battle over there is going. Kaido turned his head to glance at Rock's battlefield, speaking in a low voice. Let's go check it out. Ewan reached out, grabbed Zeus, and jumped onto it. Don't be reckless. Charlotte Linlin hastily said. What are you going over there for? We should just leave. Who knows what's happening there? Ewan said seriously and firmly. I'm not joking. I want to see Rocks die with my own eyes. The main thing was that he had to get his hands on the Yami Yami no Mi's power. Besides, he wasn't afraid of Rocks anymore. And Rocks was destined to be in a dead end today. Unless something unexpected happened, Rocks was as good as dead. You damn brat. Charlotte Linlin was extremely frustrated, unable to dissuade him. Don't worry, we can just take a stealthy peek at the situation from above, and then leave. Ewan said with a smile, clearly not feeling the pressure like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. I think that's fine. We'll be in the sky, we can leave anytime. Kaido nodded in agreement. He was also eager to know how the battle was going. I really can't do anything with you two. Charlotte Linlin wished she could tie them up and take them away. In the end, Kaido jumped onto Zeus and rode the thundercloud with Ewan. Charlotte Linlin rode Prometheus, and they approached the outer battlefield. There. Everyone was fixated on the commotion, shrouded in dust and rubble. After so long without any movement, he must be dead, right? Someone from the Divine Knights spoke. Yet no one dared to approach. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others also appeared somewhat uneasy. The life and death of a single man stirred the emotions of everyone. Captain, how is it? Layli walked behind Luo Jie and asked in a low voice. Luo Jie's expression was slightly somber. That guy. He shouldn't be dead. He could sense Luo Kusi's power. Even if that strike landed, it seemed difficult to completely finish Luo Kusi. Layli adjusted his glasses, discreetly scrutinizing the other members of the Luo Kusi pirate group. Even if Luo Kusi doesn't die. But in this situation, as long as Whitebeard and the others don't intervene, Luo Kusi should be unable to escape. Chi chi chi. Suddenly a sound came from within the dust. Rocks and soil slowly disappeared as if sinking into seawater. But the seawater they sank into was black. Dark matter emanated, sweeping away the surrounding ruins. As the dust receded, the still-standing domineering figure was revealed. Everyone's gaze simultaneously sharpened. As expected, he's not dead. Jia Linsheng's eyes were solemn as he muttered coldly. Da-da-da? He walked step by step. Ha ha ha, Luo Jie. I didn't expect I'd actually be wounded by you. Luo Kusi's deep laughter rang out, sending chills down spines. Luo Kusi, you are too crazy. Your existence is a disaster to the world. Luo Jie did not fear staring directly at Luo Kusi, gripping AI, sea tighter in his hand. Ha ha ha. You all want me dead, huh? Luo Kusi slowly turned his head, his cold and deep gaze sweeping across the entire scene. Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shiji both dared not meet his eyes. This matter was indeed not handled properly by them. But it was also caused by Luo Kusi's own actions. From the beginning, the two sides had been in a cooperative relationship. At this moment, no one could blame anyone. Luo Jie and Layli did not flinch. Gangu and Ka Pu simultaneously stepped forward. The Divine Knights also prepared to strike again. But I will not die. Luo Kusi roared wildly. A trace of crimson appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Those who had been constantly watching Luo Kusi immediately noticed this situation and quietly extended their observation haki. They then realized. Behind Luo Kusi there was a deep blade wound with blood continuously dripping. It was the injury caused by Luo Jie's earlier slash. Seeing this scene, the Divine Knight's confidence surged. The invincible Luo Kusi had finally been wounded. This was a signal. Luo Kusi, you are wounded. Jia Linsheng laughed coldly. Although he was laughing, his smile was as terrifying as a man-eating beast, sending chills down one's spine. So what if I'm wounded? Anyone who wants my life can come and try. See if I can slaughter you all. Luo Kusi grinned fiercely. As he spoke, the dark matter within his body erupted wildly, swirling around him like a storm. The power of the Enon fruit was Luo Kusi's greatest reliance. Jia Linsheng's heart sank. At this moment, Luo Kusi was far more terrifying than before. It was like a beast on the verge of death, about to make its final desperate move. No one could withstand it. After so many battles, he still has such momentum. Layli's face darkened, speaking in disbelief. Luo Jie curled the corner of his mouth, stepping forward. The next battle will be the real fight to the death. Everyone must be prepared to die. Luo Jie suddenly became excited, as if all his fighting instincts were burning. Luo Kusi, this battle is destined to be a dead end for you. Your subordinates won't help you. You might as well accept your fate. There's no way you can overthrow the world by yourself. Gangu Kong said with a dark face. Attack the heart first. These guys. I didn't expect it either. Luo Kusi sneered. If only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Wang Ji, and the others could hold off a few people, then today's battle would be entirely his to right. Unfortunately, a bunch of traitors. Luo Kasi, you were the first to disregard our lives. Golden Lion Shi retorted loudly, forcing himself to speak. You were just using us from the beginning. I am not a puppet to be manipulated. Whitebeard shouted, gripping Song Yinxia. The rift was completely torn open. In that case, Captain Luo Kasi, I hope you die here today. Wang Ji picked up his greatsword, his voice heavy, but exceptionally serious. In Fu hoisted his giant axe. Captain, I don't want it to come to this, but you are too terrifying. Following you, we could be killed by your own hands at any moment. How can we feel at ease? Sorry, Captain. Luozi extended his claws. That fishman Bo Di actually plunged directly into the sea and fled. He didn't want to be involved in the battle anymore. At worst, he could hide back in the underwater world. With just you, this world should be ruled by the strong. You weaklings should obey the strong. Luo Kusi remained arrogant with unprecedented madness in his expression. His killing intent was strong, and his cold gaze made everyone's blood run cold. I am not a weakling. Luo Kusi, don't underestimate me. Whitebeard shouted angrily, his eyes icy. Then there's nothing more to say. Golden Lion shook his head helplessly, and Mu Ku and Ing Shi instantly unsheathed. Luo Jia, what do you say? Whitebeard turned to Luo Jia. If it's Luo Kusi, he's worth joining forces. Luo Jia was very rational. At this moment, the more forces gathered, the better. Otherwise, they might not be able to kill Luo Kusi. This guy's strength is greater than everyone's, but more importantly, the power of the Inen fruit gave Luo Kusi an advantage, making him almost invincible. You won't stand by and do nothing, will you, Ka Pu? Lei looked at Ka Pu. Ka Pu rolled up his sleeves and said boisterously, after we deal with Luo Kusi, I'll come and arrest you. Although he said that it was actually a tacit agreement to join forces. The implication was to first work together to deal with Luo Kusi and settle the remaining grudges later. Under Jia Linsheng's signal, the Divine Knights silently moved to the position behind Luo Kusi, blocking his escape route, preventing him from fleeing recklessly. Only a dozen figures remained on the empty ground. Divine Knights, Marines, pirates. In their midst was Luo Kusi. Luo Kusi still fearless. In the sky, two different clouds suddenly drifted by with figures on them. Luo Kusi is indeed not dead. Charlotte Lean's eyes narrowed. Kaido widened his eyes in disbelief. That bunch actually attacked Luo Kusi. This situation was too chaotic. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others actually took the initiative to attack. This really surprised Kaido. It seems we're not late. The final showdown is just beginning. Ewan raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his lips. Not late. Charlotte Lin and Kaido were both stunned, feeling that something was off. Ewan. Could it be? The next second, Ewan leaped and dove straight down. Damn it. Your sister. Kaido reached out to grab but missed, and his entire being was not good. You're going to die. Charlotte Lin suddenly wanted to use Napoleon to chop Ewan, this bastard. Bang. The figure landed. The young man smiled lightly and looked up, his eyes bright and brilliant, two swords hanging at his waist, his demeanor unparalleled. Everyone, it seems, quite lively here. The Holy Land of Mary Geos. Pengu Ancient City. The teleportation array, fed by eerie flames, pulsed with radiant energy. Whoosh. Light flared. Satan Sheng's silhouette materialized within the array. He had activated the array the moment he regained his senses, otherwise he would have been swiftly finished off by Shadow Ewan. Yet he was in no better state himself. The awakening form of his mythical Zoan automatically reverted, leaving him in the guise of an elderly man. His aura was utterly withered, slashed wounds stretching from his cheek down to his abdomen. Satan Sheng's face looked as though it had been horrifically disfigured. Crimson blood coated his cheeks, dyeing his beard red, even seeping into his eyes, and turning them a bloodshot crimson. His entire being appeared monstrous and ferocious. The lacerations across his chest and abdomen ran even deeper, the fractured sternum offering a faint, ghastly glimpse of his beating heart. Yet despite injuries this grave, he had survived. It was the formidable resilience and defensive prowess of his mythical Zoan Ushioni awakening that had snatched him back from the brink of death. The cane in his hand, its unknown material forged to clash against one of the supreme grade swords, lay shattered into two segments. He gripped one half. The other half remained scattered upon the battlefield of God Valley. Satan Sheng. The remaining 4 or 5 elders swiftly rose and rushed to Satan Sheng's side. How could you be injured so gravely? Pai Sheng gasped in utter disbelief, horrified by the wretched sight before him. That youth's single strike is truly that terrifying. Such power rivals Luo Kisi's, nay, even surpasses it. Neza Shalangsheng's pupils contracted sharply, his shock palpable. A single blow had grievously wounded Satan Sheng in his Ushioni awakened form. What manner of strength was this? Cough. That youth is anomalous. Cough, cough. His strength is far too potent. We must find a way to kill him. He poses a greater threat than Luo Kisi. At all costs. Satan Sheng managed to force out each word, accompanied by violent coughs that drew forth gouts of blood. Fresh crimson welled from his wounds as well. We understand. We shall send you for treatment immediately. Meza Sheng's form shifted. In the blink of an eye, he transmuted into a colossal serpent monstrosity bearing black wings upon its back and wreathed in flames, with razor-sharp claws adorning its underbelly. Mythical Zoan Jinting. Its massive claws scooped up Satan Sheng before launching out at great speed. Moments later it returned to the castle and reverted to its humanoid form. Mei Zhisheng's expression grew grave as he spoke. Satan Sheng shall not perish. What we must consider now is how to slay Cassie Ewan. We cannot let him live. No one in all of history has ever wrought such devastation upon Satan Sheng in a single strike. He has even surpassed that brute Luokisi. His tone was resolute, unyielding, laced with a profound, killing intent. Ewan's very existence posed a direct threat to the world government's dominion over the world. Precisely. Satan Sheng must have sensed something, which is why he urged us to kill Cassie Ewan at any cost. Though he is not of the D clan, nor does he inherit that devil fruit capable of overturning the world. His prowess is already beyond control, especially given his age. If given more time it shall be far too late. Wokielishing immediately seconded, his gaze radiating a biting, killing intent, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. Their greatest fear regarding Ewan was precisely his age. To possess such strength at so tender an age. If he were to grow for merely a few more years, who in this world could possibly stand against him? The priority now was clear. Eliminate Ewan. Wait. Look. Pai Cheng's eyes tightened sharply as he issued a low command. All eyes involuntarily turned toward the viewing screen. It was precisely that youth entering the fray. He actually didn't flee. He's actively joining Luokisi's battle. Mei Zhisheng was utterly astonished, his eyes flickering with what seemed like another idea. What does Cassie Ewan intend to do? Mei Zhisheng murmured instinctively. Is he going to kill Luokisi? Or aid him? In that case we may simply observe and wait. Luokisi's pirate crew has turned traitor. Combined with the God's Knights and the Navy's forces, Luokisi is certainly doomed. Whatever Cassie Ewan intends to do, it will only drain his strength. Wokielishing's eyes gleamed as he stated slowly. Correct. Once their battle with Luokisi concludes, we shall strike. We must ensure Cassie Ewan is left for dead. We cannot permit him to grow further. Pai Cheng lowered his voice, his tone grave. They had all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ewan enter the battlefield. This made things far easier to handle. As soon as Luokisi falls, the four elders at their zenith will immediately descend upon the battlefield to deliver the final purge. And Ewan, he shall be the primary target, the first to be slaughtered. God Valley. The wind howled through the skies with intensifying ferocity. Kaido and Xiaolingling were equally befuddled. What the hell is going on? Didn't he say he'd just take a peek and leave? Now he's actually insisting on going down there in person. Are you blind from this distance? Coming to their senses, Kaido and Xiaolingling exchanged glances. What the hell do we do now? Kaido's tone grew increasingly irritable. Ewan's behavior left him utterly speechless. If not for their otherwise cordial rapport, he would have already turned around and left. You damned fool. Xiaolingling gritted her teeth. Ewan's little display had exposed them both. So, should they go down or not? Who would they ally with down there? Aid Luokisi. Reluctant. Assassinate Luokisi. Complicated. What is he even doing down there? Even if he defeated Satan Sheng, so what? None of those individuals below are easy opponents. Besides, they're currently teaming up to deal with Luokisi. If Ewan aids him, he'll inevitably face a pincer attack. Even two Luokisi might not hold out against that group. If he helps surround and slaughter Luokisi, the Celestial Dragons and Navy will absolutely not spare him afterward. What on earth is he pulling? Damn it. What exactly does Ewan want to do? Xiaolingling remained remarkably rational, rapidly analyzing the situation. Yet no matter how she dissected it, the outcome seemed deeply unfavorable for Ewan. Should he continue aiding Luokisi, he will certainly be surrounded. The God's Knights Gangu Kapu Zifa Luj's pirate crew by Hazi Jinshizashiji Infu Wangji Kelasi Luaji. Tell me who could possibly withstand such a lineup. Even if Ewan possessed overwhelming strength, he could never contend with so many titans. Supposing Ewan joined forces with everyone to slay Luokisi, then what of afterward? Based solely on that blade strike that effortlessly slaughtered Ushioni Satan Sheng, Ewan would instantly be branded a thorn in the flesh of the Celestial Dragons and the world government. The moment Luokisi falls, Ewan will be the very first to be hunted and slaughtered by the Celestial Dragons and the Navy. Even Luj Baihozi and Jinshizashiji will be relegated to the sidelines. Therefore, Xiaolingling could not fathom the meaning behind Ewan's decision to intervene. Fuck. What should we do? Kaido cursed under his breath, hesitating whether to descend. Let's observe first. If anything happens to Ewan, find an opportunity to extract him. Xiaolingling hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose not to abandon Ewan and leave. Damn bastard. I've done my utmost by not abandoning you. If you die, I won't bother to collect your corpse. Kaido muttered bitterly, genuinely frustrated by Ewan's unpredictability. It was too unconventional. Moreover, Kaido shared the same thought as Charlotte Linlin. It seemed far from wise for Ewan to involve himself down there. It was practically courting death. Yet surprisingly, neither of them chose to leave directly. During their time together, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin could sense that Ewan was different from other pirates. No scheming or backstabbing, and they had enjoyed a harmonious relationship, genuinely acknowledging Ewan. Moreover, if rocks truly perished, they would have to build their own forces and enter the world's arena. With Ewan's help, it would be like having an anchor in the storm. Charlotte Linlin still harbored thoughts of having children with Ewan. She didn't want him to die so easily. Down on the battlefield, The tense, suffocating atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the unexpected arrival of a youth. A youth descended from the sky. This abrupt scene stunned everyone. Yun, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this guy doing here now? To kill rocks together? Whitebeard murmured. He had a premonition that given Yun's reckless nature after defeating Saturn, he would inevitably come to join the fray. The key question was, friend or foe? That was Whitebeard's greatest concern. Yun? Rox turned his head slightly, his voice hoarse as he muttered inscrutably. He suddenly realized he could no longer see through Yun. And he also wanted to know what Yun intended to do. You didn't run. Then you won't escape. Garp clenched his fists, making them crack. Enemies meet, eyes blazing with hatred. You are Cassie Yun. Did you defeat Saturn Saint? Garling Saint narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yun. To defeat the awakened Nyo-Gue Saturn in a single decisive strike. Such strength warranted his attention. Yun dusted off the dirt from his clothes, saying nonchalantly, that old geezer couldn't even put up a fight. Isn't the 5 elders supposed to be 5? Where are the other 4? The youth chuckled, his demeanor calm. Moi. Garling Saint raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This attitude. Was he targeting the world government? How old is he? How could he defeat Saturn with one blow? Who is this guy? The members of the Holy Knights speculated, their faces filled with astonishment. Yin looked far too young. To put it bluntly, he might not even have fully grown. Even if he had trained since birth, it seemed impossible to possess such power. How did he manage it? Yin paid no heed to their doubts. He turned and surveyed the battlefield, remarking, what a lively scene this is. Newgate Shiki. Have you too? Betrayed. Whitebeard's face darkened with displeasure. Yin, don't you dare lecture me. Rox is an uncontrollable threat. If he lives, you won't be safe either. Yin, what are you doing? Let's join forces to take down Rox. After that, no one will restrain us anymore. Golden Lion Shiki quickly urged. Although he didn't believe Yin could change the final outcome alone, he had an instinctive feeling that he didn't want to be Yun's enemy. Captain, what do you say? Yun smiled, turning to look at Rox. This battle was getting interesting. Ha ha, Yin, what exactly do you want? Rox grinned fiercely, dark, ominous matter swirling behind him, his eyes narrowed as he asked in a low voice. Yin replied, that sounds familiar. I remember asking you the same question. Rox chuckled softly. You promised me. As long as I live, you'll help me. Yin appeared thoughtful. The situation was truly fascinating. Stussy suddenly spoke. Yin, you'd better not trust any promises he makes. Everyone here knows you have secrets. Do you think Rox, if he survives, won't want to uncover them? He is a cold-blooded man who trusts only his own strength. Stussy spoke bluntly. Yin had secrets. Everyone knew it. Otherwise, how could anyone's strength skyrocket to world class in a month? But who could obtain that secret depended on strength and luck. She said this only to dissuade Yin from helping Rox. At the very least, Rox should be killed first and then deal with the aftermath. Rox was the prerequisite. His life or death had immense implications. Of course, that was only in their view. Yin didn't care. He only wanted the power of the dark fruit. To make the Dark Sovereign a true Dark Lord. Yun had a premonition that if he obtained the dark fruit's power, his strength would undergo a transformation and he might even grasp something on a higher level. That may be true, but I've always been a man of my word. Yun shook his head with a helpless smile. Besides you ganging up on one man, I really can't stand by and watch. With these words, his stance was clear. He stood with Rox. Rox stared at Yun in utter shock, never expecting such a choice. He hadn't kicked a man when he was down like those bastards. That surprised Rox immensely. Even he knew Stussy's words were true. If he survived, he would inevitably seek out Yun's secret to power. Rox believed Yun understood this as well. But why would he still choose to help him? Because of his word. Because he didn't like the unfair odds. That was all bullshit. Rox wouldn't believe such naive excuses. So, what was Yun's real goal? What did he want? Rox's eyes flickered with darkness. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yun's choice, everyone was stunned. Yun, stop joking. Look at the situation. Are you sure you want to help Rox? Silver Axe exclaimed in disbelief. How could Yun make such an unwise choice? Was Yun really Rox's illegitimate son? Even a biological son wouldn't seek death at a time like this. If Yun knew Silver Axe's inner speculation, he would have already slashed him. Golden Lion Shiki's mouth twitched violently. Yun, don't joke around. Following him will get you killed here. He found it hard to accept. How could Yun make such a ridiculous decision? It didn't fit his character at all. Golden Lion Shiki was dumbfounded. Yun, you will regret this. Whitebeard gripped his Mura Kamajiri and shouted sternly. The group originally targeting Rox had now deemed Yun an enemy. This guy, being so loyal. Roger was also stunned, and no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see Yun as someone who valued bonds and righteousness. Besides, what loyalty is there to speak of with Rox? That man is a cold-blooded monster. Young master, Yun, this decision of yours is truly unwise. Rayleigh shook his head, saying with profound regret. By choosing to stand with Rox, Yun was destined to be hunted down by every powerhouse present. He definitely wouldn't survive. Roger and Rayleigh were still very confident. Individually, Rox and Yun were terrifying. But now, this was a coordinated kill by more than a dozen top powerhouses. No one could escape. Perfect. We'll take you down as well. Garp said coldly. Though he found it unexpected inwardly, he almost welcomed Yuan's decision. That way they could use everyone's combined strength to kill Ewan. They could eliminate the two hidden threats of rocks and Ewan in one stroke. Both the celestial dragons and the marines were happy to see such a situation. Mary Geos. Pangea Castle. After hearing Ewan's decision through the video Den Mushy, the 4 of the 5 elders revealed faint smiles. Foolish boy, it seems we no longer need to act. St. Mars sneered coldly. Yes, in such a desperate situation, he still chooses to help rocks. Those people present will never let him live. St. Peter sat back down on the sofa, letting out an unconscious sigh of relief. St. Nustero said in a deep voice, even if Ewan survives by a stroke of luck, by then his strength will likely be nearly exhausted. He will be no threat to us. The best outcome is to kill him with ease. St. Warcury nodded in approval. Earlier, they had all been grim, pondering how to deal with the hidden threat of Ewan. But now all the better. Ewan was walking into death on his own. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly be a match for so many powerhouses present. Facing such a lineup, even the 5 elders wouldn't dare to fight, let alone just rocks and Ewan alone. The 5 elders now could only think Ewan was unbelievably foolish. Above God Valley, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido used Observation Haki to observe the situation. After hearing Ewan's decision, they were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this bastard? Didn't he say he wanted to watch rocks die with his own eyes? Why is he helping rocks instead? He's just walking to his death. Kaido was dumbfounded. What Ewan said and what he did were completely different. Bastard. I'm never cooperating with him again. Charlotte Linlin roared with fury. They had no idea what Ewan intended. One moment, he said he wanted to watch rocks die. The next moment, he was helping rocks. What exactly do you want? None of you actually want me to live, you only want to borrow my strength to deal with rocks. Ewan's eyes were bright, carrying a hint of cold gloom as he slowly swept his gaze over Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others, speaking with great candor. That morning they had still been planning the operation together. Now they were already mortal enemies. This was the pirate world. Don't trust anyone. Whitebeard and the others were non-committal about Ewan's words. They feared rocks, but they feared Ewan just as much. Yet if they could kill them both at once, that would be perfect. Golden Lion Shiki wore a conflicted expression and said angrily, Ewan, can't you just stand by? I'm the one who dug you out. Or leave right now. There's no need to throw your life away. He still wanted to persuade Ewan. Ewan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that besides Kaido and Charlotte, Lean Golden Lion would also be thinking about him. Thanks, I'll remember this favor, but my mind is made up. Whoever wants to die, first bring it on. Ewan's voice suddenly turned cold as he rested his hands lightly on the hilts of the twin blades at his waist. An overwhelming aura burst violently from his body. Samsara, blue flame. The 2 blades hummed softly, as if trembling with excitement. Ewan had already mastered the power of the soul fruit, and could bestow souls on the 2 blades at any time. Samsara and blue flame could also become existences like Napoleon. He just wasn't in the mood for it right now. Ewan's domineering voice left everyone present stunned. You're the one who's surrounded. Why are you shouting with the momentum of one surrounding us? Ha ha ha. Good. Ewan, you really didn't disappoint me. Rocks couldn't help but laugh heartily, as if he found the whole matter very amusing. But the gravity and wariness in his eyes had not lessened in the slightest. At a time like this, Ewan still chose to help him. What on earth was he after? Ewan, what exactly do you want? Rocks couldn't help but ask once more. For some reason, he faintly sensed an indescribable unease from Ewan. Ewan grinned. When this battle is over, you'll be your king of the world, and I'll live my pastoral life. From then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. How about it? Rocks was startled for a moment, his face showing surprise. That's all. Ewan nodded lightly. Ha ha ha. Fine. I agree. After this battle, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Rocks laughed ferociously, promising with absolute certainty. As for what he was thinking inside, who the hell knew? Ewan sneered inwardly. Come on, scheme away. Let's see who can laugh last. He was perfectly aware that Rox's promise was nothing but bullshit. Everything Ewan had done was simply to get close to rocks, to explore and comprehend the core mysteries of the dark fruit. But he hadn't succeeded yet. The dark fruit was the most special logia. The dark matter it released externally was all dark power, yet its essential source was hard to glimpse. Even with his divine soul power, if Ewan wanted to understand the dark fruit, he would probably have to start from Rox's body itself. What Ewan was scheming over was far more than what lay before him. He was scheming over the entire battle. Right now was only the first step of the plan. That old bastard Rox must be forced to drop his gold coins before he dies. Hey, that's enough. We're not here to listen to you two bargain. One of the gods' knights couldn't help but bellow. That shout dragged the battlefield's murderous atmosphere back. Battle intent surged from everyone. The auras on Rox and Ewan erupted without cease, clashing against each other as equals. Neither side prevailed. Newgate Shiki, you two aren't going to back down, are you? Kong turned and barked at the rebels of the Rox pirates. Worry about yourselves. Whitebeard replied coldly. Damn Marines. Once we've dealt with Rox, I'll settle scores with you. Golden Lion Shiki cursed irritably. Ewan's appearance made him restless. But circumstances forced his hand. He had to act. Then there's nothing more to say. Let's all attack together. Roger laughed heartily, swung ace, and charged out first. His action was like a fuse that ignited the entire battle. The God's Knights attacked at the same time. Kong Garp and Zephyr moved. Roger and Rayleigh attacked. The rebels of the Rocks pirates charged. All the powerhouses swarmed in. Come on. Rox grinned savagely, spreading his arms wide. Dark power coiled around his body, flowing silently like a demon king burning with black, demonic flames. His aura was terrifying. Even when besieged by numerous powerhouses, he remained fearless. The final madness of a supreme overlord. Clang. The twin blades were drawn simultaneously. Samsara. Blue flame. Amid the flashing blade light, Ewan's figure darted out at extreme speed. Only a burst of laughter echoed. Rox, I'll help you clear out these traitors. Ewan instantly grasped his twin blades, his figure flickering out, heading straight for the direction of the Rocks Pirates executives. The meaning was clear. He was here to deal with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others. The rest were left to Luo Kusi. Come on. I've been wanting to see your strength for a long time. Whitebeard let out a sudden roar, veins bulging on his arms, and swung the massive Murakamajiri heavily from top to bottom. The sheer force created a sharp screaming sound as it friction with the air. Compared to Murakamajiri, Ewan's figure seemed even smaller than the blade's tip. But the Samsara path shimmered with light and swept across. Boom. The impact shook the ground. Whitebeard's burly frame stumbled back several steps, a look of astonishment dawning on his face. What terrifying, monstrous strength. Whitebeard muttered in shock. He hadn't expected Ewan to be so powerful. In pure physical combat, he was already at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Even if Ewan was formidable, how could his physique surpass mine? After all, the size difference was obvious. This scene even startled the several nearby executives. They were all well aware of the terror of Whitebeard's monstrous strength. But now he was actually repelled by Ewan. This proved that Ewan was not only powerful in his devil fruit and haki, but his physique was even more terrifying. And this was still without him using his shadow augmentation. Ewan, be careful. Golden Lion Shurji gritted his teeth, swinging his blades Kagurashi and Sakuraju in a mad flurry of slashes, the chaotic blades seeming to attack from every angle, their sharpness impossible to guard against. Ewan grinned, his blade shadows instantly shifting, and he met the attack without evasion. Clang. The sound of clashing blades rang out without end. The swift blade shadows dazzled the eyes, making it impossible for the naked eye to track the paths of Ewan and Golden Lion Shurji's strikes. In an instant, Ewan suddenly changed his blade's trajectory, deftly evading Golden Lion Shurji's Sakuraju and thrusting diagonally. Ryup. Golden Lion Shurji dodged hastily, but a piece of his thick golden cloak was sliced off. Your dual blade technique. You are no match for me. Ewan laughed heartily. He suddenly swung his blade backward and slammed it down. Boom. Double Claw Luo Z, who was about to sneak attack, was sent flying by this unexpected strike. From start to finish, Ewan didn't even glance back. Golden Lion Shurji felt extremely frustrated. He had once taught Ewan the dual blade technique, and now the younger man had surpassed him. How could that sit well with him? You're just stronger in observation haki. Golden Lion Shurji snorted in defiance, then his figure suddenly floated up as he whirled his twin blades rapidly. Lion's Thousand/Valley. Countless razor-sharp slashes rained down like a storm. Knowing my observation haki is strong, why use this move? Ewan chuckled lightly, his figure abruptly becoming ethereal as he evaded with extreme speed, leaving behind a trail of ghost-like afterimages. Even though the slashes were extremely dense, they still couldn't graze Ewan in the slightest. Clang. Wang Ji heaved his huge sword and slammed it down heavily. Ewan reversed his blade to block, then spun and kicked the sword side, jolting Wang Ji back several steps. Ewan, still unruffled, leaped up and repelled Silver Axe and Kuli Si, who had charged before him, simultaneously. Then he twisted his wrist, slashed, and shifted his feet swiftly. C2, Shi Fireflower, and Xiachi were all forced back. This is a man's fight. You shouldn't interfere. As Ewan's words fell, the blade edge suddenly flashed. Conqueror's Haki Divine Might Infusion. An overwhelming slash like an angry sea's raging tide swept out. C2, Shi Fireflower, and Xiachi were sent flying by this single slash, crashing into the mountainsides on either side. The might of that single slash. Unbelievably powerful. The three of them didn't even have the strength to defend. The group's first wave of assault was effortlessly neutralized by Ewan with no pressure at all. If this is all you've got, then I'm truly disappointed. Ewan sheathed his blade and stood upright, the ripples of Conqueror's haki fading from the sword. Golden Lion Shurji saw this, his eyes darting, his mouth twitching as he held back a laugh. Ewan didn't intend to use Conqueror's haki. This wasn't really a life or death battle. Although he didn't know what Ewan was really up to, at least now it seemed that Ewan wouldn't risk his life for Luo Kusi. So, everyone should just cooperate and see how things unfold. Golden Lion guessed Ewan's intentions. He wanted to be the one who seizes the final advantage. Thinking this, Golden Lion was naturally happy to cooperate. Ewan, you are too arrogant. Golden Lion Shurji immediately roared as if afraid others wouldn't hear, and swung his blades as he pounced fiercely from the sky like a hunting lion. Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and the other executives seemed to sense something and all struck again, each unleashing an incredibly terrifying aura. But whether they were going all out was unknown. The strength Yuan had just displayed gave them a small shock. Everyone knew that Yuan was clearly holding back, so they didn't mind playing along for a while. For a moment, all the attacks they unleashed were wide-area attacks with devastating power, creating a magnificent spectacle. The earth trembled. The mountain walls shook. Shouts of rage continued. The sounds of battle were incredibly fierce. Ewan handled it with ease. Even if they truly went all out, he was fearless. And now it was just a lot of noise with little effect. Compared to the battle here, the fight over at Luo Kusi was even more ferocious. Darkness swept in. Conqueror's Haki roared. The scale was far less magnificent than the battle here, but every exchange was extremely perilous. Everyone was giving their all. Luo Jia Ka Pu Jia Lin Sheng and the members of the God's Knights were all fighting for their lives. Figures dashed into the darkness and violent waves of energy erupted and scattered, filling the air with an apocalyptic aura. Luo Kusi was already at the end of his strength. Now under siege, even the Dark King and Pirate Overlord was gradually unable to withstand it. The side effects of the dark fruit's absorption of impacts were pushing his body to its limits. But Luo Kusi would not retreat an inch. The terrifying darkness surged violently, like an eternal demonic flame, completely engulfing the figures. The destructive waves erupting from the darkness grew more intense. In the midst of the frenzied attacks around him, Yuan still had the leisure to glance at Luo Kusi's situation. It's about time he reached his limit. He narrowed his eyes, and his aura suddenly turned sharp. He gripped both blades in one hand, freeing his right hand. Instantly, countless shadows surged in, coiling around his arm. His pupils contracted. Conqueror's Haki divine might flowed rapidly. In fusion, lightning crackled. A powerful punch was suddenly unleashed with a force that seemed to split the heavens and earth. This sudden outburst from Yuan caught the executives off guard. Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shiji managed to block, but the rest were all sent flying by the punch. Extremely fierce. Yuan, you. Golden Lion Shiji was stunned, a look of surprise on his face. Why did Yuan suddenly strike so powerfully? What is this kid up to? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating. Huh. Whitebeard bellowed, swiftly spinning Murakamajuri before driving it deep into the ground, like an unyielding banner. The next instant, a ring of pure white light appeared around his fist, radiating a quake that made hearts tremble. It was the power of the Tremor fruit. Unleashing his full strength, Whitebeard charged forward with huge strides toward Yuan. He too was puzzled about what Yuan intended to do. But when he saw Yuan shake his head slightly after repelling everyone, the surging fluctuations of Conqueror's Haki gradually fading away, Whitebeard finally realized. Yuan still thought the commotion was not big enough. That was why he had resorted to the Tremor fruit. If one spoke of destructive power, the Tremor fruit was practically unmatched. Seeing this, Yuan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. He shouted, "Newgate. I'm getting serious too." Whoosh! The young figure shot forward, swinging his fist and smashing it downward. Tremor fruit ability. It wasn't as if he didn't have it too. Yuan's fist looked ordinary, but the force of the Tremor fruit had already condensed deep inside it. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended it without ever eating a devil fruit, or perhaps it was a change brought about by heaven-defying insight. In any case, Yuan's manifestation of the Tremor fruit was utterly different from Whitebeard's. A large fist and a small fist collided with a tremendous bang. The power of the pure white membrane around Whitebeard's fist exploded outward. Crack, crack. Space flickered with countless illusory fragments, accompanied by a sound like shattering bones. My. The moment they clashed, Whitebeard sensed that something was wrong. Why was the power emanating from Yuan's fist so similar to the Tremor fruit's power? Whitebeard was stunned for an instant. But the next moment he had no time to worry about it. Even more violent power surged from Yuan's fist. In an instant, the space around them flickered with even denser traces of illusory fragments. The tremor radiated from the two of them as the center. The entire God Valley trembled. Waves howled and roared. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and unleashed the Tremor fruit at full power, his arm muscles bulging and veins standing out. Ewan's expression did not change in the slightest, his gaze calm, and the power in his fist did not weaken at all. Crack, crack. A tremendous shockwave burst outward in both directions from the point where their fists met. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the quake storm descended like a giant blade, splitting the towering peaks on both sides in two from the middle. The mountains were forcibly cut into two sections. The cores of the peaks were completely shattered and countless boulders crashed down. It was a scene of heaven collapsing and earth splitting apart. The tremor of God Valley made even the distant marines and pirates struggle to keep their balance. Howling waves swallowed up marine warships and pirate ships alike. As they fought, heaven and earth shifted. Such terror. Boulders shaken loose by the trembling peaks poured into the battlefield, engulfing God Valley. Whitebeard's body flew backward out of control, his feet carving a long trail in the ground. Finally, he swung his hand, grabbed Murakamajiri, and slammed it into the ground before him to stop his retreat. The power Yuan used just now. Why is it almost the same as the Tremor fruit? Whitebeard was baffled, feeling that the power Yuan had displayed was strangely bizarre in a way he could not describe. But he had no time to stay stunned. Boulders surged toward him from every side, so he swiftly twisted his body, swung Murakamajiri, and shot upward. Otherwise he would be buried beneath the rubble. You two madmen. Do you really want to destroy this place? Golden Lion Shiki cursed under his breath, then stomped hard on a boulder, and soared into the sky, not forgetting to manipulate the stone beneath Ewan's feet to lift him up. Ewan looked up at him, smiled, and gave him a thumbs up. That Golden Lion Shiki, it seemed, followed quite a code. When the officers of the Rocks pirates saw this, they cast aside everything else and began dodging boulders, leaping upward one after another. No one wanted to be crushed beneath them. This sudden upheaval directly interrupted the battlefield where Rocks was fighting. That damn Whitebeard. Garp cursed, angrily shattered a boulder above his head with his fist and leapt up in one bound. Of course he took Whitebeard to be the culprit. Only the Tremor fruit could so easily bring about such destruction. Roger. Let's leave first. It would be bad if we got buried by the rocks. Rayleigh slashed a blade through the darkness in front of him, quickly created distance, and shot upward. The threat of being buried was not all that great. People at their level would not die from it. But if someone used some other trick, then they might never get out. That coffin was too large for an ordinary person to lie in. That Newgate is too reckless. Rocks was clearly about to reach his limit. Roger shouted in frustration, but had no choice except to turn and cleave through the falling rocks above his head as he rushed upward. St. Garling Kong and the members of the Holy Knights also chose to leave. Rumble. Boulders piled up, gradually swallowing the deep, dark silhouette. After the heaven-shaking tremor, the storm gradually subsided. The battlefield of their clash was a horrifying sight to behold. Calling it broken walls and ruined remains would not be an exaggeration. Uneven boulders were stacked atop one another, full of desolation. A huge gap had appeared between the towering peaks on both sides. This scene was especially clear when viewed from the sky. Charlotte, Linlin, and Kaido stared at God Valley, which had been split into 4 pieces, their mouths agape, and speechless for a long time. They had witnessed with their own eyes the 2 buttock-like have split into 4. Even the wrath of heaven was nothing compared to this. As expected of the Tremor fruit. Kaido murmured, deepening his understanding of its power. Has Newgate gone mad? Is he trying to completely destroy God Valley? At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, the utterly furious voices of the 5 elders rang out. The figures who had just been fighting emerged one after another. Newgate, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to join forces to kill Rocks, or do you want everyone to die here? Kong's face darkened as he shouted angrily at Whitebeard. He was not worried about himself, but grieved for the Marines and celestial dragons who had died beneath the ruins. Whitebeard's eyes blazed as he bellowed, "You bastard Kong! You don't have the right to point fingers at me. This was all caused by that man Ewan." "Bullshit. It was clearly your earthquake." Garp clenched his fist and roared resentfully. Aside from the Tremor fruit, what other ability could have produced an earthquake of such magnitude? More than half of the Marines and pirates on the shore had been crushed to death. More than half of the ships at sea had been swallowed by the tsunami. Tens of thousands of people had just perished beneath the Tremor fruit's power. How could Kong and Garp not be furious? As for Ewan, under normal fighting, even the tremors caused by Conqueror's Haki would never have led to such a situation. They simply refused to believe that Ewan was responsible. Whitebeard stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered at heart. He himself knew perfectly well that this was not entirely his doing. After all, he had sent every ounce of Tremor fruit power. He erupted straight at Ewan. What exactly was happening now? And what about that wave of power from Ewan that seemed so similar to the Tremor fruit? Just like that, Whitebeard became a scapegoat without understanding how. Ewan's gaze flickered, completely ignoring the crowd staring at the place where darkness slowly spread, and whispered, "It's coming out." His voice was not loud, but everyone around heard it clearly. For a moment, everyone stopped dwelling on the issue of Whitebeard's attack. They turned their eyes and all looked at the spot where darkness was gradually expanding. The black smoke-like dark matter drifted. All the stones collapsed. The figure that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts appeared again in sight. Luo Kusi walked step by step, his steps somewhat heavy, his chest heaving violently. The successive battles had exhausted him to the limit. His aura was still terrifying, but his strength was no longer at its peak. Ha ha ha, what a thrilling battle. Luo Kusi laughed savagely, a premonition stirring in his heart. He looked up at Ewan and said regretfully, "It seems that today we are the ones who lose." He knew clearly that he had reached his limit. Even if he fought desperately, it would be difficult to kill everyone here. At first he noticed that Ewan hadn't used Conqueror's Haki coding, thinking they were all hiding their strength, but now he had no doubt. Ewan had pushed Whitebeard to such a desperate state, what more could he say? Everyone believed that this scene was caused by Whitebeard. Ewan walked toward Luo Kusi and shook his head, saying, "Yes, it's a pity we didn't kill them all. Arrogant. Just the 2 of you think you can kill us all." Someone from the God's Knights snorted disdainfully. With such a favorable situation, they regained their confidence. Ewan sneered, "You're not dead, but the other celestial dragons are almost all dead." At these words, everyone from the God's Knights, including Jia Lin Sheng, turned pale. "Then we must kill you to avenge them," Jia Lin Sheng said through gritted teeth. The crowd slowly dispersed in formation, encircling Luo Kusi and Ewan again, leaving them no chance to escape. Surrender. This is your end. Luo Jie shouted sternly. Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shiki also cut off the retreat from behind. No matter what, they could not let Luo Kusi escape. Ewan frowned slightly. He was still a bit short of comprehending the primal essence of the darkness fruit. I never expected that I would end up losing to you all. Luo Kusi shook his head, his expression still arrogant and disdainful. He had never regarded the people before him as opponents. But with their combined efforts, they were indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Lose? I never said we would definitely lose. Ewan suddenly looked up, his calm eyes meeting Luo Kusi's flickering with an inscrutable, inexplicable meaning. Huh? What do you mean? Luo Kusi stared at Ewan and asked. Ewan's shadow detached from his feet and stood beside him. Luo Kusi, I have a way to restore you to your peak state. Ewan said resolutely. What? Luo Kusi was startled, asking eagerly, what do you want to do? Use my ability to fuse your shadow with you, and you will gain even greater power. Ewan said with absolute certainty. This method was similar to the demon shadow form, but it involved replacing oneself with another. This was not difficult for the current Ewan. Shadow fruit. Fusing shadows. Is that the technique you used on yourself before? Luo Kusi raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming more ferocious and terrifying, and the dark aura around him suddenly deepened. He seemed to see hope again. That's right. But you must not resist my power, or your shadow won't be able to merge with your body. Ewan was very serious. There was a hint of anticipation in his heart. Luo Kusi looked down at the darkness flowing in his hand and chuckled softly. Then what are we waiting for? I hope you can do it. At this moment, Luo Kusi couldn't care less. As long as he could gain power, what did it matter to fuse with a shadow? Moreover, the darkness fruit overpowers all devil fruit abilities. Even Ewan couldn't play any tricks. That was the reason he glanced at the darkness in his palm. The two of them talked as if no one else was around. Luo Jie and Ka Pu naturally heard every word clearly. Their expressions changed drastically. Stop, Ewan. We must not let Luo Kusi regain his strength. Kill them now. In an instant. The ones who reacted all charged forward, unwilling to give Ewan the time and opportunity to use his ability. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ewan's mouth. No one could stop him now. Shadow explosion. 1,000 shadows suddenly shot out from Shadow Ewan's body like raindrops bursting in all directions. They densely formed a dark barrier in front of Luo Jie and the others. The next second, boom. 1,000 shadows exploded simultaneously. Hidden within was the power of Conqueror's Haki divine might. Even Ka Pu and Luo Jie could not break through the explosion zone in time. At the same time, Ewan acted swiftly. Shadow Ewan swept past, removing Luo Kusi's shadow. Contract. The power of shadows was activated. The solidified shadow of Luo Kusi gradually pierced through the darkness and merged into Luo Kusi's body. A faint dark gleam flashed in Luo Kusi's eyes. His entire aura surged violently. The darkness around him roiled and churned as if boiling. Simultaneously, an imperceptible soul force entered Luo Kusi's body. Even though Luo Kusi had been wary of Ewan's tricks, he couldn't prevent this move. Luo Kusi merged with the shadow. He felt the frantically recovering power instantly reaching a level even more terrifying than his peak state. And he used the darkness fruit's power to examine his body, finding no abnormalities. A ferocious grin gradually spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Now it's your turn. Luo Kusi's eyes were deep, suddenly looking past Ewan at the charging God's Knights gang, Gu Ka Pu, Luo Jie, and the others, his gaze fierce and filled with madness. The moment they sensed Luo Kusi's powerful aura, their faces all changed. No, he succeeded. Damn Ewan. I should have killed him first. Gang Gu roared angrily. But as soon as the words fell, a dark storm swept toward him. Luo Kusi, wreathed in darkness, was now incredibly powerful, truly like a demon god, without even a shadow. That powerful aura instinctively inspired fear. Bang! The dark fist struck. Space trembled. Gang Gu was sent flying back, shouting with a grim face, "Be careful. Luo Kusi is more terrifying now than ever." Just one punch. He felt Luo Kusi's surging power. Completely different from before. Damn it. In his heart, he had cursed Ewan 1,000 times. Ewan, however, stood still, sensing the power of the darkness's origin gradually gaining insight. At a certain moment, his aura suddenly stalled. The twin blades in his hands trembled violently. At this moment, the dark sovereign form evolved again. The Emperor is heaven. The Emperor is one of heaven's names. The sovereign is ordained by heaven. Heaven is the Emperor. Ewan felt a resonance in his heart, his eyes bright as the bright moon, and a smile spread across his lips. Finally, done. The Dark Lord form successfully merged with the power of the dark fruit, evolving and awakening, Shadow Emperor. In other words, it had completely transcended the Dark Lord form. The Dark Lord form evolved solely from the shadow fruit, resembling a mere inheritor of shadow abilities with limited power. But after merging with the dark fruit, the two abilities perfectly fused, awakened, and evolved into the Shadow Emperor form. No longer a mere inherited form. Instead, he became the true Shadow Emperor, returning to the path of shadow. Wherever darkness reached, wherever shadows extended, all fell under his dominion. the majesty of an emperor, supreme under heaven and earth. As he evolved into the Shadow Emperor form, Yuan gained enlightenment, and his being underwent transformation. First, boundless power surged within him, circulating endlessly as his physique quietly underwent a metamorphosis. Armament Haki Divine, Armor Observation Haki Divine Soul, and Conqueror's Haki Divine might all increased, reaching a degree of terror. His ordinary physique now rivaled others covered in Armament Haki. Furthermore, all his abilities were greatly enhanced. The Shadow Kingdom was infinitely elevated, capable of containing at least 100,000 shadows for his use. Almost all shadow-related abilities reached the level of the Dark Lord's awakened form, with even more terrifying power. Not to mention how terrifying the Shadow Emperor's awakened form would be. The domain and awakened form's amplification were also further strengthened, and this included the ability traits of the Dark Fruit. But the most terrifying aspect was that the attacks absorbed by the Dark Fruit's devouring ability could be transferred to the shadows under Yuan's control to bear the burden. He himself no longer needed to endure the multiplied pain. Then came the awakened form. Since Yuan had not eaten a devil fruit, but had comprehended the ability through his heaven-defying insights. In other words, he was the Shadow Emperor himself. He controlled shadow power directly rather than borrowing it. Yuan's strength broke through once more. Whether he was invincible remained unknown, but at least he had surpassed Luokisi, and the means he possessed were even more fearsome than Luokisi's. The abilities of the Dark Fruit surfaced one after another, allowing Yuan to instantly comprehend several powerful shadow techniques. Especially his manipulation of shadows grew increasingly masterful. Behind Yuan, the executives of the Luokisi pirates stared blankly at Luokisi, whose power had surged in an instant. They were all bewildered. Yuan's earlier attitude had not seemed genuinely willing to help Luokisi. So why was he now helping Luokisi restore his strength? What does Yuan mean? Wang Ji frowned, puzzled. Golden Lion Shi grinned broadly. I think he wants Luokisi to exhaust the celestial dragons and the marine's strength more. After all, canceling this fusion form will have a significant impact on his body. If they had still been confused about Yuan's choice to help Luokisi at first after the battle, just now, they no longer doubted. In their eyes, Yuan was no fool. There was no way he would help Luokisi without reason. He must have his own calculations. They only needed to cooperate, and might even scavenge the spoils of the conflict between Luokisi and the celestial dragons. Silver Axe Rhodes and the others nodded in agreement with Golden Lion Shi's reasoning. Whitebeard clenched his teeth, glaring at Yuan's back. Having been manipulated earlier, he was furious. If Luokisi weren't still alive, he would have pressed Yuan about the power he had displayed. Suddenly Whitebeard's eyes narrowed sharply. Staring at Yuan's back, an inexplicable tremor arose in his heart. What happened? He had been watching Yuan the whole time. The man had done nothing, yet suddenly became incredibly terrifying. The heavens and earth stood in awe while he stood firm. Just standing there for no reason at all, he made him feel a hint of fear. Whitebeard was startled by his own feeling. What was this? Had Yuan been hiding his strength? Silver Axe, unaware of Yuan's change, stepped forward with a grin. Yuan, the fight over there is getting intense. Should we continue acting? As he spoke, he slowly raised his massive axe. Get lost. Yuan suddenly turned around, his cold eyes filled with a sense of divine condescension as the invincible aura within him gradually revealed itself. Even the howling wind around him subsided, as if expressing submission. Silver Axe froze. About to lose his temper, he met Yuan's gaze, and a chill surged uncontrollably from his back. He felt like a mouse beneath a dragon's gaze. Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shi were also shaken. What kind of look was that? Powerful, invincible, unrivaled. Even Luokisi had never exuded such a heart-stopping pressure. They could not find the words to describe it. But one thing was clear: do not provoke Yuan. Otherwise, death would follow. Silver Axe's eyes widened. The fear that welled up within him kept him from speaking out against Yuan. Even after being cursed at, he slunk back to the rear. Only when he stood at the back of the group did Silver Axe realize his palms were drenched in sweat. A single glare had cowed all the executives of the Luokisi pirates into silence. What overwhelming presence! Whitebeard remained silent. He felt Yuan had grown stronger again. What the hell had happened? He was utterly bewildered. Yuan, why does he feel so terrifying to me? Golden Lion Shi frowned, puzzled. Nothing had happened just now. Where did this aura of Yuan's come from? Golden Lion Shi was baffled. But even more baffled were Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, watching from the sky. Damn it! What the hell is Yuan doing? Luokisi was almost dead, and now he's making him stronger. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the battle below. Hadn't Yuan said he wanted to see Luokisi die? Why was he now helping him turn the tide? Could it be he wants Luokisi to wear down the celestial dragon's forces? Charlotte Linlin's eyes flickered as she speculated. From the sky, Charlotte Linlin had clearly seen the clash between Yuan, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion Shi. It had been imposing, but not a real fight. Except for Whitebeard's final strike, the other attacks lacked seriousness. Even Golden Lion Shi had helped Yuan avoid the burial of boulders. So she believed Yuan had his own schemes. That's still not normal. If that's the case, he could just run away now. Cancel Lokisi's shadow fusion form, let the celestial dragons kill him, and we could take you, in a way, unharmed. Kaido still couldn't understand Ewan's reasoning. Every move he made was unexpected. Let's go. Go down and check. Charlotte Linlin called out, manipulating Prometheus and Zeus to descend. On the other side of the battlefield, amid the ruins, Ivankov and Ginny finally managed to move a massive boulder aside. The next moment, a force erupted from beneath the rubble, blasting every piled boulder into the air. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the figure buried deep below. Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma, are you alright? Ginny's eyes reddened as her voice trembled with tears. Bear, are you out of your mind? You could have dodged it, so why did you jump down on purpose? Ivankov cursed angrily, reaching out to pull Kuma up. Sorry, I made you worry. Kuma scratched his head guiltily, then shyly took out something from his chest. It's because I saw this. Otherwise it would have been buried under the ruins. This is a devil fruit. Ivankov's eyes bulged as he exclaimed in disbelief. That fruit was just snatched away, so this one is for you. Kuma smiled, sheepishly handing Ivankov the devil fruit he had risked his life to obtain. Alright. Let's get out of here quickly. That attack just now was far too terrifying. Ginny wiped her eyes and hurriedly said the moment she saw Ivankov about to burst into tears. Kuma bowed his head in remorse. It's a pity I couldn't save everyone. That's not your fault, Kuma. With those monsters striking, it's already a miracle that we managed to rescue some people. Ginny comforted him. Kuma nodded helplessly. Then, using the pawpaw fruit's power, he sent all three of them fleeing from God Valley. They never noticed anything unusual about their shadows. This battle was destined to be catastrophic. With the sea's super monsters gathered, God Valley could sink at any moment. Here death was the least significant thing. Holy Land, Mary Geos. Pangea Castle. What means did Kase Ewan use? How could he restore rock strength? St. Peter clenched his teeth and roared, losing his composure. They had all believed the situation was already settled. Yet Ewan had once again stirred up trouble. Damn it. Since when does the shadow fruit have so many abilities? St. Mars snorted, coldly murderous intent flooding his eyes. He highly suspected what kind of demon fruit Ewan had actually eaten. The shadow fruit was merely an ordinary paramecia. Even if masterfully developed, it shouldn't grant so many means. Look, those rocks pirates bastards. They're no longer engaging Ewan in battle. It seems they intend to be the hunters who strike last. St. Nustero's face darkened as he spoke coldly. The demon blade in his hand slightly unsheathed, radiating an extremely sharp sword aura. They were still observing the battlefield. Seeing the footage of Ewan conversing with Kaido Shiki and the others, their hearts all sank slightly. So they were all on the same side after all. What a man Kase Ewan. Not only did he scheme against the celestial dragons and the marines, he even played rocks for a fool. St. Warcury sneered, slowly rising to his feet. In that case, it's time for us to enter. Let them know who the true final hunters are. As his voice faded, the four elderly figures all stood up. A strange flame-like pattern shimmered with light at the center of the hall. The five elders, brimming with killing intent, stepped in one by one. Rock's sudden recovery of combat power had taken them by surprise. They could no longer afford to watch Rock's and their own forces wear each other down. Otherwise, in the end, Kase Ewan would be the one to benefit. Therefore, the five elders were about to descend into the fray. Although Saint Saturn was gravely wounded, 4 of the 5 elders were more than enough. Ewan, what the hell are you doing? It's time to go. Kaido leaped to Ewan's side, urging urgently. But the next second he froze. His heart shuddered violently for an instant. That feeling came from Ewan. Why, you alright? Kaido's eyes widened as he asked cautiously. He suddenly felt Ewan had changed. The aura radiating from him stirred fear within him. Ewan, what exactly do you plan to do? Charlotte Linlin descended and immediately asked. She was briefly startled, feeling the same thing Kaido did. What happened to you? Why do you feel even stronger? Charlotte Linlin asked instinctively. Ewan restrained his aura, smiling gently. I'm fine. I just comprehended a few more things. That's all. But why do I feel you've become more than a little stronger? Standing beside you, I can hardly suppress my fear. Kaido shook his head as if trying to convince himself it was just an illusion. Enough, I'm truly fine. Ewan smiled helplessly, then said, You can leave now. Don't worry about me. What are you saying? If we feared death, we wouldn't have come down to find you. Kaido's tone immediately turned fierce, as if that fear just now had truly been an illusion. Cut the nonsense. Hurry up and go, Charlotte Linlin urged. She had initially intended to forcibly take Ewan away, but once she stood beside him, she felt a strange reluctance to attack him. Yeah, Ewan, let's just retreat already. Everyone can tell you're not genuinely helping Rox. Once we leave, just release the shadow fusion state on Rox. He's as good as dead. Golden Lion Shiki, seeing Kaido and Charlotte Linlin come down, also stepped forward and said, Besides, the celestial dragons and those marine bastards have no time for us now. They might even end up fighting Roger's crew. Ewan stared fixedly at the battlefield, shrouded in darkness. Rock's dark power radiated an exceedingly sinister sensation. Perhaps that was the true manifestation of the Yami Yami no Mi's power. Not only did Zoan-type devil fruits possess will, but the Yami Yami no Mi also harbored a dark will. Rock's madness might well be the result of that dark will's influence. Ewan sensed the Yami no Mi's influence on rocks deepening his understanding of devil fruits. Yet he did not worry in the slightest that he would end up like rocks, because he merely comprehended the powers of a devil fruit. As for those ethereal nihilistic wills, they could never affect him one bit. In fact, with his soul techniques and the traits of the Yami no Mi, he could even master the means to erase a devil fruit's will. Ewan glanced at the people beside him and said with a light laugh, "You all truly can leave now. No matter how today plays out, consider me in your debt. As for what comes next, don't get involved." With that he strode forward. Charlotte, Lean Kaido, and Golden Lion Shiki were all stunned. Damn it, this guy is about to do something reckless again. Kaido's heart jolted and he hastily yelled, "Ewan, don't do anything crazy." Golden Lion Shiki looked utterly bewildered. "Ewan, what exactly are you planning?" He had no idea what Ewan intended to do. Helping one side one moment, another side the next. It couldn't be that he wanted to play the hero, could it? The young man's steps did not pause in the slightest. Only his light laughter carrying undeniable authority and fierce confidence drifted away with the wind. "I'm taking over the battlefield. I will take over this battlefield." The moment those words left his mouth, Kaido stood frozen in place, his mind going blank. "Are you crazy yet?" Gold Lion Shiki tugged at the corners of his mouth, exclaiming in bewilderment, "What the hell is that bastard boy up to now? He wants to take over the battlefield. Loxy isn't even dead yet. What the hell is he going to take over? Going in now would just be sharing the fire with that bastard Loxy, wouldn't it?" "You?" Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists, utterly helpless with rage. How could Yun be so reckless, showing no regard for his own safety? Insisting on interfering in a battle whose outcome is already sealed. Seeking death. They were all dumbfounded by Yun's sudden move. Silver Axe said to the other executives in a hushed, lingering tone, "Did you all sense it? Yun seems like a different person. That look in his eyes just now. That's the real monster. I wonder how he cultivated himself." Wang Ji couldn't help but sigh, but charging ahead like this now, he'll become the target of all arrows. The Celestial Dragons and the Navy won't let him off. The situation is clear. Why must he charge and to die? Exactly. Although Loxy has recovered his strength, he doesn't look like he can hold out much longer. There are too many enemies on the other side. Xianqi took a drag from his cigarette and spoke in a low voice. Loxy's strength was undeniable, but there were simply too many on the opposing side, with top-tier powerhouses like Garp and Roger present. Even adding Yun to the fray might not change the outcome. Stussie's eyes flickered with light as she stared blankly at Yun's receding back, lost in thought, wondering what was going through his mind. "I don't care about the rest. As soon as Loxy dies, I'm heading straight back to Amazon," Flameflower said with a palpable sense of dread. Though they were all infamous pirate captains across the seas, they were merely supporting characters in a battle of this magnitude. Especially after Yun's overwhelming force had severed 3 of them in a single strike. The trauma still haunted Flameflower. She vowed to stay put and run her daughter kingdom properly from then on, never venturing out again. "I hope we don't get a second Loxy four-armed tribes," Chris muttered grimly. His words hung in the air, drawing silence from everyone. Deep down, this was their greatest fear. If one Loxy's death brought forth another Yun, then whether Loxy lived or died would make little difference. What exactly is he planning? Whitebeard studied the youth's retreating figure with intense scrutiny, his mood growing grave. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that Yun harbored some dark secret. The ripple of energy bore an eerie resemblance to the Gura no Mi's power, and that fleeting glimpse of domineering Haki, the kind that screamed absolute supremacy, left Whitebeard increasingly unable to fathom Yun. The voices behind him failed to halt the boy's advance. From the boundless darkness emerged Loxy's frenzied roar, and the catastrophic clash of Supreme King Haki wielded with apocalyptic force tore through heaven and earth. Figures collided and scattered, some sent flying backward, others charging forward without hesitation. Suddenly Steelbone sensed Yun's approach and bellowed, "That kid's back again. Those bastards aren't making a move. Looks like they're waiting for us to bleed each other dry before striking," a member of the God's Knight squadron shouted in fury. "Ignore them. As long as we kill Loxy, no one escapes," Garp declared with unwavering resolve. He trusted that the 5 elders were closely monitoring the Divine Canyon. Even with Saint Satan gravely wounded, the remaining 4 members of the 5 elders possessed ample power to shift the tide. They harbored no fear of Loxy's pirate crew making a last stand. Their sole objective: eliminate Loxy completely. "Steelbone, stop that brat," Garp called out to the giant who had been repelled by Loxy's shockwave. "Just buy us time. We'll deal with Loxy first, then handle him." "Leave it to this old man." Steelbone's expression hardened as he replied without hesitation. He knew Yun was exceptionally powerful, but if the task was merely to stall for time, he remained confident in his ability to succeed. Whoosh! Steelbone's massive silhouette, towering like a mountain, erupted from the darkness and charged toward the youth, who was approaching with measured steps. "I may not know your intentions, but this old man won't let you advance." Steelbone unleashed a thunderous roar, charging forth like a ferocious beast. Yun merely raised his gaze slightly and spoke softly, "Don't get in my way." Before his words had fully settled, an unmistakable pressure radiated from his calm tone, a regal authority that brooked no defiance. Steel Bone furrowed his brow, sensing something deeply unsettling about Ewan. Despite the lack of overt aura, simply meeting his gaze triggered an involuntary chill, a paradox that defied explanation. As confusion rippled through Steel Bone's mind, a sudden jolt of alarm snapped his attention downward, danger emanating from below. Without hesitation, he twisted his body and recoiled sharply, creating a dozen meters of separation. What the hell? Stabilizing himself after the rapid retreat, Steel Bone's eyes immediately locked onto the spot he had just occupied. An impenetrable darkness, so profound it seemed to consume all surrounding light, had manifested where he had stood moments before. Steel Bone watched in stunned silence. The shadow detached from the ground and took form, shifting from 2 dimensions into 3. It writhed and contorted, gradually revealing 6 massive razor-sharp spider legs, then coalescing into the unmistakable shape of a minotaur's head. Steel Bone's eyes contracted violently, his pupils trembling like an earthquake as he barely contained his shock. This is a Ashioni. The colossal shadowy monster before him bore the unmistakable form of Satan's devil fruit awakening, the very manifestation that had been defeated moments ago within the divine canyon. How could it manifest as a shadow? Steel Bone stood paralyzed, completely bewildered. A shadow in Ashioni form. How is he accomplishing this? Garp's expression darkened as he registered the transformation unfolding before his eyes. Could this be Satan's shadow? Garp's mind raced, but he quickly dismissed the notion. No, the bovine head doesn't match Satan's features. This is a form he's simulating through shadows. Shadow mimicry. The aura radiating from this shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to the Magu Magu no Mi. Loxie's hoarse, gravelly voice drifted from the darkness, tinged with genuine surprise. Sensing the power fluctuating from the shadow minotaur, his unease intensified. Is this a simulation powered by the Kage Kage no Mi? Steel Bone bellowed, his brow furrowing as he charged forward, delivering a devastating punch toward the shadowy beast. How formidable could a mere imitation of a devil fruit ability possibly be? Steel Bone reasoned, entirely unaware that the shadow minotaur before him possessed the authentic power of the Ashioni. Boom. The shadow minotaur stomped its feet, colliding with Steel Bone's fist in a cataclysmic impact that shook the ground. The creature staggered backwards several steps under the force. The sheer force of the collision sent Steel Bone himself reeling, his feet dragging backward uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain his footing. What? The shadow's power is this strong? Steel Bone's expression contorted in shock, his face cycling through disbelief and alarm. This shadow minotaur's strength completely defied expectations. It felt as though he were facing the genuine article itself. How could this be possible? Before the thought could settle in Gangu Kong's mind, 2 massive shadows materialized, instantly enveloping him. Shadow Azure Dragon. Shadow Mammoth. Ewan finally unleashed his ability without restraint. The fruit's power granted. He created shadows with animal forms. Moreover, the shadows infused with devil fruit abilities were specially enhanced by Ewan's shadow power. Their combat prowess was formidable. Gangu Kong's eyes narrowed, sharply, utterly stunned. He exploded with speed beneath his feet, frantically dodging the Shadow Mammoth's charge and the Shadow Azure Dragon's crushing assault. What kind of ability is this? How could the Shadow Fruit create forms of other devil fruit users? Gangu Kong roared in exasperation. Damn shadow imitation. These shadows were practically identical to the actual ability users. Such an unexpected turn made those besieging rocks withdraw curiosity, drawing their gazes to the 3 massive shadows on the battlefield. That's my Azure Dragon form. How did Ewan do it? My shadow is right here. Kaido stared in disbelief at the enormous shadow dragon that mirrored his own, his mouth agape. His own shadow was clearly at his feet. What was that shadow in the sky? Imitation? Or something else? Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, finding it hard to believe. Isn't Ewan's ability a bit too outrageous? These abilities, and the tremor of the tremor fruit from earlier. Whitebeard suddenly conceived a terrifying thought, his hands and feet turning cold. Could it be that Ewan had mastered their devil fruit powers? But a person could only eat 1 devil fruit, and they were unique. It was absolutely impossible for 2 identical devil fruit abilities to exist. That was why Whitebeard was so shaken. What are those things? How can a shadow have such a powerful aura? Roger frowned, turning his head in disbelief. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, saying gravely, just how far has Ewan developed the shadow fruit? The first thought that crossed his mind was that these shadows were created by the special ability of the shadow fruit. He never imagined they could be empowered by the original devil fruit abilities. Could it be shadow replication? How the hell is that possible with the shadow fruit? Garp was bewildered. Judging from Gangu Kong's performance, these shadows were far from simple imitations. They were unexpectedly powerful, catching him off guard. But was this really the shadow fruit's ability? Garp began to doubt, turning his gaze to the figure slowly emerging from the darkness. With a sneer he said, Rox, what fruit did you actually give him? Giving away such a powerful devil fruit must make you regret it. I gave him the shadow fruit. Rox scoffed, his mouth twitching, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Now, even he couldn't understand. The shadow fruit. Wasn't it just an ordinary paramecia? Fusing with one's own shadow, fusing with other shadows, letting other shadows fuse with each other. All shadows coalescing into armor. And the awakened form could even summon a domain. Rox had tolerated the previous myriad abilities. He admitted they were somewhat absurd, but still acceptable. But now directly creating shadow forms of devil fruit users. Wasn't that going too far? Even Rox himself began to wonder. Had he really given Ewan the shadow fruit? Or had Ewan truly eaten the shadow fruit? The three massive shadows forced Gengakong back. He had intended to block Ewan, but Ewan didn't even lift a finger. Just summoned three shadows and Kong couldn't get close. Ewan stepped forward and stood before everyone. It was more than composure. The most striking impression was his unyielding confidence, a powerful aura emanating from within that inspired awe. Ewan, what are these shadow forms? This can't be achieved by mere imitation. Garp clenched his fists, unable to hold back his question. Ewan smiled calmly. You know nothing about the power of shadows. Garp's brows furrowed, a flash of anger crossing his face. This was clearly a taunt. Oh, then what about the ability fluctuations emanating from the shadows? Ewan, don't tell me your shadows can even imitate the power of the dark fruit. Rox strode forward, darkness flowing from his body, and stood before Ewan, his cold eyes fixed on him without a trace of emotion. You'd better give me an explanation. A dark shockwave erupted behind Rox, streams of dark matter swirling like malevolent serpents from the abyss locking onto Ewan. A fierce hostility radiated from Rox, directed at Ewan. Garling and the others narrowed their eyes, wondering why Rox had suddenly turned on Ewan. Was it because of Ewan's ability? But they were certainly more than willing to see Rox and Ewan become enemies, so no one spoke up to interrupt. An explanation. You are not worthy of an explanation from me now. Ewan said coldly, his gaze calm and unyielding. Rox grunted, seemingly surprised by Ewan's sudden change in attitude. His voice carried immense displeasure. The pupils of his dark flooded eyes contracted sharply. Conqueror's Haki, release. Ewan's eyes, however, shone brilliantly like the bright moon and stars. The shadow form did not affect him in the slightest. His pupils contracted slightly. Conqueror's Haki, divine might, swept forth instantly. Two overwhelming waves of Conqueror's Haki soared into the sky. Then, like mortal enemies, the two terrifying auras clashed violently. Dark lightning tore through everything around. The wind howled wildly. Even Roger, Garp, and the others found it hard to keep their eyes open. The heavens and earth seemed to collapse. Dark clouds churned and were brutally split apart, forming a chasm in the sky. The entire God Valley trembled violently again. The sea roared as if to devour the entire island. The surviving Marines and pirates felt as if they were in hell, their eyes rolling back as they fainted from the shockwaves. They're fighting. Charlotte lean, enduring the impact of the auras, her face darkened instantly. Ewan had clashed with Rox. This was the outcome they least wanted to see. In the devastating storm, Ewan's figure suddenly floated into the air, hovering at mid-height. Imperceptibly, he looked down upon everyone below. The clash of two immense Conqueror's Haki storms lasted nearly a minute before gradually subsiding. Cough, cough. Rox stumbled back a step, coughing harshly. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His face was dark and grim, flames of rage burning in his dark pupils. Ewan, you've been deceiving me all along. Rox roared with unwilling, twisted fury. This was his first real fight with Ewan, and it was also the first time Rox truly felt the overwhelming, unmatched pressure radiating from Ewan. That sense of invincibility ignited a blaze of anger within him. Yet something even more horrifying occurred. Rox raised his palm toward the figure in the air, a dark vortex swirling in his hand. No ability user could use their power in the face of the dark fruit. The manic grin on Rox's lips revealed a savage cruelty. The dark fruit's power activated. The next instant, Ewan showed no reaction. Rox's heart seemed to skip a beat. The dark vortex intensified. He activated it again. The young man standing in the air remained utterly unaffected, a faint smile on his lips, as if in mockery. Rox froze in place, plunged into the abyss of darkness. Rox, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, felt a storm raging within his heart. The dark fruit had no effect on Ewan. Impossible. His heart jolted violently. Rox's chest heaved as his face twisted in fury. What the hell are you? How can the dark fruit have no effect on you? The dark fruit could suppress all devil fruit users. It could draw devil fruit users toward it, and upon contact render them unable to use their abilities. But now, it had failed against Ewan. He was clearly a shadow fruit user. Why could he ignore the dark fruit's power? Rox simply could not comprehend it. It wasn't just Rox who was baffled. When he spoke those words, Garling, St. Roger, and Garp were all visibly stunned. Rox, what trick are you trying to pull now? Garling Saint's face darkened with deep suspicion. Who didn't know Rox's strength? How could the dark fruit be ineffective against Ewan? Unless Ewan was not a devil fruit user. But no matter how you looked at it, Ewan was absolutely a devil fruit user. So Garling Saint's first suspicion fell on Rox. Don't joke around, Rox. I don't believe for a second that your dark fruit power has no effect on a devil fruit user. Garp's tone was resolute. He simply refused to believe it. How could he believe it? The dark fruit failing. Nonsense. Roger narrowed his eyes, instinctively lifting his gaze to the young man standing aloft in midair. A strange tremor stirred within him as he uttered an enigmatic remark. What if he isn't an ordinary devil fruit user? What if? Garling Saint and Garp froze for a moment, a flicker of bewilderment crossing their faces. Is there a devil fruit even more special than the dark fruit? Garp frowned, unable to think of any mysterious devil fruit he didn't know about. It's not that legendary devil fruit. What is going on? Garling Saint muttered in frustration, then his gaze sharpened as he shouted at the figure in the sky. Boy, what kind of devil fruit ability do you actually possess? As you can see, the shadow fruit. Ewan spread his palm, and a layer of ethereal shadows suddenly scattered, expanding like flames in the wind, instantly transforming into a night-like presence that enveloped the entire God Valley. The oppressive aura of the shadows immediately made everyone uncomfortable. It was a power that felt like a sovereign's descent, irresistible and absolute. Garling Saint's eyes contracted sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. He refused to believe Ewan's words. The shadow fruit. Could it wield such power? Nobody would believe that. You bastard, you've been deceiving me all along. This is not the shadow fruit. Rox roared, his composure shattered, his expression growing more twisted. He had always seen himself as the one in control. But now he had been ruthlessly outmaneuvered by Ewan. How could he swallow such an insult? Suddenly his arm trembled, and a billowing cloud of dark energy surged skyward, breaking through even the shadow domain suppression. Bang! Rox stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball toward you, in his body cloaked in an evil and terrifying dark force. Finally making a move against me, huh? Ewan's expression remained calm as he reached for the twin blades at his waist, restraining the restless weapons. A layer of unreal shadow suddenly burst forth from within him. The shadows swirled like wind and fire, ethereal and formless. They seemed like a phantom image, yet exuded tangible pressure. Shadow Emperor form, activate. Ewan's aura was fully unleashed. His entire being seemed to be enveloped in a deep, eerie purple light, the outlines of his body glowing with profound amethyst. A layer of gilded, noble purple luster flowed over his skin, dazzling and radiant. Translucent, crystal-like purple light shimmered around him. Shadows cascaded and merged with the purple sheen, like blood flowing across his body, or like a majestic purple-gold battle armor, an imperial robe. Above his head, purple-gold light twisted like an imperial crown, proclaiming the majesty of a sovereign. The boundless, ethereal shadows trembled slightly, bowing to their emperor. The howling, fierce winds around him naturally dissipated upon reaching the purple-gold-clad youth, daring not to touch him in the slightest. The oppressive shadows. The dazzling purple figure. The contrast was stark. Rox's dark fruit imbued his aura with evil and wild dominance. But Ewan, who wielded the power of the dark fruit, was completely different from Rox. Ewan only grasped its essential nature, unbound by the devil fruit itself. Thus, even when the deep, dark shadows gathered upon him, they manifested as power elevated to its purest form. Bathed in purple-gold radiance. The majesty of an emperor. Dignified, sacred, and mighty. Like a deity governing the laws at the pinnacle of power, inspiring awe and reverence. What kind of power is this? Rox's heart trembled violently, a flicker of disbelief and panic flashing in his dark-tinged eyes. The aura emanating from Ewan. There was no trace of shadow or darkness. Only pure strength. The manifestation of the most essential power. Even the sun god would have to pay homage before him. In that moment, everyone gazing up at the deep purple figure in the sky was utterly awestruck. How can that guy's aura be so terrifying? Whitebeard's face darkened, his heart pounding. Even he felt an almost irresistible pressure. This was merely the release of his presence. Yet it could affect him so profoundly. It was unimaginable what level Ewan's true strength had reached. I knew Ewan was off. Silver Axe shouted loudly, involuntarily stepping back. He had realized earlier that the very look in Ewan's eyes had intimidated him. It couldn't be that simple. Now he understood. Ewan had been hiding his strength. Damn, how deep was that concealment? What the hell is going on? Golden Lion Shiki gaped, his expression utterly priceless. They had no idea that Ewan had only just awakened such immense power. No wonder Ewan does whatever he wants. Kaido muttered softly. Kaido had thought Ewan's reckless behavior was suicidal. But now it seemed he truly never regarded these renowned monsters of the sea as threats. And he had the confidence to back it up. But what Kaido couldn't figure out was, when had Ewan become so strong? It seemed like ever since his defeat at the hands of Sengoku, every time Ewan acted, he ended the fight with a single slash. His strength had become an unfathomable abyss. So damn overpowered. Why didn't this bastard tell us sooner? Charlotte Linlin cursed in frustration. If they had known Ewan was this strong, they would have long since caused a massive uproar without fear. Why would they have considered running? Roger Garp and the others were all on edge, their bodies instinctively tensing. No wonder he could defeat Saturn. Garling Saint muttered in awe. He had never taken Ewan seriously even after he defeated Saturn. After all, given his age, no matter how strong, he couldn't stand against the world government alone. Especially after defeating Saturn the Bull Demon, how could he have no drain? But now they witnessed Ewan still immensely powerful. He was almost numb. If they had known Ewan was terrifyingly strong, they would have joined forces with Rox to take him down first. Damn bastard. The youth, bathed in the dim purple light, slowly raised his fist. Then with a sudden burst he struck downward at the surging darkness. Whoosh! A fierce gale erupted, instantly surging forth. In that instant, it felt as if all the air had been sucked away. Countless illusory shadows coalesced into a storm, surging out with the fist in that very moment. Boom! The two fists collided. Shadow and darkness clashed together. It was like two streams of ink of completely different colors constantly annihilating, pulling at each other, devouring one another. Luo Keisai's face changed drastically. He clearly sensed that the power of the dark fruit was at a disadvantage. The endless darkness he had unleashed was being gradually eroded, consumed, and devoured by the seemingly illusory shadow. Impossible! How can you devour the power of the dark fruit? Luo Keisai trembled in shock, the dark aura around him violently fluctuating. The dark fruit could devour attacks and everything else. How could it now be devoured in turn by Ewan's shadow? What was going on? What kind of devil fruit did you eat? Luo Keisai's unwilling roar shook the eardrums. Even during the earlier encirclement, he had never been so out of control. This showed how utterly shocked he was. Ewan's ability had completely stunned him. He had always believed that with the dark fruit, he could easily handle Ewan, so even though Ewan grew rapidly, he never took him too seriously. Now their first clash. It completely shattered all of Luo Keisai's previous confidence. Devil fruits are ultimately just external tools. To become truly strong, one must master power within oneself. Luo Keisai, the dark fruit, is not as you understand it. Ewan's indifferent voice drifted away. At the same time, countless shadows suddenly converged. They transformed into a true abyss, completely enveloping Luo Keisai. The devouring power of the shadow and that of the dark fruit pulled against each other. Clearly the shadow held the absolute upper hand. The darkness frantically surging from Luo Keisai's body was entirely submerged by the shadow, and all the power of the dark origin matter became part of the shadow. Luo Keisai's power was rapidly consumed. Even the shadow within his body began to struggle to merge, showing signs of retreating. In this clash, Ewan had not even removed the power of Luo Keisai's shadow, keeping Luo Keisai in an amplified state. Even so, Luo Keisai was no match for Ewan at all. It was evident just how insurmountable the gap between them was. This scene in the sky completely stunned Jolin Shunkapu, Luo Jie, and the others. The Luo Keisai, who had been wreaking havoc moments ago, forcing them all to join forces to besiege him, was now struggling like a caged beast in frenzy. The shadow, far more terrifying than the darkness, remained undisturbed as it constricted regardless of how the darkness raged and erupted. Luo Keisai's eyes burned with fury, completely filled with darkness, making it hard to distinguish the whites from the pupils. He was about to unleash his last Supreme King's Haki to tear through the surrounding shadow. But suddenly his heart gave a violent lurch. A mass of black shadow could no longer withstand the pressure of power. Having reached its limit, the shadow abruptly withdrew from Luo Keisai's body. His aura instantly plummeted. The roiling, boiling darkness burst apart and was absorbed by the shadow. Yet that shadow of Luo Keisai now contained a power identical to the surrounding shadows. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Keisai coughed violently, blood gushing out in large mouthfuls, his powerful physique overwhelmed by a deadly fatigue. He had pushed himself too hard today, already damaging his body. Moreover, his shadow had reached its limit and could no longer merge. From beginning to end, Ewan had never actively removed the state of his shadow, otherwise Luo Keisai would not even have had a chance to fight him. Before mastering the dark fruit's ability, even before Ewan's full power had already surpassed Luo Keisai by a hair. Now, having comprehended the dark fruit, he had evolved into a new ability. How could Luo Keisai be his opponent? Thud! Luo Keisai fell from the sky like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. This pirate overlord revealed such a humiliating posture for the first time. Gulp! The sound of nervous swallowing could be heard around. Luo Keisai lost just like that. One punch, or rather one exchange, defeated Luo Keisai in a single move. How could it not be shocking? Jolin Shung's mind went blank, as if frozen, suddenly unsure of what to do. The other members of the Divine Knights were also stunned. It was already difficult to deal with Luo Keisai. Now there appeared to you, and even stronger than Luo Keisai. How could they possibly handle this? Luo Jie's eyes drooped slightly, exchanging a subtle glance with Lei Li, who both had thoughts of retreat. Luo Keisai was surely not going to live. Even if he survived, Ewan would probably not let him remain a threat. Once Luo Keisai died, the conflict would shift to them. After witnessing Ewan's terror, Luo Jie and Lei Li had absolutely no desire to become enemies with Luo En. This was no longer a matter of a strong fighter's mentality. The power Ewan displayed was like an insurmountable chasm, leaving no thought of surpassing him. Or rather, no confidence. Damn it, how did you become so strong? Kapu muttered in a daze, his eyes suddenly losing their luster. The sudden eruption of Ewan's power brought them an overwhelming shock. Cough, cough. I never expected to end up in your hands. Luo Keisai stood up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, filled with unwillingness. That brat who could be killed with a single glance back then. In just 1 month, he had become a mountain that was impossible to shake. Luo Keisai suddenly felt great regret. He should have decisively killed Ewan when he first had the murderous intent, and then today's calamity would not have occurred. Unfortunately, his confidence in the dark fruit had made him choose to spare Ewan. An unprecedented sense of defeat enveloped Luo Keisai. If I were to say that I won't kill you as long as you submit, I suppose you wouldn't accept that, would you? Ewan leaned forward slightly, his voice devoid of any emotion. From beginning to end, it had been a game of chess between him and Luo Keisai. Even when Ewan was helping Luo Keisai merge his shadow, Luo Keisai was still pondering how to obtain Ewan's secrets if possible. But now it seemed impossible. Ha ha ha. Let me submit to you. What a joke. Ewan. I should have killed you back then. Believing your sweet talk was the worst decision I've ever made. Luo Keisai sneered with a chilling laugh, displaying an arrogant fearlessness. Ewan shook his head helplessly. Your biggest mistake was coming to God Valley. Luo Keisai was momentarily stunned. Naturally, he would not understand what Ewan meant. In that case, you can go to hell. The youth, bathed in the dark noble purple light, lightly raised his palm. The shadow beneath Luo Keisai's feet suddenly transformed into a three-dimensional shape and plunged into his body. A special devouring force slowly emanated from within Luo Keisai's body. Rock's body stiffened, and a look of unprecedented panic flashed across his face. He never imagined that Ewan could actually control his shadow. What is going on? I clearly checked my own shadow with the dark fruit. There's no way your power could be inside it. Rox roared ferociously, veins bulging on his forehead. He could clearly feel the power within him draining away at terrifying speed, including his haki. His own shadow was devouring his strength. Rox had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He struggled as darkness surged, yet he still could not stop the shadow's devouring pace. But Rox quickly snapped back to his senses. His own dark fruit could not resist Ewan's power. If Ewan really had placed some technique on his shadow, it seemed natural that the dark fruit had failed to detect it. But Rox still could not accept it. He could not accept being tricked. Even less could he accept his defeat. Ah, Ewan, I will never let you get away with this. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Rox roared with unwilling madness, struggling desperately, but it was useless. The scene sent a chill down the spines of St. Garling and the others. Rox's power is disappearing. What kind of ability is this? It's not just his power. Even his haki is weakening. It's as though his own shadow is devouring him. A technique even Rox can hardly withstand. For a moment, all of them stood frozen. Ewan lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly, "It's useless, Rox. Your dark fruit power is no match for mine. Hand over all your power." Shadow progeny. As his words fell, purple light suddenly blazed over his body. In that same instant, the shadow inside Rox erupted with a purple fluorescence that pierced through the darkness. A faint hum filled the air as strange energy completely enveloped Rox. Every ounce of power and haki in his body was devoured by his own shadow. "Oh, even if I have to go to hell, I won't let you go." With Rox's final despairing and unwilling scream, the vicious, suffocating darkness vanished without a trace. Rox's life force was severed. His slackened expression was fixed at last on a venomous glare toward Ewan. A gust of wind blew past. Rox's body instantly turned into dark ashes and scattered in the wind. A pirate overlord of the era, a powerhouse who had nearly toppled the world, a monster who could stand against the gods' knights, had finally died. But right there, a shadow remained. Rox's shadow. A shadow that had devoured all of Rox's power, including his Conqueror's haki. Rox is dead. Someone murmured, though no one knew who spoke first. The murmur jolted everyone's frozen thoughts back. Rox died just like that. Wait, Garp suddenly realized something was wrong and blurted in shock. But why is his shadow still here? A man was dead, yet his shadow remained. Ewan. St. Garling's eyes flew open as he gasped in shock, staring at Ewan, who was wreathed in eerie purple light, his expression one of indescribable astonishment. What did you do to Rox's shadow? By now everyone realized something was wrong. Rox's shadow was still there, and it was emanating an aura just as powerful as Rox's. It had to be Ewan's doing. Ewan dispersed the terrifying fluctuations around him and descended to the ground. Shadow Rox stood silently beside him like an emperor's guard waiting for the emperor's command at any moment. Wouldn't it be a pity if Rox simply died? I've left a memento for all of you. Ewan gave a soft laugh and regarded Shadow Rox with satisfaction. This was a technique he had just comprehended. Shadow progeny. In his Shadow Emperor form, shadow power could completely subjugate another person's shadow and command it for his own use. Unlike an ordinary shadow, a shadow progeny could devour all the power of its original body, including haki, even Conqueror's haki. That was why the current Shadow Rox was truly a second Rox. It possessed Rox's immense strength. It also carried the shadow-devouring ability bestowed by Ewan. A brand new Rox. A more powerful Rox. This was simply an inconceivable technique. However, a shadow progeny was unique. Like an emperor's personal bodyguard, Ewan could only forge one shadow progeny. And so he chose Rox. A shadow inheriting every bit of Rox's power was even more frightening than Rox himself. It was easy to say, but actually accomplishing it was far beyond what ordinary power could achieve. A memento. Garp's mouth twitched as his face changed drastically. He did not know what to say for a moment. You even schemed Rox into your hands. What a sinister mind you have. St. Garling's face turned livid and he gnashed his teeth. This development was far too unexpected. Rox was clearly dead. Yet in the end, an even stronger shadow had been left behind for Ewan to control. Such an outcome was worse than if Rox had not died. Whitebeard was utterly shocked. Rox just died like that. Ewan defeated Rox with a single move. What is this shadow all about? It can't really possess Rox's power, can it? Wang Ji said with a deep frown, stunned. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. Then what do we do from now on? Silver Axe drew a sharp breath, his mind racing. Rox was dead, and they should have been able to breathe a sigh of relief. But now that breath simply would not leave their chests. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were also in shock. The existence they had feared most had just been so easily dealt with by Ewan. What could be more shocking than this? The world has truly changed. Shiki the Golden Lion took a deep drag of his cigar, his eyes flickering, as if he could already see an even stronger pirate overlord rising. If Ewan wanted to become the new pirate overlord and take over all of Rox's power, they had nothing to say. What's more, no one dared to object, and no one had the power to object either. But many pirates no longer wanted to face such a life. St. Garling took a deep breath and abruptly stepped forward. Though you are strong, that does not necessarily mean you can change your fate. The sea only needs one ruling voice. It will never allow an even stronger existence to rise. So it was with Rox. Yin, the same will apply to you. His tone was extremely grave and his expression was even more solemn. As one of the celestial dragon's god's knights, he could not simply watch Ewan rise to become an existence even more powerful than Rox. The best solution was to execute Ewan right then and there. Garling, can we really beat this guy? One of the god's knights behind St. Garling whispered uneasily. Ewan had already suppressed his aura, looking no different from an ordinary young man. Yet the oppressive pressure lingered in everyone's heart like a nightmare that refused to fade. You are the god's knights. St. Garling suddenly barked with a harsh voice and fierce expression. The god's knights. They should be fearless. Defend the rule of the celestial dragons. Moreover, the 5 elders who had never made a move were still at their peak. There was surely hope to turn the tide of battle. The moment Jialansheng spoke, the atmosphere grew oppressive once more. Ewan cast a cold glance at him. Still thinking of causing trouble for me? I accept the challenge. Those who don't wish to be involved any further may leave now. Ewan's voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of an emperor issuing a decree. Those who don't wish to be involved may leave now. That sentence struck a chord with everyone. Roger immediately turned to exchange a glance with Rayleigh. The next second the two retreated rapidly, racing toward the coast. Roger. You all. Garp was stunned. You and I hope to cross swords with you someday. Haha, until we meet again. Roger laughed heartily, choosing to leave without hesitation. Rox was dead, and Ewan was clearly impossible to contend with. The wisest course was to withdraw from this chaotic battlefield as soon as possible. The Roger pirates had already boarded their ship under Jabba's command, awaiting only Roger and Rayleigh's return to set sail at a moment's notice. Until we meet again, Roger. Ewan waved his hand, dismissively paying no heed to Roger's departure. Then I'll be off too. Wang Ji grinned awkwardly and promptly made his escape. I'm heading back to Amazon Lily. Flameflower and Shaki left simultaneously. You bastards. Wait for me. Silver Axe simply chose to flee. In an instant, the Rox pirates officers leading their remaining men all withdrew from God Valley. Their speed left onlookers dumbfounded. Phew. You and I don't intend to get involved in what comes next either. Whitebeard took a deep breath and bid farewell. Ewan waved his hand indifferently. Tell those bastards that the Rox pirates are disbanded. I have no interest in forming my own crew. Don't come bothering me again. Whitebeard's heart tightened, utterly surprised by Ewan's words. The Rox pirates were disbanded, and Ewan chose not to take their place. He didn't even intend to build his own power in the future. What did he want to do? Ewan, you are truly full of surprises. Golden Lion Shiki floated into the air and said to Ewan, come with me. My ability might not be able to stop them, but of course they can't stop you either. Since they want to cause trouble for me, I'll play with them. This doesn't concern you. Ewan made no attempt to persuade him to stay. He had no need for Golden Lion Shiki's strength. Dealing with these people, he was enough on his own. Ewan, we won't abandon you now. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin had no intention of leaving. Forget it, knowing too much isn't good for you. Ewan suddenly looked up toward the direction of Mary Geos, a rare hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He felt the gaze from the throne above. It seemed that the most mysterious existence had awakened, or perhaps his own actions had roused it. Either way, this battle seemed inevitable. So it was better for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin not to be involved. Shiki, take them with you. Ewan called out to Shiki. How can this be, Ewan? Do you look down on me? Kaido retorted immediately. Charlotte Linlin's face darkened. What do you mean by this? Ewan smiled helplessly. What comes next is beyond your involvement. Let me handle it, and I'll come find you for a drink. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, of course, were unwilling. But Ewan's words carried a hint of authority that made them hesitate to object. Moreover, they had a premonition that even if they refused to leave, Ewan would find a way to send them off. Thus it was better to leave on their own. In the end, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido soared into the sky and departed. In moments, God Valley grew considerably quieter. Chief Tsuru also directed the surviving Marines to evacuate the valley. The battles of those monsters were no longer at a level ordinary people could participate in. A staying would only mean death. Almost all the survivors had left. On the empty ruins of God Valley, only Ewan, the Holy Knight Steelbone, and Garp remained. The space was vast and empty, but the atmosphere grew even more deadly. Ewan, what did you mean by what you said earlier? Steelbone approached, asking in surprise, do you really not want to become the second Rocks? The Shadow Bull, Shadow Azure Dragon, and Shadow Mammoth stood silently, offering no attack on Steelbone, allowing him to draw near. You're not qualified to interrogate me, Ewan said coldly, and an imposing aura erupted without warning. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, winds howled, and clouds churned. The storm that had been dormant awoke once more. Steelbone's face shifted abruptly. He had thought there might be room for negotiation, but Ewan's attitude toward them was entirely different from his treatment of Golden Lion and the others. There's nothing to say, Ewan. Don't think the celestial dragons have no means to oppose you. No one in this world is invincible. Jialansheng's face darkened as he shouted coldly. In his heart, he was growing anxious. Why hadn't the 5 elders arrived yet? Had something gone wrong? Just then a whistling wind echoed above God Valley. For enormous shadows appeared at incredible speed. A giant serpent with sharp wings on its back coiled in the air, flapping its gleaming black wings with 2 claws on its belly. Its body was wreathed in black flame clouds coiling around the monstrous form. Its head resembled a bird's, its beak spewing intense crimson flames, emitting a terrifying screech like the wail of countless vengeful spirits. 5 elders Maz St. Mythical Zoan Itzamade. Another massive monster figure plummeted from the sky, and upon touching the ground it sank into the earth like a fish darting through the soil. The ground around it began to turn into yellow sand, instantly transforming into a desert. It was a creature resembling an insect, but its body was enormous, surrounded by ominous black flame clouds. Its head had no eyes, only a huge mouth lined with sharp teeth, as if capable of devouring everything. 5 elders Pitter St. Mythical Zoan Sandworm. Another colossal figure landed and charged forward, resembling a giant wild boar. Its massive tusks exuded an extremely terrifying pressure, its hooves jet black, its body muscular, wrapped in the same black flame clouds. Strangely, the ground seemed to become more moist as it appeared, as if moisture suddenly increased. 5 elders Wocheri St. Mythical Zoan Fengshi. The last figure was even more terrifying. Its lower body was a skeletal horse-like form, like a skeleton knight awakened from the underworld, surrounded by black flame clouds, with an imposing aura. But its upper body was a bizarre, human form, revealing the face of Nasajiro St. He wielded a sword gleaming with intense cold light, galloping on horse hooves, charging fiercely. 5 elders Nasajiro St. Mythical Zoan Horsebone. All 5 elders had appeared. For legendary demonic forms of mythical Zoans, the situation seemed to have turned around completely. The members of the Holy Knights showed slight joy at the appearance of the 5 elders. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Steelbone and Garp secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If all 5 elders descended, they would have a better chance against Ewan. What do you have to say now, eh? Jialansheng raised an eyebrow, speaking with confidence. Ewan for some reason had let all the pirates leave. But that also revealed a weakness. They could kill him just like they had killed Rocks. Jialansheng thought silently. But when he looked at the young man, he did not see the expected panic or shock. Instead, the young man's face gradually spread a wild, arrogant smile. Now, eh? Ewan looked around and laughed heartily. Now you are all surrounded by me. The demonic forms of the 5 elders had all arrived. Itsutsuno Makoto breathing flames, the great boar Fengshi with its terrifying tusks, and the dreadful sandworm that tunneled through the yellow desert wastes. The bone horse shrouded in sinister sword aura and gloom. 4 figures wreathed in black flames, all unmistakably awakened mythical Zoan forms. Gazing into the distance, their towering, twisted silhouettes were utterly monstrous. As matters stood, Ewan was utterly alone, encircled from 4 directions by the arriving 5 elders. Adding to that were Garling Saint leading the Holy Knights, along with formidable warriors like Kong Garp and Zephyr. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was overwhelmingly against him. Yet at this moment, Ewan's face blazed with a wanton smile, his aura wild and overbearing, radiating absolute invincibility. The words, "You are all surrounded by me now," perfectly captured his unbridled, domineering arrogance. Garling Saint's smile froze as he stared at Ewan, as if the man were a madman. He found Ewan's reckless audacity utterly baffling. Yet for reasons unknown, his heart gave a violent thump. This damned bastard. We can't let him escape. Garp clenched his fists, his expression sober. With this many people, could they truly kill Ewan? What's going on? Just this one brat. Where are the other members of the Rocks pirates? Itsutsuno Makoto cawed, flames spewing from its beak. Its eyes were icy and its voice was muffled, yet filled with extraordinary bewilderment. The Marines withdrew too. What in the world happened here? Fengshi shook its colossal head as the black flames behind it roared, a flicker of astonishment passing through its eyes. This battlefield felt wrong. What had happened during the time they had taken to get here? That figure. Yuki. Why is his shadow here? Half of the sandworm's body was buried beneath the earth. It had no visible eyes atop its head, yet it could still perceive the shifting battlefield. and it happened to spot the shadowy Gyuki. It was instantly thrown into shock. Gyuki, wait, that's not Saturn's appearance. What is this? Even the old man of the bone horse was bewildered. His expression was stunned, and his sword aura stalled for a brief instant. Garling Saint said in a deep voice, "Why are you only arriving now?" His tone was distinctly displeased. Fengshi suddenly realized something and snapped irritably. Some force here interfered with the teleportation. We were halfway through the teleport when we suddenly appeared over the sea. If not for Itsutsuno Makoto and my ability to control water, we might never have made it. Fengshi was an anomaly among devil fruits. It possessed the power to control water currents, which was why a layer of moisture perpetually hung around it. Garling Saint's pupils sharply contracted. He frowned and said the teleport was interrupted. Based on the timeline, that would have been the moment Yun erupted with power and defeated rocks. Could it be because of Yun's power? But what kind of power could render the five elders' teleportation ineffective? Yun's gaze drifted, sweeping over the four demonic mythical zoan forms, his smile growing more playful. His soul power quietly expanded. You use your soul power to comprehend the mythical zoan Itsutsuno Makoto form. You comprehend the power of Itsutsuno Makoto. You use your soul power. You comprehend the power of the Fengshi form. You comprehend the power of the sandworm form. You comprehend the power of the bone horse form. These are merely avatars. A strange glint flashed through Yun's eyes, a hint of surprise rising within him. He didn't know much about the five elders. But these four figures were only avatars. It seemed their true bodies couldn't pass through the teleport. Then what was the situation with Saturn Gyuki? He had teleported his true body. Yun sensed that there was still some power he had yet to grasp. Still, even if they were avatars, it couldn't stop him from comprehending their devil fruit powers. After all, these avatars weren't much weaker than the originals, just somewhat limited. Thus, the five elders' five mythical zone abilities were now thoroughly seized by Yun. If he were to summon shadows of all five elders, their expressions would certainly be quite a sight. The teleport being interrupted. It should have been caused by the release of the Shadow Emperor domain. It seems their teleportation ability isn't as formidable as I imagined. Now that I've mastered the Gura Gura no Mi, I seem to have touched upon space. If I can comprehend the Dor fruit, I should be able to create a technique beyond the five elders' teleportation. Yun pondered privately, hardly bothered by the five elders' arrival. They were like money-giving boys gleefully delivering their devil fruit powers right to his door. That shadow is rocks. Itsutsuno Makoto and the others took notice of the shadowy figure beside Yun and were startled once again. Kong, what exactly happened at God Valley? Rocks. What about Roger and Whitebeard? The sandworm rumbled as it barked loudly. A bitter smile surfaced on Kong's face. All the members of the Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates have withdrawn. As for Rocks, as you can see, only the shadow that has absorbed all of Rock's power remains. The four demonic monsters' gazes simultaneously hardened. Rocks is dead, and his shadow remained. Wait, what do you mean the shadow absorbed Rock's strength? The bone horse's voice was dark, his expression growing more baffled. How much time had passed? What happened here was simply too bewildering. It was Yun's doing. He used his ability to take control of Rock's shadow, and then by some unknown sinister method he made that shadow fully bear Rock's power. The real Rocks is dead. Kong's bitter smile deepened. Even to himself the story sounded utterly absurd, let alone to the five elders hearing it for the first time. He was the one who killed Rocks. The sandworm avatar of Peter Saint let out a deeply shocked roar. He had believed that even if Rocks had to die, it would have been at the hands of the Holy Knights. But now he was being told that Yun had killed Rocks. Then why was Yun still here? Had the others abandoned him? The five elders had yet to witness Yun's Shadow Emperor form, so they still regarded him as a powerhouse on par with Rocks. How could the powers of the Kage no Mi be so formidable? Itsutsuno Makoto was also stunned. Yun of the Kage no Mi had not only slain Rocks of the Yami no Mi, he had actually taken control of Rock's shadow. And what was all that about devouring Rock's power? The five elders found it utterly incredulous once more. They couldn't shake the feeling that during the failed teleportation, they had missed something extremely important. Kage no Mi. Anyone who has witnessed Yun's power would never call it the Kage no Mi. Garp cut in coldly from the side. Not the Kage no Mi. Then what ability is it? Fengshi swiveled its eyes larger than copper bells and asked without thinking. Garp couldn't be bothered to answer such a pointless question. Kong said awkwardly, no one truly knows what his devil fruit ability is. In everyone's eyes, Yun's devil fruit power grew ever more mysterious. It could control shadows. If not the Kage no Mi, then what devil fruit could it be? But the Kage no Mi was merely a paramecia. How could it possess so many abilities? Everyone's thoughts fell into the same closed loop at that moment. And so Yun became all the more enigmatic. So you simply let those pirates leave? The words Kong wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He remained silent. He knew very well that this was not his fault. If he had not allowed those pirates to leave just now, they would now be facing the combined force of the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates. It could be said that the five elders were lucky just to see Ewan with their own eyes. Forget those pirates for now. The most urgent thing is to arrest Ewan and obtain his secret. St. Garling suddenly spoke up, cutting off the five elders' furious questioning. When that day came, no pirate could ever be a match for the celestial dragons. Kasa Ewan, we finally meet. You won't be able to run this time. Magu said coldly, his entire body emitting a piercing bone-cold. Ewan gave them a faint glance, idly dug his little finger into his ear, and said with an exasperated air, "Have you old geezers grown so deaf that your ears no longer work? You're all already surrounded by me. In such a situation, did Ewan still dare to be this arrogant?" But St. Garling and Garp, who had witnessed Ewan's power, suddenly felt a bad premonition. Moreover, he had even taken the initiative to send away Kaido, and Charlotte Lean. After all, even rocks could not single-handedly oppose the might of the world government. "I think you're courting death." Itzamaid opened its beak wide, and frenzied scarlet flames instantly turned into a sea of fire spreading toward Ewan. Flames blazed across the heavens. The terrifying temperature warped the surrounding space into illusory distortions. Ewan's gaze turned cold, and he snorted, "Who told?" As Ewan's cold shout fell swoosh, an invisible force of attraction abruptly seized Itzamaid in the sky. The flames Itzamaid spewed were all blocked by the flickering form of Shadow of Rocks before they could even reach Ewan. Itzamaid had no time to be shocked that Shadow of Rocks had swallowed his flames, because he suddenly felt an unstoppable violent force clamp around his body, like several towering peaks collapsing down upon him at once. What kind of power is this? Itzamaid's voice carried a hint of panic. Like a meteor, it slammed violently into the ground, leaving behind a giant crater. What happened? St. Mars, a powerhouse like Itzamaid, had actually been slammed down directly from the sky into the earth. What a... Itzamaid's voice rang out, shocked and furious. Even he was stunned by this unbelievable outcome. The dark fruit is Rox's ability, but Rox is dead. The sandworm roared. That suppression is definitely the dark fruit's power. I'm absolutely sure of it. He was afraid of being knocked down again. The suppression of the dark fruit. But in the next breath, he found it absurd. How could a shadow possibly have the power of the dark fruit? What's more, after a devil fruit user died, the devil fruit, the dark fruit. How did Rox's shadow absorb Rox's power? At these words, everyone froze. Devil fruits were absolutely unique. Ewan, exactly what kind of power do you hold? As long as you speak your secret, I might consider sparing you. St. Garling's expression did not change, but his tone carried a hint of negotiation. I said you still haven't figured out the situation. Trails of ethereal purple light seeped out from Ewan's body, radiating a deep and powerful meaning. Why waste so much talk on him? Seize him and take him back for research. He had lost his patience and did not want to waste any more time. The instant Magu launched his attack, the other three figures moved at the same moment. Itzamaid, Fengshi, Sandworm. Overwhelming auras soared into the sky, churning the thick clouds gathered above. Mere clones. They are not even worthy of me making a move myself. Ewan let out a soft sigh, completely unimpressed. The shadow power activated without a sound. For shadows appeared beside him in an instant and began to shift and transform. In the blink of an eye, 4 colossal shadows identical in appearance to the 5 elders took shape, standing tall beside the young man. Shadow Itzamaid, Shadow Fengshi, Shadow Sandworm, Shadow Magu. The sudden upheaval instantly plunged the atmosphere into dead silence. The 5 elders' figures stood petrified on the spot. When the 4 shadow forms appeared, the 5 elders were all stunned. What is this? He can directly imitate us. The menacing, monstrous figures froze for a moment. Jolin Shung's face fell, and he said in bewilderment, what exactly is Yoon's ability? If the Nyogawei form was perhaps created by Yoon through combat simulation, then how to explain the other 5 elders' forms now? The 5 elders appeared in less than a minute. Could Yoon create shadow forms of the same type just by looking? These shadows have a similar aura to Nyogawei. It's not that simple. Steelbone suddenly shouted. As the only one who had fought the Nyogawei form, he had a lot to say. These 4 later formed shadows. Their oppressive aura is no weaker than Nyogawei's. The Magu old man's mouth twitched, his face livid. Not only is the aura similar to Nyogawei, he even felt the same oppressive pressure as his own, further proving the power of these shadow forms. The 5 elders were stunned, but the shadows were not. Whoosh. The shadow Ijin Tianjin instantly soared into the air, flapping wings formed entirely of shadows, revealing a ferocious aura as it charged toward the original Ijin Tianjin. Shadow Fengshi and Shadow Shachong rushed out swiftly, extremely ferocious. On the other hand, the Shadow Magu, though formed in a powerful Magu form, unfortunately could not create a weapon in its hand and rushed toward the original Magu with bare fists. Mere shadows. Smash them. Ijin Tianjin spewed flames from its beak and charged out fiercely. Boom. 2 demons with identical outlines collided violently, making a loud noise. Ijin Tianjin was momentarily stunned. Is the Shadow's power that strong? The Shadow Ijin Tianjin's power was in no way inferior to the original. The next second, Ijin Tianjin directly summoned endless flames, forming a sea of fire that enveloped itself and spread outward, instantly covering the Shadow Ijin Tianjin. Even if it's our shadow form, there's no way it can have our abilities. The flames in Ijin Tianjin's beak became even more violent, as if it wanted to burn its own shadow form to ashes with terrifying flames. But the next scene completely exceeded his expectations. The flames that touched the surface of the shadow Ijin Tianjin form were visibly absorbed into its body and extinguished. The most terrifying thing. A wispy shadow suddenly burst forth radiating scorching heat. It was the shadow form's flames. An ability exactly the same as Ijin Tianjin's. At the moment the shadow flames erupted, they completely blasted away Ijin Tianjin's flames, displaying immense power. What kind of monster is this? Ijin Tianjin's cold pupils uncontrollably contracted sharply, its tone filled with shock. The same appearance could be explained. But what about the identical ability? Shadow Ijin Tianjin not only possessed all of Ijin Tianjin's abilities, but also incorporated some power from the shadow fruit and the dark fruit. Moreover, it had a portion of Haki reinforced by Ewan. So it was truly stronger than Ijin Tianjin. In its shock, Ijin Tianjin was attacked again by the shadow, completely falling into a passive state, and its astonishment caused it to panic. The battle erupted. Not only Ijin Tianjin was like this. Fengxi and Xiachong also encountered the same situation. Fengxi mastered the power to control water, but the shadow Fengxi also possessed this power. Xiachong's ability was not obvious, but it had extremely strong regenerative power. Even if its body was cut in half, it could still heal. The shadow Xiachong was the same. In comparison, Magu's battle seemed much more normal, a pure collision of strength. Surprisingly, even though the Magu old man wielded a demonic sword, he still could not gain the upper hand. The fierce battle erupted, shocking everyone. These shadows all possess true devil fruit abilities. This is absolutely impossible. One of the holy knights shouted in surprise, his face visibly showing panic. Everything happening before their eyes. It completely overturned their cognition. The impossible had happened. What is going on? Are the five elders no match for the shadows? This ability is too terrifying. The faces of the holy knights all changed. The scene before them made their hearts feel a chill. It seemed to make little difference whether the five elders arrived or not. It might even be better if they hadn't come. At least Yuan's shadows wouldn't be as terrifying as now. But now it was too late to say anything. Zhao Sheng's face darkened, his heart filled with shock and fury, unable to speak for a moment. He had placed his hopes on the five elders at full power. But now it turned out to be the same whether they came or not, which was hard to accept. Yuan, what ability do you possess? Carp shouted coldly, raising his fist, his figure suddenly charging fiercely. Explosive Conqueror's Haki formed crimson lightning around him, looking extremely fierce. However, he didn't even have the qualification to approach Yuan. Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The power of Shadow Awakening is beyond your imagination. The ability of shadows surpasses any devil fruit. Carp, you are not even worth my effort now. Boom. An even more violent aura swept over. Shadow Locks appeared like a ghost in front of Carp's path, throwing a full-powered punch. The air cracked, emitting screeching friction. Lightning formed by Conqueror's Haki flashed. Also a punch imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Lightning raged. The earth collapsed. The devastating shockwave instantly spread, turning the already ruined battlefield into even more rubble. In the end, Carp was forced back, his face dark as he cursed, "Damn it. That damned Locks is still trouble, even dead. Zhao, what should we do now?" A member of the Holy Knights whispered to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "There's no room to retreat now. Let's all attack together and find a way to defeat him. At least ensure we can leave alive." He himself was very clear in his heart. Defeating Yuan was simply unrealistic. Shadow Locks was completely equivalent to Locks at full power. There were also Shadow Nyogue, Shadow Qinglong, Shadow Mammoth, Giant Elephant surrounding Yuan. Even his own shadow. Whether they could even get close to Yuan was a problem. Zhao Sheng suddenly realized. We really are surrounded by him. So Yuan's words, "You are surrounded by me," were no joke at all. Zhao Sheng wanted to jump up and curse what kind of monster had appeared. But he still remained calm. Attack. No matter what, we must fight to the death. Zhao Sheng suddenly ordered, then charged out first. The Holy Knights followed closely. Shadow Locks' expression was unclear, but it seemed to turn its head, then suddenly pounced forward, attacking madly, as if fearless of death, not defending at all attacking punches. Damn. Zhao Sheng couldn't hold back anymore, and cursed. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This was exactly what Garam Saint was thinking at that moment. Shadow Rocks possessed a special shadow power that neutralized most attacks, and being made of shadow, he feared no wounds. Even if he was damaged or torn apart, Yin could still use his ability to repair him. This was the terrifying aspect of the Shadow Descendants. They were essentially puppets. Puppets that feared nothing and required no defense. That was why Garam Saint and the God's Knights found this foe even more unbearable than fighting the real Rocks. In a single exchange, two members of the God's Knights were caught off guard, struck down, and sent flying, losing all combat capability. And to make matters worse, the Shadow Gyuki, the Shadow Azure Dragon, and the Shadow Mammoth also joined the battlefield. Garp and Kong were struggling desperately, seeing no hope of victory whatsoever. And the most terrifying part, Yin hadn't even made a move, yet he suppressed them all completely. How could they fight this? They couldn't even get close to Yin. How could they fight? Meanwhile, on the distant sea beyond the God Valley, the pirates of the Rocks pirates couldn't help but turn back to gaze at the shockwaves of the battle in God Valley. Even from such a distance they could clearly make out the colossal monsters fighting on the island. Hiss, all 5 elders have appeared. Silver Axe couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, yet what shocked him even more were those distinctly clear shadows. Those shadows. They look exactly like the 5 elders. How did Ewan manage to create them? Stussy was full of questions. Only she knew that Ewan's blood contained no trace of demonic factors. It was even possible that Ewan was not a devil fruit user at all. But she immediately dismissed the thought herself. If Ewan still wasn't a devil fruit user, even under these circumstances, then she had to be dreaming. I must have failed to detect it properly. It might also be a peculiarity of Ewan's devil fruit ability. Fortunately, I still have one last vial of his blood. Once I return, I will definitely uncover the secret behind Ewan's strength. Stussy thought silently to herself. This ability is simply too terrifying. Given time, Ewan could single-handedly create an entire shadow army fully equipped with devil fruit abilities. Whitebeard's voice was grave, yet a trace of doubt flickered across his face. He still couldn't figure out where that tremor quake ability fluctuation on Ewan was coming from. Could it be that after awakening the shadow fruit truly possessed such overwhelming power, even able to replicate other devil fruit abilities? Never would Whitebeard have imagined that Ewan had genuinely mastered the power of the tremor fruit. Nor would he dare to think such an absurd outcome. No wonder he told us to leave. He truly believed he could settle all of them by himself. Kaido couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After leaving the battlefield, Shiki, the Golden Lion Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all returned to the main force of the Rocks Pirates. Naturally, they were heading back to Beehive Island. With Rocks dead, there were many things to divide among themselves. Yet after truly calming down, Kaido still felt as if today had all been a dream. Originally, the Rocks Pirates had gathered to launch an attack on the Celestial Dragons and the Navy, yet the battle had taken so many twists and turns and Rocks had fallen. While Ewan had suddenly become overwhelmingly powerful, even assuming an invincible stance. Kaido couldn't even process it. He only felt as if Ewan had suddenly become like this out of nowhere without the slightest mental preparation. Or rather, Ewan had shown no signs of it before. The seas are about to change completely. Shiki, the Golden Lion, couldn't help but sigh. Rule the seas. As long as Ewan existed, no one could ever achieve such a feat. What's there to worry about? Ewan already said he wouldn't interfere with the future development of our pirate crew. So everyone, good luck to yourselves. Charlotte Linlin let out a strange laugh, a gleam flickering in her eyes as her ambition gradually surfaced. Her only regret was that the Rocks Pirates hadn't lost a few more men. That way she could divide up even more of the remaining forces. Ah, Linlin, you really don't hide anything at all. Wang Ji laughed heartily, scheming inwardly, all the same. Whitebeard and Shiki, the Golden Lion, each had their own thoughts as well. With the battle at God Valley over, the world government and the Navy would certainly be severely weakened. This was their greatest opportunity to rise. Rocks was dead. Ewan wouldn't interfere. Then they truly had nothing to fear. Jai haha. How much you gain depends entirely on your own capability. Shiki, the Golden Lion, smiled, fearlessly radiating immense pride. Apart from Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the only one who acted with such audacity was Shiki, the Golden Lion himself. Because their relationship with Ewan was good. Even if something unexpected happened, perhaps they could turn to Ewan for help. There wasn't even a need for Ewan to act personally. Simply having Shadow Rock step forward would be enough to intimidate everyone. On the other side, the Roger Pirates similarly hadn't sailed far away. Instead, they kept their attention fixed on the battle in God Valley. The appearance of the 5 elders, the emergence of the Shadow 5 elders, and the eruption of battle. They witnessed it all with perfect clarity. Roger wore a solemn expression, shaking his head in disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe anyone could be this strong. Last time we crossed blows, Ewan wasn't this terrifying. I regarded him as a future rival, yet I never imagined that when we met again, I would already be no match for him. Even someone as mighty as Roger felt a crushing sense of defeat at this moment. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. If we want to accomplish our goal, Ewan will be an insurmountable mountain. With his current ability, he has already created shadows imbued with the devil fruit powers of the 5 elders along with Rox's shadow. With just that power alone, he has already surpassed us. Moreover, we still don't know what limitations this ability has, or whether the shadows he creates can exist for long. Sigh, what an enigmatic fellow. In the end, Rayleigh couldn't even continue his analysis and let out a helpless sigh. Jabba and the others felt their hearts grow heavy as well. The most terrifying thing was Ewan's own personal strength. They couldn't imagine any way to oppose Ewan at all. Roger suddenly let out a long breath, the smile gradually returning to his face. Why worry about all that? We're just here to fulfill our own dream. If the day truly comes when we have to stand against Ewan, we'll deal with it then. Ha ha ha. Everyone, we're setting sail again. For the time being, the world government won't have the leisure to bother with us. It'll be peaceful for a while. Roger suddenly burst into loud laughter. The pressure weighing on the crew members' hearts eased considerably. Sigh, I truly admire your mentality. Rayleigh rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, though a hint of a smile had already crept onto his lips. Yes, why worry about so much? Set sail. The Roger Pirates embarked once more, advancing toward their goal of becoming the Pirate King. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land Mary Geos, in the Chamber of Flowers, Upon the empty throne, a mysterious figure whose face could not be discerned had appeared at some point. A pair of eyes glowing with a red outline gazed into the distance, toward God Valley. The Void Throne. The figure wearing a crown with an indistinct face slowly stood up, emanating an immense pressure. The next moment, that figure suddenly transformed into an indescribable monster plunging into the teleportation array. Shinji Gorge. A storm of battle swept across the island. Ewan was very quiet, as if waiting for something. The power within him gathered, gradually reaching its peak. Meanwhile, those prey on the island who had not died were all teleported away through the Shadow Gate, via the shadow coordinates he had established on the shadows of Ewan, Kufu, and the others. The next instant, a terrifying aura filled with destruction suddenly descended upon Shinji Gorge. As if with a flash of light, the entire sky and earth darkened. Boom! A terrifying, oppressive aura directly spread out. The four monsters incarnated from the Wu Laoxing simultaneously froze, immense fear appearing in their eyes. Then they immediately stopped their actions and bowed respectfully towards the direction of that creature. Emu Lord. The members of the Divine Knight Order were stunned, utterly incredulous. The Master of the Void Throne had actually descended personally upon Shinji Gorge. For a moment, everyone, including Jalen Saint, bowed in respect. Gongu and Kapu were momentarily stunned, then their faces filled with disbelief. To them, this was a completely legendary existence. Now it had actually appeared. All their battles stopped, and they looked up at the descending figure. Ewan looked up slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in the depths of his eyes. Before him appeared an indescribable humanoid monster, its eyes filled with blood and emitting a red glow. His divine soul power surged forth, yet could not probe its true mystery. Truly unexpected, you actually appeared in person. But unfortunately, like them, it's just an avatar. Ewan shook his head with slight regret, not showing any surprise. It seems you know a lot. Who are you? A suppressed low voice came from the figure with blood-red pupils. The voice was full of authority, indeterminable in gender, and was no longer the voice of the true self. Ewan smiled calmly, and said nonchalantly, by your definition, I am a pirate. Your identity. The authoritative voice was full of unquestionable command, as if interrogating Ewan. Spare me that. Ewan gave a sneer. Since you have shown yourself, is it because you can't bear to see them die? Or do you want to make a move against me? The humanoid monster dozens of Zhangtal looked down and spoke with a thunderous voice. No matter who you are, you cannot change this world. Moreover, you are not that person. Even if your abilities are special, you cannot change anything. These judgmental words made Ewan frown slightly, as if displeased. But in his heart, he was savoring the meaning of Emu's words. Change the world. Ewan originally did not have this thought, but now he did. As for being that person, Qiao Yi. Ewan sneered. I am not interested in becoming Qiao Yi. I don't know if I can change the world, but what if I can kill you? A powerful aura suddenly burst into the sky. It made the already extremely oppressive atmosphere suddenly become violent, and Shinji Gorge trembled uncontrollably. You are strong, but you cannot overthrow our rule. The giant monster's voice grew more indifferent. You are the person with the greatest threat besides Qiao Yi. It's best to just erase you. The cold tone was as if stating something very ordinary. Ewan's appearance had already posed a threat. But in Emu's eyes, he could never overthrow their rule. In other words, only Qiao Yi's ability could save this world. But Ewan had indeed become an uncontrollable factor, and Emu would personally eliminate him. All of you withdraw. This was the command given by the indescribable humanoid monster to the Divine Knight Order. Yes. Jalen Saint was shocked in his heart, but reacted very quickly, immediately leading the members of the Divine Knight Order along with Gongu Kapu and the others to quickly leave. No one should know too much about Emu. The ruler of the world should be as mysterious as a legend. Ewan's feet stepped into the air, gradually floating up until he was level with the giant monster. Shadow power surrounded him, slowly spreading out. He paid no attention to the fleeing Divine Knight Order. Your ability does make me a little curious. Ewan said calmly, his hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The dark purple luster on his body grew denser, filled with an inviolable nobility. It is indeed the power of the shadow fruit. To develop it to such an unbelievable extent, you do have some skill. Emu's avatar let out a light exclamation with a hint of surprise in her tone. She could sense the fluctuation of Ewan's essential power. It was indeed the shadow fruit. And the other powers beyond it, which were not inferior to the shadow fruit, might be changes brought about by the fruit's awakening. Even as the ruler, Emu was not fully knowledgeable about all devil fruit powers, especially the nobility and overbearingness that surpassed all things, which surprised her even more. She even suspected it was the appearance of a second Qiao Yi, but it was not the Nika ability. That was the strangest part. Actually, if I strike you down here, you won't die? How about your true body come and fight me? Ewan smiled lightly as he invited his gaze cold. How dare you? You think you're worthy of seeing the Lord's true body? Upon hearing this, the Wu Laoxing suddenly roared at Ewan. Ewan slightly lowered his eyes and said coldly, I can't be bothered with you ants, and you're still barking here. Scram. Conqueror's Haki Divine Might. Crushing. Almost solidified, the Conqueror's Haki Divine Might fell like a divine thunderbolt from the sky. The monsters transformed from the Wu Laoxing were stunned with immense fear and terror in their eyes. Such a dense and terrifying Conqueror's Haki. They had only seen it on the person opposite Yuan. The next moment, the Wu Laoxing didn't even make a sound before they were crushed and shattered. The four figures dissipated instantly. After all, they were just avatars. Holy Land, Mali Qiaoya. The standing figures of the Wu Laoxing suddenly woke up, as if from a shock, fully back to their senses. Ka Sa Yuan's power. Why does it feel like the Lord's? Ma Zi Saint murmured absently. Don't speak nonsense. Bai Te Saint's face darkened, and he shouted, no one in this world can oppose the Lord. Exactly. What about Xiao Yi Bo Yi? He's still dead. Wuqiu Li Saint said solemnly. Ma Zi Saint immediately said, I have never doubted the Lord's power, but that someone could alarm Lord Yimu. It's been centuries. Luo Kasi is already dead, and Ka Sa Yuan cannot possibly survive either. Only Luo Jie, Baihu Zi, and Jin Shi Zi, those pirates remain. They can't stir up much trouble. Nasi Shoulang Saint said slowly. They had already assumed Yuan was dead. After all, it was Yimu who personally struck. Who could survive Yimu's hands? The world would not produce a second Xiao Yi Bo Yi. Even if one appeared, so what? They would only die once more. The five elders simultaneously glanced toward the direction of Shinji Gorge, as if pondering how to handle the aftermath of the incident. Mobilize the troops. Immediately head to Shinji Gorge and prepare to erase all traces. Pit Saint contemplated briefly and then decisively ordered. Also leave a garrison force. No one must ever know what happened in Shinji Gorge today. Najura Saint said grimly, those surviving pirates had better be smart. If anyone dares to spread what happened in Shinji Gorge, they must be eliminated no matter who they are. They are not fools. It's just a pity we couldn't kill all the pirates. Wokali Saint said regretfully. What exactly is the nature of Yuan's ability? Why can he create shadow forms of our abilities? Matzi Saint frowned, extremely puzzled. Even now he couldn't understand how their abilities could be grasped by Yuan in just one encounter. Moreover, those shadows were also in an awakened state. That is truly terrifying. It is indeed strange, but once the master returns there will surely be an answer. Najura Saint naturally showed a respectful posture when mentioning him. On the other side, Basulamyoda, Xiong Ni, and Yawankafu arrived at an island after escaping. Suddenly their shadows expanded. Then countless figures abruptly appeared on the empty land. All of them were the people from Shinji Gorge who had been designated as prey by the celestial dragons. However, the survivors at this moment had successfully escaped. Everyone. What is this? Xiong was utterly shocked. The people he had desperately saved were not even 1% of those before him. Who was helping them? Jean and I looked at the shadows gradually shrinking on the ground, lost in thought. Yawankafu quickly reacted and immediately began directing the survivors to run deeper into the island to hide. If they were discovered by the Navy, they would still face death. So the top priority was to survive. The next steps would be decided after observing the Navy's movements. Xiong still stared blankly at the survivors who had barely escaped, involuntarily recalling the figure who had given him the devil fruit. He murmured, could it be him? Xiong stopped daydreaming. Let's go check the island's interior quickly. Jean and I called out. Oh, I'm coming. Xiong snapped back to reality and ran over. Saving these people. Ewan had merely done it casually on a whim. Shinji Gorge. It had transformed from a celestial dragon hunting ground into a legendary battlefield. Most of the celestial dragons who participated in the hunt were killed or wounded, with only a few rescued later by the Navy, plus a few members of the Holy Knights. The Navy's losses were also extremely heavy. But regardless of what had happened before, there were now only two figures on the battlefield. Figures capable of destroying the world. Such dense haki, Im's avatar seemed to praise. The Conqueror's haki that Ewan had erupted surprised even her. The next moment, an indescribable humanoid monster suddenly erupted with a dazzling, intense Conqueror's haki, thunder roaring and stirring the thick clouds in the sky. Her Conqueror's haki was released without restraint, spreading almost to the entire island. Ewan's eyes grew increasingly brilliant, a dense dark purple seeming to flicker over his body with each breath. Countless shadows spread, eventually forming a colossal, towering phantom figure around Ewan. The phantom figure was entirely composed of powerful shadows, even taking on Ewan's likeness. Crackle. Purple light burst forth. The phantom figure was completely bathed in purple light, suddenly seeming to solidify, unleashing boundless, terrifying power. Shadow Emperor form. Ewan now transformed into a true emperor, commanding the might of shadows, overwhelmingly invincible. Conqueror's haki divine might also swept out without restraint. Two unprecedentedly powerful Conqueror's haki forces rampaged completely through Shinji Gorge. Collision. They had no intention of colliding. They simply wanted to destroy everything with Conqueror's haki. Even crazier than a collision. Rumble. In an instant, shattering thunder tore everything apart. The entire island was covered in thunder, flashing, with terrifying lightning stirring the sky's lightning, as if the sky and sea were connected by electric bolts. The island was completely invisible. The island trembled. Earthquake-like destruction descended, the island's edges began to shatter, and the center also started to collapse. The surrounding sea boiled violently, turbulent and chaotic. The immense force created towering waves dozens of meters high that roared continuously. It was like the end of the world. The Holy Knights along with Gangu Kapu and others who had not yet escaped the island were all dumbfounded, immense terror rising from the depths of their hearts. This terrifying power was enough to destroy everything. How can he be this strong? Jalen Saint's heart kept chilling, almost unable to believe what he saw. Ewan was strong enough to rival him. This was simply preposterous. But the fact was right before his eyes. Neither of these two chaotic Conqueror's Haki forces was something he could withstand. Boom. A sudden collapse appeared before them. Large amounts of seawater surged up. The only good news was that there were no ability users among them. Kapu rolled up his sleeves and fiercely grabbed a fallen giant tree branch, roaring, "Hold on tight." Jalen St. Gangu and others all rushed to grab the wood, and they all applied Armament Haki to wrap around it to prevent it from being snapped by the impact. The next moment, everyone was swept into the sea along with the giant log. The roaring waves swallowed their figures. Not long after they were swept into the waves, the majestic peak collapsed and countless boulders sank into the sea. What is that? Conqueror's Haki collision. How could it be so terrifying? The remnants of the Rock's pirates slowly sailed away on several pirate ships. Yet they were still affected by the storm sweeping behind them, the huge ships rocking violently with the waves as if they could sink at any moment. However, the people on board were all captivated by the sight of Shinji Gorge. The shocked exclamation just now came from Wang Ji. This? Whitebeard was stunned, his hand gripping the Murakamajiri, tightening suddenly, his heart filled with terror. Just how powerful must the Conqueror's Haki be to cause such a change? Golden Lion, Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte, Lean, and others were all stunned. The violent storm impact, even from such a distance, made it hard for them to keep their eyes open, showing how intense the collision on the island must have been. Looking out, no figures could be seen. Only endless lightning flashes. They watched with their own eyes as the four standing peaks collapsed simultaneously. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, his heart shaken beyond measure. Destruction. This was true destruction. He had no desire to get closer at all, only wanting to quickly flee this place of trouble. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also instinctively wanted to flee. Only now did they realize how correct Ewan's decision to let them leave had been. Who is Ewan fighting? Kaido shielded his eyes with his hand, his back soaked with cold sweat. Shinji Gorge. At the center of the thunderstorm, two figures capable of destroying the world suddenly collided. World Sovereign. Shadow Emperor. Clash. Around you, in a vast phantom-like form of dim purple took shape, its stature comparable to Imu's indescribable humanoid monster, radiating dark purple light throughout. The Shadow Five Elders, Shadow Rock, Shadow Azure Dragon, and others all surged into the shadows around you in an instant. Suddenly, like an avatar detached from the body, the shadow grew ever more solid. Two auras of annihilation raged, and two vast majestic figures, as if not of the mortal world, collided violently. Their momentum tore apart, lightning surged, and countless strange phenomena erupted in an instant. A collision of pure absolute power, more intense than any battle. Yet there was no one to witness this fight. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and their men quickly faded into the distance amid the storm. Saint Garling Garp and the others were carried off by the raging waters. In the end, you are no different from everyone else, an ant beneath this world. Imu's avatar coldly snarled, yet astonishment stirred within. Ewan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Ant. Seems you've been looking down from your high throne for too long. I'll first cut down your avatar, then go to Mary Geos to cut down your true body. Ewan hovered within the shadow, his ethereal body wreathed in Haki, attacking madly. Humph. Imu snorted, coldly speaking in a lofty manner, whether I die or not has nothing to do with your fate. You devil fruit users are intolerable to this world. You will all die. His bizarre fist slammed against the shadow, dim purple light flickered, seeming to devour his fist, weakening even the power of Haki by more than half. But even this one strike cost Ewan several hundred shadows. This showed the terror of Imu's power. Even the combined force of the shadow fruit and the dark fruit could not completely nullify it. The next moment, Ewan seized the initiative. Terrifying divine might coiled around his entire shadow fist as he blasted out a strike as fierce as crashing thunder. The monstrous form of Imu's avatar was slammed hard into the ground, causing God Valley to tremble even more violently. The boulders that came tumbling down were pulverized into dust by the emanating Conqueror's Haki before they could even get close. Imu's avatar fell, but quickly rose to strike back, the crimson outlined glow in its eyes growing even more intense. Two figures clashed madly. The cataclysmic battle lasted half a day. The entire island was reduced to ruins, gradually eroding into the sea. Before long, God Valley would be completely swallowed by the abyssal ocean. The island was utterly devoid of life. The towering figure of Imu's avatar tore apart the veiled light curtain shadows before it with both hands, yet its momentum weakened by another large margin. Another shadow punch hammered it down, sending it crashing to the ground. The howling shadows around him gradually became too much to handle. At this moment, Imu was both furious and shocked. Imu could not believe that someone could attain strength equal to his own. Perhaps because this was only an avatar, he believed his true body could definitely defeat Ewan. But now Emu was at a clear disadvantage. After a full half-day of frenzied combat, the crimson outlined light in its eyes had dimmed considerably. Its momentum had weakened, even more eroded invisibly by the shadows. This was after all the domain of the Shadow Emperor. If Emu's true body had been here, it might really have been slain by Ewan. But the greatest pity was that it was only an avatar. Amid the storm, Emu's monstrous figure knelt on one knee, raised its head in fury, and snarled, "How can you possess such power? This world does not permit it." Ewan had been in the shadows from the very beginning, directing the shadow avatar-like existence in battle. Hearing this, he sneered, "What? Can't beat me, so you kneel and beg for mercy." But this isn't even the attitude of someone begging. Emu's avatar slowly rose to its feet, its voice once again indifferent, still maintaining that air of judgment. "It seems you truly do not understand. This power of yours is absolutely not permitted by the world. You will be erased by the world." Ewan felt that her words carried a hidden meaning, and immediately sneered back, "If I'm not allowed, are you allowed?" However, the answer that followed made Ewan pause. "Of course, the power we possess is the power acknowledged by the world. But the power you possess is that of the demons dwelling within you. You are all demon incarnations. The world will never tolerate your existence." Emu's avatar said coldly, as if trying to shake Ewan's resolve to its very core. Ewan's brows knitted slightly, his expression turning grave. "You mean, the world has a will of its own?" He seemed to understand Emu's meaning. The power she spoke of probably referred to devil fruit abilities. That every devil fruit user is a being possessed by a demon has long been a tale circulating across the seas. Yet people still defy this and consume devil fruits, gaining even greater power instead, which is why devil fruits are regarded as both a boon and a curse. The weakness is seawater. But no one ever considered the reason behind this weakness. Is it that they are rejected by the sea, or that their existence is not permitted by the world? What made Ewan realize even more was that the mythical Zoan types controlled by the world government could awaken. Aside from Emu, none of the other celestial dragons were known to have eaten devil fruits. They generally regarded devil fruits with great contempt, using them merely as tools for amusing themselves with slaves. This was one reason. And among the Zoan types that spread across the seas, whether mythical Zoan or ordinary, no one had ever awakened. The reason Rob Lucci awakened in a later era was because he was a man of the world government. Moreover, by that time Joy Boy had appeared. Of course a will exists. We simply follow the world's will and eradicate all demons whose existence is not permitted. And when your existence reaches a certain level, the world's will actively erase everything and return all to zero. Emu's avatar said coldly, seemingly indifferent to revealing such an enormous secret. So this was the origin of the world-destroying calamity. Ewan raised an eyebrow. The world's will. This is getting more and more interesting. Since both are devil fruits, why are you allowed to exist? Emu's avatar said coldly, because you are the ones who stole and ate. You are sinners. Her hoarse, desperate roar grew even more ear-splitting amid the storm. Ewan fell silent. Stolen and eaten. The story didn't seem quite right. The legendary Adam and Eve. Eve, lured by the serpent, ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then let Adam eat it too. In the end, Adam and Eve were cast out and became the ancestors of humanity. Eating the forbidden fruit was humanity's original sin, the beginning of all evil. Yet this was precisely the existence of human free will. Of course, this was merely an ethereal legend. Ewan did not believe that Adam and Eve had created mankind. But by combining this legend with what Emu had expressed, he seemed to grasp the truth behind it. So the world wanted to destroy devil fruit users because it regarded them as sin. But the devil fruit powers that Emu and her kind possessed were existences acknowledged by the world. Their devil fruit powers could be awakened even if they were Zoan types. But devil fruits that had drifted across the seas each possessed their own will. Especially the Zoan types. Paramecia and Logia were not so special by comparison. Therefore, what sun god Nika possesses is the free will that represents humanity. Ewan suddenly seemed to grasp the purpose the Nika fruit had carried all along. The drum of liberation. What it liberates is humanity. Nika is the embodiment of humanity's will in existence that stands against the will of the world. Joy Boy, huh? Some bear the will of the world. Others bear the will of humanity. They are natural enemies. But Ewan did not believe that the celestial dragons had carried the world's will from the very beginning. The celestial dragons were also a ruling entity born from the 20 kingdoms that united 800 years ago. Therefore, perhaps humanity's will had not been distinct before, or was simply too insignificant. Only after it grew and strengthened did it draw the attention of the world's will, which granted a select few the authority to think themselves gods. Like zealots, they rooted out those who carried free will. Joy Boy. No wonder the world government sets such store by him, and everyone yearns for that fellow. There must indeed be a connection. Ewan sorted through all the threads in his mind, and gradually came to understand. It was as if he had suddenly perceived the very essence of this world. Then what about rocks? He wanted to become the king of the world. Did he know the secret of this world? Or was his mad act committed under the influence of the dark fruit's will? The dark fruit is a Logia. So what does that make it? Ewan could not yet sort out the relationships among these things. But he clearly realized that even killing Emu would not let him contend against the will of the world. At least for now, he could not fight it. He might even provoke the world's will and unleash the world's reset ahead of schedule. A calamity that destroys the world. Ewan suddenly shook his head and sighed. But the next instant he jerked his head up, his eyes flowing with a brilliance like the bright moon and stars. His aura abruptly turned profound, and purple light exploded from his entire body. So what if it's the will of the world? The young man suddenly laughed softly, revealing a dominating arrogance. If it has the ability, let it come and kill me. The red glint in Emu's avatar froze. Its voice was full of disbelief, yet laced with a trace of mockery. You want to be a savior? Beyond foolish. Can mortal power oppose the world? When the will of the world descends, the entire world will be destroyed with it. All humans along with demons will sink into the sea. Only celestial dragons will survive. Ewan shook his head and smiled grimly. I have no interest in being a savior. I just think cutting you down would be too boring. I will cut down the will of the world. Cut down the will of the world. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The Shadow Emperor descended upon the world. The will of the world. Where the Emperor passes, all is the Shadow Emperor's domain. To hell with your blasted will of the world. Come die for me. The deep dark shadows erupted once more, as if resisting heaven and earth. Emu's avatar actually trembled slightly beneath this oppressive aura. Why, you're looking for death? It shrieked with incomparable ferocity. As if unable to believe that someone could burst forth with such might or truly be unafraid of the existence of this very world. This was simply courting death. The next second, Emu's avatar erupted with all its power and charged at Ewan, determined to slaughter this vicious criminal right there. There was no time yet for Emu to lead the celestial dragons to welcome the world's reset. So Ewan must die? He had to be killed. The Shadow Emperor shimmered with a divine dark golden gleam. As if lowering his gaze to look down upon Emu's avatar, he abruptly blasted out with both fists. Crack! A crisp sound like the heavens and earth snapping apart. Two frenzied figures collided in their final clash. Within the encroaching shadow, Ewan yanked out twin blades with both hands. The shadow avatar around him remained unchanged. Yet he broke away from it holding a blade in each hand, and a blade light that pierced through heaven and earth truly erupted. I've gotten the information I wanted. You're useless now. Did you really think that just because I didn't kill you, you could contend with me? Samsara. Annihilation. Even if this were your true body, I'd send you to hell. Nothing remained between heaven and earth except an unmatched blade light. Boom. A fierce blade edge swept past. The indescribable monster of Emu's avatar dissolved in an instant. Ewan struck. One blow, one kill. The only pity was that this was not the true body. But it was still good news. After all, if Emu truly died, it was impossible to say whether the world's reset would come early. If it reset ahead of time, Ewan had made no preparations at all. Holy land, Mary Geos. The figure upon the empty throne suddenly leaned back, chest heaving violently. Whether from fury or something else, it was hard to tell. A red silhouette glimmered with icy killing intent. The five elders sensed the cold emotions radiating from that figure, and even inside Pangaea Castle's palace, they immediately knelt toward the throne. The next second, the figure on the empty throne vanished. Immediately afterward, an indescribably dreadful fluctuation enshrouded the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The three ancient weapons, Uranus, Poseidon, Pluton. Uranus was said to be at Mary Geos. Not merely said, it truly existed there. God Valley. Standing amid the ruins, Ewan fell silent, a contemplative look on his face. What should I do next? Even if I charged into Mary Geos and killed Emu, it would be useless. This is no longer a matter of killing people. Only by cutting down the will of the world will it be settled. Though I don't know whether someone like me will be judged as a demonic existence, only cutting down the will of the world is interesting enough. The five elders. Emu. They posed no challenge whatsoever to Ewan. Yet the will of the world succeeded in stirring his interest. To cut down the will of the world with a blade. Ewan was not just talking. He truly intended to do it. The only question was, what was the will of the world? Even Ewan, whose comprehension defied heaven, felt somewhat lost at this moment. If so, if I could comprehend the power of all devil fruits, could I comprehend the power embodied by the will? Ewan murmured in a low voice. It seemed he had formed a plan. Treading the ruins, his clothes stirred by the slowly dispersing sea breeze, the waves rolled around him. He was like a solitary emperor gazing at his sovereign territory. Lonely, powerful, and like a seed capable of changing the world, awakening at this moment upon the ruins of a desolate sea. The next instant, the dark clouds that had been dispersing suddenly condensed in frenzy. The gale howled desperately. Lightning illuminated the world. Thunder gathered madly. Ewan's pupils contracted, and he slowly raised his head. Ancient weapon. It's Uranus. In a blink, the dark clouds turned entirely into thunderclouds. The clouds were shaped entirely from condensed thunder. Thunder. Gather. A 10,000 jong thunderbolt gathered. Endless storms poured in. The might of heaven. A 10,000 jong thunderbolt like a beam of light blanketed the sea for 100 meters around, leaving not a single blind spot. It cascaded down in an instant. Boom. Thunderous light surged out and drowned everything. The ruined God Valley. The endlessly churning waves. Ewan standing tall. Everything vanished in that single strike. Thunder. Storm. Destruction. It lasted for a full several minutes. After the thunderstorm in the sky faded away, in the sea a pitch-black abyss was left behind, one that even the seawater could not immediately fill, devoid of all life. As for Ewan, of course, he would not be erased so easily. In that instant the Shadow Gate's teleportation activated. He vanished from the spot in an instant. Uranus's attack had struck nothing but emptiness. God Valley vanished. The battle between the Rocks Pirates and the Celestial Dragons had already reduced the valley to ruin. The clash between Ewan and Im had transformed God Valley into a wreckage swallowed by the surging sea. At last the assault of Uranus descended. The entire God Valley disappeared without a trace, leaving only an abyssal trench in the ocean slowly being filled by the encroaching waves. Ewan was nowhere to be seen. Mary Geos. Im sat upon the empty throne, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. At tremendous cost I unleashed Uranus, enough to slay that man. 3 ancient weapons. Now that Uranus rests in the hands of the Celestial Dragons, the sinners have no hope of overturning their final fate. The icy voice was brimming with confidence. After half a day of continuous battle, Ewan must have expended tremendous energy. Im refused to believe that such a sudden strike could fail to kill him. Little did he know, Ewan had no need to resist at all. Moreover, even Uranus might not be able to kill him. At that very moment, Ewan appeared on an ordinary island 1,000 miles away through the shadow he had marked. This was a contingency he had prepared earlier, originally meant for another purpose. But after awakening his Shadow Emperor form, he directly used the shadow he had left behind as a beacon to appear there. Standing on a rock by the shore, Ewan gazed at the churning sea, a trace of a smile flickering in his eyes. So I'm to make the world my enemy. That only makes it more interesting. World will. When I find you, I'll cut you down with a single slash. His murmured words scattered in the sea breeze, yet they were filled with unwavering conviction. Ewan did not return to Hakanosu. Instead, he chose to walk alone. What he had to do only he could accomplish, the others simply lacked the power. Nor did Ewan wish to build a faction to fight the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Childish games held no meaning. If he wanted, he could storm Mary Geos this very moment. But again, it would be meaningless. Ewan's ultimate goal was the world itself. This unconquerable sea, Lord of heaven and earth, king of the world. And with that, Ewan vanished. Damn it, God Valley is gone. Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte, Linlin, and the others who had struggled back through wind and waves stared blankly at the gradually calming abyss, their faces frozen in shock. Where's Ewan? Charlotte Linlin muttered in a daze. That attack just now. He may be in grave danger. Golden Lion Shiki furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. They had never imagined that Ewan, whose power could utterly crush rocks, would still be unable to withstand the world government. What kind of terrifying force lurked among the Celestial Dragons? At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki was filled with dread toward the Celestial Dragons. Impossible. Ewan, get out here. I don't believe you died just like that. Kaido's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared at the sea, venting the grief in his heart. This outcome was unacceptable to him. Damn it. If I had stayed behind, maybe I could have taken Ewan away. Kaido pounded his head in frustration. Forget it. In that situation, you would have died long ago in their battle. Golden Lion Shiki consoled him with blunt honesty. Let's split up and search the nearby seas. Maybe we'll find some trace of Ewan. That bastard isn't the type to die so easily. Huh. Search separately. Charlotte Linlin let out a long breath, stepped onto a fiery cloud, and shot into the distance. Kaido transformed into his Azure Dragon form, unleashed his Observation Haki, and plunged into the sea. Golden Lion Shiki likewise headed off in another direction. The main force of the Rocks Pirates' remnants had already returned to Hakanosu. These 3 had stayed behind out of worry, yet the storm of battle made even approaching extremely difficult, and joining the fight would have been meaningless. But just as the storm subsided, and they thought the battle was over, a world-destroying divine might swept down with thunder and tempest, erasing everything in the area. Now in the hearts of the 3 there remained only a faint sliver of hope, praying that Ewan was not dead. Yet after searching for half a day, they found not a single trace. Ewan is dead. It seemed to have become fact. The 3 returned to Hakanosu, where everyone learned the news, stricken with shock. So Ewan just vanished like that? What kind of power do the Celestial Dragons truly wield? Whitebeard muttered in shock, still seemingly unable to believe Ewan had fallen in battle. Ewan's terror had surpassed all understanding. Even rocks had been his defeated opponent. And yet he died just like that. Truly an unexpected outcome. Silver Axe could not help but sigh. A series of events had happened far too suddenly. Rocks died. Ewan rose, then vanished. God Valley was completely gone. It was as if everything had returned to the starting point. In that case, shouldn't we go our separate ways? Shikaku inhaled from her cigarette and spoke abruptly. Rox's death and Ewan's disappearance also made most people breathe a sigh of relief. I also think there's no point in us sticking together anymore. Wang Ji chuckled softly, his ambition showing. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shiki. They were the 2 strongest among them. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd. I won't stay here. Do whatever you want. I won't meddle in your affairs. He had always wanted to build a great family, and this was the perfect opportunity. Jah. Then next time we meet, let's see who comes out on top. Golden Lion Shiki laughed with wild arrogance. Yun's disappearance weighed on his mood, but it would not affect his ambition. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin exchanged a glance, neither willing to remain there any longer. Flameflower returned directly to Amazon Lily on the way back. Stussy's eyes flickered. After everyone left, she headed straight to the laboratory. There she still had a vial of Yun's blood. If I can obtain Yun's secret from this, then none of them will be a match for me, Stussy thought with rising excitement. But when she reached the laboratory, she found that the vial of blood she had left behind was gone. Damn it, where's my blood factor? Who stole my stuff? A furious crazed shriek rang out in the laboratory. Stussy's scheme had completely fallen apart. Not long after the Rocks Pirates were officially disbanded, Wang Ji continued to occupy Hakanosu and develop his power there while the other officers all chose to carve out their own territories. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Golden Lion Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates. One after another they appeared. Those who had once appeared did not alter the trajectory of the future. Meanwhile, the world government dispatched forces to scour the seas around God Valley, yet they also found no trace of that figure. This further solidified the fact of Yun's death, especially after a long time had passed. Still, there was no news of Yun, as if he had never existed at all, completely vanished into the river of history. Erasing Yun's traces was even easier than erasing rocks. After all, from his emergence to his final battle, Yun's entire presence spanned less than 2 months. It almost made people feel he was a fabricated character. God Valley disappeared. Rox's existence was erased. Yun had vanished without a trace. Yet in the eyes of him and the 5 elders, he was most likely dead. 6 months later. We haven't found any news of Kase Yun after all this time, and the Rocks Pirates remnants have also gone their separate ways. Still, no one among them has shown any sign of Kase Yun appearing beside them. Nustero held his cursed blade and said coldly, Saturn's injuries had largely healed, all thanks to the recovery power and formidable vitality of his mythical Zoan form, which had allowed him to cling to life. He set down the intelligence report in his hand and said indifferently, even those 2 Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have shown no unusual reaction. They haven't found any trace of Kase Yun either. If he weren't dead, he couldn't have stayed silent for this long. With his strength, he would absolutely have come for revenge. But up until now, the world government and the Marines have received not a single word about him. It seems Kase Yun really is dead. Peter secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this outcome put his mind at ease. Even if there had been speculation before now, it could basically be confirmed. I think we were overthinking it. Sama personally acted and even unleashed the terrifying power of an ancient weapon. The entire God Valley was flattened. Even if Yun was alive at that moment, could he still survive after falling into the sea? Warcury said with great confidence. He had believed from the very beginning that Yun was dead. No one could survive a joint assault by him and an ancient weapon. Besides, Yun was a devil fruit user. At that time, he was surrounded by seawater on all sides. Even if he could briefly stay airborne the moment he touched the sea, he would surely die. Since the 5 elders had been instantly killed by Yun's Conqueror's Haki, divine might, they naturally knew nothing of his other abilities. Even him had failed to notice that Yun possessed the Tremor fruit, the Float fruit, and other powers, and simply assumed those phantom beasts were shadows created by his Shadow fruit. No one even knew that Yun was not afraid of the sea. But in the end, these guesses of the 5 elders were utterly childish. Because Yun had simply left. Punching cotton. Sorry, there wasn't even cotton, Mars said in a low voice. Even if Yun cannot possibly be alive, this was a task entrusted by Sama. At the time, Uranus's attack met no resistance, and Sama has some concerns about that. Perhaps because of activating Uranus, or perhaps for other reasons, Im had fallen into slumber. The 5 elders sat at the seat of power, controlling the world, directing the Marines, eradicating pirates. Rest assured, every fact indicates that bastard is dead. Warcury nodded. The other 4 also nodded. They too refused to believe Yun could have survived such a situation. Gradually, it seemed everyone had forgotten the existence of that monstrous young man. The wheels of time rolled ever onward. Everything was developing in the direction destiny had set. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Rocks Pirates were disbanded. All traces of the God Valley incident were erased, and the survivors never spoke of it again. Kase Yun vanished without a trace. A monstrous youth who bloomed like a fleeting flower, seemingly buried beneath the might of the ancient weapon. In the year 1487 of the Sea Circle calendar, Kaido and Big Mom, who had each formed their own pirate crews, suddenly met on a desolate island, drinking joyously with a mysterious figure. All their subordinates could only guard the coastline, unable to approach the island's center. None of them knew who was conversing so merrily with their captains. In the year 1489 of the Sea Circle calendar, a 12-year-old boy of the Lunarian bloodline was accidentally discovered by a young man and thrown into Kaido's hands. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, 10-year-old Dracul Mihawk studied swordsmanship under a mysterious master. A year later, he was cast out for lacking talent. In the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, GOLD, Roger conquered the Grand Line and became the king of the pirates. The following year, Roger turned himself in and was executed in Lobetown. Shiki the Golden Lion launched a massive assault on Marine headquarters only to be subdued by Sengoku and Garp working together. During his escort to prison, every Marine accompanying him was wiped out and Shiki escaped. The incident caused an immense uproar. Even with the full might of the world government and the Marines searching, no trace of him was ever found. That same year, someone took the Pluton blueprints from Tom. At an unknown altitude, 10,000 meters above the sea, a colossal floating island appeared. Completely isolated from the world, its inhabitants began constructing a steel behemoth under the command of the island master. The figure of Shiki the Golden Lion frequently appeared upon the island. Beneath every trace of events, an inexplicable shadow gradually crept over the world. In the year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar, Gecko Moria, wielder of the Shadow fruit, appeared. The celestial dragons and the world government were completely relieved. The 5 elders cast aside all their suspicions. Im had personally declared that Ewan was the previous Shadow fruit user. And now a new user had emerged. It was proof enough that Ewan was dead. Unaware of the truth, Kaido flew into a rage, believing Moria had killed Ewan. He led his forces to crush the Gecko pirates. Suffering calamity without cause, Moria's crew was almost entirely annihilated. He fled from the New World to the Grand Line, utterly broken in spirit. From beginning to end, the young man behind the scenes never revealed himself. Instead, he roamed the world searching for what he desired, peering into the deepest secrets of this world's nature. In the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, Princess Shirahoshi was born. No one noticed the young man's figure that appeared in the Ryugu Palace. On that very day, the Noah Ark vanished. In the unknown depths of the sea, an unprecedented gathering of Sea Kings occurred, all submitting to a figure wreathed in violet light. The power of the Sea Kings manifested. In the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, a monstrous 6-year-old boy arrived at the Big Mom Pirates calling himself Casa Charlotte and became Charlotte Lean's adopted son. This news was known only to the core children of the Big Mom Pirates. Soon after, Big Mom and Kaido suddenly met and held a banquet. Admiral Akainu, who had been monitoring them, was defeated by the delighted Kaido and Big Mom working together and fled gravely wounded. The news that the 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom had joined forces sent shockwaves across the world. A year later, Casa Charlotte left the Big Mom Pirates and was brought by Shiki to the floating island. This floating island now had a name, Myriad Phenomena. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, Enel, who had just conquered Skypiea, was beaten up by a mysterious man and taken away as his underling. In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, Luffy set sail on his adventure. 2 years later, after countless adventures, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Onigashima, joining forces with the Heart Pirates and the Kid Pirates to challenge Emperors Kaido and Big Mom. The Onigashima War erupted. Floating island, Myriad Phenomena. Those 2, Kaido and Lean, have been taken down by the new generation of pirates. Are you truly planning to stand by and watch? A towering figure with a golden mane strode forward, laughing. Shiki the Golden Lion. Elderly edition. A figure pushed open the door and walked out, shaking his head helplessly. Oh, I lost track of time while in seclusion. Kaido and Lin. It's been a while. Didn't expect they'd one day be pushed around. They're some of the few friends I have. Shiki, it's time to raise some hell. Shiki the Golden Lion froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. I've been waiting these decades to hear those words from you. Before Golden Lion Shiki stood a face that was still strikingly young. If anyone present had been at God Valley back, then they would surely have recognized him. Kasa Ewan. What was truly astonishing was that 40 years had passed. Ewan showed not the slightest sign of aging. It was still the same face from back, then only his bearing had matured, now steeped in an imperious, overbearing majesty. It was as if he had achieved immortality. Golden Lion Shiki had long since stopped being surprised by it. In all these years, he had never once seen any change in Ewan. But how shall we stir up a storm? Do we pay a visit to Lin and Kaido, or storm straight into Mary Geos? Golden Lion Shiki suddenly asked. He had been rescued by Ewan back then, and had remained at Wanxiang ever since, helping Ewan manage his affairs. He rarely showed himself on the seas, so naturally both of his legs were still perfectly intact. Moreover, under Ewan's guidance, though he was already showing signs of age, his strength had climbed a step above his prime. Shiki had truly come to understand how terrifying Ewan was. The only thing he could not understand was why Ewan had been wandering the world all these years, collecting all kinds of devil fruits, and frequently going into seclusion, as if he were preparing for something. So Shiki had long awaited the day when Ewan would once again appear before the world. First, let's resolve the crisis facing Lin and Kaido. Ewan straightened his clothes and said calmly. His aura was completely withdrawn, making him seem as ordinary as any common man. But Shiki knew that this was the ultimate return to simplicity, the very pinnacle of hiding one's power. He did not doubt for a single moment that Ewan could kill him with one punch. Samsara, go and summon Charlotte. Ewan called out to the blade lying in the shade beneath the tree, enjoying the cool. Got it. The blade actually began to speak, then shot away with a whoosh. That bastard Samsara has even learned to enjoy the shade. Golden Lion Shiki's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he grumbled. By now he already knew that Ewan wielded multiple devil fruit abilities. Shocked. Of course he was shocked. But on this matter Shiki wisely did not pry into the details. Both Samsara and Blue Flame had been given souls by Ewan, becoming virtually true living beings. We want it too. We want it too. Odo and Kagurashi, the swords hanging at Golden Lion Shiki's waist, immediately started clamoring, seeming deeply envious of Samsara. Shiki had found the idea of giving weapon souls amusing, so he had also asked Ewan to reforge Odo and Kagurashi. You two shut the hell up. Golden Lion Shiki's mouth twitched as he slapped them hard twice, instantly silencing Odo and Kagurashi. A moment later, whoosh. A fierce gale howled. A young man with a bare chest and baggy black shorts suddenly appeared before them. His muscular frame was slick with sweat, as if he had just been training. His blood and chi surged violently, making him more ferocious than a true beast. Behind him 2 swords were brawling, sending out crackling sparks, and even fluctuations of haki. One was naturally Samsara, the blade that had just been sent to summon someone. The other was Blue Flame, the first blade Ewan had possessed back in the day. Blue Flame had already been given by Ewan to the young man before them. Behind the 2 swords lightning flashed. Enel's figure appeared along with it. This user of the Rumble fruit had just conquered Skypiea when Ewan came calling, straightened him out, and brought him back to serve as Casa Charlotte's sparring partner. He had been following at Charlotte's side ever since. Dad, you wanted to see me? Uncle Shiki, long time no see. Do you still have some of that sake you brought back from the East Blue last time? Casa Charlotte greeted him cheerfully, plainly, on very familiar terms with Shiki. Your old man has some serious business to arrange. When we get back I'll personally take you to the East Blue and let you drink your fill. Golden Lion laughed heartily, patted Charlotte on the shoulder, and said with a strange look, Why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger, you little rascal? Charlotte smiled openly. Beating you now, Uncle Shiki, wouldn't require nearly as much effort as last time. Golden Lion Shiki rubbed his hands awkwardly and muttered, If I hadn't picked you up together with Ewan back then, I couldn't help but suspect you were his biological child. Both of you are utterly incomprehensible monsters. Casa Charlotte. He was the child Ewan had adopted. At first Ewan had wanted to nurture some new talents. But even Dracul Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman, was not considered talented enough by Ewan. Hawkeye was indeed very strong and possessed superb swordsmanship talent. But in Ewan's eyes he was not worth spending time to teach. If one could not break through one's limits, even reaching the level of rocks could only be called mediocre aptitude. Later Ewan happened to find a dying Charlotte. At that time he was only 5 years old, yet he had erupted with Conqueror's Haki. He had been on the verge of death. Had Ewan not saved him with an inconceivable method, he would have met the king of hell long ago. Perhaps had he not encountered Ewan, a monster with terrifying talent would never have been discovered. Ewan had no intention of leaving behind a bloodline heir, so he adopted him as his son and named him Casa Charlotte. The name was meant to make him carry on the Charlotte family. After all, Ewan had once promised Linlin that he would give her a child, yet in the end, he had broken his word. Casa Charlotte became Big Mom's godson, but after only a year of training with the Big Mom pirates, he returned to Ewan's side to receive Ewan's personal teaching. On his 18th birthday, Casa Charlotte genuinely defeated Golden Lion Shiki. His own talent combined with Ewan's instruction allowed him to stand at the summit of the world at 18. But from beginning to end, Casa Charlotte had never made an appearance on the seas. No faction in the world knew that a monster even stronger than the Straw Hat Kid had already grown up. Uncle Shiki, I suspect you're trying to drive a wedge between our father and son. Charlotte smiled nonchalantly because in his eyes he was Ewan's biological son. Don't drink so damn much. That Kaido fellow has already turned into a drunkard. Oh, once he's drunk, he flies into a rage. Ewan's face hardened as he scolded him. When he thought of the child he had raised turning into someone like Kaido, Ewan could not help feeling a little disheartened. Charlotte shrank back slightly and said rebelliously, I hold my liquor far better than Uncle Kaido. Last time he couldn't even outdrink me. Meeting Ewan's look that seemed ready to beat someone, Charlotte's voice gradually faded, and he hastened to change the subject. Dad, what are we going to do? You and Enel will go to Tato Land and deal with the attackers there. Ewan said thoughtfully while the long hidden edge in his bearing gradually surfaced. Shiki was taken aback. How do you know there are attackers in Tato Land? Wait, this kid is going alone. Why don't I tag along? Enel. Alone. So you really don't count me as a person, huh? Charlotte protested. Uncle Shiki, let's settle this with a fight. Shiki's mouth twitched as he realized he had said too much. Ewan waved his hand and said with a light laugh, let the younger generation handle their own matters. We're going to go meet some old friends. Dozens of years have passed. They must have all forgotten me by now. Wano country. Onigashima hovered in the sky with battles erupting across its expanse. Law and Kid fought side by side against Big Mom, while above the fortress within the dome Kaido and Luffy's clash raged furiously. Luffy was clamped in the jaws of the dragon-transformed Kaido, nearly swallowed whole. Then without warning the Azure Dragon threw open its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of blazing thermal breath. Luffy's pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to react before being blasted away. The ferocious force tore straight through Onigashima, sending Luffy hurtling down toward Wano below. Gear 4th Luffy struggled free from the thermal blast and surged back into the skies above Onigashima, locking onto Kaido. Gum gum, King Kong gun. Luffy swung his enormous rubber fist wreathed in Conqueror's Haki golden afterimages blazing around it. It came crashing down upon Kaido with earth-shattering force. Kaido looked up, but before he could unleash his thermal breath, Luffy slammed into him with devastating force. His colossal body crashed into Onigashima, swallowed by clouds of dust and rubble. Steam wisped from Luffy's mouth as he desperately covered it, fighting against the steam seeping out. Panting heavily, he gasped, "I'm reaching my limit again. I have to end this fight quickly." He launched himself forward, charging into the smoke. As the dust gradually cleared, the figure in his hybrid beast-human form emerged. Conqueror's Haki coating. Reikoken. Kaido swung his 8-precept staff, unleashing his finishing move. Luffy countered with his own ultimate strike. Victory or defeat would be decided right then. But suddenly a figure entered the fray. A CP-0 agent, fearless in the face of death, appeared behind Luffy and seized his arm. Luffy was stunned by the sudden interruption. That brief moment of hesitation was all it took. Kaido's fully charged Reikoken could not be withdrawn. All the impact landed squarely on Luffy. Surprise and disappointment filled Kaido's darkened gaze. But it was already too late. Struck by the blow, Luffy lost his Gear 4th form and plummeted to the ground, his consciousness fading. He lay sprawled on his back, his breath growing faint as he slipped toward death's door. The most terrifying part was that his heartbeat had stopped. Kaido looked down at the dying Luffy, then turned his gaze in utter disappointment toward the one who had ruined his fun. The CP-0 agent lowered his hat brim, saying helplessly, "I knew the consequences of getting involved in your fight." Truly a world government-trained agent, he had already prepared himself for death at Kaido's hands. This was the moment his fate would be sealed. Yet Kaido, who should have struck, suddenly froze. He had sensed Big Mom's defeat and felt grief overwhelming him. But now he sensed that familiar aura he hadn't felt in so long. Oro, 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 oro. Kaido threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The sorrow over Big Mom's defeat vanished without a trace. That bastard is here. Lin, we're saved. That bastard finally decided to show up. Not long before Big Mom's battle had also reached its climax. Big Mom unleashed every technique at her full power, but even so she was struck by Law at the crucial moment. KROM anesthesia. Law imbued his blade with the power of the Op no Mi, piercing through Big Mom's body. Under the ability's effect, the sword cut straight through Onigashima, like a colossal blade sinking deep into the magma far below Wano. Law bravely endured Big Mom's attacks without fear of death. With all his might he roared, "Puncture! Fluctuation!" A devastating shockwave erupted instantly. Like a beam connecting heaven and earth, it carved an abyss-like scar across the ground. Big Mom suffered unprecedented heavy damage, but she commanded 1,000 years to finish off Law. But Kid, catching his breath, used his ability to blast her. Big Mom's final soul-absorbing technique was also neutralized by Law's silent space, eliminating the side effects of the soul runes. 1,000 years was severed by Law. Big Mom was ultimately blasted off Onigashima, plummeting toward the magma below. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Emperor Big Mom had been defeated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Momonosuke, who had been straining to hold up Onigashima, could already sense Senesha. The giant elephant was on its way. As Big Mom fell in a daze, she seemed to see a familiar face. "Why, I'm really going to die." Big Mom thought she was hallucinating. But the next second, she suddenly felt her falling body come to a halt, suspended in midair. A familiar, exasperated laugh echoed through the air. "Lean, long time no see." Big Mom instantly snapped to attention, her pupils contracting sharply as light burst deep within her eyes. Totoland. Centered around Whole Cake Island, 34 smaller islands were scattered around it, like stars, each governed by one of Big Mom's 34 ministers. These waters were collectively known as Totoland. After Big Mom led a portion of her children to hunt down Luffy, Totoland was invaded by two extremely fearsome enemies. Biting winds blew across the frozen expanse. Brûlé fled in panic. Behind her, Cracker clapped his hands, summoning 2 biscuit soldiers. Wielding long swords, he commanded them to attack the invaders. Van Augur vanished and reappeared on a nearby rock wall, looking down at Cracker with a cold expression. This was his teleportation ability. The next second, boom, his sniper rifle rose, firing a bullet charged with immense impact force. Crash! One biscuit soldier shattered on the spot. The other biscuit soldier's face showed shock as he immediately concentrated his full defense before him. But the next instant, the sniper bullet struck his head, blasting the biscuit soldier to pieces. Damn it! Cracker's expression darkened, and he immediately summoned more biscuit soldiers. But just then he froze. Through the storm, a fearsome figure like a wild beast stood with arms crossed. The biting cold wind howled. Akiji's figure grew even more terrifying in the cold, radiating an awful oppressive pressure that made even the surrounding atmosphere seem as monstrous and dreadful as he was. He lowered his hand and stepped forward. His body became translucent and crystalline, his clothes glistening with sparkling ice crystals. Akiji slightly raised his finger. A chilling coldness spread rapidly from his feet, sweeping across Cracker's body. The powerful freezing energy instantly turned Cracker into ice. One of the sweet commanders, Cracker, was eliminated in an instant. "Let's go find Braun." Akiji's tone was indifferent, his expression never wavering as he walked past the frozen cracker without a single extra glance. Van Augur couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, deeply feeling the terror of Akiji's strength. Just as he was about to leap down to join Akiji, he suddenly felt something and looked up. Akiji also sensed something stopped in his tracks and gazed at the massive shadow rapidly descending from the sky, his expression turning icy cold. It was a golden ship soaring through the heavens. Arc Maxim. Enel piloted Arc Maxim, arriving with Charlotte Casso aboard. Before the giant Arc had even touched down, a muscular youthful figure leaped out. Wielding a katana engraved with intricate blue patterns, the designs seeming to form the faces of demons. Hey, invaders. Today, the honor of the Charlotte family. I, Charlotte, shall defend it. The words sounded rather awkward. It was almost laughable. But Akiji and Van Augur didn't laugh, though instead they wore expressions of utmost gravity unseen before. Instantly their vision was flooded with fiercely burning blue flames. Above the blue ice surface, blue flames surged violently. Ice and fire in a dual heaven. Casa Charlotte has arrived at Totoland. Who says the Charlotte family has no one left? Boom. Azure flames filled the air. Were it not for their scorching heat, they would have looked more like seawater. Mountain-high waves came crashing down upon Akiji and Van Augur. Who's there? Van Augur's brow furrowed. He raised his sniper rifle, and a highly lethal bullet burst from the muzzle. But the sniper round that could have destroyed biscuit soldiers was instantly swallowed by the roaring azure sea of flames. Such powerful flames. Van Augur's face changed. He teleported away in an instant, escaping the sea of flames. Akiji breathed, wisps of cold air streaming from his mouth, a faint, imperceptible surprise flashing deep in his eyes. He could sense even more clearly that the flames were powerful, because the one who had unleashed them was powerful. Crack, crack. He raised his hand, which was already freezing over, and formed an ice shield above his head to block the flames. The moment fire met ice, a harsh, sizzling sound erupted. For a moment the two sides were locked in a standoff. Van Augur, having pulled back, raised his sniper rifle once more and locked onto the burly, bare-chested youth. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, azure lightning flashed before his eyes. The crackling sound reached his ears with absolute clarity. Yahaha! I never said you could act. Lightning surged from the enormous arc and coalesced into a figure with long, drooping earlobes, a thunder drum etched with Magatama on his back, and a golden staff in his hand. He stared at Van Augur with a grin. You'd better just watch my young masters fight quietly. Van Augur's heart jolted. A Logia-type devil fruit user. He recognized the man's ability at a glance. The Logia-type rumble fruit. That only made it more astonishing. The Blackbeard pirates had always been searching for powerful devil fruits, and the mighty rumble fruit was naturally one of their targets. But for the past 2 years there had been not a single trace of news about the rumble fruit. Nor had he ever heard of the long-eared man before him. And that bare-chested youth. Who were they? Doubts flashed through Van Augur's mind, but his fingers did not pause for an instant. The muzzle shifted 2 centimeters, almost imperceptibly, precisely sighting Enel's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The sniper round ripped through the lightning and passed cleanly through Enel's body. Van Augur's eyes hardened as he cried out, "That's impossible. My sniper round is wrapped in Haki. Even a Logia type can't turn into an element to dodge it." The scene left him dumbfounded. Enel wore a teasing smile, idly digging at his ear as he said slowly, "Haki isn't something only you have." The implication was that his Haki was even stronger. At that moment an explosive sound burst from behind Enel. The ice shield shattered instantly. Akiji's form also shattered, scattering into ice shards across the ground. Casa Charlotte's figure emerged from the fading blue flames, fierce, fighting intent blazing in his eyes. That fragile. He turned and swung his blade. Flames coiled around Cracker's ice, gradually melting the ice that had frozen him. Blue flame. Now it should be called Blue Demon. Ewan had reforged this blade so that it was no worse than any supreme-grade blade. It also contained even greater abilities, and the flame ability was one of them. "Young man, you hit hard." A voice carrying bone-chilling cold rang out. The ice on the ground reformed beside Van Augur, once again taking Akiji's shape. "Now that's more like it. If you were that fragile, I'd be truly disappointed." Charlotte smiled in satisfaction. The smile was like that of a beast on the hunt, exposing an indescribable savagery. "Who are you people?" Akiji said, still expressionless. He had been a Marine admiral for many years before joining the Blackbeard pirates, so he knew both organizations' secrets. Yet he still had no clue about the origins of these two. Ordinarily someone this powerful would not be completely unheard of on the seas. One who defends the glory of the Charlotte family. Casa Charlotte declared with overbearing fierceness. Even in a standoff against former Marine Admiral Akiji, he remained utterly domineering, his presence giving no ground at all. Akiji frowned. In the young man before him, he sensed a hot-blooded passion straight out of a Chinibyu's fantasy, and a strength that could not be ignored. Who on earth is he? A doubt arose in Akiji's mind. Huh. Freed from the ice, Cracker gasped for breath, the shock in his eyes refusing to fade. "Kazan," he murmured, deeply shaken by Akiji's strength. But when he turned his head, he caught sight of a figure he had not seen in years. He froze for a moment, then cried out in delight, "Charlotte! Why are you here?" Though Casa Charlotte had never appeared on the high seas, the core children of the Big Mom pirates all knew of his existence, meeting with him every year. My dad sent me to protect Tado Land. Charlotte smiled. Cracker nodded and didn't press further. He had no idea who Charlotte's father was. He only knew the man was a friend of Mama's. Be careful. This man is a former Marine admiral and a user of the ice fruit. Cracker looked back at Akiji, his expression turning grave. Charlotte rolled his neck, letting a wild, arrogant show, and said with excitement, a former Marine admiral. That makes things a lot more interesting. He felt no fear at all. Having trained under Ewan for all these years, he could only spar with Golden Lion Shiki and Inel on ordinary days, boring beyond measure. Finally, there was a decent opponent. Akiji's eyes darkened. So he doesn't know who I am. Just who is this young man? And who is this dad he kept mentioning? All sorts of questions swirled in Akiji's mind, but before he could speak, Katakuri had already charged over from the distance. After losing to Luffy, Katakuri had been healing his wounds in Tado Land, so he had not set out with Big Mom. The moment he received the report from his men, he hurried over without stopping. Behind him was Broly, who had just fled in panic. Huh, Charlotte, what are you doing here? Katakuri was clearly taken aback by Charlotte's sudden appearance. I'm here to defend the glory of the Charlotte family, Charlotte said with a smile. Sister Broly, long time no see. You really are Charlotte. Was that beast-like aura coming from you just now? Broly's eyes flew wide in disbelief. Cough cough. I suppose it was. Charlotte said helplessly. Katakuri shifted his gaze away from Akiji, glanced at Enel crouched on an icicle nearby, picking his ear, and asked, why did you suddenly come? Mama is chasing after Straw Hat and his crew. She should be at Onigashima by now. Charlotte nodded and explained, my dad sent me. He and Uncle Shiki have already gone to Onigashima. You don't need to worry about Mama. She and Uncle Kaido will both be fine. What? Katakuri's expression changed at once, as if he had heard something astonishing. Why your dad went to Onigashima? Katakuri was utterly shaken by this news. He was one of the few who knew of Yun's existence. That man has personally made his move. Charlotte showed no particular emotion, calmly nodding. He said, the time has come. Katakuri suddenly felt as if the world was about to change. He knew all too well of Yun's terrifying power. What in the world was happening? To think that even that man has personally stepped in. Katakuri was deeply shaken. Cracker and Broly were completely bewildered, unable to understand why Katakuri was reacting so intensely. Akiji and Van Augur furrowed their brows. It seemed this young man had an extraordinary background and belonged to some force they knew nothing about. Shiki the old man. Kaido the old man. Charlotte Lean's son. This web of connections immediately made Akiji realize something was wrong. This background seemed far too immense. Moreover, that man Gold Lion Shiki had not been active on the seas for many years. Gold Lion Shiki, so that man is still alive. Little brother, I'm growing more and more curious about your identity. How exactly did you come to have connections with these pirates? Akiji knitted his brows and asked in a low voice. An inexplicable unease stirred within his heart. He felt that the sudden appearance of this young man was by no means simple. It seemed as though some hidden truths were slowly surfacing. I am mother's son. Casa Charlotte. Charlotte's voice carried a unique and overbearing presence. Casa Charlotte. A strange name. Van Augur murmured, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. As everyone knew, Tado Land was established by Big Mom, and all her ministers were her children. Furthermore, all her children bore her surname, Charlotte. And yet this man before them actually bore the name Charlotte as a given name. The surname Casa was hardly famous either. Van Augur found it utterly incomprehensible. Casa, Charlotte. Akiji narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. Yet within his mind surfaced certain matters he had heard from Garp. The surname Casa suddenly became crystal clear. Crack. The ice beneath Akiji's feet shattered abruptly as his heart jolted violently. Casa. His gaze turned slightly vacant as he abruptly connected the dots. And that name, which belonged to legend, the name that was not permitted to be spoken, snapped Akiji back to his senses. He blurted out, Casa Yun. What is your relationship with him? Charlotte's overwhelming strength together with this extraordinary web of connections made Akiji involuntarily associate him with the legend he had heard from Garp. Though he found it absurd, even impossible, he could not help but ask. Katakuri raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning dark and menacing. He had never expected Akiji to know of that man's existence. Calling my old man by his name directly, I'll take that as a grave discourtesy. Charlotte's eye sharpened. In an instant he swung his blade in a ferocious sword into the air before crashing down. The overwhelming edge blasted the frozen ice apart, carving a trench-like gash into the ground. Charlotte's words sent towering waves crashing through Akiji's heart. He was completely stunned. Casa Yun and Big Mom's son. Casa Yun is still alive. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, leaving Akiji rooted to the spot, so stunned that he even forgot to defend against the incoming slash. Van Augur, bewildered, roared, Kazan, do you want to die? He urgently activated his teleport fruit ability, carrying Akiji out of the path of that fierce slash. Boom. The slash landed behind them as if it had pierced straight through the island, causing a tremendous upheaval. Kazan, what were you spacing out for? You nearly died just now. What exactly is the problem with his identity? Who the hell is Kaido? Van Augur shouted furiously. Akiji slowly clenched his fist, his voice subdued. A greater storm is coming. In the land of Wano, on Onigashima, the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Kid Pirates, who had just been heaving sighs of relief over their victory, suddenly stared blankly into the sky at the figure slowly rising into the air. Big Mom. She still isn't dead after all this. The exhausted kid's eyes flew open wide. Along with disbelief, a trace of despair welled up within him. Big Mom's figure hung, suspended in midair, without any warning. In the distance, Kaido, who had beaten Luffy into his pre-awakening state, came charging over with roaring laughter. You finally deigned to show yourself? Whirr. Once I clean up this mess, I'll treat you to a good drink. Kaido laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about the wounds on his body. It was only then that those below noticed there was another figure before Big Mom. A stranger who looked very young, yet no one recognized him. But Kaido had appeared while Luffy had not, which immediately filled the Straw Hats with a sense of dread. Jah! You bastard, have you forgotten about me? Another figure drifted down from the sky, arms crossed, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his wild golden mane flowing untamed. Shiki, you're not as important as him, Kaido said with a broad grin, not giving Shiki any face at all. Gold Lion Shiki. The legendary pirate of the sea, Gold Lion Shiki. Why would he be here? Law propped himself up, murmuring in astonishment. Everyone else was bewildered as well. Gold Lion Shiki was a powerhouse from the same era as Roger, one of the 3 legendary pirates. And now he had suddenly appeared on Onigashima. Moreover, he clearly had a special connection with Kaido. What was going on here? They still have reinforcements. Nami covered her mouth, despair creeping into her voice. Gold Lion Shiki. He hasn't appeared in a long time. Jinbe murmured, his expression grave. Gold Lion Shiki now followed Ewan and had not clashed with the Straw Hat Pirates before, so there had been no incident in the East Blue. Thus most people were utterly unfamiliar with Gold Lion Shiki. Fortunately, they had at least heard of his name. As for the figure standing at the center of Shiki, Kaido, and Big Mom, that one was a complete stranger to everyone. Who was that guy? Zoro looked up, his tone growing heavier. Sanji narrowed his eyes and lit a cigarette. Looks like the battle is far from over. They instinctively felt that this figure was no simple presence. The man might even be someone more fearsome than Kaido and Big Mom. Yamato, who had been guarding the weapons arsenal, leaped up and stared at the figures gathering in the sky. His brow furrowed, then suddenly fixed upon the one in the center. As if recalling something, his face drained of color, turning deathly pale, and his lips trembled faintly. She had seen him once as a child, and had heard of this person from Kaido. An existence so powerful he was invincible. He had come. The flames of the Tori Nomi model phoenix receded, revealing Marco's figure. If there was anyone here who truly knew of Ewan's deeds, it was Marco alone. He had often heard Whitebeard speak of Ewan's overwhelming strength and madness during idle conversations, and he had even seen the portrait of Ewan that Whitebeard kept in his collection. The strongest pirate of the previous era. A man as mighty as a god. Wasn't he dead? The man before him perfectly matched the portrait in his memory. Marco's eyes suddenly froze. Kasa Ewan. He's still alive. Everyone who recognized Ewan, or had merely heard of his existence, felt their minds go completely blank at that moment. The legendary monster was still alive. The howling wind itself seemed to stop at that moment. Only the few composed figures in the sky were still conversing leisurely and unhurriedly. Ewan, why did you suddenly appear? Kaido smiled in an excellent mood, even happier than the joy brought by his own victory. I was afraid you two would die here, Ewan said with a smile, but his gaze fell into the distance. From there a heartbeat began to sound, gradually growing louder. Finally wisps resembling white mist flowed out from Luffy's unconscious body. Nika's power was awakening. The sun god was about to appear. Whirr. Ewan, you're underestimating me too much. I'm an emperor. Kaido of the beasts. I'm no longer the brat I used to be. Kaido laughed uproariously, refusing to concede. He knew how powerful Ewan was, and he knew even better that he was no match for Ewan. But there was only one Ewan in this world. I still came too early. Ewan muttered helplessly, then a shadow covered Big Mom's body. Healing power burst forth. Big Mom's wounds visibly healed, recovering completely in a blink. Kaido was stunned at the sight, and said in surprise, your ability has become even more terrifying. What do you plan to do this time? Declare war on the world government. Or seize the final One Piece? I'm not interested in either. Ewan said directly. You do your own thing, and I'll do mine. Besides, your battle doesn't seem to be over yet. The world government was naturally unworthy of being Ewan's opponent. The One Piece Roger spoke of was even less worthy of being sought by Ewan. The true secret of the world lay right before his eyes. My battle isn't over yet. Kaido had a premonition. Standing on the shadow, he turned toward Luffy. His eyes hardened as he said coldly that Straw Hat Brat still isn't dead. Ewan smiled, but said nothing. This was a destined battle. Kaido was doomed to lose. He had come to preside over it, and at the same time to complete the final step of his plan. To grasp the origin power of Nika's ability. More precisely, it was the will of human freedom carried by Nika. Big Mom opened her eyes and felt that she had fully recovered to her peak. She couldn't help laughing heartily. Ewan, you've come at exactly the right time. Huh, what's going on with Straw Hat? She was also drawn by the change in Luffy. I sent Charlotte to Tado Land. The Blackbeard pirates sent people to Tado Land to capture Pudding. Ewan ignored Luffy's condition and spoke to Big Mom instead. What? That Blackbeard bastard actually dared to attack my territory. And even take Pudding away. Big Mom's eyes instantly darkened with murderous intent. When things here are over, I'm going to Hakanosu. How could Big Mom tolerate someone daring to attack and capture her children while she was away? But upon hearing that Charlotte had gone to Tado Land, she looked very assured. She knew Charlotte's talent all too well. Especially since Charlotte had been personally taught by Ewan, his age could never be used to measure his strength. Just like Ewan back then. Hakanosu. It's been a long time since I've been there. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly remarked, taking a drag from his cigar with a hint of nostalgia. The people on Hakanosu are few and far between now. Indeed, it's been a long time. Ewan nodded, recalling the earliest days. We're Aurora. Speaking of that back, then it was just us few. Thanks to you, Ewan, this bastard Shiki actually became friendly with us. Kaido laughed without regard for his image, temporarily shoving the change in Luffy to the back of his mind. Or rather, he still didn't know how serious things had become. You bastard Kaido, back then you were just a brat protected by Lean, without even the right to talk to me. Golden Lion Shiki immediately grew annoyed and rolled up his sleeves ready to throw down. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Kagurashi and Odo also loved a good show, urging him on from Shiki's hands. The moment they voiced out, the atmosphere only grew more relaxed. You two damn bastards. Big Mom scolded with a smile. With her wounds and power restored, Big Mom regained her confidence. And with Ewan in command, she felt emboldened and no longer worried about anything. Tado Land waters. In the howling blizzard, several figures stood confronting each other. Van Augur could clearly feel that Akiji's mood had become extremely abnormal in that instant. Ewan. Who is he? Van Augur asked, perplexed. He truly didn't know Ewan. Across the entire sea, those who knew of Ewan were few and far between. Only old-timers and people closely tied to Kaido and Big Mom. Upstarts like the Blackbeard pirates had no idea of Ewan's existence. Even Rox and the others had heard of him. But Ewan was an utterly unfamiliar name. Phew. He's a legendary pirate. Let's take care of the trouble at hand first. Akiji took a long breath as if trying to calm his inner self, but his hands still trembled slightly, enough to show how shaken he was by this news. He wasn't in the mood to explain to Van Augur. It wasn't something that could be explained in just a sentence or two. Van Augur nodded, his gaze shifting to Enel as he warned Kazan, be careful of this guy. He's a Logia user of the Rumble fruit. His observation haki has already reached the level of seeing the future. The way Enel had dodged the sniper shot just now was naturally by foreseeing the future and turning his body into an element beforehand. Akiji replied casually, his eyes behind his sunglasses growing sharp as the surrounding temperature dropped a few more degrees. Charlotte subconsciously raised an eyebrow. I'm the one you should be most careful of. The instant the words left his mouth, he was already charging out with his sword, Conqueror's haki erupting and surging as countless arcs of lightning spiraled around him. Van Augur's eyes flew open as he shouted in disbelief, Conqueror's haki. This kid can actually use Conqueror's haki coding. Conqueror's haki was already a talent found in 1 in a million. Those who had mastered coding were even rarer. This seemingly young brat actually had control over Conqueror's coding. Van Augur finally realized that he had underestimated Charlotte. It wasn't without reason that the Rumble fruit user called him young master. Remarkable talent. He truly is that man's descendant. Akiji narrowed his eyes, his expression particularly solemn. He merely thought Charlotte was a monster who had inherited the talents of Ewan and Charlotte Limlin. What he didn't know was that the young man before him was not a child of Ewan's bloodline. He was a true natural-born monster. Charlotte, watch out. Katakuri shouted, his arm turning into Machi as he brandished his trident ready to charge over and help. Leave it to me. You don't need to intervene. Charlotte turned his head and shouted, following up with a sweeping slash. Both Akiji and Van Augur chose to avoid its edge, retreating backward. Boom. Countless broken pieces of ice scattered into the air, transforming into a flurry of ice crystals dancing everywhere. Katakuri paused mid-motion, ultimately choosing to respect Charlotte and cease his attack. He had naturally felt the violent power erupting from Charlotte. It was precisely this power that made the young man so unshakably fearless. Crack! A sniper round was chambered. Van Augur fired a single bullet that tore through the ice shard storm towards Charlotte's brow. Ding! Blue Demon came slashing down. He had actually used the blade's edge to block that impossibly tiny sniper round. His overwhelming observation haki was instantly laid bare, and it demonstrated even more Charlotte's absolute confidence in his own strength. Akiji thrust out both hands, already transformed into crystalline ice. The ground instantly erupted with countless frozen spikes radiating a bone-biting chill as they shot towards Charlotte like a pelting rain. Before they could even reach him, crackle! Lightning abruptly tore across the sky, weaving itself into a river of thunder that swallowed every last ice spike. At a certain moment, the furious thunder roared and churned, annihilating every ice spike outright. Enel revealed himself from within the lightning, his golden staff aimed straight at Akiji. Enel, don't interfere. They're my opponents. Charlotte shouted, flashing past Enel in an instant and charging forth once more like a savage beast. Young master, there are two of them. Isn't that stacking the odds against one person? It's unfair. Enel explained helplessly. Both of those fellows were devil fruit users, and he feared Charlotte would end up at a disadvantage. Unfair? I'd say there's still too few. Charlotte's nonchalant voice drifted away on the wind, brimming with fierce confidence and overbearing dominance. No one is to interfere in my battle from here on out. I'll deal with them myself. The flame patterns blazed. Blue fire abruptly burst forth, spreading and coiling around the blade. Charlotte swung his sword, cleaving through the ice, spears rushing toward him, his blood boiling hotter by the second. This kid's strength is seriously absurd. Van Augur fired several shots in succession, yet Charlotte dodged them all with ease. Not even a graze on his shirt tail. Or his trouser cuffs. But Charlotte wasn't wearing a shirt, so where would a shirt tail even come from? I'll hold him off. You find an opening and kill him in one blow. Akiji barked, dashing out across the ice, in an instant lightning suddenly erupting from his ice-formed palm. The aura of Conqueror's Haki infusion exploded outward. Akiji was using Conqueror's Haki infusion too. Now this is getting interesting. Blue Demon. Charlotte's eyes lit up. Feeling the pressure of his opponent's infused Haki only excited him further, and he violently unleashed every shred of power within the Blue Demon in his grasp. Every single pattern carved into the blade flared at once. It was as if demons were waking one after another, snarling and raging in dreadful fury. Deep within this blade, Ewan had sealed a fraction of mythical Zoan power inside it. Therefore, Blue Flame had been renamed Blue Demon. Demonic phantoms coiled around the sword, awakening as though bearing Haki of their own, granting the blade even greater might. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Charlotte suddenly surged to another level as well. The frenzied, suffocating pressure utterly shattered the ice beneath his feet. Akiji's face turned grim as he murmured gravely, "This guy's Haki. And that sword, just what kind of weapon is it?" He had assumed it was Blue Flame, but now it clearly was not. It even carried traces of devil fruit power. What on earth was going on? Even Akiji felt somewhat bewildered at this moment. But the attack was right before him, leaving no room to dwell on doubt. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki at full strength. He struck with everything he had. Crack! The two forces collided. Lightning shrieked as a violent shockwave swept outward, making the entire island tremble. Van Augur still tried to find an opportunity, only to realize he couldn't lock onto the figure within the storm at all. And in that single brief moment of stunned hesitation, the shockwave suddenly swept him in. Van Augur's eyes flew wide. He seemed to see Akiji's figure hurtling past him. Kazan. What the hell was going on? Kazan had been blasted away after just one exchange. Just what kind of power did that kid have? Van Augur's mind went completely blank for an instant. Meanwhile, a CP0 agent of the world government was on a call with the Five Elders. The war at Onigashima still isn't over. Weren't you ordered to help Kaido kill Straw Hat? Saint Saturn's gloomy voice came through the den mushy, heavy with the authority of the Five Elders. He had nearly been split apart by a single stroke of Ewan's blade at God Valley. He spent over a year recuperating before he fully recovered, but a centipede-like scar now coiled across his face and body, making him look even more dreadful. My lord, something unexpected has happened. The agent's expression was hidden behind his mask, and his voice sounded rather muffled. Because he did not know Ewan, he had no idea how severe the matter truly was. The pressure he felt came mostly from the sudden appearance of Golden Lion Shiki. Unexpected? What happened? St. Peter's voice came through the den mushy, carrying a hint of reproach. He had believed everything had been arranged. The final victor of the Onigashima War was destined to be the world government. If possible, it would be best to eliminate Emperor Kaido, Emperor Big Mom, and those rookies along with them. That was the outcome the Five Elders truly anticipated. My lord, Emperor Big Mom had already been defeated by Law and Kid, and was on the verge of falling into the magma, when suddenly a mysterious man appeared and saved her. On the other side, Kaido's battle had already ended in victory, and Straw Hat was at death's door. But then Golden Lion Shiki made his appearance. Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Big Mom are conversing with that mysterious man right now, as if they are quite familiar with one another. The CP0 agent gave a rough account of the situation. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly appeared. What is he doing here? A mysterious man. Then none of you recognize that fellow who appeared. Describe what he looks like. Saint Warcury's voice carried a strange undercurrent, as though a suspicion had seized him, though he could not yet confirm it. A man dressed quite ordinarily. The blade at his waist appears to be the supreme grade sword reincarnation path. He looks very young, and his eyes. Before the agent could finish, Saint Saturn's agitated roar cut him off. Activate the visual den mushy. Now. His tone was utterly grim, laced with a thread of panic. In the palace within Pangaea Castle, the faces of the Five Elders all turned grave. At the mention of reincarnation path, the ill premonition in their hearts surged with sudden violence. Unbidden, the image of that invincible figure from years past rose before their minds. But, wasn't he dead? It absolutely could not be him. Every one of the Five Elders harbored a silent prayer or desperate hope. Yet a man so intimately connected to Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Big Mom. Who else could it possibly be? The Five Elders seemed to have already guessed the truth, yet they could not bring themselves to believe it. They had to witness it with their own eyes to set their hearts at ease. The agent froze for a moment, then puzzled took out the visual den mushy and began the connection. SSSS. SSSS. The den mushy signal connected. On the screen before the 5 elders, the hazy picture gradually became clear, revealing the scene above Onigashima. The figures suspended in midair appeared on the screen. Golden Lion Shiki Kaido of the Beast's Emperor Big Mom. And Ewan. The 5 elders' expressions froze on the spot. Their pupils violently constricted, uncontrollable horror spilling from their eyes. A trembling shriek suddenly burst forth. He's alive. How can this be? The 5 elders were violently shaken by the sight. At that moment their hearts clenched hard as if they had forgotten to breathe. Their faces flushed crimson, and their bodies trembled beyond control. Incredulity, shock, disbelief, fear. All of it surged up at once. Ewan was alive. The impact of this scene was no less than the sky collapsing. Or rather, the sky that had collapsed 40 years ago had finally come crashing down at this very moment. Ewan. It really is him. Saint Saturn's terror surged, his expression suddenly twisting into something savage, the centipede-like scar on his face becoming even more hideous. Saint Nustero said in shock, "What is the meaning of this? Didn't he die back then? How can he still be alive? That's impossible. It must be a lie." He could not believe that monster from back then was still alive. That meant even I'm deploying Uranus had still failed to kill Ewan. Ewan had even hidden away for 40 years. Impossible. Saint Nustero could not accept it. Something is definitely wrong. The shadow fruit user has already appeared, so how could Ewan possibly be dead? Saint Mars suddenly realized a grave problem. Devil fruits were absolutely unique. The user of the shadow fruit Gecko Moria had already been confirmed. And back then, this was exactly why they had been so certain Ewan was dead. But now, it seemed to have overturned their evidence. Right? Moria is the shadow fruit user. Ewan can't possibly be alive. Saint Warcury's eyes lit up as if he had found a pretext to convince himself. Is it possible that the man before us is a fake? A smokescreen that Golden Lion Shiki and Kaido set up together to interfere with us? Saint Nustero too became suspicious. Every trace was enough to prove that Ewan was dead. Or rather, the 5 elders could not accept the fact that Ewan was alive. Saint Mars couldn't help but darken his face and ask suspiciously, what if he really is Yin? Moria's shadow fruit doesn't have the effect Ewan had back then. What if from the very beginning Ewan did not eat the shadow fruit, but a devil fruit similar to it? His words undoubtedly meant he did not believe Im's original judgment. In fact, after Moria appeared, the 5 elders had already taken an interest in him. After he was defeated by Kaido, they recruited Moria into the 7 warlords of the sea and had been studying his ability all along. The result they obtained was simply an ordinary ability. Or perhaps only a devil fruit awakening would cause such a transformation. But none of that mattered. The 5 elders did not believe that trash like Moria could develop his fruit to the point of awakening. Besides, Ewan had not appeared for ages. Not even a single trace had ever shown. So they gradually came to believe Ewan had been an awakened user of the shadow fruit, but was now dead. But now, Ewan appeared. Their beautiful expectations were shattered. All those earlier guesses which had reasoned backward from the outcome had completely lost their meaning. What are we to do now? If he truly is Ewan? Saint Warcury shook his head as if daring not to imagine such consequences. Whether he is real or fake, mobilize the Marines and the world government forces to purge all pirates on Onigashima. If that truly is Ewan, this time we will eradicate him completely, no matter the cost. St. Peter's voice suddenly turned icy. Rather than dwell on meaningless matters, they had to act at once. Unstable elements must be eliminated. Right? At worst we'll just let him die again. Saint Saturn said through gritted teeth, burning with hatred. Someone, go invite Saint Garling here. Saint Nustero gave the order toward the outside. Saint Mars meanwhile commanded a world government agent over the den mushy. You must stay hidden and watch the situation on Onigashima. Have the other agents find a chance to attack that man and test his strength. Yes. The agent answered immediately, yet the expression beneath his mask was extremely grave. He had just clearly heard the 5 elders losing their composure in shock. At this moment, he unconsciously felt a bit more dread toward the mysterious figure in the sky. That was an existence that left even the 5 elders helpless. Thump, thump. The heartbeat like an ancient war drum grew more and more intense. The white mist flowing from Luffy's body gradually formed flame clouds that wreathed around him. With every heartbeat, the solid ground around him turned into rubber elastic like a trampoline. Luffy's jet black hair visibly changed to silver white, and his eyebrows shifted as well. Lightning coiled around him, starkly clear in the moonlight. Light shone in Zanesh's hollow eyes. He felt a familiar power. Joy Boy has returned. Luffy sat up in a daze. What? What is happening to me? Why can I still stand up? I clearly lost. Now I feel great. Luffy burst into laughter, terrifying crimson lightning swirling around him and blasting the surroundings. Joy Boy. Momonosuke supporting Onigashima roared in shock. That's Zanesh's voice. In Wano, the gravely injured Sanji suddenly rose to his feet, staring upward in disbelief, and cried out, "Luffy! Is it Mr. Straw Hat?" A smile curved at the corner of Hyogoro's lips, and the worry hanging in his heart finally settled. Nami and the others embraced one another in tears, seeing hope once more. Whenever things were at their hardest, Luffy would always step up. He never let anyone down. Luffy's hair had turned snow white, and a white flame cloud coiled behind him like a ribbon. On the moonlit Onigashima, he hopped around excitedly, as if dancing. "Everything I do now I can do perfectly. Looks like I can still fight for a while. The heartbeat sounds fun too. Ha ha ha. This is my peak." Gear 5. Luffy grew more and more excited as Conqueror's haki spilling out, as if beyond control, proclaiming unprecedented power. "Kaido, let's continue our fight." Luffy shouted with a grin, his body warping as if it could change shape at will, and charged toward Kaido. Ewan and the others were still chatting, as if catching up with old friends. That Straw Hat Brat situation is not right. I'd better go see what's going on." Seeing Luffy's reaction, Kaido suddenly felt something ominous, and said at once, "Kaido, are you sure you don't need me to help you awaken?" Ewan asked cheerfully. Only the celestial dragons had methods to awaken Zoan devil fruits, and even Kaido had failed to enter his awakened state. Ewan knew that Kaido would not be a match for Luffy in his awakened state, so he offered to help him awaken. What the celestial dragons could do, Ewan could do too. Kaido laughed, and shook his head. "Worororo. I don't need it." There was pride in Kaido's heart. He did not want to rely on Ewan's help for everything. "In that case, don't blame me for not warning you." Ewan smiled helplessly, then shifted his gaze to Wano below his tone, even more helpless. "Wano has already become like this. I suppose we need to change the battlefield. Shiki, take care of those world government rats." Ewan remarked calmly, his soul power having long since located the world government agents. Shiki's eyes lit up as a strange force guided him towards several presences. They were the CP-0 members lurking in the shadows. "Jaha! Leave it to me." The twin blades at Shiki's waist, long eager for action, flew into his hands of their own accord. The next instant, Shiki appeared suddenly before an agent, and under his stunned gaze sliced his head off with one stroke. He had no chance to resist. Golden Lion Shiki strikes. Meanwhile, inside Pangu Castle, the five elders stared in shock at Luffy's transformation, utterly dumbfounded. The Gum fruit has awakened. The world government had always been recovering this devil fruit. Because of its overly special ability, it was named the Gomu no Mi. In truth, it is the Hito no Mi model Nika, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Now he truly revealed the form of the sun god. Damn it, why does this have to happen all at once? Saint Nustero roared in fury. Ewan appears. Luffy awakens. The world government is about to face unprecedented enemies. But this works out perfectly. The Straw Hat and Kaido are enemies. If he and Ewan fight, we can sit back and reap the spoils. St. Peter's eyes suddenly lit up, feeling that a turn of events had arrived. But the next second, the arrogant and domineering figure of Golden Lion Shiki appeared on the screen before them. "Jaha! It's a video, Den Mashi. Get your necks ready. I'll be coming for you soon." With those words, the screen before the five elders suddenly went black. They had lost contact with Onigashima. That CP-0 agent narrowly dodged Shiki's blade, but the Den Mashi in his hand was sliced in two. Damn that Golden Lion. We should have killed him outright back then. Now it's clear his escape wasn't an accident. He was saved by Ewan. St. Mars clenched his fists, finding traces of what had happened. What's going on? What major event has occurred? Did something happen to Onigashima? St. Garling, already in his elderly state, strode over. Kase Ewan has appeared at Onigashima. He's alive. St. Garling froze in place, the nightmare sealed in his heart for 40 years suddenly engulfing him. What did you say? Onigashima. Golden Lion. You have grown old. The CP-0 agent said coldly. The implication was, why didn't you just wait to die of old age instead of coming out to seek death on your own? Golden Lion Shiki curled a fierce sneer at the corner of his mouth, murderous intent surging violently. Without a single word of nonsense, he launched straight into a massacre. After Ewan pointed out the location to Shiki, his powerful soul power enveloped the entire country of Wano, locating the deep-buried ruins. The ancient weapon, Pluton. Ewan had already crafted a Pluton at Wanxian. But who would mind another weapon capable of destroying the world? Levitation force. Rumble. The country of Wano trembled violently. The ground at the center of the island split apart inch by inch, as if a giant beast hidden below was about to burst forth. Korizumi Orochi felt the ground trembling and panicked. Why is Wano shaking? What's happening? Momonosuke in the sky also noticed the abnormality in Wano and shouted, "Look! Something is about to come out from below." At his shout, Law Kid and the others all looked down through the massive hole left by Big Mom's fall. What is that? Kid's eyes narrowed in shock. In a moment, a steel beast had revealed its body, slowly floating upward. Forged entirely of steel, it resembled an enlarged cannon. Yet every tiny component was extremely intricate. Though buried underground for unknown ages, it still gleamed with metallic luster, radiating power that stirred the heart. For some unknown reason, everyone who saw this colossal steel behemoth felt an inexplicable throb in their hearts and a powerful sense of dread. What secret lies beneath Wano? Cold sweat flowed from Law's forehead as he spoke in disbelief. At that moment, the steel beast revealed its full form. It was as huge as Onigashima. Frankie was stunned, frozen in place. This shape and structure. So familiar. This is Pluton. Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Frankie roared in shock. He was the one who possessed the blueprints for Pluton. This steel beast before them. If not Pluton, what else could it be? Pluton. Kid's mouth twitched violently. Nami's face turned pale in an instant. Why would the ancient weapon Pluton be here? Robin instinctively looked up at the figure in the sky, her eyes filled with deep wariness. It was that person who summoned Pluton. Who exactly is he? What does he intend to do? Pluton. Is that ancient weapon capable of destroying the world? He wouldn't use Pluton to kill us, would he? Usopp nearly broke down on the spot. This Pluton radiated a chilling metallic coldness that made one shudder. The sense of oppression it gave was more terrifying than even the 4 emperors like Kaido and Big Mom. Chopper's little face scrunched up. Or is he going to use it to destroy Wano? He couldn't help feeling that people like them weren't worth Pluton's attack. What? That's the ancient weapon Pluton. So Pluton was hidden in Wano all along. How did that person know? No. What ability did he use to summon Pluton from underground? The CP-0 agent's eyes widened, his mind momentarily unsure which puzzle to be shocked by. The ancient weapon Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, had appeared. But the person controlling Pluton seemed to be using the power of the float fruit. Isn't that Golden Lion Shiki's ability? And Shiki was right in front of him. He was dumbfounded. In that moment of distraction, a line of blood was sliced across his neck. Golden Lion Shiki's merciless voice was the last sound he heard in this world. You ask too many questions. To answer with a phrase Ewan often uses, go ask King Yama in hell. Jaha. Golden Lion Shiki struck swiftly, killing all the world government agents with lightning speed. Tisk. Seems Ewan hasn't been as idle as he looks. He actually knows where the real Pluton is. Strange, how did he find out? But where should this Pluton be mounted? There's no place left to install it on Noah's Ark. Golden Lion Shiki saw the Pluton floating in the sky without the slightest surprise. Because on Wanxiang Island, he was responsible for overseeing the craftsmen in forging identical steel beasts. And they had already successfully forged 2 Plutons. They had been installed on the Noah's Ark that disappeared from the undersea world. Speaking of which, how is Pluton activated? Golden Lion Shiki suddenly realized a question, his gaze growing increasingly curious. Pluton has been in Wano all along. Big Mom murmured, slightly shocked. If they had known earlier that Pluton was in Kaido's territory, they might have found a way to use its power long ago. Everyone in Wano looked up at the steel beast soaring into the sky. It released an ultimate metallic chill that made people tremble. Pluton has appeared in the world. No one could have anticipated such a breathtaking scene. They actually got to witness the legendary ancient weapon Pluton in Wano country. Ewan's identity instantly became even more intriguing. Worororo Pluton. I never imagined Wano country was hiding such an enormous secret. Kaido laughed excitedly. Ancient weapon Pluton. Who the hell is that guy? Luffy, having awakened, noticed Ewan, and the smile on his face faded a little. It seemed he couldn't hear that man's heartbeat. Straw Hat Brat, you're quite tenacious. But once that man arrives, you'll never be able to defeat me. Kaido declared proudly, his grin full of delight. If he were to act alongside Ewan, he wouldn't even hesitate to attack Mary Geos, let alone deal with a mere straw hat. Then I'll knock you flying first, and then I'll knock him flying too. Luffy grinned, biting his thumb hard, and blowing out a fierce breath. His palms suddenly grew enormous like a giant's hand and grabbed toward Kaido. At first Kaido didn't take it seriously, but after he was actually caught, he felt as though his body was changing, filled with a rubbery elasticity. What kind of ability is this? Kaido's eyelid twitched, surprise rising in his heart. The next second, he was grabbed by Luffy like a worm, completely overwhelmed by the awakened Nika ability. The array of ridiculous moves made the whole scene look laughable. Ewan turned his head and looked at that white figure. In his perception, Luffy was a beam of light at that moment, like a furnace about to ignite the world. Nika power. Free will. You perceive the awakened power of Nika and explore the mysteries of free will. You comprehend the power of Nika and successfully master free will. Using the mystery of free will as the core, you deduce a willpower that belongs to yourself. You sense another willpower. Oh, another willpower. Has the world will taken notice of this place? But everything is too late now. It vanished again, still unwilling to reveal its form. It seems it won't come out on its own. Then I'll just have to force it out. A smile crept onto Ewan's lips. Finally, Nika had awakened and revealed its free will. Over the years, Ewan had already found the path of will. Now he was borrowing Nika's power to construct his own imperial will, but it had already drawn the world will's attention. Probably before long, the world government would dispatch their entire forces to kill everyone here. It's time to leave Wano country. Ewan lowered his head to gaze down at the ruined Wano country, murmuring softly. The power of reviving life suddenly erupted. Countless fresh green plants burst out of the earth without warning. Polluted water became visibly clear and the cracked ground was smoothed over. In the blink of an eye, Wano country suddenly turned into a vibrant paradise. Everyone was stunned. What exactly is happening? How did Wano country suddenly become an oasis? Momonosuke supporting Onigashima widened his eyes, and in his excitement the island shook violently, nearly falling straight down. This old man isn't dreaming, is he? Cat Viper and Dogstorm couldn't stay calm. The scene unfolding before them could only be described as a divine miracle. In a flash, Wano country burst with unprecedented vitality, lush and green like an idyllic paradise, leaving all in awe. So miraculous. What did that man do? Law was utterly shocked, but in the next second he felt an indescribable wondrous power healing his wounds. My wounds are getting better. Law shouted in disbelief. Mine too. What the hell is going on? What kind of power does that man have? Kid yelled in a daze, his eyes locked onto Ewan in the sky, his heart filled with indescribable shock. And not just them. Down in Wano country, Sanji and Zoro. And the grievously wounded 3 calamities and flying 6 on Onigashima. In short, regardless of friend or foe, everyone was healed. Ewan held the power of all devil fruits. His own ability had long ago undergone a qualitative change. At this moment he was a god. Throughout heaven and earth, he reigned supreme. At the same time, a shadow shot out from within Ewan and merged into Pluton. Activating Pluton required an extremely terrifying amount of power, far beyond the limits of human strength. Ewan had been quietly pouring power into Pluton so that it could be used at any moment. In reviving Wano country, Ewan forcibly borrowed a trace of shadow power from everyone using the shadows that had just merged into Pluton as anchors to store energy. Those whose shadow power had been borrowed suffered neither harm nor any strange sensation. Ewan's strength had already reached an absurd, incomprehensible level. These were merely contingency plans prepared by Ewan. His true hidden card was the power of will he was nurturing. Big Mom froze for a moment, puzzled. Ewan, this ability of yours. No, why did you heal everyone? Just doing it casually, too lazy to distinguish, Ewan said nonchalantly. Then the power within him erupted once more. Space. Teleportation. Whoosh. In an instant, countless figures appeared on Onigashima. Zoro, Sanji, Kurizumi, Orochi, Kamurasaki, the Akazaya 9, Marco and others. Big Mom's children. Everyone from the Beast's pirates. All of them appeared on Onigashima. Completely out of Wano country, they gathered on Onigashima. What's this? We all suddenly appeared here. Sanji's expression changed drastically. Zoro's gaze flickered and he instantly noticed the figures of Luffy and Kaido in battle, as well as the mysterious man beside Big Mom in the sky. In a flash his eyes turned serious. What a terrifying ability. But perfect. The battle is far from over. The next second Zoro curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a devilish smile. His fighting spirit surged. Now that he had recovered his strength, he was even less inclined to surrender. Zoro, Sanji, I'm so glad you're both okay. Usopp was so moved that tears streamed down his face, feeling a renewed sense of security at seeing the duo at full strength. The Kid Pirates. The members of the 3 major pirate crews had all gathered. The 3 calamities and flying 6 from the Beast pirates along with Big Mom's children all converged around Big Mom. Mama, Mr. Ewan. Parasparrow as the eldest son knew Ewan. Mama, what should we do next? Smoothie asked. Zoro, Sanji, Law Kid, and the others had already prepared for battle, Big Mom being their obvious target. Gehaha. The battle seems to have suddenly returned to square one. Ewan, this will be quite spectacular. The scene that had just unfolded did shock him. But he had witnessed too many miracles from Ewan, so at this point he was no longer surprised. Yes, Ewan, what do you plan to do? Deal with them. Big Mom asked with a smile, utterly unburdened. Ewan cast a faint glance at those people and said with little interest, what fun is there in bullying them? If you're too bored you can play with them for a while. He had no interest in crossing swords with a group of juniors. If only Xia Luote were here. She could trade blows with these newcomers of the new era. Mama, I really can't figure out what you're thinking. Big Mom shook her head. Then let's wait until Kaido's battle is over. Huh. The Straw Hat Boy's power has suddenly become so bizarre. Kaido seems to be at a disadvantage now. She stared at Kaido's battlefield, slightly dazed. Luffy's current state gave her a tremendous sense of oppression. And even Kaido was being toyed with and suppressed. Let's go, Ewan said indifferently. Immediately the floating ghost island began to drift away into the distance. Why is the island suddenly moving? I can't control it. Tao Jiju's expression drastically changed. He exerted every ounce of strength, yet could not alter the island's trajectory by even a fraction. He was utterly dumbfounded by the sudden occurrence. Suddenly, within the telepathic waves connecting him to the Elephant Lord, a commanding voice resounded. If you don't want Xiao Yibo to die, follow the guidance to the future island. Tao Jiju jolted, his heart churning with shock, and roared to warn everyone. Tachish, that guy can actually communicate with the Elephant Lord. He commanded the Elephant Lord to go to the future island. His voice immediately made Luo Jida and the others freeze slightly. Future island? Where is that? Wu Suapu asked in confusion. That should be where we're heading right now. Fu Lanqi said, slowly gazing at the receding country of Heziguo behind them. Shouldn't we be more concerned about why he has the ability to talk to the Elephant Lord? Name said in exasperation. If you want to know his identity, there's a fastest way. Suo Long suddenly said seriously. What way? Wu Suo asked subconsciously. Let my sword ask. Suo Long grinned, drew 3 swords, and was just about to bite down on the Hadao Yizuan, when Ma Erika's solemn voice suddenly came from beside him. Hold it. Don't act rashly. That man. He's not an enemy you can provoke. Ma Erika's voice was grave as he transformed into the phoenix and descended with Izong. Izong had nearly been killed by the agents a moment ago. The accident just now had inadvertently saved his life. Little Marco. Name waved in greeting. Do you know who he is? Jida asked with a deep frown without the least courtesy. Ma Erika was in no mood to mind his attitude, and said solemnly, his name is Cassie Ewan. He is a pirate of the previous era. Moreover, he is the strongest to surpass all pirates. Pops once told me personally, even when he Luo Jie and Shiji stand before Cassie Yuan, they have no room to speak. Because Cassie Yuan has truly achieved invincibility. Ma Erika's heart was exceedingly heavy. He never expected to encounter a man who should have died long ago here. But as it stood, they couldn't leave now. The future island. What was he planning to do there? Even Pirate King Luo Jie is no match for him. Wu Suopu's limbs instantly turned icy cold. What a terrifying monster. Xiao Ba covered his face, afraid to look at Yuan. Name, pale-faced and trembling, said, Little Marco, you're not joking, are you? If it were truly as Ma Erika had said, then this Cassie Yuan was simply too terrifying. Luo and Jida swallowed hard, inexplicably tense. Pirate King Luo Jie was a being revered by all pirates. Even Luo Jie was no match. It was frighteningly powerful. Cassie Yuan. Why haven't I heard this name before? Or have I forgotten? Wu Luko murmured in puzzlement. A monster this terrifying can only be the legendary Luo Kusi. He suddenly said. Wu Luko actually knew of Luo Kusi's existence, but he had never mentioned it. Luo Kusi. No, he once insta-killed Luo Kusi. Ma Erika's eyelid twitched, revealing the greatest secret Whitebeard had ever told him. Wu Luko's bones stiffened on the spot. If he had skin, one could surely see his face turn deathly pale. Either way, it's death. If we jump off now, there might still be a chance to live. Wu Luko panicked at once. Insta-killed Luo Kusi. Good heavens. That was the pirate overlord Luo Kusi. What kind of terrifying existence is this guy? Calm down. What's this die and SI business? How can it scare you to this point? Fu Lanqi scooped up Wu Luko with his steel arm, puzzled. There was nothing he could do. Most people could hardly comprehend the weight of those words. They had no idea who Luo Kusi was. Elsewhere, after the 9 red scabbards appeared and saw Heightened Dash and Guan Yue Rai once more, they immediately launched a siege against Heightened Dash. Battle erupted. Like a spark to a fuse, the atmosphere instantly turned grim and murderous. No matter who the enemy is, our captain is still fighting. Suo Long bit down on the 3rd sword with a snap, wrapping the blade in haki. Phew. Shanji exhaled a stream of smoke and looked up. Exactly, no matter who the enemy is, I won't back down. He had already paid the price for his cowardice and would never let something like the arranged marriage happen again. Big Mom hasn't been defeated yet. I won't give up my target, damn it. Jida's arm began to spark with magnetic force, forming a mechanical arm. In that case, don't just stand around. Luo shouted and charged forward, dashing off to kill ahead. You? Don't do anything reckless. Ma Erika's face changed drastically. He wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Unable to do anything else, he could only warn loudly, don't you dare provoke that guy. Otherwise they would die. Alas, there's no other way. Wu Suopu sighed in resignation and rushed out with the others. For a moment, every member capable of fighting charged out. In a mighty sweeping tide, Shiji tossed that pink worm onto the island. Ewan glanced at Tao Jiju, who was coiled around the ghost island, and spoke to Shiji. He hadn't expected his communication with the Elephant Lord to be overheard by Tao Jiju, but it didn't matter. He didn't care. Ewan wished nothing more than for the whole world to know he was going to the future island. That guy, doesn't he have some kind of Kaido's ability? Golden Lion Shiji muttered, then charged at Tao Jiju. Mama, you and those brats aren't grateful for your kindness. They're already coming for you. Big Mom, who enjoyed watching the excitement, deliberately said this. Ewan was speechless. He hadn't paid those people any heed at all. When he unleashed his healing power, he didn't distinguish between friend and foe. He healed everyone. What are you standing around for? Go deal with them. Ewan lowered his head and ordered Jean and the others. Striking at these little brats would truly lower Ewan's status. Yes, my lord. Jean hastily acknowledged, extremely reverent. Back then he had been saved by this man, and then thrown into the beast pirates. His reverence for Ewan had never changed from beginning to end. What are you all gawking at? Stop them. No, kill them all. King thundered, flames wreathing his form as he assumed his pteranodon shape and blazed out at the head of the charge in an instant. Jack Queen and the Tobarapo snapped to attention in a flash, following King into the fray. Big Mom's children, sparing no word, charged out in full force as well. A chaotic melee immediately broke out. Roranoa. The pteranodon's silhouette tore across the heavens, swooping straight for Zoro. Zoro's eyes blazed with searing war fury. He actually began tying his headband then and there. He knew it in his bones. In this fight, there was not a shred of room for retreat. Boom. King and Zoro clashed head-on. Everyone else engaged in turn, and a full-blown melee erupted with nearly no fixed opponents. Whoever crossed paths with an enemy simply lashed out. Law and Kid were blocked as well. Law fixed his gaze on Big Mom's silhouette and murmured, "Damn. Are we going to have to go through that whole fight again? Big Mom won't be so easy to deal with this time." Just now, after suffering a loss at their hands, she had learned their techniques and tricks. If they fought once more, Law lacked even the confidence to take her down. But at the moment, they couldn't even get close to Big Mom. Tereo. Kid suddenly thundered, his arm condensing into an overwhelming magnetic limb crackling with haki. Law shot a glance back and instantly grasped Kid's intention. Room. He immediately unfolded the domain of the op fruit, using his power to fling Kid over the crowd and relocate him directly in front of Big Mom and Ewan. Big Mo. Kid's eyes blazed with savage light as he roared with haki. Like an undaunted god of war, he drove that fully charged fist straight ahead. Kid's fierce, unyielding gaze was fixed on Ewan, overflowing with challenge, as though he sought to fathom the man's strength. Golden Lion, meanwhile, had just knocked Momonosuke back into human form and tossed him onto the island where Yamato, arriving in his wake, caught him. Shiki's eyes bulged as he whipped his head around at Kid's seemingly suicidal figure. If he'd had any spit in his mouth, he would have spat it out immediately. Of all the people you could provoke, you'd choose the most horrifying one. Shiki couldn't help mourning for Kid. Yamato had caught Momonosuke and wanted to warn Kid, but it was already too late. Marco transformed into the phoenix, intended to fly over and pay respects to Ewan. Halfway there, he witnessed Law and Kid's 1-2 combo, and saw them already rushing to Ewan's front. Marco's mind went completely numb on the spot. Damn it, he'd said not to provoke that man. If only Marco had been quicker, he would have absolutely driven a claw into Kid and tossed him into the sea. They ought to be praying that the man didn't go on a killing spree. How could some brainless fool still go and provoke him? Big Mom's eyes darkened, her malice surging, haki swirling about her as she exuded suffocating pressure. At this moment, Big Mom was more fearsome than ever before. Even with Kid and Law combined, they could not necessarily defeat her. Yet right now, Big Mom had no chance to act. Ewan perceived Kid's gaze and let out a faint, indifferent snort. Scram. A single syllable. Like a thunderclap from the heavens. An imperial decree. At this instant, the whole world fell into silence. Even the whistling wind seemed to vanish. No one had seen how Ewan made his move. Or rather, Ewan hadn't made any move at all. He merely spoke a single word. Crash. Kid's mechanical arm burst apart at once, turning to powder that drifted away like a wisp of white mist beneath the cold moonlight. Kid reeled as if struck by a colossal blow. Before he could even process what had happened, he felt his chest sink. His gathered strength and haki collapsed and scattered in the span of a breath. The very next second, consciousness left him. Blood sprayed from Kid's mouth, his eyes rolled back, and like a cannonball under double gravitational acceleration, he was hammered from the sky and embedded deep into the ground of Onigashima. He had narrowly missed, piercing clean through Onigashima and plummeting into the sea. Cold sweat dripped from Law's brow as he stood paralyzed, his brain crashing. He lowered his head, stiffly staring at the human-shaped crater in front of him, his atoms apple rolling as he swallowed. Kid had smashed down right before him, yet Law had completely failed to register it. The speed of Kid's fall was one thing, but it still wasn't enough to outstrip Law's reaction time. What truly left Law reeling was how in the space between lightning flashes, Kid, who had been surging with awe-inspiring momentum, came crashing down like a dead dog. He didn't even know what had happened. He hadn't seen Ewan do anything at all. Merely a word spoken, and Kid was one shot. The shock of that instant's Conqueror's haki plunged Law into a nightmare. Even a brief recollection now made his body tremble uncontrollably. Too horrifying. What exactly is that power? Law was utterly stunned. He forced himself to calm down and used his ability to swap Kid out from beneath the earth. Kid lay on the ground in a spread eagle, his aura withered, completely dead to the world. In that instant, Law lost all will to fight. What the hell is wrong with that, guys? Zoro's eyelids twitched wildly. He was dumbfounded too. He acknowledged Kid's strength, and yet the man had been taken out in one shot. Could that figure in the sky be even more terrifying than the Emperor's? Lord Ewan. King's heart hammered violently. At last he had witnessed Ewan making a move with his own eyes again, instantly taking down Kid, who could be called Emperor class. What overwhelming might was this? In that moment, the chaotic battlefield fell into a brief dead silence. Everyone stared in shock and disbelief at Kid, who lay like a dead dog, their gazes filled with complicated meaning. In that moment, everyone below lacked even the courage to look up at Ewan. Hey, what the hell was that? Luffy seized Kaido and hurled him aside, deeply shaken. Kaido hadn't even been defeated, and another terrifying monster had appeared. Who was that guy? Luffy couldn't help asking as he watched Kaido climb to his feet. Kaido's aura was oppressively heavy. He slowly raised his head, fixed his eyes on the awakened Luffy, and parted his lips in a sinister grin. Straw Hat Boy, I won't lose to you. Luffy's relentless combo had put him in a fighting frenzy. He ignored Luffy's question entirely. Crackle. Conqueror's haki surged ferociously, concentrating atop the Hasaikai. Kaido shot toward Luffy with all his might. Gum gum thunder. Luffy looked up at the lightning flashing across the sky, abruptly reached out and seized a bolt and hurled it with savage force like a javelin of thunder from his hand. The shrill howl of torn wind mixed with the crackling roar of lightning flashing before Kaido in an instant. Boom! The lightning burst apart in front of Kaido, the violent force blasting him 2 steps backward. His expression turned heavier still. The relentless suppression had driven Kaido into utter raging fury. His frame suddenly swelled, and in a blink it became an azure dragon blotting out both sky and moon. Moving in tandem with Onigashima, flames intertwined with Conqueror's haki coiled around the dragon's body. A fire dragon gleaming with golden light descended. Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. A world-destroying azure dragon. Flame Bagua. The terrifying figure of the azure dragon loomed over Onigashima, looking as if it could easily demolish the entire island, exuding unmatched, overwhelming pressure. Yet Ewan, watching Kaido's eruption, couldn't help shaking his head. Kaido in this state could never defeat Gear 5 Luffy. Never mind. I'll awaken him after he loses. Ewan murmured helplessly. Kaido was stubborn to the bone. When it came to awakening, he had to accomplish it himself. Ewan had already been refused twice. Luffy saw Kaido erupt, and his eyes turned serious. His arms swelled without warning. Conqueror's haki coating. Gum Gum Budgerung Gun. Luffy burst out laughing and unleashed it. That fist carried overwhelming, matchless power. It was as vast as Onigashima in the sky. A true giant's fist. If this punch landed, it would surely smash Onigashima into pieces. But Kaido and Rising Dragon Bagua stood before Luffy's fist. The two titans radiating power enough to make the world hold its breath smashed into each other. The wind and clouds changed color. Lightning danced in madness. It brimmed with a heart-shaking foreboding of annihilation. Violent shockwaves ravaged Onigashima. Yet Onigashima itself was completely unaffected and continued its fierce advance toward the future island. Luffy. Nami's beautiful eyes shimmered with worry as she prayed in her heart. Luffy, you have to win. Usopp clenched his fists. If Luffy lost to Kaido, they would really have to start running for their lives. Zoro, Sanji, and the others also ceased their attacks, gazing at the clash of 2 giant-like figures in the sky, waiting for the final verdict. Huh. What is that power of Straw Hats? It seems formidable. Golden Lion Shiki appeared beside Ewan, and Big Mom muttering in confusion. A faint premonition rose in his heart. Kaido was no match for Luffy. Straw Hat truly is impressive, Ewan. He seems close to catching up with your footsteps from back then. Big Mom said, slightly shaken. I took down rocks when I was 17, Ewan said jokingly. Leave Straw Hat to Charlotte as an opponent. Ewan had no interest in the new generation's clashes. Kid had brought that entirely on himself. Mama, true enough. My son won't lose to Straw Hat. Big Mom burst into laughter, radiating pride. She knew Casa Charlotte's talent, and he practiced the singular training method Ewan had created. His ceiling would absolutely surpass everyone. The most terrifying part was that Charlotte's strongest field was haki. He had practiced Conqueror's haki since childhood. Ewan had long ago imparted the Conqueror's haki training method to Charlotte. Charlotte was definitely the one to inherit Ewan's mantle. Devil fruit powers aside, that was a realm of heaven-defying insight, and none but Ewan could attain it. By the way, will Charlotte really be okay? Golden Lion Shiki suddenly asked, worried. Ewan smiled serenely. His blade can cut down anyone in these seas. Blue Flame had originally been Ewan's experiment, but in the end it succeeded. Though its abilities were somewhat mixed, that did not diminish the power of the sword in the least. Once Charlotte could fully master the Blue Demon, there would be no opponent left in these seas. This was Ewan's confidence. Confidence in his own methods. And even more confidence in Charlotte. The Samsara path trembled in protest. It thought itself to be the strongest. Ewan patted the Samsara path, and suddenly said softly, Kaido has lost. His voice carried no emotion. Lost was lost. He would just win it back in a little while. Neither Big Mom nor Shiki noticed any change in Ewan's tone. They both looked up at the azure dragon falling from the sky. Big Mom's eyes narrowed, abruptly brimming with murderous intent. No way, what kind of power is that? Could it be that the legendary Joy Boy has actually appeared? Shiki's eyes bulged in disbelief. In the sky, a storm exploded. Kaido had lost after all. He failed to withstand Gear 5 Luffy's Budgerung gun. The azure dragon plummeted, its devil fruit form vanished on its own, and it crashed toward Onigashima in human form. An emperor's fall seemed to symbolize the end of an era. A new emperor ascended. Straw Hat Luffy. We won. Nami covered her mouth in excitement, tears veiling her eyes. Luffy. Robin was deeply moved, happy for Luffy. Luffy won. He defeated Kaido, the Emperor Kaido. Usopp shouted excitedly, pointing at the sky. That's our captain. Zoro grinned. Sanji followed. He never lets us down. Only they knew how arduous the road had been, but thankfully they had succeeded. Straw Hat ya. Law's expression stirred faintly with excitement, but then, as if remembering something, he cautiously raised his eyes to that figure, and his heart abruptly sank. He should have felt joy over the victory, but now he could not smile no matter what. Compared with that mysterious man, Kaido suddenly seemed far less important. Straw Hat. The 9 red scabbards were all deeply moved. Kurazumi Orochi's expression crumbled. Kaido lost. How can that be? He was already reeling from the combined assault of the 9 red scabbards. His only hope had been his ally Kaido, and now Kaido had lost too. Could he depend on that mysterious man? The vital question was, who was he? Kurizumi Orochi fell into utter despair. If Kurizumi Higurashi were still alive, she might be able to exchange a few words with Ewan. Kurizumi Orochi was not worthy of it. Lord Kaido. King's expression shifted drastically, as if he could not believe it. The three calamities and the Tobi Rappo were all stunned by the spectacle. Everyone was stirred into countless emotions because the battle in the sky had reached its result. The new replaced the old, imperial thrones changed hands. The remnants of the old era were gradually discarded. But one mountain still towered above them all, dividing an era. Before him, new emperors and old kings were equally mere ants. Alohum. Kaido's consciousness was clouded, his body was badly wounded. His falling body suddenly came to a halt in midair, enveloped by an illusory shadow. Dense life force transformed into healing power, restoring Kaido's wounds in the blink of an eye. Kaido, who had been on the verge of passing out, had already seen his life flash before his eyes, and was even ready to use his final strength to utter some reflections on life. But all that was interrupted by the dense vitality. Ewan. Kaido rubbed his head, rose from his reclining posture gradually, and stood in midair atop the illusory shadow, looking at the man as immovable as the needle that steadied the sea. For a moment he did not know what to say. There seemed to be both shame and unwillingness. He had always wanted to touch the awakened form with his own power, yet ultimately he had failed. If not for Ewan. Kaido shook his head, unable to speak. The defeat distressed him deeply. The transformation in Kaido instantly cast those below who had been tasting victory into an icy chasm. They finally realized. Above Kaido there was still a terrifying, mysterious man. He was the existence that truly decided everything. Luffy's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the fully recovered Kaido. What is going on with you? The Kaido he had fought so painstakingly to defeat had recovered in an instant. Am I dreaming? Luffy was dumbfounded. This kind of situation was truly hard to accept. Ewan looked at Kaido and smiled comfortingly. Failing to awaken is not your problem, it is this world's problem. You have already reached the level of awakening. You just could not oppose the will of that existence. Kaido, don't disappoint me. His laughter faded. The power of the Azure Dragon Fruit within Kaido erupted without warning. The vague ethereal will that had been lodged inside was wiped away. Kaido sensed it in his heart and raised his head in shock. And behind him, black flame clouds slowly spread, at last forming ribbon-like coils behind him. Azure Dragon awakened. The strongest emperor has been born. The ghost island drifted onward through the sky, still heading for its destination like a loosed arrow, never stopping until it struck its mark. Aboard the ghost island, black flame clouds surged upward, coiling around the draconic body that had assumed a human beast form. The scales upon the dragon's body had grown deeper and more pronounced, gleaming with a chilling light. Its ferocious horns radiated majesty and menace, while its thick, powerful tail seemed even stronger than before. The profound, oppressive aura made Kaido appear utterly terrifying. The Azure Dragon had awakened. The mythical beast Azure Dragon had reached its supreme state. What is going on here? Zoro's heart jolted in shock. Cloud streamers, just like Luffy's, but different in color. Is that caused by the form of the devil fruit? Sanji pondered, yet felt the weight of pressure in his chest. Kaido had already been defeated a moment ago, yet in the blink of an eye he had revealed an even more formidable form. And with that mysterious man present, how could they possibly fight? They had just brought Kaido down, and now he was fully restored. Unless they could strike him down in a single decisive blow. But against monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, a one-hit kill was nigh impossible, utterly beyond reach. What do we do now? Nami covered her mouth, completely at a loss. Even Usopp, the god of desperate straits, found himself helpless. They wanted to help Luffy, but the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates stood in their way. There was no breaking through. We've already left Wano country, Robin murmured, gazing into the distance. Future Island. What is that man planning to do? She remained relatively calm, perhaps thanks to her vast experience, and instead found herself pondering Ewan's true intentions. At the very least for now, though his power was unfathomable, he had not actively moved against them. So what exactly did he intend to do? If things reach a dire point, our only chance of survival will be to abandon this ghost island. I will do everything in my power to protect you all, Jinbe declared solemnly. Once they reached the sea, perhaps their chances would improve. Chopper stepped forward and peered down through the great hole piercing the island. His legs instantly went weak. We're in the sky. The islands below are so small they're barely visible, like ants. If we jump from here, we'll definitely be killed. Jinbe let out a helpless sigh. That was precisely why he had called it a last resort. Lord Kaido has awakened. King's excitement flared, flames dancing around him as he spoke with admiration. Lord Ewan's power is truly terrifying. A mythical beast awakening. What an overwhelming presence. But isn't Straw Hat a rubber man? Why is he showing an awakened mythical beast form? Queen asked, eyes wide in bewilderment. Of course he knew nothing of the secret behind Luffy's devil fruit. Why bother with all that? Lord Kaido has awakened. Now no one has the right to challenge us for the One Piece. Jack was brimming with confidence. Kaido's sudden awakening meant his battle with Luffy was far from over. Ewan, I never thought I'd have to rely on you in the end to awaken. Kaido shook his head, looking rather exasperated. He had always striven to match Ewan, yet could only watch as the gulf between them grew ever wider. Now he could not perceive even a sliver of Ewan's depth. If you don't want this state, I can return you to how you were before, Ewan said with a smile. Kaido burst into laughter. Worororo. Forget it. I feel this state is absolutely fantastic. Straw Hat, let's continue our battle. Kaido wielded his Hasaikai black flame clouds wreathing his body and strode toward Luffy with heavy steps. Damn it. Luffy gritted his teeth, no longer able to muster a grin. He could feel his awakened form rapidly consuming his stamina and haki. He likely couldn't sustain it much longer. Kaido, by contrast, had only just awakened. I have to end this quickly. Luffy leaped high into the air, his haki erupting and sending fierce crimson lightning surging through the surroundings. White flame clouds danced around him as he hurtled toward Kaido with a clenched fist. Kaido bared his teeth in a savage grin and struck out with devastating force. The clash between them erupted into a full-scale battle once more. The shockwaves rattled the entire Ghost Island. By all logic, with such terrifying impacts and no support beneath it, the island should have shattered into countless fragments long ago, yet it remained utterly unmoved. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight could not compare in sheer scale to that of Kaido and Luffy, but it was nonetheless ferocious. The 9 red scabbards had surrounded and were assaulting Kurozumi Orochi. The 9 red scabbards had no heart to spare for Kaido's transformation. Even if it meant certain death, they were determined to slay Kurozumi Orochi first. Orochi in his Yamada no Orochi form was left with only a single pitiful head. His last life. Sister. Momonosuke cried out in shock as he saw Kazuki Hiyori nearly struck by the colossal serpent's tail. Sister. Yamato blinked briefly, then hefted her small spiked club and charged at Kurozumi Orochi. Crack. Conqueror's haki coating. A thunderous blow came crashing down. The Yamada no Orochi was sent flying, its massive form utterly unable to withstand the force of the haki-infused strike. Yamato's single blow instantly drove the 8-headed serpent to the brink of death. Cat Viper Dogstorm Kinemon and the others unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. At last, the Yamada no Orochi's body was hewn into multiple segments. Kurozumi Orochi was dead. Yet in the grand scheme of the conflict, this was merely a minor interlude. Ewan turned his head toward the scene, a thoughtful gleam appearing in his eyes. He was not interested in their devil fruit abilities. He had long since acquired the powers of the Yamada no Orochi, the Okuchi no Mikami, and the Fuku no Mi. During the years he had vanished, Ewan had wandered across the world seeking out every devil fruit and mastering its power. If I were to take out that little brat Momonosuke, I'd etch my name in the annals of every One Piece fan's heart. Ewan suddenly entertained an amusing thought. Of course he merely found it intriguing. Becoming a legend in history books was probably out of the question. Ewan, just what level have you reached by now? Big Mom asked out of curiosity. She naturally could not perceive the depths of Ewan's power, for they existed on entirely different planes. Ewan sought to utterly rule this world, to become its sovereign. A true sovereign, not a puppet like him. And Big Mom and Kaido were still chasing the One Piece. Ewan sensed the coalescence of the nascent power within him and furrowed his brow slightly. The manifestation of his will was slower than he had anticipated. There remains but one final step to grasp this world, Ewan said frankly. To Big Mom, however, those words were vague and impossible to comprehend. Just then Big Mom noticed the soaring phoenix diving toward the two of them. That one is Whitebeard's son, Big Mom remarked, then her tone abruptly turned icy as she barked. Marco, do you truly believe I can't kill you? A faint pinkish-purple luster surfaced across her body, the manifestation of her soul power. Napoleon in her hand had already begun to be wrapped in Conqueror's haki. Don't misunderstand. I simply wish to pay my respects to a great predecessor. Marco's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly explained.